Chapter 1: The Princess, the System, and the Players. In the land of St. Tierrasis, beneath a vastageriski, a lush forest thrived, its towering tree standing tall amidst the occasional roars of beasts echoing from the depths of woodland, forming the reusance of this realm. The monster forest animeth that stirred excitement teen adventurers sit and stilled fearing ordinary folk. At this moment, a caravan arrived at this very place. In an exquisitely ornate carriage, the little princess from the kingdom of St. Delis sat despondently up in a of cushion, her expression marred by worry. Ah, why must it be like this? Having endured the hardships of being a corporated droney in her previous life, she found herself inexplicably transmigrate into the body of a princess from the kingdom of St. Delis. She had hoped for a tranquil and stable life, only to be met with the absurdity of being dispatched to istile teplisi by a senile whose intellexium to have regressiduitoge swayed with them malicious words of a conniving minister. O heavens, a Simeona who harbors no grand ambitions, merely wishing to live a life filled with delightful beverages and endless videos, a havio redi left behind a very thing cherished. Do you note yet tiring of tormenting? This transmigrator was nama daily, a quintessential corporate worker anime badioho had found herself in the badai of a princess just days prior. The details of her transmigration remained a mystery, Thofshavagilai recalled working late and then suddenly finding herself here. Your Highness, we have arrived. The carriage came to a halt, and a striking black-haired beautiful dinful knights are more knelt beside the carriage. This knight, named Catherine, weighs a trainee knight oft heeking Duman the captain of T escorting ward. Understood. The carriage door swung in, revealing a beautiful young girl stepping out gracefully. Her silvery hair cascaded like willow brinks, her sapphire like a sparkling, lips blooming like cherries, and her petite figure clad in a white dress, complemented by exquisite white high heels, making her assembly living doll. La tous there. Indeed. With that, Catherine signaled her subordinates to zet up camp. The caravan halted in a clearing beside a babbling brook, surrounded by towering trees, and for less around, there were renaissance foliages, perhaps a venosingsif. After surveying her surroundings, Ella la tutar signed. Alas, they speak of sending the princess with troops and the latest weapon retoite Theramota town's plagued be beasts, all in ain for to bolster the princess' reputation. iPhone did not know better. One might think Katakin topo vertiala viatushin in my past life, when in reality, it seems merely our used to eliminate him. Event this so-called troop is lacking aside from Catherine, who possesses a third-tier fighting spirit, their steriath or seconder first-tier. Thilonima Gimon Themis nothing beauty pretender, seeming lyskilla din magisayat a viral weak hardly fit a battally evan common minsters, let alone a ferial were. Ayla mused to herself. Her gazithan shifted of the nearby carriage laden with the latest weaponry, her fists clenched in frustration. The most infuriating aspect is this okoledla test weaponry. Do nothing que immunaware tis merely a collection of dust-covered relics from Thermary. Tomic matters worse, half off team are anything but farming tools. Sigh. Having vented her frustrations, Ayler turned to the carriage, pondering her next steps when suddenly, an electronic synthesized voice resonated. Ding, emergency situation detected for the host, initiating system bending. Ablu weaponel materialized before Ayla's eyes. Halimali, a golden finger, the classic trope of transmigrators, Ayla exclaimed. All right, system, enlighten me in your capabilities. The system can summon players from the host-based life, and players possess the ability to respawn indefinitely. Currently bound to the Dragon Kingdom network, the system will select suitable players based on the present circumstances. Dragon Kingdom, Ayla gasped. I never thought he would encounter fellow countrymen. In her previous life, Ayla hailed from the Dragon Kingdom of Blue Star. At this juncture, the Dragon Kingdom boasted remarkable technological advancements, with energy liberated by controllable nuclear fusion and developments in brain-machine interface technology significantly enhancing the material, leading to rapid military advancements. What was in American Septinuble's South Tianmen project was no becoming a reality. Ayla recalled watching Thena's Ascendant television, relishing the envious reactions from Western nations. Of course, the most significant development was the metaverse built upon brain-machine interface technology, bringing virtual reality games like Sword Art Online to life, albeit with a mere 30 realism. Yet, this did not deter players from treating this world a sega magister markably realisticami. With the current system energy, the host Kansaman 100 players expected or Ivine Hafenhor. Understood. In the and swing half hour Ayla thoroughly familiarized herself with the system's capabilities. First, summoning a player costs 1 energy point. Second, the system can convert nearly all resources in this world into energy and transform them into their materials. Players can contribute the energy by collecting resources or defeating enemies. Ultimately, these energy will be distributed to players in the form of contribution points, allowing them to develop and purchase as you please, with a distribution ratio of 91 Ayla receiving 9 and players receiving 1. Third, the system can expend energy to scan regions for information such as terrain and available sources, underground minerals, biological data and locations, edible parts of organisms or cooking suggestions, and suitable environments for breeding organisms, among other details. Fourth and finally, the system's marketplace unikite consists of items already scanned by the system, such as stones, soil, water, and thupen sand armor worn by the guards, or the various farming tools stored within the so-called latest weapon crates. Even items detected from a distance through energy expenditure can be listed in the marketplace, while those of the terra not available simply will not be. Moreover, anything created by players can also be listed, provided that the system deems it valuable. Half an hour later, 100 beams of light suddenly appeared beside Dela's carriage, and 100 players merged, bewildered as I surveyed her surroundings. Holy crap, where on earth am I? Irkulvure participating in a virtual reality game called Kingdom, renowned for its shy realism. I don't know about others, but I was certainly skeptical after watching that impressive promotional video, yet it seems to be true. Wow, this light, this temperature, and the sensation of queuing this grass. Disgusting, it even has taste. Thegame details are impressive, it outshines nearly all games in the current world. So, water was supposed to dono? As the players engaged in lively discussion, Catherine and the accompanying guards not to set the situation unfolding. Wario, Catherine shouted, drawing her sword and pointing it at the players, while her fellow guards raised their spears and bows. Whoa, Arethi about to attack, I just gather, and I haven't received any hints. Wait, did I see that night leading them? Oh my gosh, the modeling, the details, and her beauty shesigatis. Needless to say, the modeler deserves a rise tonight. As the players exchanged bewildered remarks, Catherine eager impatient and prepared to strike. Just then, the carriage door swung in. Stop! Ailey emerged from the carriage, her breathtaking beauty captivating the players. Good heavens, this game is incredible, every NPC is more stunning than the last. I consider as me wife, Theothurser fair game. Mom, I think him in love. Hearing the players' exclamations, Ailey addressed them brave warriors from another realm, I think for answering Michael. Please forgive the rudeness of my guards, the merely protective of their charge. Brave warriors, are you referring to us? Ah, very accustomed to being labelled careless in such matters sitherd like concerns us. So what should wed know? Ayla continued, alas, it is with Gretchema that to reveal I ambute as small princess of Kingdom of St. Delis, cast out from the capital dueteroyal strife, and have found Michelfin this perilous place. In desperation I stood of any assistance, and to my astonishment, it astrally comb. Asio cansi, wherein a ton lilocking in clothing on foot, but will so have a no saverfige. I wonder if it might really own yer. Before Ayla could finish her sentence, the player surrepted in exclamations. What, such a thingish happened? How could the PPET capital be so heartless? Isn't it better to care for such a lovely princess? Damn it, your highness, rest assured, one syllavelio pan grow stronger ishal slithos a scoundrel sundenture your ascension to the throne. A safe haven, I will construct for ya, on the spot, a castle more splendid than the capitals, making them green within thee. Observing the lively demeanor of the players, Ari expressed her satisfaction and remarked, Thito all sarlocate don the card nearby. Please see exercise caution, as the beasts in the forestery exceedingly ferocious. May Yule. Princess, Catherine interjected, the havio redeparted. What? returnet to that direction from which the player had vanished, overhearing some of them comment, Thegam is indeed enjoyable, but the absence of a dialogesca button seems excessive like imitatorialism. Despite her helplessness, Era found joy in the player's conscientiousness after all, as their employer, how could she not be pleased with such dedication? Upon reaching the cart, the players began to select the equipment they'd desired. Once il had acquired their gear, one player spoke, everyone, please wait a moment aloma to introduce a Mijolf. My name is Long Ao. Long Ao, Ariana the leader of Dragon Flame Club, the largest gaming club in the Dragon Kingdom, known by Feminiker Long Ao Tian. Indeed, ACO have surmised I am Long Ao, the leader of Dragon Flame Club. Before we embark, implore you to heed my advice. Based on my extensive agummage experience, I decide that success in such games often hinges on your ability to locate resources judiciously. Therefore, ye propose to divide into groups and attack the resources and establish a camp, while it heeth adventurous deeper into the forest to hunt for food. Upon hearing Long A's suggestion, the players surrepted an agreement and swift liced about their tasks. The division of personnel coincidental resulted in 12 groups, an outcome not mutual decided by the players but rather a consequence of T-system selection based on player traits. Chapter 2 Hunting, Gathering, and Building. With the players assigned, the hunting group, led by Long Ao, commenced their expedition into the depths of the forest. As the captain, Long Ao naturally took the lead, wielding the sword he had retrieved from the chest. Initially, all was calm, yet as they ventured further, Long Ao sensed the encroachment of danger. Suddenly, thunder brushed beside him stirred. A massive wolf, approximately 3 meters in length and to a meter tall, its fur a shady off grey, lung and fort hand sank its teeth into Long Ao's neck. Goodness! The giant wolf pinned Long Ao to the ground with its forceful grip, its jaws clamping down with ferocity. Long Ao winced in pain but, drawing upon his years of gaming experience and martial training in reality, he quickly reacted, thrusting the sword head tight-like grip towards the creature's neck. Blood poured from the wolf's wound, yet it remained unrelenting. Hearing the commotion, the nearby player Shasentosist, charged in without hesitation to help Long Ao fend off the beast. Spears and swords rained down upon the wolf, while players armed with bows and arrows took him from a distance. With the system notification, the wolf fell silent, its massive form collapsing to the ground. Long Ao pried the wolf's jaws apart and, feeling the blood trickling from his neck, gasped, "Goodness, can anyone tell me what this creature is? Oh wait, let me adjust my pain settings, that bitey truly hurt. Brother Long, I just checked the compendium, and this creature is called a grey demon wolf, allow to your magical beast. Goodness, these wolf is as large as a horse. By the way, how was the full hat so tanner at me backside? My apologies, brother, it was an emergency, and I didn't tame properly." At this moment, Long Ao stated, "I just received a notification that he had gained 2 contribution points. However, I am currently bleeding, this wolf must have a bitten me artery. I have no bandages, and me health is dwindling. Fortunately, there is no death penalty, so I will take him leave and return to the camp. You will should find a few people to bring this wolf back to the camp while the rest continue exploring deeper." With that, he collapsed to the ground, transforming into a beam of white light and vanishing. Upon his return to the camp, Long Ao observed the players industriously engaged in their tasks. Samuel de Daxis retrieved from the chest, felling nearby trees of their transport at the fallen timber to designated locations, while Samizoed the logs and top planks, utilizing the suzzle subtin from the chest. Ultimately, the planks would be utilized by players responsible for construction, how would methodically assemble them into sturdy framework using Mertesian tenon joints. Some players have been excavate dapid nearby fervently digging with shovels taken from the chest. At that moment, a player who had just finished moving timer approached Long Ao and inquired, "Brother Long, how did the hunting go?" "I just killed a wolf, teases of a horse, so me own you will bring it over shortly. You will can't treat a prosit." "Goodness, Brother Long, what kind of wolf is as large as a horse?" "You'll see for yourself later. Due to none other note, you will are doing splendidly. Indeed, to be honest, some wolf you have experience in woodworking in real life, so are quite capable of constructing wood and shelters. However, that betwash still idugen a suitable location, this game is remarkably realistic, almost indistinguishable from reality. While we're not well versed in mining, they gam connects to the real world internet, allowing gusto follow online guides though whether we can find an imi near release remains uncertain. Thus, we began digging haphazardly in a direction. We have also dispatched individuals to search for potential open pit minas based on internet information. After all, I have heard the tendency in sword was forged from and found in riverbeds. I fondly way damning it, we could test the nearby river. Of course, if we cannot find anything, we can also dig up soil to exchange for contribution points to purchase some minerals or processadors from the marketplace. So, it seems you can easily acquire contribution points, as long as you keep gathering and digging? Not quite. For instance, for every cubic meter of earth excavated, you might earn any contribution point. Given our current tools, the route of acquiring contribution points is rather slow. Is this me blocky world? By that way, this game also features a customization function. For example, you can shape iron into various forms or combine it with other materials, such as crafting a spear with a wooden shaft. However, their required contribution points vary depending on the size of the value of the materials. So as said for cutting wooden top lengths is an example of these. We have also fashioned a formation crucible from a clay, and we're currently forging gun and violin hammer. At that point, we might need Brother Long's assistance. Rest assured, when the time comes, let me know what you need to forge. Prepare the materials, and whether right is a shining armor or a soldier armor, a tang for a mock knife by can create it. Brother Long, you are magnificent. In reality, Long a only practice said martial arts but Wazels an enthusiasto farmer ran cold we up in forging. Henatonly streamed is forging process butyl sa produced high quality, durable items, earning hen countless fans online. Naturally, if it were not for governmental restrictions, he might even attempt to forge aircraft, tanks, and artillery. After discerning the situation, Long AO ventured on more into the forest to reunite with the main group. Following the initial assault, the player shade of Iden Ligand experience whenever a player was attacked, nearby players would rush to assist. As the number of beasts shunted increased, the player's contribution points reach a level sufficient for them to elevate to the ranks. Initially, ascending on a rank required 10 contribution points, but the amount required would grow exponentially with the subsequent rank. The players created Bethesda tempo sistoni kafaziki as long as they had sufficient contribution points, they could cultivate to both martial and magical prowess. The soloed players to enhance the 12 forms of power martial nerge and magic. Those who utilized martial nergy were generally referred to as warriors, while those who wielded magic were called medies. At the outset, due to insufficient contribution points, most players couldn't lick their own path for advancement. That distinction lay in that warriors would experience increase in health and stamina, along with enhanced weapon damage and an additional martial energy value in their stats, whereas mages would gain in lay mega energy value. Given the current scenario, most players opted for the warrior path, as gathering resources took precedence. Although the massive wolf had been slain, transporting jet scarcus back to Thecum proved to be an arduous task for the players. Moreover, magicati to provide in skills, rendering jet somewhat useless at this stage. Thus, the majority of the hunting group transformed into first-year warriors. As they delved deeper into the forest, the players encountered an increasing variety of creatures, all of which fell prey to their prowess. The bodies were bound together with rope which had been exchanged in the marketplace and secured to the back of Harrison late-tamed grey demon wolf, which dragged them back to Thecum. Among the whole were also some captured animals, which the players intended to raise in Thecum. The ingrained agricultural consciousness on Farizatoff Dragon Kingdoms pulled them to adopt a long-term perspective, as accumulating provisions to prevent starvation during times of minus idly shared understanding. The grey magical wolf was to meet with a suggestion of Long AO who had unlocked the taming information and the system's illustrated compendium using contribution points. However, despite high efforts, Long AO had perished multiple times, almost always falling victim to wolf's lethal by testuring failed attempts at taming. On any occasion, he was on the brink of six, only to lose his balance while joyfully riding on the wolf's back, resulting in a fatal fall that left them lifeless upon hitting the ground. His health bar depleted. Under watchful gaze of the colossal wolf, which seemed to question, "Who am I? Where am I? What have I done?" He transformed into a idle and vanished. Henceforth, whenever Longi overheard discussions about this incident, he would become utter lystil, as if time had frozen a testament to the profound shadow it cast upon him. Upon returning to the camp, surrounded by heaps of hunted carcasses, that amid grey magical wolf, and the animals destined for domestication, as well as the panel filled with narrative prompts, elle could surmise a fatal creatures in the vicinity of matir demise. Goodness, it was merely the first day, yet such a blood-soaked cord hadel redebeniquived. If this world were to service a promotional tool, il could foresee an influx of players descending du planet, raising concerns of a potential mass extinction of species. I fear this made theories and players are for red toast he fourth catastrophe amused. That evening, the players hosted a grand feast, gathering around the campfire, animatedly recounting their escapades within the game. Wow, wango this metis grilled to perfection. That's because, in reality, I am a chef skill naturally top notch. The individual known as Wangju was formerly named Wang Yijuan, white ID kitchen chef. In reality, he was a renowned chef, proficient in feat major culinary traditions of Longwa, earning him the affectionatedly chef Wangamon players. Few, today was accelerating, however, having talagofi to atrial food after enjoying the gammas for esquity bothersome, to honest. Unlike him, he make mo living playing games I buff to gaming pod, so lenito dois legoff weeklighter plenish the nutrient solution. By the way, longu, doy legoff? I do no t'other shave just prepared forging materialis form, and a measure to craft something. With that, ha glancedathian by Landhammer ha hadel redi exchanged, along with the furnation materials. Observing the players as pirated demeanor, ele couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. As the feast concluded, players began to log off, while Lithosahor main continued their exploration or construction of Tecum world. Long Ao on the other hand, commenced an enthusiastic session of equipment forging, their hive McClang of famr against metal resonating through the night sky. Ayla sat beside still burning campfire, gazing at that twinkling stars above and contemplating her next course of action. Players who had logged off began to promote the Gam Kingdom online, which further elevated its popularity, with the number of reservations skyrocketing. Watching this unfold, I felt hopeful for the future, before retreating into Hurtent, surrendering to theme brace of slumber. Chapter 3, The Expansion of Learning Skills. On the following day, after a night of relentless effort, Long Ao finally forged his weapons and armor. His weapon was the illustrious Tang Hung Dao. Renowned in the ancient annals of the Dragon Kingdom, while his armor was the radiant Mingwang armor, capable of reflecting sunlight like a mirror. Both pieces were grounded in reality, with the sword weighing approximately 3 pounds and the armor around 72 pounds. In terms of ranged weaponry, he also crafted a divine arm crossbow, which in reality was reminiscent of the legendary Dongfeng Express from a millennium ago. Furthermore, he fashioned armor for his steed, using overlapping plates connected in a woven manner. Secured with ropes to adorn the wolf's body, clad in Mingwang armor and wielding the Tang Hung Dao, with the divine arm crossbow upon his back and riding a fully armored giant wolf. Long Ao strode through the camp with an imposing presence, evoking envy among the gathered players. Dark clouds loom over the city, the armors sheen like golden scales glinting in the sun. This was the poem that Ali recalled upon witnessing Long Ao's crafted equipment. As the system's description indicated, everything created by players could be listed in the marketplace, such as the armor plates of Mingwang, which Long Ao had crafted and subsequently listed for sale. Otherwise, the sheer time required for hand-forging an entire suit of armor would stretch into months. Naturally, these items were soon available in the marketplace, and Long Ao was rewarded with contribution points. Players eagerly exchanged for identical gear, resulting in a multitude of individuals clad in Mingwang armor, wielding Tang Hung Dao and carrying divine arm crossbows, all eager for battle. Just as the players prepared to charge into the forest once more, Catherine unexpectedly called out to them. At that moment, Catherine had been sent by Ali to demonstrate the art of fighting spirit. With a poised stance, Catherine drew her sword, channeling fighting spirit into the blade, and then unleashed a powerful strike against a nearby tree. A sharp wave of energy surged forth with a resounding crash, cleaving the stout tree in two. My goodness, is it time to learn skills already? This effect is absolutely lifelike. Suddenly, a system notification alerted, indicating that learning the skill of fighting spirit required 10 contribution points. Seemingly the name of the skill, Catherine was perplexed. It appeared that Princess Ali intended to teach this group the use of fighting spirit, but ordinarily one could not even sense fighting spirit without extensive training. let alone wield it. Strangely, Yaley had merely instructed her to demonstrate. Could it be that these individuals would learn just by observing? Just as Catherine pondered this, a wave of condensed fighting spirit unexpectedly surged past her, prompting her to instinctively dodge, her face awash with astonishment. Oh dear, I nearly struck an NPC. Players who had learned the skill began to swing their weapons wildly, sending waves of energy slicing through the air. Some struck the trees, causing them to topple, while others left deep gashes in the ground. A few, perhaps intentionally, aimed at the construction area, resulting in exclamations of frustration from players building the camp. A player chopping down trees noticed this and, with a swift motion, channeled fighting spirit into his axe, felling a tree with a single swing. This method of tree felling is quite effective. Witnessing this spectacle, Catherine's jaw dropped in disbelief. My goodness. Shortly after, the only mage in the camp approached. He too had been dispatched by Ailey to teach magic. This mage, named Mike, was a graduate of the Royal Magic Academy, possessing considerable theoretical knowledge of magic, though his actual magical prowess was rather limited. His admission to the academy had been a result of his theoretical contributions to the magical advancements of the Kingdom of St. Delis, and he had been assigned to the princess's guard due to a conspiracy against him. Despite witnessing the players' rapid acquisition of fighting spirit, Mike held little faith that they could learn magic, as magic fundamentally depended on innate talent. Without sufficient talent, one could never master it. Hard work alone could not compensate for lack of ability. Although there existed prodigies who excelled in both martial and magical arts, they were exceedingly rare. Mike assumed a stance and recited an incantation, directing it towards a tree to unleash a fireball spell. Flames coalesced in his hand, forming a fireball that shot towards the target at incredible speed. With a thunderous explosion, the tree was obliterated. Next, blue lightning crackled in Mike's other hand as he aimed at another tree, casting a lightning spell that cleaved the tree in half. The players gasped, and the system notification chimed in. Mike, panting heavily, realized that casting two spells in quick succession had nearly exhausted him. Just as he contemplated returning to rest, a tremendous crash startled him. Players were now launching bolts of energy, generating lightning and fireballs that struck the ground before them. The scorched earth and small craters left by the lightning presented a chaotic scene to Mike. Meanwhile, Wang Yijuan, who was in the kitchen, operated his panel and ignited kindling with fire magic. This makes starting a fire much more convenient. He then summoned lightning in his hand. I wonder how meat cooked with electricity would taste? Observing the scene before him, Mike's worldview shattered. Long Ao, having just learned the lightning spell, fell into deep contemplation, not considering how to heal others like Yang Yongxin, but rather envisioning a new weapon. It was worth noting that breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion had enabled the practical application of electromagnetic weapons, with the electromagnetic cannon being particularly notable. Without further ado, Long Ao plunged into the newly established blacksmith shop, and the sounds of clanging metal soon filled the air. After a while, he emerged, gripping an object resembling a handgun. Raising the firearm towards a nearby tree, he concentrated his magical energy, allowing electricity to flow through the gun's rails, generating immense electromagnetic force. A soft thud echoed as the spherical iron projectile pierced the tree trunk at supersonic speed, leaving a 15mm crater and continuing its trajectory into the trees beyond. Good heavens, Long Ao, when did you develop gunpowder? The players exclaimed in astonishment. This is an electromagnetic pistol, equipped with a spring-loaded magazine that automatically feeds rounds, capable of holding 20 bullets. The projectiles are designed with pointed tips to enhance their lethality, and the number of shots depends on how many times I can channel lightning to recharge the rails. Long Ao explained. Incredible, Long Ao is amazing, skipping the gunpowder stage to directly engineer electromagnetic weaponry. With this revelation, players rushed to exchange for electromagnetic pistols in the marketplace. Regrettably, the divine arm crossbow was rendered obsolete almost as soon as it was created. Soon dozens of players, once armed with Tang Hung Dao, transformed into a formidable force wielding electromagnetic pistols, all clamoring for a chance to engage in battle, some even firing shots into the sky, resembling reckless outlaws. Long Ao mounted his giant wolf, brandishing a pistol in one hand and a sword in the other, bellowing, "Come, come, with guns in hand, follow me to slay monsters and earn contributions." Thus, under Long Ao's leadership, the players embarked on another expedition. With the potency of their new equipment coupled with the skills they had acquired, the players' efficiency soared. Those hunting outdoors swept through the surrounding area like a tempest, easily dispatching low-tier monsters within a 100-mile radius. The low-level beasts could not withstand the players' onslaught, as a single shot from the electromagnetic pistol would often bring down second- or third-tier monsters with a well-aimed strike. Even in close combat, players wielding the Tang Hung Dao could slice through monsters with ease, while the formidable defense of the Mingguang armor rendered the low-tier monsters' attacks ineffective, significantly reducing the death toll among players aside from those who sought reckless glory. Of course, the majority of the creatures fell to the player's firearms. After all, who would choose to engage in close combat when a single shot could suffice, except for those eager to showcase their skills? Meanwhile, players tasked with constructing the camp and gathering resources experienced a remarkable boost in productivity. After learning to wield fighting spirit, those chopping trees found that by enveloping their axes with fighting spirit, they could fell a large tree with but a single strike. Players mining in the pits utilized fighting spirit to break through previously stubborn rock layers, armed with a map detailing the underground mineral veins. Acquired from Ailey's system detection, they advanced towards the deposits with enthusiasm. Players' processing would effortlessly slice timber into planks as if it were butter, propelling the camp's development to new heights. Days later, Ailey surveyed the energy points displayed on her panel and deemed it time to summon the second batch of players. Chapter 4: The arrival of the second batch of players, continuing the expansion upon receiving the latest directive to summon 1,000 players. The system, now brimming with energy, initiated the release of a testing list on the official website, swiftly selecting individuals from the millions of registered participants. As the synthesized electronic voice resonated, pillars of light burst forth in the camp's open area, and 1,000 players emerged, gazing around in astonishment. My goodness, I never anticipated this game to be real. I thought it was merely a more immersive version of the games I had played before. But this sensation feels akin to traversing into another realm. Enough talk, Long AO. Where is Long AO? I am your fan, and I wish to join you in slaying monsters and leveling up. Is it true that this game allows for actual blacksmithing? It won't be like previous games where a few taps would suffice, will it? After a brief period of shock, the players began to mobilize, quickly finding suitable roles within the camp. With the influx of new players, the overall efficiency of the camp saw a marked improvement. The players venturing into the wilderness have significantly expanded their hunting grounds, resulting in a dramatic increase in the number of beasts meeting their demise each day. Meanwhile, miners have descended to depths of over 100 meters. Were it not for the soil being exchangeable for contribution points, the landscape might have been marred by the emergence of yet another hillock. The expansion of campsites has sprung forth as abundantly as mushrooms after rain. Remarkably, only a few days have passed since the arrival of the players, yet a village capable of accommodating over 1,000 inhabitants has risen from the ground. Complete with stone walls and gates, and watchtowers stationed atop the walls are the guards of Ailey, led by Catherine, for it is prudent to leave perilous endeavors to the immortal players, while those seeking merriment should remain within the camp, as they are after all here for amusement. Adjacent to the camp lies a designated breeding area, where all manner of beasts captured by the players over recent days are corralled. Its scale rivals that of a small zoo, with the most noteworthy inhabitants being the hundreds of grey wolf beasts tamed by the players. Some of these wolves have been specifically trained for combat riding, while others serve as sturdy pack animals, transporting felled trees and construction materials, or perhaps heavy weaponry for future battlegrounds. On the opposite side of the camp, an experimental zone has been established, where players from the scientific faction, led by the ID, Einstein, have commenced the development of an electromagnetic cannon, rendering explosions a commonplace occurrence. Each player within the camp possesses their own abode, though due to their varied preferences, scarcely any two houses are alike. Some are extravagantly luxurious, while others resemble mere matchboxes, constructed from wooden planks and designed to keep out the rain. However, they all share one common feature: a plot of farmland. Nearly every player's residence is accompanied by a field brimming with crops, the majority of which are edible plants, albeit a small portion consists of poisonous flora gathered from the forest. These toxic plants are cultivated for the purpose of enhancing their lethality. A swift swipe of a blade smeared with such venom can swiftly fell even the mightiest of beasts lurking at the forest's edge. At this moment, Ailey resides in the largest house at the heart of the camp, a structure erected through her posted commissions. She languidly reclines on a rocking chair crafted by the players, overseeing their activities through the system interface. One display panel reveals a player exuberantly galloping through the forest on a giant wolf he has just captured, shouting with glee, whether due to his lack of awareness or poor skill. The wolf collides violently with a tree, sending the rider tumbling. Such traffic mishaps have become the norm. In lighter instances, the rider escapes unscathed while the wolf endures, but in graver cases, the wolf and its rider meet a tragic end. Numerous wolves have found themselves on the spit due to such incidents. Another display panel showcases a hunting scene where a player is crouched in the grass, wielding a weapon resembling a 2-meter-long sniper rifle. The player, identified as Eagle Eye, is among the second batch of players, a practitioner of second-tier martial prowess and third-tier magic. The sniper rifle in his possession was meticulously designed and forged by Long Ao. With specially crafted ammunition, he peers through the scope, aiming at a fifth-tier beast several hundred meters away, a creature known as the Iron Clawbear, a formidable entity measuring approximately 5 meters in length and 4 meters in height. Its most distinguishing feature is its impenetrable hide, particularly the head, which can withstand all but the mightiest of martial or magical assaults, or specialized weapons and magical artifacts. The creature's namesake derives from its claws. Capable of effortlessly severing steel, should it grasp a human, that individual would be torn apart as easily as paper. With his sights set on the beast's head, Eagle Eye concentrates, channeling his third-tier magical energy into a more potent lightning spell to charge the railgun. Theoretically, with sufficient electrical power, ample coils, and materials of adequate hardness and melting point, the electromagnetic cannon's power knows no bounds. The potency of a third-tier lightning spell surpasses that of the first and second tiers. And thus, the electromagnetic pistol driven by it wields immense force, as does the sniper rifle. With the charging complete, Eagle Eye pulls the trigger, and a resounding crack echoes through the air as a 20mm bullet hurtles toward its target at several thousand meters per second. In an instant, the bear's head explodes like a shattered watermelon, the bullet continuing its course, piercing several meters of earth and staining the surrounding grass with blood. A system prompt announces the successful hunt. And the hunter stows his rifle before resuming the search for his next quarry. Meanwhile, a shadow darts through the forest with uncanny speed, its form akin to a specter as it reaps the lives it encounters. A second-tier gray wolf prowls the woods, ever vigilant of its surroundings, when suddenly an object hurtles toward its head. By the time the wolf reacts, a 20-centimeter iron dart has already pierced its skull. Blood oozing from the wound as the mighty creature collapses helplessly. The shadow, retracting its right hand, perches atop a tree, listening to the system's notifications while surveying the fallen prey. A swift glance reveals a third-tier long-toothed tiger several hundred meters away. And in an instant, the shadow vanishes from sight. The long-toothed tiger moves cautiously when suddenly a fierce gust of wind sweeps through, followed by a sharp pain above its head. The shadow's left fist strikes the tiger's skull. Magical energy surging forth to activate an apparatus resembling a gauntlet on its arm, unleashing a half-meter-long blade that pierces through the tiger's head, killing it instantly without a sound. This individual, identified as Shadow, is a fourth-tier martial artist and third-tier magician, preferring solitude and possessing an inclination for assassination. The device on his wrist is also a product of Long Ao's craftsmanship. Meanwhile, Long Ao himself is nestled in his forge, poring over blueprints while hammering away at something, a sly grin occasionally creeping onto his face, evidently inspired by thoughts of creating yet another devastating invention against the beasts. Amidst the chaos wrought by these bloodthirsty players, those engaged in leisurely gathering and building are also industriously at work. Players in the vicinity have nearly reduced the area to a desert through relentless deforestation. Miners have begun to ponder the issue of oxygen depletion, with unfortunate souls perishing due to overexertion in their excavations. Gatherers of various poisons have contributed significantly to the area's desolation, among them Wang Yijuan, who, in his quest for culinary ingredients, has sampled a plethora of toxins, often at great personal risk. Nevertheless, the poisons and herbs they produce have proven invaluable to the players, who frequently apply toxins to their weapons to amplify damage. The development of electromagnetic weaponry is still underway. While herbs serve to heal wounds, particularly for staunching bleeding and neutralizing toxins, staunching blood flow is essential to prevent incidents akin to Long Ao's near-fatal arterial injury from a wolf bite. While detoxification averts calamities resulting from encounters with poisonous beasts or unfortunate accidents involving self-inflicted wounds from contaminated weapons. Among the player's myriad experiences, one individual, having successfully slain a beast, inadvertently licked a weapon poisoned with his own concoction, only to realize he had neglected to bring an antidote, resulting in his untimely demise. Back at the camp, beyond healing and toxins, herbs can also enhance certain aspects of the human body, providing buffs. This brings us back to Wang Yijuan, whose culinary creations bestow various enhancements. Remarkably, the effects of these dishes often surpass those of similar magical potions, with even longer-lasting benefits. Consequently, Wang Yijuan's contribution points have swelled, as nearly every player seeks to purchase a dish from him to prepare for unforeseen circumstances or temporarily bolster their abilities to maximize their yields. Numerous players have sought mentorship from Wang Yijuan, who generously imparts his knowledge. Though success ultimately hinges on individual capability, many have faced the ignominy of charred offerings or dishes that, while completed, lack the finesse of Wang Yijuan's culinary art. Overall, aside from the significant mortality of beasts, the atmosphere remains one of peace and prosperity, yet, barring unforeseen circumstances, one cannot shake the feeling that trouble looms on the horizon. As if on cue, the system notification resonates, prompting Ailey to glance at the screen. From the perspective of players on the front lines, thick smoke begins to rise ominously from the distant treetops. Chapter 5, Assault on the Blood Orc Camp. Observing the distant billowing smoke, several players on the front lines have become alert. They guide their giant wolves forward cautiously, halting beside a suitably positioned tree. After securing their mounts, one player ascends the tree. Upon reaching the treetop, he retrieves a sniper rifle identical to Eagle Eyes from his backpack. Focusing his gaze through the scope to scrutinize the source of the smoke through the lens, he discerns a campsite, where crude structures resembling tents dominate the landscape. The supports are wooden, and the tarpaulins appear to be fashioned from coarse fabric of uncertain origin. At the center of this encampment stands the largest tent, presumably the residence of the camp's leader. The inhabitants are a fearsome cadre of towering humanoid creatures with crimson skin and vicious fangs. Blood orcs. The player perched atop the tree mutters involuntarily as he consults the system's bestiary. Through the system's live broadcast, several players beneath the tree witnessed the unfolding scene. This was a profoundly savage and brutal race, their skin a deep crimson reminiscent of blood, while they possessed a certain degree of intelligence. Their personalities were ferocious, acting as if they were mere beasts. They were aptly named blood orcs due to their unique affinity. The more they bled, the stronger they became. In simpler terms, the greater the injuries they sustained in battle, the more exhilarated they grew, thus enhancing their combat prowess. Blood orcs tower over humans and possess physical attributes that far exceed those of mankind. Once they reach maturity, they can easily contend with a group of well-trained human warriors using only their physical strength. Consequently, humans of the same rank often require teamwork to defeat them. The blood orcs excel in close combat, yet among them are individuals who wield magic, commonly referred to as shamans. Their duties typically involve healing their injured kin or conducting brutal, sanguinary rituals to honor their beliefs. Although shamans are proficient in magic, this does not imply they lack skill in close-quarters combat. The formidable physical prowess of blood orcs renders them living weapons, enabling even shamans to possess commendable melee capabilities. Once the players had thoroughly assessed the situation at the blood orc camp, they relayed their findings to the system's world channel. Before long, every player in the game was aware of the development. Wow, it seems we are about to embark on a dungeon raid. I counted at least 1,000 monsters. Are we forming a team? Brothers, wait for me. At that moment, Long Ao, glancing at the messages in the channel while wiping the blood from his blade, summoned his grey wolf mount, which was feasting on the carcass of a beast. He then activated the voice chat for the entire channel and declared, "Brothers and sisters, I am Long Ao, the leader of the Dragon Flame Club, the largest gaming club in Long Country. As you can see, our fellow brothers ahead have discovered a massive blood orc camp, based on the information from the compendium. There is no doubt that these are our enemies. Therefore, I hereby call upon all players to join me in forming a raid. Participation is entirely voluntary, but I kindly ask everyone to follow my commands during the raid. I assure you that I will provide an exhilarating team battle experience." What? Long Ao, the leader of the largest gaming club in Long Country? With Brother Long leading us, we are sure to succeed. As the leader of the Dragon Flame Club, Long Ao's strategic command in battle was beyond question. In no time, hundreds of players gathered at the location designated by Long Ao. These were the players ready to attack. Of course, one might wonder why they all assembled at Long Ao's chosen spot. Indeed, there were a few lone wolves who preferred to go solo, but upon realizing their own inadequacies in numbers and strength compared to the clearly superior enemy, and crucially lacking suitable weapons, they prudently decided to join the raid. Meanwhile, other players who did not show up were mostly preoccupied with other matters or simply indifferent to the prospect of battle. After tallying the number of attackers, Long Ao began devising tactics. Following a period of discussion, the players commenced their actions according to the strategy. They split into 4 groups, surrounding the entire blood orc camp. Subsequently, all players found suitable positions and lay prone, each retrieving a sniper rifle from their backpacks, purchased from the marketplace, aiming at their desired targets within the camp. This sniper rifle had become standard equipment for all players venturing into the wilderness. Primarily due to its effectiveness, once all players were prepared, Long Ao issued the command. The sound of hundreds of projectiles slicing through the air erupted simultaneously, accompanied by the splattering of blood as over 100 blood orcs' brains were obliterated. plunging the enemy into chaos. Clearly they were taken aback by this unprecedented assault. Damn it, I missed, you fared better. Mine just happened to dodge by picking something up. Enough chatter, prepare for the next shot. The second volley rang out, this time claiming the lives of over 200 blood orcs. Only then did the enemy begin to react, desperately seeking cover. With the third and fourth shots, some blood orcs finally discerned the source of the attacker's onslaught. Yet by then, a significant number of their kin had already fallen in pools of their own blood. The blood orcs then split into 4 groups, charging towards the players, utilizing their superior physical attributes. They quickly closed the distance. Witnessing this, Long Ao shouted, "Vanguard group, follow me." The rest continue firing. With that, he stowed his sniper rifle, unsheathed his crafted Tang Dao and electromagnetic pistol, whistled to summon his giant wolf mount hidden in the forest, and charged towards the enemy. Other players followed suit. Those without mounts grasped their melee weapons and pistols, rushing in directly. Even as they charged, they did not forget to fire a few shots at the enemy. Many blood orcs fell in the wake of this advance. It wasn't long before nearly 300 blood orcs engaged in close combat with the vanguard group, resulting in a chaotic melee of flashing blades and blood-soaked earth. Even so, players in the rear continued to reap the lives of their foes with sniper rifles. During the clash, blood orcs soon realized that the morale of their enemies was soaring, although most of the attackers acted erratically. They were all fearless, continuing to fight even after sustaining grievous injuries, some even fatal. The blood orcs were astonished to find themselves at a disadvantage in the close combat they usually excelled in. One blood orc, witnessing his companions drop dead from unknown weapons, faltered, only to be struck down by a player who seized the opportunity to sever his legs before being overwhelmed by a group of players. In another confrontation, a player was knocked down by a blood orc, and just as the blood orc prepared to finish him off, a shadow suddenly appeared behind it. The player shadow landed a powerful punch on the blood orc's nape, and a blade swiftly emerged from his wrist device, aiming for the enemy's neck. In quick succession, his other hand shot out iron needles, piercing another blood orc's head. After dispatching both foes, Shadow vanished like a specter in search of his next target. Leading the charge was Long Ao, who, alongside his wolf cavalry, executed daring maneuvers amidst the enemy ranks. Realizing the battle was turning against them, the orc shamans in the rear began to concentrate their energies, attempting to reverse the tide for their kin. However, as the magic began to illuminate, a bullet struck, piercing through the shaman's head and interrupting the casting, causing the shaman to collapse into a pool of blood. 20 down, murmured Eagle Eye from a distance. Just as the blood orcs were on the brink of annihilation, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from the largest tent at the camp's center. Moments later, a towering blood orc wielding a massive hammer slowly emerged. Wow, the boss has arrived. If I'm not mistaken, this fellow is the leader here. Just as the blood orc leader prepared to charge, a bullet whizzed past. The leader nonchalantly sidestepped, the projectile narrowly missing and creating a deep dent in the ground. Long Ao rode in on his giant wolf, gripping an electromagnetic pistol, clearly the source of the shot. Upon reaching the blood orc leader's front, he leaped down and shouted, "So you are the boss here?" He then activated the system voice chat, declaring, "This one is mine. Everyone, watch my moves. Eagle Eye, keep an eye out. This game is quite hardcore. If I fail to impress, feel free to take him down. Wake, brother Long. Why are you leaving him to Eagle Eye? He has already got him in his sights. Had it not been for my presence, that creature would likely have been dispatched by him long ago. But if you can snatch the sniper rifle from him, the boss will be yours." With that, Long Ao turned off the voice chat, unsheathed the Tang Dao from his left scabbard, and assumed a fighting stance against the blood orc leader. Upon seeing this, the blood orc leader swung his massive hammer toward Long Ao's head. Long Ao swiftly dodged, but as the hammer struck the ground, spiderweb-like cracks radiated outward, creating a shockwave that nearly knocked him off his feet. Regaining his balance, Long Ao enveloped his blade with fighting energy and struck at the blood orc leader's form. Yet, instead of blood splattering, the blade merely grazed the surface of the skin, failing to penetrate. "It can't break through," Long Ao exclaimed in astonishment. Before he could ponder further, the hammer came crashing toward him. Instinctively, he raised his blade to defend. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded, sending Long Ao flying backward, crashing into a blood orc tent, raising a cloud of dust. From within the debris, Long Ao slowly stood. Realizing he has covered his skin with fighting energy for defense, it seems this brute not only possesses fighting energy but is also at a higher level than I. Observing Long Ao's disheveled state, the blood orc leader smirked disdainfully. "Damn it, a mere data program dares to look down on me," Long Ao roared. Charging forward, the two engaged in a fierce struggle, the hammer's swings and the energy-enveloped blades slashes causing devastation to everything around them. After dozens of exchanges, both sustained injuries, but Long Ao bore the brunt of the damage as the Blood Orc leader's fighting energy was clearly superior to I. In this moment, Long Ao could only hope to strike when the leader concentrated his energy in the hammer. Taking advantage of any moment of vulnerability to inflict damage several times, however, due to the leader's quick reflexes, Long Ao found himself not only failing to land a hit but also taking several hammer blows in return. Were it not for the formidable protection afforded by the radiant armor he donned, he would have long since perished and retreated to the city, yet, the circular guard at the chest of the radiant armor had already been dented from numerous direct blows. Just as the Blood Beastman chief raised his colossal hammer overhead to prepare for a forceful strike, Long Ao seized the opportunity, unleashing the magical energy coursing within him. 4th tier magic, body enhancement. Boom! The massive hammer descended, accompanied by a cloud of dust, and as the smoke cleared, no figure was visible. Suddenly, tearing sounds echoed, as the limbs of the Blood Beastman chief were slashed, and lightning flickered at the wounds. Followed by a surge of thunder that not only paralyzed the limbs but also seared the injuries further. At that moment, Long Ao, positioned behind the chief, dashed forward, wielding his Tanghung knife, aiming a thrust at the back of the chief's head to deliver a decisive blow. Just when everyone believed victory was within Long Ao's grasp, a peculiar smile crept across the lips of the Blood Beastman chief. The chief, who should have been incapacitated, suddenly erupted with immense magical power. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Long Ao and swung his colossal hammer down upon him. Seeing this, Long Ao immediately raised his knife to block, the impact producing a thunderous sound as he was sent hurtling backward. Yet the assault did not cease. Lightning gathered in the Blood Beastman chief's hand, aimed squarely at Long Ao. A bolt thicker than a grown man's arm sliced through the air, striking the fallen Long Ao. From a distance, the keen-eyed archer prepared to pull the trigger. Do not fire. Long Ao's voice thundered through the channel. Emerging from the thick smoke, he rose once more. I said, "It is only when I am dead that it shall be yours." Human, a heavy voice resonated. It was the Blood Beastman chief speaking. Human, you are quite formidable, to be able to exchange blows with me despite such a disparity in our strengths. If I am not mistaken, both your combat aura and magic are inferior to mine by 1 tier. By the way, what is with the weapon in your hand? You should know that my hammer, combined with my strength, can shatter any weapon that is not of a higher tier than mine with but a single blow. Yet, your weapon has endured so many of my strikes unscathed. Several times it was clearly bent, only to spring back as if nothing had happened. What sort of extraordinary magical weapon is this? Yet, I sense no magic emanating from it. After regaining his footing, Long Ao tightened his grip on the Tanghung knife and declared, "What magic are you speaking of? This is technique, the culmination of millennia of wisdom from our people." In truth, while the Tanghung knife was crafted using ancient methods, it was Long Ao's enhancements after creating the first ordinary knife, thickening the blade and increasing its weight, that allowed it to withstand the Blood Beastman chief's onslaught. However, this increased weight rendered the knife difficult for an ordinary person to wield one-handed, prompting Long Ao to advise in the item description that players without combat aura should refrain from using it to avoid strain that could impede their fighting ability. This benefit arose from players having the right to name and describe useful items they created and listed in the marketplace. Of course, for Long Ao, whose physical prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary individual, wielding this knife was as effortless as handling a dagger. Yet, even so, his attack speed remained slower than that of the Blood Beastman chief, highlighting the terrifying disparity of tiers. Even a single tier of difference could yield a significantly greater power. As he observed his dwindling health, Long Ao unhesitatingly opened the player inventory and retrieved an item, a dish crafted by Wang Yijuan that restored health and magical energy, along with special buff effects. Long Ao immediately began to devour it with gusto. The Blood Beastman chief, upon witnessing this, rushed over at high speed, swinging his colossal hammer. With a sharp sound, something shattered. It was the bowl that held the dish. "Consider the compensation for that bowl to be settled by your beastly head." Long Ao stood defiantly before the Blood Beastman chief. Ding! A system notification chimed. Player's health restored by 80, magical energy restored by 60. Special buff detected. Player's damage increased by 50, speed increased by 25, attack speed increased by 10. Goodness, the moment of greatest exasperation for a boss fighting a player, frenziedly consuming health restoring items, Long Ao surged toward the Blood Beastman chief with a speed even greater than before. The Tanghung knife transforming into a blur as it struck the chief's form, delivering dozens of slashes in an instant. Caught off guard by Long Ao's sudden surge in power, the Blood Beastman chief found himself receiving several hits. And empowered by the effects of the potion, Long Ao finally dealt considerable damage. The Tang Hung knife cleaved through the protective aura, sinking deeply into the chief's flesh, blood spraying forth, yet, due to the inherent characteristics of the Blood Beast Man and his higher tier, along with years of combat experience, the chief gradually adapted to Long Ao's onslaught. More and more of Long Ao's attacks were thwarted, and the battle reached a stalemate. Both sides unleashed magic, creating a chaotic maelstrom of combat aura and spells that obliterated everything in their surroundings. However, this back and forth did not last long. Long Ao landed a blow upon the Blood Beast Man chief's flesh, yet failed to pierce through. The potion's effects waned. Seizing the opportunity, the chief once more raised his colossal hammer overhead. Long Ao, refusing to yield, leapt back sharply to evade the hammer's strike, seizing the moment to draw his electromagnetic pistol from his right side. Lightning magic activated, and with the pull of the trigger, a projectile shot forth at astonishing speed, piercing the Blood Beast Man chief's chest. Though the damage was not fatal, this blow was a hard-won opportunity for Long Ao. Indeed, while the electromagnetic pistol possessed tremendous power, its need for charge time and magical activation rendered its firing speed comparable only to that of a flintlock firearm, still far slower than true modern weaponry. When Long Ao first attempted to shoot from a distance, only to have the Blood Beast Man chief evade effortlessly, he realized he had to find the right moment. After numerous exchanges, when the chief first lifted his hammer to attack, Long Ao noted that this strike was noticeably slower than his other attacks, thus recognizing it as an opportunity. Yet, he understood that even then, he had little time, and so he hastily aimed and fired, resulting in a shot that did not strike a vital point. Just as Long Ao landed and prepared to take a second shot, the Blood Beast Man chief, disregarding his chest wound, charged toward Long Ao with remarkable speed. Long Ao could hardly react in time, and the chief's hammer struck the electromagnetic pistol in his grasp, bending it beyond use, and then unleashed a lightning spell. The lightning struck Long Ao's legs, rendering him immobile. Witnessing the destruction of his most threatening weapon and realizing his opponent's temporary incapacity, the Blood Beast Man chief confidently raised his colossal hammer once more, intent on reducing Long Ao to a pulp. Is it over? In the face of such dire circumstances, a strange smile crept upon Long Ao's lips. He swiftly sheathed the Tang Hung knife. Magical energy surged, currents coursing through the sheath as the internal rail began to charge. Lightning, born of combat aura and magic, intertwined around the blade. Watch closely. This move I learned from Sam. P.S. For details, refer to Metal Gear Solid. Electromagnetic launch. Long Ao pressed the switch on the sheath. Boom! With a resounding blast, the Tang Hung knife shot forth at incredible speed. Enhanced by electromagnetic power, combat aura, and magic, the blade easily sliced through the Blood Beast Man chief's abdomen, severing the spine that supported his body. As the wound erupted with electricity, currents surged into the injury, further damaging his internal organs. It was only then that the Blood Beast Man chief comprehended the gravity of the situation. But the intense pain that followed caused him to relinquish his grip on the colossal hammer, his legs crumpling as he knelt. Yet, the chief's superior physique allowed him to retain consciousness, his hands trembling slightly as though he still wished to retaliate. However, Long Ao was unwilling to grant him that chance. Firmly gripping the Tang Hung knife, he assumed a thrusting stance, ready to strike once more. Seeing this, the Blood Beast Man chief summoned the last of his strength to envelop himself in combat aura, attempting to block the impending blow in a final act of defiance. Yet, Long Ao revealed yet another uncanny smile, the light shimmering in his hand as the Tang Hung knife vanished, replaced by a self-made sniper rifle measuring approximately 1.3 meters in length. The dark muzzle pressed firmly against the Blood Beast Man chief's forehead. Magical lightning discharged, currents charging the rail as Long Ao's finger gradually tightened on the trigger. Upon seeing the hand that was about to pull the trigger, the Blood Beast Man chief immediately understood what was aimed at his brow. Long Ao declared, boom! With a thunderous explosion, the chief's skull shattered, blood spraying in all directions, and his headless corpse collapsed backward, accompanied by a system notification: the battle is concluded. Indeed, nothing surpasses the reliability of firearms. Long Ao slowly stowed his weapon, exclaiming, victory, victory, Long Ao is incredible, Long Ao is incredible. Hey, stop shouting and come loot the body already. By the way, who was the fool that messed up and blew my head off? That incident in the forest with the arrow in my rear was one thing, but this time, blowing my head off is just unacceptable. Thus, the Blood Beastmen were entirely vanquished. Chapter 6, The Arrival of the Third Batch of Players. Advancing technology. With the annihilation of the Blood Beastman encampment, the players reaped abundant resources and contribution points. After thoroughly pillaging everything in the camp, they joyfully returned to their own encampment. In truth, the Blood Beastmen were exceptionally powerful. Without the firearms in the player's possession, even in a match of equal tiers, it would have been exceedingly difficult for the players to defeat a single blood beastman. It can be said that there are very few blood orcs who have met their demise at the hands of players wielding knives. Most have either been sniped from a distance or stealthily eliminated via American-style IAI jutsu. As a high-tier species, the rewards for slaying them are indeed substantial. Each adult blood orc typically yields 1,000 energy points upon defeat. And this is merely for the ordinary blood orcs lacking any enhancements from martial energy or magic. Being a higher tier race, they inherently possess significant energy, and naturally, as their rank increases, so too does their energy capacity, leading to greater energy point rewards among the blood orcs present at the camp. Even the weakest start at a third tier, which means that the energy points accumulated by Ailey at that time approached several tens of thousands. Coupled with the energy points accrued by the players during this period, Ailey's total energy points soared to 1,000,000. Therefore, seizing the opportunity presented by this surplus of energy points, Ailey resolved to make a grand move. The system initiated the summoning of the third batch of players, this time summoning 10,000 individuals. As expected, the recruitment information for these 10,000 players was snatched up almost instantaneously. Shortly thereafter, the 10,000 players arrived. And after a brief moment of astonishment, they swiftly mobilized to seek out suitable positions for themselves. Certainly, amidst such a multitude, there would be some astute players who might question the authenticity of this world. Ailey had long been prepared for this. By adjusting the players' sensory perceptions and continuously contrasting the game with reality, she ensured that the so-called performance remained just above that of reality, yet not excessively so. In order to prevent any awareness of the real world from encroaching upon the game, not only that, but Ailey also incorporated some so-called past bugs within an acceptable range, allowing them to vanish within a reasonable timeframe. Claiming repairs were made, thus ensuring that the game's popularity remained higher than that of other games while completely dispelling players' doubts regarding the real world, convincing everyone that it was merely a game. Ailey was determined to keep the truth from being uncovered to avoid any troublesome consequences. To speak solely from Ailey's self-interest. If the officials of the Dragon Kingdom and the real world were to take notice, they would undoubtedly attempt to impose a blockade at the earliest opportunity. After all, the safety of such a phenomenon was uncertain. Even if it were deemed safe, there would still be attempts to contain it. For a genuine and unknown world inherently harbors countless uncertainties, making it impossible for the average citizen to partake. Even if containment were not feasible, it would certainly be labeled as illegal or banned under a reasonable pretext to sever any ties with the game. Given the law-abiding attitude of the Dragon Kingdom's populace, by that time, no players would come to engage with the game, resulting in a lack of workers for her. You might ask about the possibility of opening it up to the outside world. But that was even less likely. Ailey herself would never agree to it. If individuals from abroad were to derive power from this world to contend against their own nation, while her country suffered due to a lack of timely access to this world's strength in the name of public safety, Ailey would prefer to take her own life rather than become a historical sinner. Even if there were to be an opening to foreign nations, it would have to be the Dragon Kingdom that first reaps the benefits. Overall, it remained preferable to prevent the energy of this world from spilling into reality and causing disruption. Whatever happened in this world was of little concern to her, especially considering the malice she had encountered upon her arrival. Observing the experts and professors of the real world extolling the virtues of the game without the slightest inkling of its authenticity, Ailey revealed a relieved smile after the third batch of players joined. The efficiency of energy point acquisition for the system markedly increased, and the camp expanded severalfold, now resembling a small town. At this moment, Long AO was testing the newly developed weapon alongside Einstein. Before them stood a cylindrical structure composed of 6 long tubes, with its round opening aimed at a row of trees approximately 1,000 meters away. The cylinder was securely anchored by a stand, and on its left side, bullets hung in a chain-like formation, connecting to the 6 long tubes. On the right side was a handle responsible for rotating these 6 tubes. This was none other than the infamous Gatling gun, albeit modified by the players. 2 chains spread out on either side, each held by 2 players, while a third player stood in the middle, gripping a joystick with his right hand and a handle with his left, ready to adjust the firing direction at any moment. In fact, during the players' research, they discovered that the lightning spell had 2 applications. One was to release a controllable bolt of lightning at once, while the other involved continuous discharge, which was also controllable. The former was akin to firing a handgun, pulling the trigger one shot at a time, while the latter resembled a machine gun, creating a stable propulsion magnetic field through constant electrical input for sustained fire. However, this method consumed a significant amount of magical energy, and the time taken to chamber the bullets would further deplete some energy, rendering lower-tier magic users incapable of firing more than a few shots. Especially for heavy machine guns like the Gatling, one would need at least third-tier magic to operate it. Alternatively, multiple players could charge it to extend firing time or increase power. Ready, fire, Long AO shouted. With his command, the players gripping the chains simultaneously unleashed the lightning spell, causing currents to flow through the chains, energizing the 6 barrels and generating a powerful magnetic field. The player responsible for firing then frantically manipulated the joystick with his right hand. The barrels began to spin, bang, 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 accompanied by a rapid succession of gunfire. Bullets rained down upon the trees ahead. The player's left hand also pulled on the handle to adjust the gun's direction, altering the trajectory of the shots. After several minutes, the gunfire ceased. The trunks of the trees in front had turned into a hive of destruction, with several even being cleanly severed in two, toppling to the ground. It seems the new weapon is quite formidable, Long AO remarked. After all, it is based on the notorious Widowmaker, Einstein added. By the way, Einstein, how is your electromagnetic cannon development progressing? It has already entered the testing phase, though adjustments to its accuracy are still needed. I've heard you're employing a technique called a magic array in its construction. The raw materials for that are harvested from the bodies of magical beasts. Correct. In essence, it releases predetermined spells through certain triggering methods, but the magical energy contained within diminishes as a result, requiring the mage to manually recharge it or to use another magic crystal to restore its energy for subsequent use. So in a way, this magic crystal is akin to a conductor in battery in reality. Indeed, Long Gu, but I personally feel that the magic crystal resembles silicon more closely, although silicon does exist, given that there is sand in this game. By utilizing the magic array technique I learned from Mike, our electromagnetic cannon can continue firing projectiles using the magic stored within the magic array, even without a mage present to recharge the rails. However, it requires a substantial amount of space to inscribe the magic array, so it cannot yet be employed in handheld firearms. Of course, we are already attempting to miniaturize it. I've heard that in the Kingdom of St. Delis, there is indeed technology for inscribing small magic arrays onto objects. Recently, I have also been researching a derived technology for magical energy storage and an infinite charging method that transmits energy in a manner similar to electromagnetic waves, allowing the magic array to receive it for recharging. Wow. That sounds impressive. If you achieve that, wouldn't you surpass me, directly converting fossil energy into electrical energy? Not at all, if it weren't for your substantial support, Long Gu, providing us daily with a plethora of contribution points for our experiments. These projects would be mere fantasies. In truth, Long AO realized the significance of technological advancement for this game after inventing the electromagnetic firearms. The demonstration of these weapons' power, convenience, and the cost-effectiveness of slaying prey, coupled with the high dependency of players on them, further solidified Long AO's resolve to vigorously promote technological development. To this end, he dispatched employees from the Long Yen Club who had earned qualification for testing, urging them to amass contribution points to gather research materials. He also convened a large group of players eager to invent new items within the game. Moreover, your contributions are not insignificant. If it weren't for your reminders, I wouldn't have thought of that direction, he added. You overestimate me. I'm merely someone with a few intriguing ideas. By the way, what do you do in reality? Oh, you needn't worry, if you prefer not to share. That's perfectly fine. I'm simply curious, as you always seem to approach these inventions with a researcher's mindset unlike others who are simply playing. To be honest, Long Gu, I am a graduate student at Longting University and have previously worked at a research institution. I aspire to contribute to the country's scientific endeavors in the future. Wow, Longting University, a prestigious institution, you're quite the talented individual. Please, Long Gu, do not be so excited. If we're talking about impressive accomplishments, you are the one to beat. Not only are you the owner of the largest gaming club in the country, but you are also the founder of the leading enterprise, Long Yen Corporation, and a national martial arts champion. Furthermore, when it comes to academic credentials, you, as a graduate of Longting University, are no slouch either. Not at all. I am merely an ordinary businessman running a company. How can I compare to you dedicated researchers who contribute to the nation? Moreover, in a world where falling behind means being beaten, whether I am struck by a passenger plane or a missile will ultimately depend on you national treasures. That said, do you not think there are areas for improvement in this Gatling gun? For instance, we could eliminate the joystick and replace it with an electric motor. Wouldn't that be better? This way, the gunner in the middle would only need to control the direction. The electric motor harnesses the rotating magnetic field generated by an electrified coil, exerting its influence upon the rotor to produce magnetic torque. After conducting a series of rapid-fire tests with the firearm, it has been confirmed that the game's performance and rules permit such modifications. Indeed, the installation of an electric motor to enhance efficiency is entirely feasible, and now, this is not a laboratory, so there is no need for such gravity. To be frank, I had already developed the electric motor and even created equipment based on it, which has now become two popular items. You may check the marketplace panel for yourself. Or with that, Einstein opened the shop to begin his search. Before long, he exclaimed, "Goodness, Brother Long, why are you already contemplating the cosmos when we have yet to unify this planet?" He continued, "Moreover, since you have already conducted tests, why didn't you simply equip the machine gun during this experiment?" "Haha, alright, you should continue with your endeavors. I have matters to attend to," said Long Ao, striding towards his blacksmith shop and studio. Upon closing the door, he accessed his system panel and delved into the reality network for information. Soon, a segment detailing the working principles of batteries appeared on the screen, followed by an image of a military jeep. Chapter 7. Two equipments and an encounter with danger in a certain area outside the camp. Remnants of felled trees and the occasional thunderous crash of falling timber marked the logging zone established by players, an area cleared for the future expansion of the camp and the construction of infrastructure. A player approached a grand tree and retrieved from his backpack a weapon resembling a sword, yet its blade was adorned with serrated edges akin to a shark's teeth. The polished edges glinted menacingly, revealing their sharpness, and a chain was embedded beneath the wedge. After determining the appropriate height and angle, the player unleashed a bolt of lightning, channeling it into the sword's hilt, activating the mechanism within the gauntlet. The device rotated, causing the serrated blade to spin rapidly along the sword's surface. With a resounding crack, the massive tree succumbed to its fate, collapsing with an abrupt silence. However, the commotion had drawn forth danger. Concealed within the nearby thicket lay a colossal beast, the Nemean lion. This formidable fourth-tier magical beast is renowned for its resilient hide, rendering it nearly impervious to damage unless faced with higher-tier opponents or specialized weaponry. At that moment, it observed the player ahead, preparing to launch a swift attack as the player's weapon emitted another thunderous sound. By the time the player registered the threat, the lion had lunged from its hiding spot. Just as it was about to pounce, the player tightened his grip on his tool, the spinning blade poised to strike at the Nemean lion's neck. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through the lion's skin as if parting fine cloth, the tremendous force driving it aside while the blade continued its relentless penetration, blood gushing forth until the lion's head fell to the ground. The target had been slain, and contribution points were being calculated. Indeed, Brother Long's creation excels in both harvesting and combat. The player wielded the latest weapon designed by Long Ao, the Ripper chainsaw sword. Its design was inspired by chainsaws, serving as the iconic weapon of genetically enhanced super soldiers from a long-forgotten empire. It was heavy, and without a substantial amount of chi, it would be nearly impossible to wield. While the chainsaw chain was prone to damage, it could be repaired or replaced with sufficient contribution points. Moreover, any registered item, including structures, could be swiftly repaired, often utilized by players to mend damaged weapons during combat, thereby turning the tide of battle. Furthermore, players could also use contribution points to heal injuries sustained in battle, as their bodies were composed of energy points. Meanwhile, deeper within the forest, a creature resembling a leopard, a fourth-tier lightning leopard, moved with the swiftness of lightning, adept at evading incoming bullets. It was known as the monster responsible for the highest number of player fatalities. Most players only had one opportunity to attack, as the leopard's lightning speed would eliminate them before a second shot could be fired, particularly when faced with electromagnetic handguns, having experienced repeated assaults. This lightning leopard was well acquainted with the player's electromagnetic weaponry. As it leisurely roamed the woods, a player concealed within the nearby grass observed his quarry, armed with a weapon approximately 80 centimeters long, featuring a caliber of 8mm and a circular magazine, an embodiment of the Bop-Osha submachine gun invented in the Bear Country. This was the second popular weapon crafted by Long Ao. The assault submachine gun. The player raised his weapon, took aim, and gathered magical energy, forming a stream of lightning that coursed into the grip. Upon pulling the trigger, the electrical current activated the rail while simultaneously diverting power to the motor within the magazine. The rotating mechanism loaded 71 rounds while a powerful magnetic field propelled the bullets towards the target. The bullets sped forth, but the lightning leopard reacted swiftly, leaping aside just as the first bullet struck the ground. Creating a crater, believing it had evaded danger, the beast prepared to counterattack when another bullet struck close by, followed by a barrage that rapidly expanded the crater's circumference. 2 bullets struck the lightning leopard's body, inflicting immense pain and triggering an instinctual flight response. Though the creature was robust, even 2 shots could not hinder its rapid retreat, albeit its speed was noticeably diminished. The player lurking in the grass was determined not to let the opportunity slip away and surged forward, firing his HRAN.IN response to the player's relentless pursuit. The lightning leopard twisted and dodged, enduring pain while desperately trying to increase the distance between them. Frustrated with the ever-widening gap, the player fired furiously, but each shot was evaded by the creature's extraordinary reflexes and speed. Eventually, the weapon fell silent, no bullets remained. Realizing the attack had ceased, the lightning leopard accelerated once more, soon becoming a mere speck in the distance. Witnessing its escape, the player felt a surge of discontent, yet a peculiar smile crept across his face. As the lightning leopard, thinking the danger had passed, began to slow down, its wounds from the previous exertion worsened, and its consciousness was eroded by excruciating pain. However, death was not yet done with it. Concealed in the nearby grass lay another player, sniper rifle in hand, poised to strike. The bullet soared through the air, leaving a 20mm hole in the lightning leopard's body, the shockwave obliterating its internal organs. The creature staggered and collapsed into a pool of its own blood, gasping for breath. Just then, footsteps approached. "Thanks, brother," the player who had been chasing it said as he reached the fallen lightning leopard. In its final moments, the creature's last sight was the dark muzzle of the gun aimed at its head. "Did you enjoy it when you killed me?" With a resounding crack, the target was slain, and contribution points were being calculated. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a trio of adventurers clad in armor formed a makeshift exploration team, riding captured gray demon wolves deeper into the woods. "I suppose we are the furthest travelers in this direction," Player B remarked. "Perhaps. Currently the camp serves as the center, divided into 4 cardinal directions. We chose to venture north into the forest. I wonder how others fare in their respective paths," the leading player responded. "The deeper we go, the stronger the monsters become. However, in the face of our firearms, they might as well be made of paper. There is hardly any challenge now," Player A noted. "Hey, ease up on the kills. Those corpses can be collected for contribution points. Your slaughtering forces us to stop and gather them, which is quite bothersome," Player B retorted. "Can you blame me? They charge at us to their doom. We can't just refrain from fighting back," Player A replied. "Alright, when we return, let's brainstorm ways to address the corpse collection issue. If nothing comes to mind, we can post the problem in the question group." The leading player suggested. "What is that?" Player A inquired. "It's a built-in system feature, seemingly designed for hardcore players who enjoy inventing. When those experts have idle time, they can come up with new ideas based on these queries. As you know, the game's marketplace is quite unique. It sells lifeless items created by players or scanned by the system. Of course, the official team also updates with new items, though they mostly consist of materials like wood and stone. The game rewards contribution points based on the demand for player-created items. The more popular the item, the higher the rewards. Some skilled players have amassed considerable wealth," the leading player explained. "Invention comes with rewards? Perhaps we should give it a try," Player B suggested. "Let's discuss it further when we return." Not be By the way, if we truly want to invent something, we can seek funding from Brother Long, the leading player remarked. "Wait, aren't you worried about being deceived?" Player A asked. "It is not so simple. First and foremost, this game is incredibly realistic. One must possess reliable ideas and achieve certain results that cannot be readily found online. And the requested prices must not be excessively outrageous. Moreover, there will be a performance selection against others with similar functionalities, and if the performance and cost-effectiveness do not surpass theirs, funding will be denied." As stated by the lead player, this scrutiny is indeed stringent, Player B remarked. Just as they were engaged in lively conversation, an arrow suddenly shot forth, piercing Player A, who stood to the left of the lead player. His head exploded, transforming into a burst of white light, leaving the giant wolf beneath him in utter bewilderment. The remaining 2 players immediately became alert, instructing the giant wolf to halt while securing their helmets and raising their weapons to vigilantly survey their surroundings. "What was that just now?" Player B inquired, eyes wide with shock. "I don't know. We need to activate the system's recording function quickly. Based on my years of gaming and novel reading experience, we are likely in grave danger." The lead player replied. At that moment, another arrow flew in and struck the ground near the lead player. "Damn it," the lead player bellowed, retaliating by firing towards the origin of the arrow, despite the ferocity of his bullets. They fell silent, achieving nothing. Suddenly, an arrow that seemed to come from nowhere struck the head of the giant wolf beneath the lead player, killing it instantly and causing its heavy body to collapse. Dragging the lead player down with it.my wolf, the one I just tamed, the lead player cried out in despair. Witnessing this, he immediately sprang to his feet, disregarding all else, and began firing into the surrounding woods. Ultimately, he too was felled by an arrow to the head, leaving only one player in disarray. What the hell? Where are my teammates? Why is everyone dead? Someone help! Player B exclaimed in panic. He was soon struck by several arrows and collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. Chapter 8, a test, refined version. After the three were attacked, only two returned to the camp. Shortly thereafter, a video was sent to the world channel. At that moment in the open area of the camp, Long Ao was watching the footage. Tian Buffon, come here for a moment. Long Ao called to the person beside him. What is it? Long Gui. Tian Buffon replied. Tian Buffon served as the vice president of the Longyan Club, acting as Long Ao's right-hand man, with a female secretary at his side. What do you make of this? Long Ao asked, replaying the video once more. Long Good. Judging by the situation, it appears the opponents are quite skilled in ambush tactics. Perhaps we should communicate with the shadows, those who are knowledgeable in such matters. I asked them, but they said they were unavailable. As for the remaining tech, it is lacking. Never mind, go fetch some people. Let's test their temperament first. Oh, and remember to have the brothers bring that. It should be able to withstand gunfire and block those arrows. Long Ao instructed. Understood. Long Ge.as. Tian Buffon departed. Long Ao replayed the video, pausing at a specific frame and zooming in on a rapidly moving shadow in a corner of the screen. Hours later, a team of over 1,000 players advanced through the forest. Most were members of the Longyan Club, while the rest were independent players seeking to join, provided they followed orders and did not create chaos. Those who believed they could manage on their own or formed their own groups had mostly perished and returned to the city. Each player was equipped with nearly the most advanced gear available, and in addition to the essential electromagnetic weaponry, they carried a rectangular shield modeled after real-world bulletproof shields, measuring 2 meters long, 80 centimeters wide, and 10 centimeters thick, crafted from steel and weighing approximately 1 ton. The top of the shield featured a rectangular opening for observation, originally designed to contain bulletproof glass, but due to a lack of appropriate tools, it remained empty. A groove on the right side allowed for gunfire, and the bottom was designed with a stand to secure it in place as cover. The shield's weight was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. Yet for players trained in combat energy, particularly those at advanced levels, it posed no challenge. For someone like Long Ao, who possessed the strongest combat energy at the 8th level and the highest magical power at the 7th level, the weight felt as light as an egg. Long Ao led the team at the forefront, clad not in the usual bright armor but in the heaviest armor of ancient Dragon Kingdom. The human walking armor, which had also been modified, weighing nearly double its real-world counterpart at close to 100 kilograms. Upon reaching the designated location, Long Ao positioned the shield before him, peering through the observation slot. The players behind him followed suit, advancing step by step. Suddenly an arrow shot down from the treetops, landing near Long Ao's feet. Upon witnessing this, Long Ao immediately raised his shield, using the groove to set up his weapon and fire at the direction from which the arrow had come, quickly repositioning the shield as bullets pierced through the treetops, only managing to knock down a few leaves. Just as Long Ao was preparing to observe through the viewing window, an arrow shot directly towards it. Acting on instinct, Long Ao quickly lifted the shield to defend himself. However, the force of the impact startled even him. Without delay, he lowered the shield, set down the support at its base, and crouched behind it, shouting, "Raise the shield, raise the shield!" At Long Ao's command, all players promptly followed suit, raising their shields. As expected, a torrential downpour of arrows soon fell upon them, striking the raised shields with precision, some even penetrating through the observation slots and embedding themselves near the players' heels. Given the current circumstances, it seemed nearly impossible to peer through the observation slot to ascertain what was happening. In response, Long Ao immediately cast spells or utilized combat energy to probe the treetops for any signs of the enemy. Yet, whether through detection spells or energy sensing, he could not discern any presence among the treetops. Are they concealed by some means? Or is this an innate ability of theirs? Long Ao pondered, even though he could not visually locate the enemies. The system map clearly marked their positions with red dots, yet the sheer number of foes, at least 100, was daunting, all capable of stealth. Long Ao commanded heavy machine gun team, open fire on the red dots displayed on the map. With that, the players responsible for heavy machine gun fire took cover behind the specially designed shields, inserting their assembled guns through designated openings, allowing the barrels to extend outward, with the assistance of several players. They unleashed a ferocious hail of bullets towards the marked locations on the map. The metallic storm of bullets surged towards the enemy positions. However, the unknown adversaries seemed to possess an uncanny foresight. swiftly maneuvering to the left side of the player's formation and evading the onslaught. Subsequently, the enemies began to move rapidly to the flanks, as if receiving some signal. Long Ao, sharp-eyed, recognized this as an attempt by the enemies to execute a pincer movement. Therefore, he immediately ordered, "Form a circular formation, form a circular formation." The others quickly rushed to comply, encircling Long Ao with their shields to create a large circle. Just as the formation was established, arrows rained down from all directions. The players took cover behind their shields, attempting various counterattacks, while some unfortunate players were struck in the head during their responses, disintegrating into white light and returning to the city to die in the face of this chaos. Long Ao remained composed. Meanwhile, Tian Bufan anxiously inquired, "Longo, what should we do now? We are surrounded." "Not to worry. We shall employ the contingency plan we discussed earlier. The surroundings are dense with trees. We can simply set them ablaze." Long Ao proclaimed, summoning flames of magical energy to his right hand before shouting, "Everyone ignite." As his command echoed, the players conjured flames of magic in their hands, directing them through the shield screws to unleash a torrent of fire upon the tree canopies above. The intense flames quickly ignited the treetops, halting the arrow storm. Seizing the opportunity, the players deftly split into groups, charging into the burning forest to pursue the scattered unknown enemies, following a chase and encirclement. What had once been hundreds of foes was now divided into several smaller groups, each consisting of only a handful of players, increasingly confined by the flames unleashed by the players, the adversaries. Unwilling to submit, retaliated with arrows that seemingly had a mind of their own, shooting forth from the smoke of the burning trees, accurately targeting any players who dared to reveal themselves. Simultaneously, torrents of water clashed against the encroaching flames, resulting in a stalemate. However, as time progressed, the enemy's disadvantage became apparent. Lacking supplies and trapped, their arrows diminished in number, and even their water jets began to weaken as their magical energy waned. In contrast, the players, equipped with system backpacks, could access their supplies at will, quenching their thirst for magical potions and replenishing their power as they consumed them, all the while unleashing an unending barrage of flames. Like an eternal engine, it incessantly spewed forth flames. Just as Long Ao was about to down another bottle of magical potion, preparing to press on with renewed vigor, a system communication abruptly came through. Instinctively, Long Ao connected the call. "Who is it?" "Long Gu, ceasefire, quickly ceasefire. It's a misunderstanding." "All of this is a misunderstanding." The voice belonged to the player who had been captured. Long Ao replied. Perplexed, ultimately everything concluded with both parties agreeing to a ceasefire simultaneously. Chapter 9, The Wood Elves, revised version. After a while, a carriage arrived, halting before the shield formation formed by the players. The driver was the nameless coachman who had initially brought Ailey to the forest. The carriage door swung open, and Ailey, or rather a doppelganger resembling her, descended from the vehicle. This was a feature of the system, akin to shaping a player's body in this world, costing 1 point. The method of enhancing strength was similar, and like the players, it was immortal. Consciousness could be transferred. In the face of danger, it could be used to preserve life, and of course, with Ailey's consent, it could be destroyed and converted into energy points for reclamation. Essentially, one could regard her as a player controlled by Ailey. Upon seeing this, the players immediately moved aside the giant shield before Ailey. She then traversed through their shield formation and stood before the trees, stating, "My name is Ailey, the leader of these individuals. I wish to meet your commander." At that moment, a shadow leaped down from the tree, landing in the underbrush. The bushes stirred, revealing a youthful wood elf maiden with long white hair, holding a longbow, with a quiver of arrows on her back, and blades akin to melee weapons hanging from her legs. Her armor, primarily composed of silk and leather, perfectly enveloped her form, accentuating her alluring curves. Her gemstone-like eyes, dark as onyx, glanced down at Ailey and faltered momentarily, evidently surprised that the leader was a child. Yet, in an instant, she regained her composure and addressed her with a serious tone. "The clan leader wishes to see you." "Is that so? May I bring a few guards with me? After all, I seem quite defenseless," Ailey inquired. The elf captain scrutinized Ailey, sensing neither fighting spirit nor magic emanating from her. "Very well, but you may only bring 4. "That poses no problem." At that moment, Long Ao was crouched on the ground, examining the wood elf's bow and arrow. The bow seemed merely a sharpened piece of wood measuring 40 centimeters, comparable in size to ancient bows from reality. With feathers affixed at the tail, almost serving as its sole reinforcement, Long Ao, gripping the bow, attempted to bend it with all his might, yet it remained utterly unmoved. Undeterred, he summoned all his strength, but even with the might of an 8th-level fighting spirit, Capable of molding steel as though it were mere clay, he found himself unable to even bend it. After multiple attempts, he conceded defeat. What do you think, Einstein? In my estimation, the hardness and resilience of this would have entirely surpassed that of various alloy materials in reality. I recently purchased an identical weight item from the store, which seemed to be ordinary wood. It's simply unbelievable. Don't take it too seriously. This is merely a game. In the past, I even touched alloys from a sci-fi starship. Some of them, I don't know if it's a game bug or what, felt like plastic. I can't recall which dreadful company mistook plastic models for data, and I couldn't return them. It cost me money. I am currently customizing suitable samples through the system's features. I will send you the experimental data. Long good, thank you. No sooner had he spoken than the system notification chimed in. A new mission triggered, Princess Escort. Mission objective, protect Princess Ailey until the mission concludes. Please collect information along the escort route to prepare for potential hostile attacks. Mission completion reward, 100 contribution points. Reminder, this Ailey is merely a magical doppelganger. Looks like we've got work to do. Upon receiving the system notification, Long Ao immediately rose and moved to stand behind Ailey. The remaining three followed suit, including Long Ao's deputy, Tian Buffon. Just the three of you? Yes, Longo, then it should be no problem for you to follow my commands. Of course, they replied in unison. They then followed the elf captain deeper into the forest. After walking for a while, another forest came into view. It was evident that the trees here were entirely different from those behind them, towering much higher, laden with fruit that resembled apples, albeit green. But what was most astonishing was the colossal tree in the distance, reaching nearly 300 meters into the sky, with a canopy diameter of about 100 meters, far surpassing the surrounding trees. Venturing deeper into the woods, they arrived at the village of the Wood Elves. The houses were constructed in the trees, supported by trunks, forming circular dwellings enclosed with wooden planks. The population of Wood Elves was estimated to be in the thousands. Most striking was the aerial farmland built upon massive branches, expanded with wooden planks to create platforms, with soil excavated from the ground transported above. Upon closer inspection, some Wood Elves clad in silk were seen transporting soil in wooden buckets to expand the fields. The spiral staircases surrounding the tree trunks were either carved or grown, but Ailey and the players observed no signs of nails or carvings, as if they had formed naturally. At that moment, the Wood Elves tending to the fields paused their activities and stepped outside. Had they finished tilling, suddenly the Wood Elves collectively raised their right hands, and a green glow flickered in their palms. A miraculous scene unfolded as the freshly sown seeds sprouted collectively and grew at an astonishing speed. As the seeds reached a certain height, Ailey and the players recognized them as wheat. The wheat matured rapidly, bending and turning golden, a sight mirrored across all the fields. Thus, patches of golden wheat formed a vast sea of gold shimmering under the sunlight. From beneath the trees, these golden expanses appeared as clouds of gold. The golden clouds, accompanied by the whispers of the wind through the forest and the melodious calls of birds, composed a scene of paradise, while Ailey and the players marveled at the beauty. Long Ao's gaze shifted from the swiftly ripening wheat to the Wood Elves casting spells, clearly observing something else. The Wood Elves could wield fire as well. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, they encountered brick houses situated on the ground, distanced from the trees. Above these houses, chimney-like structures emitted black smoke, accompanied by rhythmic clanging sounds. Upon peering inside, they saw a male Wood Elf hammering a glowing red-hot iron, with a roaring furnace beside him, indicating an extremely high temperature. Upon completion, he plunged the iron into a wooden tub filled with water to finish the crafting process. The group reached the base of a large tree, nearly the largest after the previously towering one. The wooden house upon it was of substantial size, akin to a small courtyard. At the elf captain's gesture, they ascended the wooden house in what resembled a living room. A sweet voice, as if dipped in honey, resonated. "Welcome, my dear guests." Before them stood a female Wood Elf, wielding a staff, her appearance nearly indistinguishable from the elf captain, save for a youthful visage and a more mature allure. Her form even more strikingly voluptuous. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Aisha, the current clan leader of the Wood Elves, and accompanying you is my twin sister, Lisa. Hello, I am Ailey, the leader of these individuals." "Really, but you seem so young. In fact, I also feel that my age is a bit too young for a leadership role. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. I myself lack much experience. Please have a seat. I will prepare some snacks." With that, she entered what appeared to be a kitchen. Ailey, the others, and the elf captain, Lisa, settled into nearby chairs. As Lisa sat, she placed her bow and arrow on the table. Watching the others with a vigilant gaze, Long Ao reciprocated, placing his weapon on the table, resulting in a somewhat awkward standoff. At that moment, Aisha re-emerged from the kitchen, carrying a wooden platter brimming with fruits. It seems something is missing, she mused, stepping onto the spacious balcony adorned with a four-legged wooden frame, each leg nestled in a pot filled with soil. With her right hand free, Aisha reached toward the potted plants, her palm emanating a green glow akin to the magic used by the wood elves in the fields. In no time, vines burst forth from the soil, climbing up the frame, laden with purple fruits that hung down. Grapes. Aisha plucked a cluster of grapes and added them to the platter before bringing it forth. Please forgive me. I am unfamiliar with human preferences, so I will offer what we elves consider hospitality. Please enjoy at your leisure. The platter held familiar fruits, grapes, apples, bananas, yet one peculiar fruit stood out amidst the rest. It resembled a heart, predominantly green in hue, and roughly the size of an apple. Upon seeing this, Long Ao immediately gestured for Ali to refrain from touching it, yet with the other hand, he seized the strange fruit and took a bite. Aisha and Lisa exhibited no displeasure, clearly understanding his curiosity. To his surprise, it bore no remarkable effects, merely boasting a superior taste compared to the other fruits. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed. A peculiar surge of energy has been detected, with a decrease in the contribution points required for the enhancement of both combat prowess and magic. The acquisition of additional special energy will automatically facilitate the advancement of these abilities. Have I grown stronger? Long Ao inadvertently exclaimed. It appears that you have bestowed a remarkable gift upon us. Remarked Ailey. I extend my apologies for the oversight of my kin. This is merely a trivial token of compensation. Not at all. Ultimately, we were the ones who intruded upon your territory, just as the two were engaged in conversation. A message from a player, audible solely to Long Ao, chimed in. Not how's it going, Longu? What kind of strength have you gained? Tian Bufan inquired. The contribution points required for enhancing my combat prowess and magic have diminished. This must be an experience packaged. I believe that consuming a few more should enable my advancement. I have also discovered that this fruit contains seeds, which could be considered for planting. Don't worry. I have already scanned it, and it is currently available in the marketplace. Oh, thank you, Long Ge. Do not consume it here. Wait until we complete the task and return to the camp. If any misunderstandings arise and the mission fails, it would be a loss. Long Ao cautioned. Understood. At that moment Ailey and Aisha's dialogue progressed. We should speak openly. You must have something to ask of us, correct? How so? You are excessively kind to us. At that moment, Ailey mused. How clever. I used this very tactic to persuade my mother to buy me a new phone, though it ultimately bore no fruit, and I was lectured instead. I shall not keep you in suspense. It is rather embarrassing, but our clan is currently facing a crisis of life and death. What has transpired? The Troll Ape clan. Troll apes are formidable beings with intelligence akin to that of humans. Resembling upright apes, they wield weapons, typically sharpened wooden sticks or rudimentary stone tools, and occasionally possess goods from unfortunate human caravans. Some among them are even capable of using magic. In the forests, they typically launch ambushes from the trees. This forest is divided into 3 layers, the outer layer, the middle layer, and the central inner circle. The closer one gets to the inner circle, the higher the concentration of magical energy, the richer the resources, and the stronger the monsters that inhabit it. The Troll Ape clan resides in the middle layer, Aisha explained. Then according to your assertion, the Troll Apes should hold little interest in the meager offerings of the outer layer. Otherwise, the entire forest would have long been overrun by the creatures of the inner circle. Ailey pondered. The answer lies in the fruit consumed by your escort, the divine mother fruit of the mother tree. This fruit has the power to strengthen living beings. However, its effects are minimal on those who are already excessively powerful. The creatures of the inner circle are well aware of this, while only the troll apes in the middle and outer layers possess this knowledge. Otherwise, it would not be the troll apes who would be the aggressors. Aisha articulated. You have inadvertently revealed the power of the divine mother fruit to them, otherwise such a situation would not have arisen. Ailey commented. It is rather shameful. The reason the troll apes became aware of the fruit's secret is due to our good intentions, Aisha confessed. Oh, this dates back to about a decade ago when Lisa had just become the captain of the Guardians of the Mother Tree, and I had recently ascended to the position of clan leader. During a patrol of the surrounding forests, Lisa encountered a group of middle-layer monsters chasing a troll ape. At that time, Lisa, lacking worldly experience, offered her assistance. When she brought the troll ape back, it was already on the brink of death. We lacked the means to heal it. The only solution was the divine mother fruit, Lisa pleaded desperately. Alas, my compassion was my downfall. Even as clan leader, my kin harbored selfish desires, let alone those from outside our clan. So you granted it to him, Ailey interjected. Indeed, witnessing its recovery brought Lisa immense joy. They cohabited for a time, and perhaps it was due to Lisa's prolonged absence from the outside world. After all, apart from the tomes left by those unfortunate humans, we knew virtually nothing of the world beyond. Lisa was particularly fond of reading those books, which fueled her yearning for the world outside the forest. Fortunately, the troll ape possessed the intelligence to communicate, and the information about the troll apes was conveyed by him. Wait, you should not have had much interaction at that time. Logically, there should not have been a common language. Ailey queried. That is because we can establish a mental link through magical energy, allowing us to communicate seamlessly. This remains true even now. You may wonder how we understood human literature. It is because we can access the memories of living beings through magical energy. This knowledge of humanity was acquired from those who were near death. Then why did you not save them? Ailey inquired. We are not saints. As for Lisa, that was a decision she made on her own. You truly care for your sister, Ailey remarked. After all, I am the elder sister. Speaking of which, Lisa would often pester him for stories about the outside world. They shared meals together and studied side by side. The troll ape grew strong due to the power of the divine mother fruit, and through their prolonged companionship, they became the best of partners, completing numerous tasks. Consequently, the troll ape gained considerable prestige among us, which delighted Lisa immensely. Alas, if only life could continue in such a manner. By the way, did you just forget about their need for rest? Ailey asked. That is not the case. Although Lisa had little worldly experience, she understood the propriety of gender relations. A sister, Lisa exclaimed in a slightly flustered tone. We have digressed. After the troll ape gained immense prestige, he learned that the fruit he had consumed was the divine mother fruit, which was not particularly alarming. However, the turning point came during a patrol. It was not merely a twist of fate. Lisa and her companions rescued another group of troll apes. It was at that moment that the troll ape recognized its kin, and I am uncertain what those troll apes conveyed that led him to consider returning to his tribe. Lisa felt too embarrassed to intervene, so she allowed him to depart. Then he returned. Ailey stated. Indeed, upon their reunion, he had become the king of the troll apes, yet this encounter was not for nostalgia but rather to negotiate terms. What were those terms? Ailey inquired. The divine mother fruit. He sought more of the divine mother fruit, which we, of course, could not agree to. Setting aside the rarity of the divine mother fruit, simply granting it to an outsider would violate our ancestral teachings. He then casually instigated war. Lisa could not believe that her friend had become an adversary. She dashed out when I was momentarily distracted, returning with tears streaming down her face. From that moment on, the once cheerful Lisa became withdrawn and taciturn. Shortly after the war commenced, you arrived. So you seek our assistance? Ailey asked. Indeed, after several skirmishes, we gathered intelligence indicating that the troll apes are preparing a full-scale assault. With approximately 30,000 enemies, our Wood Elf combatants, along with capable civilians, number fewer than 3,000, nearly a tenfold disparity in numbers, and the opposing side comprises a middle-layer race with average strength that far exceeds our own. Moreover, during our previous confrontation with you, many warriors from our clan had to exhaust their magical energy to suppress the flames you unleashed, leading to a further decline in their capabilities. If this continues, we are certain to face defeat. Very well, what kind of recompense can you offer us? Ailey inquired. The divine mother fruit of the mother tree. We shall offer every divine mother fruit collected by our clan. This fruit can heal any injury, enhance strength, and extend the lifespan of the consumer. From my understanding of humanity, it seems that humans have a profound obsession with longevity. Of course, we will provide a portion up front. Are you not concerned that we might simply take it and flee? Ailey questioned. As soon as the words left her lips, Lisa tightened her grip on the bow and arrow laid upon the table, the sound of her muscles contracting audible, showcasing her strength. Observing this, Long Ao reclined in his chair, his right hand inching towards the assailant's palm, appearing as though he intended to seize the attacker. Meanwhile, his left hand delved into the belt fastened to his armor, grasping the electromagnetic pistol concealed within. The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. All right, no more jesting. You may keep the divine mother fruit for yourselves. During our journey here, I have already set my sights on another item of yours, which poses virtually no loss to you. Following further discussions, Ailey and the others departed from the Wood Elves' encampment. Chapter 10, Assistance and Preparation, Refined Version. Not far from the Mother Tree Forest, a large assembly of troll apes marched resolutely towards the Mother Tree Forest. Most wielded sharpened wooden sticks or stone implements, each starting at levels 5 or 6. Among them, some unique individuals brandished iron weapons and armor, either forged or seized from elsewhere, their stature towering above their kin, suggesting they were the elite of their tribe, collectively boasting a level of 7. Regardless of whether they were ordinary or elite, all were equipped with bows and arrows. Upon nearing the Mother Tree Forest, they came to a halt. At that moment, A troll ape emerged from among the elites, its presence exuding an aura of level 8 that surpassed all other troll apes present. Towering above, clad in nearly impenetrable iron armor, it wielded a 6-meter-long iron spear. While a massive axe, seemingly diminutive in its grasp yet measuring 2 meters in length, was sheathed at its side. Most notably, it bore a colossal bow on its back, nearly as long as itself, at least 4 meters, accompanied by arrows that stood as tall as an adult. This is the very troll ape who was saved by the wood spirits, and he is also the king of the troll apes. Encased in heavy armor, the troll ape king gazes into the distance towards the sacred mother tree forest. His eyes momentarily filled with compassion, only to be swiftly replaced by a fierce resolve. He raises his right hand and gestures forward, signaling his army to advance, their swords pointed at their target. Meanwhile, players near the sacred mother tree forest are organizing their preparations. In anticipation of this war, Yali has announced that those who participate will be rewarded with substantial contribution points and an increase of 10 points in their favor with the wood spirits. This has drawn a significant portion of the server's players into the fray. At this moment, nearly 9,000 players have gathered at the task location designated by the system. Each one of them is filled with enthusiasm. Eager to showcase their prowess in this battle, those who chose not to participate are merely wandering elsewhere. Yali adopts a laissez-faire attitude towards them. After all, even in the event of failure, she incurs no significant loss. As long as she can preserve her own life, the fact that those willing to assist her do so without expecting rewards is already commendable, especially considering the number of allies she brings is nearly triple that of the enemy. Meanwhile, beneath the sacred mother tree, the wood spirit leader Aisha and her guard Lisa stand resolutely at their defensive line, surrounded by wood spirits who are all preparing for a desperate fight. At this moment, Aisha feels perplexed by Ailey's arrangement, allowing allies to fight valiantly at the front while she merely stands ready at the defense. Is this not excessively generous? Not far from the sacred mother tree forest, a large group of armored players is preparing for the impending battle, gathered in a region designated by the system. Some are polishing their weapons, even though the system's powerful capabilities allow for complete repairs and rejuvenation of their gear at the cost of contribution points. Such efforts seem to be purely for the sake of ritual. This time I shall strike with great ferocity. Others are checking their inventories to ensure they are adequately prepared. Alas, everyone is too ferocious. I can hardly find a few surviving high-level magical beasts, and 2 were snatched away by others. I barely managed to gather enough contribution points to level up, and just as I did, this massive dungeon appears. I wonder if my ammunition will suffice. My contribution points are pitifully low. Oh well, I suppose I'll buy more as I go along, hoping the enemy is strong enough to allow me to recoup my losses. Some are praying, heaven help me, may I not be accidentally harmed. Others are poisoning their weapons. This weapon is coated in venom. If it strikes, I implore you to spare a few elders for the soul hall. My good fellow Long Ao stands at the front of the group, quietly awaiting the signal, while his mount, the grey demon wolf, sits obediently at his side, gazing eagerly at its master. According to the wood spirits, after several encounters, they discovered that the troll apes had begun to adopt similar tactics to theirs, with some even countering their moves, including the use of concealment and attack spells. This, however, does not concern Long Ao and the other players, as under the system's scanning capabilities, stealth spells are rendered ineffective against players. As long as they lack such abilities and nothing else poses a threat to the current players, when a horde of red dots indicating enemies appears on the system map, Long Ao immediately shouts, "Attack!" Chapter 11, A one-sided war. The mighty troll ape legion marches steadfastly towards the sacred mother tree forest. In an instant, the troll apes nearly fill the entirety of the visible landscape. Above them, the sound of rustling echoes, the swift movement of troll apes traversing through the trees, their speed rivaling that of the wood spirit warriors, just as they near the sacred mother tree forest. A series of gunshots rings out, and the foremost troll apes fall to the ground in response. What happened? The troll apes behind them wonder. Then, a few drops of blood fall from above, landing on one troll ape's head, followed by the plummeting of a corpse that crushes that very troll ape. Gazing at the lifeless body of his comrade, the troll ape's head has become a grotesque mess, and soon dozens of corpses fall, those being the troll apes that were darting through the trees. As they stand in shock, the sound of relentless running reaches their ears from ahead. Suddenly, a shadow leaps above the troll apes. It is Long Ao, riding the grey demon wolf and wielding 2 assault weapons. As he tackles one troll ape, he does not hesitate to fire at the troll ape beneath his wolf, unleashing a torrent of bullets that obliterates its upper body. Upon receiving a system notification, he swiftly redirects his fire towards the surrounding troll apes. In an instant, dozens of troll apes fall. Witnessing this, the troll apes in the rear are momentarily stunned, but then they bravely encircle Long Ao. Just as they surround him with all their might, a dense hail of bullets rains down from behind him as hundreds of players mounted on grey demon wolves charge in like unleashed beasts, ruthlessly eliminating any visible enemies. After clearing the area around Long Ao, he leads the charge deeper into the enemy ranks. Within mere minutes, approximately 1,000 troll apes meet their demise. This is merely the result of the initial engagement with several hundred players. And thus far, not a single player has fallen. Following closely are over 9,000 players, with nearly 1,000 hidden among the trees surrounding the enemy, forming a crescent ambush, setting up over 1,000 Maxim heavy machine guns. Coupled with the enhanced vision provided by the wood spirits, the players can easily spot the troll apes across from them, and they immediately train their weapons on the enemy, poised to massacre. The lengthy killing grounds unleash a relentless barrage of gunfire akin to a massive machine harvesting wheat as enemies fall in mass, blood saturating the ground from above. The blood forms pools, and heaps of corpses paint a scene of hell. The attackers revel in the sweet sound of system notifications, their faces twisted into cruel smiles, some even firing blindly at the trees due to obstructed lines of sight, creating a clearing in the process. If a troll ape were to stand at the forefront where their kin once stood, they would behold the true nature of their attackers. Yet, even now, the troll apes remain oblivious to what weapon is assailing them, let alone who their attackers are. The enemies fall too swiftly, prompting players to seize heavy machine guns and fire as they advance. At this point, the enemy's losses have reached nearly half. Observing everything through the system, Ailey remains calm and unperturbed, her heart devoid of turmoil. What a bountiful harvest! With that thought, she manipulates the system to survey the entire map. Suddenly, her gaze fixates on a particular location, a town. Returning to the battlefield, she observes her kin falling one by one into pools of blood, coupled with hundreds of unknown beasts rampaging through the ranks, slaughtering everything in sight, causing the morale of the troll apes to plummet to an all-time low. Yet, they show no signs of retreat. As the army continues to falter, the strongest among the troll apes, the Troll Ape King, begins issuing commands. Over 1,000 troll apes stealthily maneuver from the flanks of the main force. Simultaneously, those among the troll apes with magical abilities begin to unleash specialized spells. The magic glows around them, and the power spreads, attaching itself to the troll apes. This effect is akin to the perception-disrupting magic employed by the wood spirits against players. However, all of this maneuvering is laid bare on the player's system maps, yet the players stationed with machine guns at the forefront do not initiate an attack, seemingly having reached a tacit understanding. As the 1,000 troll apes split off, some to encircle the players from behind, the remaining ones divide into two groups to ambush on either side, aiming to break the unfavorable situation. One troll ape, armed with a sharpened wooden stick, stands atop a large tree gazing at the players ruthlessly gunning down his kin, his eyes filled with rage. Behind him, the woods conceal hundreds of his comrades, similarly wielding sharpened sticks. As he aims at one player, he raises his weapon, preparing to throw it. Just as he readies himself, a swift blade pierces his throat. A shadow appears behind him. It is a player from the shadows. In the incredulous gaze of the troll apes behind him, the troll ape tumbles helplessly from the tree. Soon after, dozens of troll apes are assassinated by the players, who are adept at stealth and ambush. The troll apes in the other two directions suffer the same fate. Realizing the situation, the troll apes throw their sharpened sticks at the players, but their attacks fail to connect with the fast-moving shadows, and soon they lose sight of their targets. Another sharp sound echoes as they lose dozens more comrades. Just as despair sets in, the sound of gunfire erupts, followed closely by the terrifying barrage of bullets. The remaining concealed players also launch their assault. Their movements had long been marked on the system map, leading the players to set up an ambush at the very location where the trolls planned their attack. Subsequently, utilizing the markers from the system map, they systematically eliminated the trolls one by one. What was intended to be a surprise attack transformed into a devastating counter-ambush, as the trolls found themselves encircled by players outnumbering them several times over, resulting in their complete annihilation. Meanwhile, the players wielding heavy machine guns did not cease their advance. At this point, the trolls had suffered significant injuries. Upon witnessing the failure of their operation, the Troll King fell into a state of panic. Observing his kin perish one after another, while remaining oblivious to the identity of their attackers, his eyes filled with despair. Yet, fate showed no mercy. Among the trolls, the magically endowed stood out amongst those devoid of magic, their aura akin to a lighthouse in the darkness, drawing the attention of the players, who saw them as prime targets. Danger approached from behind as a group of players, having circumvented the fray, positioned themselves behind the trolls. These players, renowned for their marksmanship, swiftly set up electromagnetic sniper rifles upon nearing the enemy. Their aim was to eliminate the magically skilled trolls while also dispatching a few adversaries to alleviate the pressure on the front lines. The total number of ambushers exceeded 1,000, with over 1,000 guns trained on more than 1,000 targets, including all magic-wielding trolls and several hundred elite warriors. Among the crowd, the fools who failed to conceal their magical energy required little aiming. While the others were merely unfortunate souls chosen at random, little did the Troll King imagine that his own ambush tactics would be so swiftly turned against him. Bang! A bullet whizzed past the troll's ear. Obliterating the head of a magically adept troll in front of him, like a signal, the remaining players commenced their assault. Nearly 1,000 troll heads were simultaneously shattered into a mist of blood. Thus, the lighthouses of hope extinguished along with hundreds of lives, leaving only the darkness of defeat in their wake. The first bullet had been fired by a player known as Eagle Eye, who, with his prowess, could have easily dispatched the Troll King with a single shot. However, he refrained from doing so as he had accepted a generous reward from Dragon AO. It could be said that in order to personally claim the enemy leader's head, Dragon AO distributed benefits to everyone. For those familiar with Dragon AO, this strategy was typical. He would first offer rewards to secure opportunities, then utilize his exceptional skills to achieve a glorious victory, subsequently gaining fame and increasing followers to boost his own company's profile. Indifferent to the outcome, some might argue that such delays jeopardized the battle, but one could only say that in a game. Enjoyment is paramount. Upon realizing that he was under attack from the rear, the Troll King immediately ordered a portion of his elite forces to eliminate the enemy behind, while he led the remaining elite troops to the front lines. As soon as the command was issued, thousands of armored troll elites charged undeterred towards the players who had ambushed them from behind. The Troll King, along with his elite forces, surged forward with great fervor. The players also launched a full-scale assault. Those positioned behind the enemy continued to fire relentlessly at the troll elites, yet, the elite trolls, despite their average rank being only marginally above that of regular trolls, exhibited a stark difference in reflexes and physical prowess. They charged fearlessly, undeterred by the hail of bullets that claimed the lives of many trolls, maintaining their advance. Some trolls, even with their armor shredded and wounded by multiple shots, continued to charge forward for dozens of meters, using their bodies as shields to protect their comrades and provide opportunities for close combat. The trolls in the rear were not idle either, as they took up bows and arrows, running and shooting, managing to take down a few unfortunate players in the process. After suffering heavy casualties, the troll elites finally closed the distance to the players. As they approached, the players hastily drew their rippers. Zing! Hundreds of chainsaws roared to life, akin to the roar of a primordial beast, striking fear into the advancing troll elites. Amidst the cacophony, hundreds of players charged forward. The players in the rear continued their relentless fire support. In an instant, gunfire erupted, bodies and blood flew, and the fallen corpses, illuminated by the white light of dying players, painted a horrific tableau. Although the players found themselves in close combat and held an overall lower rank than their opponents, the rippers they wielded easily sliced through the trolls' armor and tore into their flesh. Conversely, while the trolls could leverage their higher ranks to swiftly eliminate players, they were unable to alter their fate of total annihilation against the terrifying damage inflicted by the players' peculiar melee weapons and the hail of bullets raining down from behind. One by one, the trolls fell until none remained standing. At this moment, the total number of trolls dwindled to less than 10,000. Chapter 12, Decapitation Battle, Revised Version. Even with the addition of elite forces, the trolls could not escape their disadvantage at the front lines. The air was filled with the sounds of gunfire and the tearing of flesh, accompanied by the trolls' anguished cries. Led by Dragon AO, the Grey Demon Wolf Cavalry continued to rampage through the enemy ranks. Players manning heavy machine guns mercilessly slaughtered their foes. Additionally, players specializing in assassination, led by Shadow, became the enemy's nightmare, continuously harvesting lives from the shadows. Meanwhile, the trolls engaged in futile resistance. A group of ordinary trolls, wielding sharpened wooden sticks, charged fearlessly, facing not but ordinary players armed with assault rifles and lacking exceptional skill. As the trolls ran, they raised their makeshift weapons, launching them towards the players with all their might. The observing player merely smirked in derision. That all, swiftly retrieving a massive shield from his inventory, he blocked the incoming attacks effortlessly. He then aimed his gun and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. After a barrage of gunfire, not a single troll remained standing. His ammunition was fully expended. Following closely was a casual whistle, accompanied by a proficient reloading motion. In what was a perilous battlefield, this player perceived it as a leisurely stroll through a neighborhood. Meanwhile, the Troll King led the remaining elite trolls in a desperate charge to alter the dire situation. His first target was the group of players mounted on grey demon wolves deep within the ranks. Drawing a massive bow from his back, he notched an arrow and aimed at a player 100 meters away atop a grey demon wolf, releasing his grip of the arrow soared forth at an unimaginable speed. The player, meanwhile, was engrossed in his slaughter, wielding dual assault rifles, creating carnage among the surrounding trolls. Beside him stood another player, seemingly more inclined towards melee combat, wielding a ripper while engaging in mounted combat. The sounds of gunfire and chainsaws echoed incessantly as they inflicted heavy casualties upon the enemy. Just as they reveled in the thrill of battle, an arrow pierced the head of the shooting player. The player then transformed into a beam of white light, returning to the town. The nearby player wielding the ripper was taken aback, as due to the effects of the wood elf magic. Enemy attacks appeared to move in slow motion, which was why he dared to engage in close combat. However, the recent attack was nearly imperceptible. While he was momentarily stunned, another arrow flew through the air. Depleting his health bar entirely after several rounds, dozens of players had been sent back to the camp. Among them, one player, sensing the impending doom, urged his giant wolf to retreat, seeking assistance from the main force. In no time, he had covered several hundred meters, yet the Troll King would not allow him to escape. He leaped into the air, aiming at the fleeing player. Just as he prepared to release his arrow, bang! A bullet struck his head. The tremendous impact sent him crashing down, creating a half-meter deep crater upon landing. Observing the attack on their king, the surrounding trolls rushed to his aid. The Troll King slowly emerged from the pit, promptly removing his deformed helmet, which clattered heavily to the ground, revealing a shocking dent atop it, nearly puncturing through to claim his life. Standing still, he shook his head vigorously in an attempt to clear the dizziness from the recent blow. Suddenly, the sound of bullets slicing through the air resonated from the jungle ahead, followed by the explosive sounds of impact, the roar of chainsaws, and the sickening sounds of flesh being torn apart. Ultimately culminating in the ferocious growls of a wild beast. Something was approaching. The grass ahead rustled, and the first sight to catch his eye was the head of a giant wolf. Drip, the sound of blood dripping reached his ears. It was then that the Troll King noticed the beast held the corpse of a troll in its jaws, half of the body still exposed. Clearly an elite, the beast's gaze then turned to the Troll King. Exuding an aura so formidable that even he felt trepidation, the Troll Ape King was simply unbelievable, for he recognized the creature before him as the Grey Demon Wolf, undoubtedly a low-tier beast lurking at the fringes of the Warcraft forest. Yet, the aura it emanated was shockingly more potent than his own. Immediately, a calm voice resonated, issuing the command of the beast's master. It was then that the Troll Ape King noticed a human seated upon the back of the Grey Demon Wolf. Dragon Ao, unhurried, descended from the wolf's back, wielding a gun in his left hand and a cleaver in his right. He strolled towards the Troll Ape King. The giant wolf, perceiving the situation, wisely stepped aside to gnaw at the corpse it had been feasting upon. Enraged by the brutal slaughter of his kin, the Troll Ape King was further incensed to see the beast devouring the remains of his compatriots. His face flushed crimson with fury. He swiftly seized his bow and aimed at the Grey Demon Wolf. Intent on slaying the creature that dared to consume the flesh of his brethren, bang! A bullet, however, was shot towards him first, and the Troll Ape King narrowly evaded it with remarkable speed. Ignoring a more dangerous adversary in the midst of battle is not a wise choice. Unable to dispose of the beast first, the Troll Ape King redirected his wrath towards Dragon Ao, the master of the creature. He promptly stowed away his bow, adjusted his stance, and drew a massive axe from his waist, transforming into a blur as he charged at Dragon Ao. Just as the blade was about to cleave through Dragon Ao's neck, clang! With a casual flick, Dragon Ao deflected the attack, a cheerful smile adorning his face. While the cleaver's serrated edge whirled violently, incessantly grinding against the axe's edge, sparking in a dazzling display, the immense force from the axe causing the Troll Ape King to tremble uncontrollably. The Troll Ape King stood aghast at the spectacle. Dragon Ao smirked and raised his gun, firing at the Troll Ape King's thigh. Bang bang bang. The bullets rained down but missed their mark. The Troll Ape King evaded once more, yet the distraction weakened the downward pressure of the axe slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Dragon Ao swung forcefully, deflecting the axe away. The Troll Ape King shifted his focus back to the cleaver. Dragon Ao raised his gun once more to shoot. This time, the bullet struck true. Yet the anticipated kill notification did not appear. Instead, a powerful aura coiled around the Troll Ape King's form, matching Dragon Ao's current aura level of the 8th tier, though the bullet was absorbed by the Troll Ape King's formidable aura and robust physique. It still inflicted injury, blood dripping as the spent bullet thudded to the ground. Observing this, Dragon Ao immediately unleashed a barrage from his machine gun. This time, the Troll Ape King chose not to block. Instead, he lunged forward, swinging his axe imbued with aura towards Dragon Ao's head. Dragon Ao, undeterred, dodged, but still felt the blade graze past his face, leaving a shallow cut that oozed bright red blood. Realizing his attack was not lethal, the Troll Ape King concentrated his aura upon the axe blade, sweeping horizontally towards Dragon Ao, unleashing a massive wave of energy that detached from the blade and surged towards Dragon Ao's head. Sensing the impending assault, Dragon Ao leaped forward, soaring over the Troll Ape King's head. The energy violently cleaved through the trees ahead, felling hundreds of them in an instant. After evading the attack, Dragon Ao landed several dozen meters away. The Troll Ape King seized a spear, thrusting it towards Dragon Ao the moment he touched down. Simultaneously, he extended a hand, revealing the magic of a 6th-tier mage as radiant energy coalesced in his palm, forming a colossal magical array. Meanwhile, as Dragon Ao turned to face the incoming spear, he swiftly sidestepped, but was immediately met with a colossal fireball that erupted, sending him hurtling away. The explosion engulfed the battlefield in dense smoke. The Troll Ape King, taking advantage of this, utilized his aura to sense the surroundings while casting a spell to probe for life forms. Upon confirming he detected nothing, he ceased his search just as he believed the battle was over and contemplated pursuing other players. He mused, "It seems you've entered the second phase. It's time for me to get serious." No sooner had he spoken than a powerful aura surged forth, dispersing the smoke that surrounded him. The Troll Ape King could hardly believe his senses, for he felt the aura of his adversary, once evenly matched, had ascended a tier, or perhaps that had been his true strength all along, and everything prior was mere child's play. The aura now stood at the 9th tier. At that moment, the Troll Ape King held no hope of turning the tide, for not only was Dragon Ao formidable, but even the Grey Demon Wolf mount he commanded was more than enough to spell his doom. Beasts could strengthen themselves by consuming magic crystals from other creatures, which housed the essence of their power. If these crystals were sourced from high-tier beasts, they contained immense magical energy. Dragon Ao's Grey Demon Wolf mount, having devoured a significant quantity of magic crystals, had evolved from a weak first-tier beast into a powerful 9th-tier entity, aptly named Grey Tai Lang. To nurture it, Dragon Ao had fervently hunted beasts for their crystals, investing millions in the game to purchase substantial contribution points from other players, using them to acquire copious amounts of magic crystals in the marketplace. In a fit of inspiration, he even sought out a companion for it, whimsically naming their future offspring Shao Wei Hui.as. For whether the wolf cared about this, he remained unconcerned. However, the process of consuming magic crystals had been arduous for the wolf, as it was forced to ingest crystals twice its size until it nearly vomited. When it could no longer endure, Dragon Ao chastised it for its slow growth and forcibly fed it more, causing the wolf to develop a form of PTSD. While magic crystals were a delicacy for beasts, such excessive consumption was unbearable. Ultimately, the wolf preferred starvation to continuing, bringing Dragon Ao to the brink of desperation. Of course, this was also due to the fact that, after the wolf grew stronger, Dragon Ao could no longer pry its jaws open. Had he been able, he would have shoved them down its throat long ago, thus avoiding all this hassle. With no other options, Dragon Ao had to change its diet to other foods, allowing it to consume magic crystals, albeit at a slower rate of growth. Returning to the present, at the moment of the Troll Ape King's astonishment, Dragon Ao closed the distance with astonishing speed. The powerful aura quickly coalesced upon the cleaver. The chainsaw of the cleaver spun rapidly, propelling the teeth as Dragon Ao swung with effortless grace, effortlessly severing the axe the Troll Ape King gripped in his right hand into fragments. As the pieces fell, Dragon Ao shot through the Troll Ape King's right foot. It was only then that the Troll Ape King reacted, a look of agony crossing his face, while he was still consumed by his pain. Dragon Ao delivered a kick that sent him flying, crashing heavily into a tree. At this point, the Troll Ape King had no strength left to resist. Dragon Ao's earlier kick had shattered his ribs and disrupted his internal organs. Realizing death loomed near, the Troll Ape King felt his will eroded by intense pain, rendering him immobile, his vision blurring, allowing him to barely see the approaching human. As Dragon Ao approached the Troll Ape King, he slowly crouched down, quietly observing the pained expression on his foe's face. Remarkable, this expression of anguish appears strikingly genuine. I had anticipated that during this large-scale raid in the testing phase, the officials would cut corners, perhaps having the enemy vanish upon receiving a fatal blow, or at least resort to a standard death animation, considering they are all the same creature. Yet, the fallen adversaries exhibit an almost realistic struggle, blood gushing forth, particularly that expression of torment in their cries. Were it not for the health bar, I would have believed it was real. How unlike previous games, where I recall a character being cleaved in two yet still maintaining a blank expression, babbling for half an hour as if nothing had happened. One might think he was just fine. Have you said enough? will you grant me a swift end?" the troll ape king bellowed in fury. Upon hearing the roar, Dragon Ao froze momentarily. A hidden plot twist. After a brief silence, he stammered, I am Dragon Ao, tasked by the wood elves to eliminate you." This was the most he could muster after considerable thought. For in past gaming experiences, he would simply recite the lines that appeared on screen as if in a play. As long as the essence remained, it sufficed, for he was merely a technician in gameplay. Now, without a script, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to improvising, resulting in this awkward utterance. Those two girls experienced this and still chose to trust an outsider. You must have coerced them, right, by the way? I've learned from them that you are the king of this tribe of troll apes, correct? I remember the wood elves treating you well. Why do you repay kindness with enmity? What are you musing about? The troll ape king fell into reminiscence, perhaps spurred by the proximity of death, as memories flashed before him like a revolving lantern. In the beginning, he, like the other troll apes, had a family that echoed the happiness of humans. My father frequently ventured into the wilderness with other male trolls, scavenging for sustenance. Upon returning, he would spend his leisure moments imparting survival skills to me. One of his most oft-repeated maxims was "the weak are prey to the strong." Or he would recount the events of the day's hunt. On occasion, he would even share tales of his romantic history with my mother, detailing their intimate moments with an unsettling candor that left me blushing with embarrassment. While my father roamed, my mother remained within our territory, accompanied by other women and children. She often regaled me with stories of our clan's storied past, occasionally touching upon her relationship with my father. Yet, perhaps due to differing perspectives, some events she recounted seemed to morph into an alternate narrative, leading me to perceive my father as somewhat foolish in her eyes. Whenever my father returned, our family would gather to converse. My mother would present freshly picked fruits, while my father would display the meat he had procured. I would relish these moments, listening to the affectionate banter exchanged between my parents. The resources of the mid-forest were abundant. Each time our warriors returned from their expeditions, they brought back copious amounts of food, and the women would gather sweet fruits, ensuring our lives were filled with abundance, until that fateful day arrived. The day was marked by the cacophony of neighing steeds and the shouts of an unfamiliar tongue. A rain of fire descended from the heavens, incinerating all within our territory. I still vividly recall the acrid smoke that billowed as the trees ignited. Mingling with the rich scent of blood, humans had launched an assault. A horde of armored humans surged into our clan, mercilessly slaughtering all in sight. Despite the valiant efforts of our warriors, the chasm in equipment and overall might felt like divine retribution. Our warriors fell, and my father, urging my mother and me to flee, charged into the throng of enemies. Cradled in my mother's arms, I witnessed my father's last moments as he was felled by a barrage of blades, his lifeless body collapsing into a pool of blood. Yet, the merciless humans showed no mercy, desecrating his corpse as if it were mere prey, extracting a gleaming crystal from within him, brandished high amidst their malicious grins. It was the magic crystal, the essence of the beast. My heart was flooded with rage and sorrow, but more so with confusion. Why had they attacked us? My mother held me tightly as we fled with the remnants of our clan. Finally stopping at a relatively safe location, thus a new territory was established. Just when I believed everything had settled, the cruel reality struck again. Beasts, or perhaps other tribes, launched their own assaults. It was then that I truly comprehended my father's oft-repeated adage, "the weak are prey to the strong." Other tribes, sensing our clan's vulnerability, collectively turned against us. In the forest, the weak were deemed unworthy of survival. Our diminished clan, with only a handful of warriors, could hardly withstand the onslaught of the other tribes. My mother urged me to run, while I stood defiantly before our foes. When I turned to glance back, I beheld a massive wolf-like beast feasting upon my mother's lifeless form, whatever it discovered within her. Its malicious grin mirrored that of the humans who had slain my father. After enduring several migrations with the clan, I finally matured under the care of my fellow tribesmen. I had gained the strength to protect my kin. Yet, fate was unyielding. While foraging with the warriors, we were ambushed by another tribe. I distinctly remembered that assault. Those tribes had clearly plotted to consume us amidst our decline. After a fierce skirmish, I was the sole survivor of our small team. Outnumbered and outmatched, with no alternative, I fled toward the outer forest, pursued relentlessly by our assailants. As I fought through my injuries and exhaustion, my vision began to blur, my speed waning, just as the enemy closed in. Arrows, unknown in origin, suddenly rained down upon them, striking them down. "Are you all right?" was the last thing I heard before darkness enveloped me. Chapter 13, The Burden of Leadership. I awoke from my unconsciousness, the duration of which was a mystery. Before me stood a youthful wood elf maiden, her curious gaze roving over me, clearly intrigued by my presence. This sensation of being regarded as a mere plaything was profoundly uncomfortable. Sister, Come see, he has awakened. The mother of the gods is truly remarkable. She has healed even such grave wounds. I was still a bit dazed but caught the significance of the term mother of the gods. Oh, you little imp, do you not understand the rules of our tribe? For her to grant you that is already a breach of protocol, yet you dare to speak of it in front of outsiders. Ha, sister, I realize my mistake, please let this one slide. How naive, not only is it forbidden to give him that, but even to keep him here is a serious breach. Consider this a kindness from me as your elder. But to mention that in front of outsiders is utterly unacceptable. You shall practice at the archery range. Do not think to leave until you have hit the bullseye 100 times. Ah, sister, have mercy, you are the one who claimed to wish to become a warrior. Although you possess extraordinary talent, there is no one among our warriors who can best you. Your archery skills still lag behind those of our elite. That cannot stand, but am I not still the strongest? Enough chatter, off to the archery range with you. Yes, with that, the wood elf maiden dashed out. Thus began my dialogue with this elder wood elf. Known as Aisha, the leader of her tribe, while the one who had just spoken was her younger sister, Lisa. This place was the sacred gathering ground of the wood elves, the mother tree forest. Due to my status as an outsider, Aisha refrained from divulging much more information. After learning of my situation, Aisha proposed that I remain to recuperate and assist the tribe in some manner to repay my debt of gratitude for my rescue. However, I sensed that her true motivation was to encourage me to spend more time with the little one named Lisa. Despite Aisha adopting a leader's demeanor, I could still perceive the youthful innocence on her face. Life among the wood elves was fulfilling. Each day, I either hunted with the other wood elf warriors or assisted them in moving goods. My strength far surpassed that of the other wood elves, enabling me to effortlessly lift burdens that would require 3 or 4, or even dozens of their kin to manage. After all, in their eyes, I seemed to tower over them by a full head. Strangely, this disparity seemed to inspire a certain admiration toward me, an outsider. While recovering, I discovered that my strength had inexplicably increased. The cause of this enhancement was surely unrelated to my convalescence, as performing those tasks required little effort from me. The labor I had engaged in previously within my own tribe had been far more arduous and perilous, yet I had felt no such change. The only plausible explanation was the mother of the gods fruit. Of course, this was merely speculation. I was still reeling from the intense pain that had consumed my attention. It would be impossible to inquire with the tribe leader now, given her strictures against mentioning the fruit. It was clearly not something to be discussed lightly. Seeking it out would be folly. If discovered, I would undoubtedly face dire consequences. I had witnessed the peculiar arrows of the wood elves. The horrific fates of those who had pursued me were still fresh in my mind. Though I had grown stronger, I was not yet invincible against such weaponry. Weighing the risks and benefits, I resolved to let the matter rest. Days passed until an unexpected event transpired. One day, seeking a leisurely stroll, I stepped outside only to be met by a colossal bough. Looking down, I saw Lisa, her face alight with anticipation as she clutched the enormous bough. Given her relatively petite stature, the sight was somewhat comical. To me, Lisa was quite endearing. She would often run over, eager for me to share tales of the outside world. With no choice but to oblige, I recounted the stories my mother often told me. Although I had never truly ventured beyond the forest, Lisa always listened with rapt attention, and I found myself smiling genuinely whenever her laughter filled the air. Was this how my mother felt back then? Hey, can you shoot arrows? The surge of excitement in her voice interrupted my reverie. When I regained my focus, I noticed Lisa's eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, her expression brightened further by her lack of dark circles under her eyes. Before I knew it, I was being dragged to the archery range by her. Contemplating the massive bow in my hands and the relatively small target in the distance, I fell into deep thought. I had never wielded anything called a bow before. The only weapon I had ever seen was the sharpened stick my father had carried. Under Lisa's eager gaze, I mimicked the stance of the wood elf warriors I had seen. Nocking an arrow and drawing the bowstring, aiming at the distant target, whoosh, the arrow whistled through the air, narrowly missing the target, yet its power was sufficient to pierce through sturdy trees. Subsequently, both Lisa and I were punished simultaneously. Not for any trivial reason, but rather due to the unfortunate circumstance that our chieftain Aisha happened to pass by the rear of that tree at the very moment when a colossal arrow was loosed, nearly striking her in the head. Had it indeed found its mark, the consequences would have been dire. It was only later that I learned this gargantuan bow had been crafted by Lisa after several nights of relentless toil. During this time, she had even taken leave from her duties, despite her illness, resulting in the dark circles under her eyes. Since then, I have diligently devoted time each day to practice with the bow and arrows that Lisa had made for me. After several months of unwavering effort, I was astonished to discover that my archery skills had reached a level on par with the finest in our clan, seemingly inspired by my progress. Lisa, who had previously been mediocre in her archery, began to improve her skills as well. Aisha observed this transformation with an approving smile. As my reputation within the Wood Elf clan grew, I was entrusted with more formidable tasks. Lisa, due to her position as the captain of the warriors, began to accompany me on these missions, leading our entire team. From that point on, I ventured forth daily with my squad, honing my abilities, while also seizing my spare moments to absorb more knowledge about the Wood Elves, ranging from agriculture to the intricacies of iron smelting, and collecting books from the wreckage of stranded human adventurers and attacked merchant caravans during our quests. It was during this period that I began to comprehend the world beyond the forest. The human texts spoke of a vast world outside, their settlements referred to as kingdoms. My ability to decipher these human writings was thanks to the teachings of our chieftain Aisha. Much like the tribes within the forest, kingdoms engaged in conflict with one another, a phenomenon they termed war, resulting in countless casualties. The content of these books varied greatly. Some chronicled the daily lives of individuals. Others detailed medical and forging techniques, while some delved into the realms of magic and martial energy. It was by adhering to the methods outlined in these texts that I learned to harness martial energy, a practice seemingly present among Wood Elves, albeit not imparted to me, perhaps due to the cautious nature of my foreign status. Among the concepts that intrigued me most was the term Cleansing Day. This was a day designated by humans for the periodic extermination of forest beasts, a practice established after a cataclysmic event thousands of years ago when the beasts, having proliferated excessively, surged forth from the forest to assault human kingdoms. It is said that many formidable nations fell to the onslaught of these beast hordes, and it was only after suffering immense losses that humanity managed to repel them, leading to the establishment of this event and the emergence of a new profession, adventurers. This recollection reminded me of my mother's tales, recounting how during the zenith of our tribe's power millennia ago, our warriors had charged out of the forest to battle external foes, an era of territorial expansion and valor. The most recent Cleansing Day had occurred merely a decade prior, coinciding with the time our tribe was besieged. Upon grasping the context of these events, I found it difficult to completely relinquish my hatred. Rather, I gained a deeper understanding. My squad and I subsequently accomplished many arduous tasks, and since the inception of our team, we had never faced failure, which propelled our renown within the tribe to great heights. I also grew closer to Lisa, who, in a moment of uncharacteristic candor, revealed to me the secret of the Wood Elves, the mother fruit from the mother tree, the very thing that had saved my life and empowered me. After several months of relatively peaceful yet fulfilling days, fate once again extended its sinister hand, as if history were repeating itself, when a pair of ogre-like warrior beasts sought refuge here after being attacked. Witnessing the suffering of my kin, I acted without hesitation, joining the other Wood Elf warriors to eliminate the pursuing foes. Upon learning of the tragic fate that had befallen our tribe from the lips of my compatriots, I resolutely chose to return to the clan, departing amidst Lisa's reluctant gaze. It was eerily reminiscent of the last time, though this time, none of the ogre warriors remained. Upon my return to the tribe, bolstered by the strength gained from the mother fruit, I naturally ascended to the role of the tribe's leader. Drawing upon the knowledge I had acquired, I began instructing my fellow tribespeople in agriculture, weapon crafting, and even the discovery of subterranean ore veins for iron production and construction. The advanced management techniques and corresponding tools I introduced led to the flourishing of our tribe. However, danger soon followed, as other tribes launched renewed attacks. If the previous assault had stemmed from our tribe's decline, this new incursion was utterly absurd. They accused us of treachery for employing human knowledge and technology, as humans had historically used these tools to slay beasts, thus branding us traitors to our kind. This pretense was ludicrous. Many humanoid tribes within the forest also utilized weapons from the assailed humans, and among the dissenters, numerous leaders had collaborated with humans. As I well knew, to put it plainly, they were envious of our success, fearing retaliation for their previous transgressions. Initially, our forces fared well. The well-equipped and highly trained warriors of our tribe dispatched foes with ease. Yet, as more tribes joined the fray, we began to be outnumbered. Even more infuriating was the fate that befell some of our captured ogre warriors, their bodies mutilated, heads severed, and sent back as a grave insult to our entire tribe. Their equipment vanished, and in the battles that followed, I witnessed the craftsmanship of Wood Elves adorning the weapons and armor of our adversaries. The irony was palpable. They condemned our techniques as blasphemous. Yet here they were utilizing the very knowledge we had imparted. As the situation deteriorated, our warriors fell one after another, and the space for our tribe's survival grew ever smaller, leaving me in a state of uncertainty. Unlike the previous encounter, this one aimed for utter extermination. The only option was to retreat all our people to the outer layers of the forest, an idea that was utterly unacceptable. Beasts, unlike humans, do not possess innate intelligence upon birth. The formidable physiques and heightened intellect of beasts are nurtured by the surrounding magical energies. The stronger the beast, the greater the concentration of magic required during its birth. Otherwise, its offspring would emerge increasingly feeble, ultimately losing their intelligence and evolving into mindless creatures driven solely by instinct. This conclusion was drawn by the tribe's shaman a millennium ago and had been a decisive factor in humanity's subsequent counterattack. Just as despair threatened to engulf me, a thought flashed in my mind: the mother fruit, the fruit capable of rapidly enhancing strength. Despite my hesitation, I resolved to redirect my efforts against the wood elves who had once saved my life. Unsurprisingly, initial negotiations failed, and yet another war erupted. Shortly after the declaration of war, an all too familiar figure appeared before me. Why, at that moment, the rain poured heavily, and I could clearly see the disbelief in her eyes. Along with that nostalgic innocence, Lisa had infiltrated our camp. Even now, she remained that naive little girl. The ogre warriors surrounded her, and I recognized that it was the perfect time to strike and weaken our foes. For the sake of my kind, I had to act. Yet, in that moment, her inquiries plunged me into deep contemplation. Why? I repeated the question. Memories surged forth in my mind. It was after an ambush, kneeling on the ground, cradling the wounded body of an ogre warrior, a fatal wound inflicted upon this valiant protector of our tribe. I wept for his sacrifice. At that moment, a faltering voice emerged from his lips. My king, will our people truly survive? Absolutely. I vowed in my capacity as king, I will ensure the survival of our entire kin, by any means necessary. Then I can rest easy. Do not grieve for our deaths. My king, you are our leader. If even you lose hope, what shall become of us? With my thoughts returning to the present, I declared with renewed resolve, because I am the king of the ogre warriors. The girl's pupils dilated in shock, her face a mask of disbelief. She then clenched her teeth, fixing a cold gaze upon her adversaries. I realized then that she was no longer that innocent girl, but rather a formidable and ruthless captain of the wood elves. Her singular focus was to fulfill her duty, to eradicate the enemy before her for the sake of her race. In a flash, she skillfully drew back her bowstring, unleashing a rapid arrow. Despite my earlier conviction, I found myself wishing to be struck down by that arrow. Being a king was exhausting. Images flashed through my mind: a stern yet benevolent father, a gentle yet resilient mother, and those brave warriors who fought valiantly for our tribe. I could not perish. I abruptly turned my head, and the arrow whizzed past my ear. The ogre warriors surged forward, intent on slaying the assassin who dared to target their king. Lisa, having failed in her attempt, deftly evaded capture and sprinted back to her tribe, leaving me to gaze after her with a complex expression. And so we arrive at the present, facing the humans before me. I still uttered those words, because I am the king of the ogre warriors. Very well. Long Ao raised his gun, aiming at the head of the ogre king. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, whoosh, an arrow flew through the air, embedding itself directly into the ogre king's skull. The ogre king fell dead on the spot. At this moment, Lisa was poised in an archery stance, standing before the guards of Aisha, her eyes aglow with the magical light used for detecting enemies. With unparalleled precision, she could strike a target from 100 paces and locate foes from 1,000 miles away. Now we are even, Lisa murmured quietly. What the heck? What's going on? I've never heard of a scripted kill in a favorable situation, Long Ao exclaimed, glancing at the lifeless body of the opponent before him. With a sigh of resignation, he added, well, let us move on to the next one. With that, he slowly approached the grey wolf, which had finished feasting on the corpse, ready to seek his next prey. Chapter 14. The war comes to an end. Not long after the demise of the Troll Ape King, all surviving Troll Ape warriors suddenly halted. Among human scholars, it is believed that magical beasts possess a peculiar trait: ordinary magical beasts share an inexplicable bond with their leader. When a powerful leader falls, the beasts under their command instinctively sense it, regardless of the distance separating them. This connection intensifies among stronger magical species, such as the high-tier dragons. Whenever a dragon king perishes, the other dragons in the clan engage in profound mourning. Even lesser breeds, domesticated by humans, respond if they share even a sliver of bloodline. Scholars speculate that this phenomenon stems from a certain connection created by the magical energy within the beasts. The stronger the magic, the tighter the bond, thus forming a means for magical beasts to recognize their leaders. Returning to the present, when all troll apes sense the death of their king, a troll ape second only in size to the fallen king, shouted to the surrounding warriors, "The king has sacrificed himself, all troll apes, lay down your weapons and surrender." With that command, all remaining troll ape warriors, caught in the throes of battle, dropped their weapons and bowed in a gesture of surrender. This turn of events caught the players, who were thoroughly enjoying the fight, completely off guard. "Should we continue fighting?" a voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Detection indicates that the enemy has surrendered. We are now initiating a new plot. Esteemed players, please refrain from attacking the prisoners of war, or you will face system penalties. Having just released the new information through the system, Ailey sat in her chair, contemplating the next steps. After the battle, all captured troll apes were handed over to the wood elves for processing. What transpired thereafter remains a mystery. It was said that thereafter, the troll apes and wood elves surprisingly merged into one tribe, the relations so harmonious that it was as if war had never occurred. Before long, the wood elves organized a grand feast, extending invitations to Ailey's side. That night was filled with merriment, the crackling of the bonfire, the sizzling of barbecued delicacies, and the lively exchanges punctuated by bursts of laughter created a warm atmosphere. Following the recent conflict, all players found themselves with a certain level of favor from the wood elves, making conversations quite pleasant. Male players exchanged tales of their heroic deeds on the battlefield or flirted with the wood elf maidens. Some, clearly seasoned in the art of socializing, had a wood elf girl blushing furiously, their rapport blossoming as if they were on the brink of romance. The female players were no less active. Some formed bonds with the female wood elves, while others playfully stroked the soft fur of the young troll apes, all the while chatting with the nearby male wood elves or young ones, who blushed as well. I tell you, back in that battle, it was intense. I was surrounded by 100 elite troll apes, and the situation was dire. Luckily, I was invincible at that moment, swiftly eliminating their leader before chaos ensued among their ranks, allowing me to cut through them effortlessly, leaving them in disarray, crying for mercy. One player boasted. "Don't listen to his nonsense." Another player interjected, "Sure, he did take down quite a few, but let me tell you how he ended up." When one troll ape fell in fear, he foolishly charged in, brandishing his weapon, not knowing whether to attack or not. He ended up getting impaled from behind by another troll ape, collapsing to the ground in agony, only to be finished off by two other troll apes. And guess what? I was the one who took down those two mere foot soldiers, and the weakest ones at that. "Just wait, I'll show you how," he cried out back then. With that, the player dropped to the ground, mimicking a child who had just been spanked, wailing comically, "Oh no, youngsters today have no honor. You ambushed me. You can't handle a fair fight. I'll get you." He lunged toward the player who had exposed his tail. "Hey, what's wrong? Why the long face? Don't mention it, Sai. Should I share?" "Alright then, I encountered a horde of troll apes up close during the battle." "What? Did they take you down?" "If that were the case, it wouldn't bother me. But the issue was that I was actually dominating them." Suddenly some idiot with a machine gun saw me surrounded by monsters and opened fire, taking me down along with them. Ever since I started playing this game, I've been accidentally hit during large team battles, and to make matters worse, I'm live streaming. My audience has given me the unflattering nickname Accidental Injury Guy. What a ridiculous name. My ID is Ladybug. Thank you very much. Wow, you're now infamous across the entire server as Accidental Injury Guy. Well, let it slide. Dragon Brother. Dragon Brother, hey, what are you up to? "Oh, I'm handling company documents." Ever since technology advanced, virtual offices have become a norm, allowing some tasks to be completed from home. I practically spend all day in the virtual chamber, working while gaming. As for my nutritional needs, I have people outside who ensure I receive my supplements on time. Dragon Brother, you manage such a large company so carelessly? And will relying solely on supplements be unhealthy? Don't be fooled by my gaming while working. I scrutinize all these documents carefully for matters crucial to the company. I personally leave the virtual chamber to sign. As for nutrition, you really need to brush up on your knowledge. Synthetic nutrients are not unhealthy. Natural is best. Maintaining your body is a series of chemical reactions that may appear unhealthy. The country has been able to synthesize those chemicals for over a decade now, often better than what your body naturally produces. Even the cheapest synthetic nutrients are more nutritious than anything you could cook yourself. Besides, I don't just stay in the virtual chamber, I exercise occasionally. With a solid education, I know that health is foundational. Dragon Brother, I see I've underestimated you, please don't take offense. Meanwhile, in another area of the bustling banquet, the kitchen was filled with smoke as Chef Wang Eju worked alongside hundreds of wood elves and troll apes to prepare the feast. Many players skilled in cooking had also joined in, contributing new dishes to the celebration. "Wang, is the meat ready yet?" Almost. "Hey, Wang, have you invented any new buff dishes lately? Check the marketplace yourself. I only care about how delicious my dishes are." Those with powerful buffs are just a bonus. Have you stumbled upon any new, stronger poisons? How would I know? Those toxic substances are unexpected surprises, regardless of what you eat, if you don't take the antidote in time. ULL died. I don't remember anything that isn't related to cooking. During this banquet, the humans, wood elves, and troll apes mingled as if no conflicts had ever existed, all enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. At this moment, on the balcony outside the wood elf chief's dwelling, Ailey leaned against the wooden railing, observing the lively scene below with keen interest. You seem quite concerned for your subordinates, after all. We share a common heritage. As their leader, I ought to look after them. Speaking of which, do you truly plan to accept these troll apes? Rest assured, I have already signed a magical contract with them. Unless they find a way to break it, they will have to comply with our commands. As for why we should accept them, to be honest, we can't afford to turn them away. They enhance our strength. Besides, you know I can read minds. You're aware that if we drive them away, they'll be prepared to fight us to the death, which would be detrimental for all of us. You truly have a kind heart, showing concern for us. After this, we have indeed become allies. By the way, where is your sister Lisa? Oh, she is currently seeing off an old friend. To be honest, we didn't harbor deep-seated grudges. It was simply a matter of circumstances. Speaking of which, do you really have a ritual for burning the bodies to ashes before burying them? I recall that both our people and yours should honor the deceased. Right, destroying the body like that, doesn't it seem disrespectful? Meanwhile, in a certain part of the beast forest, Lisa was stacking her felled timber into a towering wooden frame. Beside her, beneath a grand tree, stood two bows and a shovel placed between them. One bow was her own, of normal size, while the other was immense. This place was once frequented by Lisa and the Troll Ape King for their quests. Now, it has been nearly cleared, and even if something were buried here, it would not disturb the tranquility of the surroundings. After stacking the wooden frame, Lisa hoisted a massive corpse onto it, the remains of the Troll Ape King. She then ignited a torch, setting the wooden frame ablaze. The fierce flames consumed the body, emitting a crackling sound. This was a burial method she had heard from a player, regardless of its authenticity. Lisa found it fitting for the current situation and decided to employ it. As she watched the crackling corpse burn, she remained silent, her heart a tumult of emotions, yet words eluded her. The flames flickered quietly, accompanied by the silvery moonlight, enveloping everything in an eerie serenity. Lisa gazed on until the fire extinguished. Then, she retrieved a jar, bent down to gather the ashes from the ground, and placed them within. Sealing it tightly. Afterward, she picked up a shovel standing beneath a tree and began to dig. Even with the shovel removed, a distance still lingered between the two bows. After a while, she excavated a hole just large enough to bury the jar. Then interred the container of ashes, compacting the earth above it. She then approached the tree where the bows stood and grasped the bough that was too immense for her in the past. It had taken all her strength to lift this giant bough, yet now it felt slightly lighter even in one hand. Slowly she walked to the spot where she had buried the jar. Thrusting the colossal bough into the ground, after ensuring its stability, she stepped back a distance and gazed quietly, her lips parting as if to speak, but she swallowed the words instead. The moonlight bathed the grave marked by the grand bough, imparting an indescribable ambience. At that moment, a tall figure approached Lisa. It was the troll ape who had led the surrender. What brings you here? Lisa asked calmly. I have come to fulfill the final request of the king, who instructed that, should he fall in battle and surrender, I must convey a message to you. What? I beg your pardon. Upon hearing this, Lisa paused momentarily and then dismissed him. She turned to the gravestone before her and spoke with composure. I cannot forgive you for waging war upon my kin, but I understand your motives. It is nothing personal. You were merely fulfilling your duty. With that, she fell into a reverie. A little monkey, tell me more about the world beyond the forest. I have told you not to call me little monkey. First of all, monkeys have tails, while I am an ape. Secondly, I am not small. Can't you see I now stand taller than you? Then I shall call you big gorilla. Never mind, you may still call me little monkey. So little monkey, can you tell me about the world beyond the forest? Which forest? The forest beyond the mother tree. If there is any distinction, it would be that competition is fiercer out there. And what lies beyond that forest? I cannot say. I have never ventured there. If the human books do not deceive us, those things should indeed exist beyond the forest. By the way, little monkey, what do you aspire to do in the future? If possible, I would return to my own kin. Is our place not good enough? It is, but I am no wood elf. I am a warrior of the troll ape tribe. I must fulfill my responsibilities, which are to protect my family and my tribe. With that, the recollection came to an end. Lisa gazed toward the direction of the banquet, observing the joyous gathering, and a genuine smile graced her face. Indeed, I am a warrior. It is my duty to protect everyone. With that thought, she seized her bow and headed toward the banquet. From that day forth, the world lost a naive girl and gained a mature and valiant warrior. Chapter 15, A Time of Peace. Continuing exploration. After the banquet concluded, Ailey received the rewards she desired: 2 spells, mind reading and rapid plant growth. The method of acquisition involved allowing the system to scan while Aisha employed these 2 spells. Ailey kept the mind reading spell hidden for herself, while the rapid plant growth spell was made available for all players to learn. Aptly named Growth Technique, this spell subsequently became essential for nearly every player. Each day after hunting, any residual magical energy would be utilized to hasten the growth of crops, which could then be submitted to the system for contribution points. Players sought every means to extract maximum vitality and magical energy from the game to create greater value. Even when players logged off, Ailey ensured that the system continued to control their characters, allowing them to work tirelessly, a feature known as the idle mode. The specific effect was that when players wished to log off, they could set an idle route, determining their actions while idling, thus enabling their characters to follow the established path. Even without setting an idle route, the system could calculate the character's strength and devise the most efficient route for actions, such as how to defeat monsters more effectively or determining suitable actions based on the player's habits. This led players to lament that they were outperformed by the computer simultaneously due to the previous conflict with the Wood Elves. Ailey and the players grew closer, allowing them to learn more about the Wood Elves. The Wood Elves earned their name because their existence revolves around the Mother Tree. They are birthed from the Mother Tree, which periodically produces organ-like structures resembling a womb where the young Wood Elves are born. These younglings are comparable in size and intellect to human children. However, this does not imply that Wood Elves cannot reproduce. They have distinct genders and can procreate like normal humans. It is said that the original Wood Elves subsisted on fruits that fell from the Mother Tree, the smaller trees surrounding the Mother Tree, which differ from the external trees, are offspring of the Mother Tree, sprouting from its roots. As the population of Wood Elves grows, the Mother Tree extends its roots further, facilitating the emergence of additional offspring trees, thereby expanding their territory. While Ailey engaged in casual conversation with Aisha, Aisha recounted a tale from their past. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, the Wood Elves established an extraordinarily powerful empire. At that time, the roots of the Mother Tree occupied a significant portion of the Beastmaster Forest, threatening to engulf the most magical area within the inner circle. During this period, any foes encountered, regardless of their strength, were utterly annihilated by their formidable army. This era is referred to as the Era of Abundant Branches by present-day Wood Elves. However, excessive expansion ultimately invited calamity. They meddled with forces they ought not to have touched. Just as the Wood Elves sought to invade the inner circle, destruction descended upon them. White flames consumed all, and a colossal figure seemed to obscure the entire sky. A single monster obliterated the entire empire. This day was known among the Wood Elves as the Day of Withering. Its might was so great that the Wood Elves dared not recall its visage, merely referring to it as the White Reaper. From that day forth, the Wood Elves could only huddle in the outer circle, never daring to gaze upon the world beyond. Upon hearing this tale, Ailey promptly manipulated the system to draw a borderline on the system map surrounding the inner circle of the Beastmaster Forest. The specific effect was that as players approached that region, a blue barrier would appear before them. Upon contact with the barrier, the system would control the player's character to prevent further advancement, presenting the illusion of an impassable barrier. Naturally, this did not deter players from testing their limits. Attacking the barrier became inevitable, for the barrier existed solely within the player's perception. Consequently, players believed their attacks passed through the border wall. Yet they could not enter. This feature had been inherent in the system since its inception, as the players' bodies in this world were created by the system, granting it absolute control over them. At the onset of players' arrival, some had inevitably engaged in reckless behavior, such as attempting to attack Ailey. Ailey understood this, as who hasn't attacked NPCs in games. Thus, whenever players attempted to strike Ailey, the system forcibly controlled their actions, issuing warnings. If players persisted in their attempts, the system would display a decrease in Ailey's favorability. Should the favorability drop below a critical threshold, while expulsion from the game was unlikely, the player would be unable to approach Ailey when the favorability was insufficient, effectively creating a barrier around her. This method also applied to friendly units. While the approach to neutral units depended on circumstances, Ailey would strive to avoid accumulating new enemies. Of course, some weapons or abilities with extensive range could inadvertently harm Ailey. leading to a prohibition on large-scale attacks near friendly units. However, player versus player actions were not restricted, as long as they did not obliterate Ailey's abode, allowing for significant casualties among players due to mutual recklessness outside of enemy attacks. The sustenance of the wood elves primarily hinges upon the delectable fruits borne by the offspring of the mother tree. While these fruits are indeed delightful, their efficacy and flavor pale in comparison to those of the mother tree itself. In stark contrast to the fruits of the mother tree, which possess the remarkable ability to enhance strength and prolong life, the fruits of the offspring merely offer healing properties for minor wounds. Furthermore, the fruiting of the mother tree demands an exceedingly protracted passage of time, spanning nearly 2 centuries, unlike the offspring, which bears fruit in a cycle akin to that of ordinary fruit-bearing trees. Nevertheless, the fruits produced are anything but ordinary. Once they ripen and fall, they remain imperishable, yet their meager yield renders them exceedingly precious. From centuries past to the present, the wood elves have managed to preserve a mere 100 or so of these fruits. The magic of the wood elves finds its origins in the mother tree, with the enchantments that facilitate rapid plant growth stemming from its unique magical essence. Thus, the wood elves seldom find themselves troubled by the quest for nourishment. Although this power does not extend its benefits to the mother tree, the wood elves' cultivation of wheat is not driven by necessity, but rather by a desire to diversify their diet after centuries of consuming the same fruits. The magic that allows them to glimpse into the hearts of others arises from the special connection shared between the mother tree and its offspring, akin to a linked network. Through this connection, the wood elves can observe events occurring in distant regions, which explains their dominance over the beast forest. This particular magic was ingeniously replicated by the ancestors of the wood elves through their studies of the unique bond between the mother tree and its offspring. Its principle mirrors that of the mother tree, establishing a mental link with others to perceive their thoughts. Moreover, this magic possesses a remarkable intelligence, allowing the connection to go unnoticed by the other party, provided that they are weaker than the caster. For those of greater strength may sense its presence. One could assert that the magic of the wood elves is inextricably linked to the mother tree. When Ari mastered these 2 spells, Aisha was left utterly astonished. The majority of the wood elves' weaponry also derives from the mother tree, predominantly crafted from wood collected from the offspring, which, despite being wooden, rivals the might of steel. Weapons fashioned from materials gathered from the mother tree are particularly formidable. In the player's marketplace, there exists a distinction between wood from the offspring and that from the mother tree, the latter possessing a hardness that far surpasses the former, albeit at the cost of requiring significantly more contribution points. The iron implements wielded by the wood elves are sourced from the mines beneath the mother tree, rumored to be formed by its colossal roots. Apart from wearing leather, the wood elves predominantly don garments woven from a special silken thread. Akin in texture to silk, the origin of this unique thread can be attributed to a magical creature known as the divine silk moth, which thrives in symbiosis with the mother tree. This extraordinary creature feeds on the leaves of both the offspring and the mother tree, regurgitating the special silk fibers. The method of collection bears resemblance to that of reality. Garments crafted from this silk are remarkably resilient, impervious to ordinary blades, and provide an exceptional level of comfort when worn. Some individuals adorned in these garments find solace in their homes, leaning against fields adorned with golden wheat, inhaling the fragrance of the grain, and sipping tea to savor the simplicity of life. Conversely, individuals like Long Ao, a war enthusiast, are focused on harnessing the weaponry potential of this silk. Committed to a comprehensive approach, he constructed a silkworm chamber with feed provided by the wood elves. While he exchanged other resources as needed, his creations are either fashioned into armor or repurposed for crafting ancient zither-like instruments reminiscent of the 3-body problem. The unique properties of this zither have garnered admiration from many bloodthirsty players, with Wang Yijuan being a fervent aficionado. It remains uncertain how many beasts, believing they could escape the clutches of this hellish chef, have been mercilessly sliced apart by their own frantic attempts to flee. Afterward, Wang Yijuan would often remark, I can save on chopping vegetables now. As for the wood elves, the players have not been idle in recent days. Many have continued to explore the outskirts or remain in their homes, inventing items to benefit themselves and others, or, at the very least, devising contraptions to expedite their enemies' demise. Among them, Long Ao and Einstein have generated the most commotion. Long Ao, leveraging real-world innovations, invented an electrically powered vehicle. Unsurprisingly, this invention underwent extensive modifications by the players. These modifications resulted in a plethora of variations, including cargo haulers, speed demons for thrill seekers, and even vehicles designed to hasten the enemy's passage into the afterlife while leisurely enjoying the scenery and hunting for unfortunate souls. In summary, the array of modifications is diverse, with many proving hazardous. The only downside is the emergence of a doomsday racing faction, along with a plethora of heavyweights on the roads, and some uniquely artistic vehicle enthusiasts. While this scenario compromises safety and aesthetics, Ari expresses gratitude for the thoroughness of national laws, lest she witness the manifestation of 100 demons on a dark night. In reality, however, benefits do exist. The range of exploration and the speed of travel for players have seen a remarkable enhancement. After all, while riding wolves is swift, these creatures cannot sustain their pace indefinitely, requiring frequent rests and consuming substantial amounts of food. This results in minimal contribution points earned during excursions, and purchasing meat for these beasts becomes a costly endeavor. Vehicles, in contrast, offer numerous advantages aside from players who cling to large batteries in the rear as makeshift power banks. Alas, the terrain is woven with obstacles, as the map is ensconced within a forest, characterized by dense undergrowth and weeds within 10 meters and a sea of trees beyond, after countless encounters with colossal trees resulting in vehicular destruction. Players resorted to constructing roads, emulating real-world practices. Meanwhile, Einstein completed the design and construction of an electromagnetic cannon. Its principle mirrors that of conventional artillery, substituting gunpowder propulsion with electromagnetic propulsion, while still incorporating gunpowder to augment its destructive range. Speaking of gunpowder, Ari had previously scanned for sulfur, making it available in the marketplace. Players purchased it to manufacture gunpowder, subsequently listing it in the marketplace, enabling players to possess an inexhaustible supply of gunpowder given sufficient contribution points. Many players have utilized it to forge weapons, leading to the emergence of various factions within the game, such as the multi-turret God Cult, the Caliber and Truth Council, and the range and explosion enthusiasts. The players who benefited most from this development were those capable of operating vehicles, for when cannons are paired with war chariots, the essence of a tank emerges. Days passed, and for the beasts of the forest, the situation became increasingly dire, as relentless metallic monstrosities prowled the woods, slaughtering without hesitation. Among them were swift and nimble creatures, whose thunderous roars heralded their lethal approach, while others towered like colossal beasts, obliterating anything that dared obstruct their path. Those brave enough to stand against them met their doom beneath their wheels, as these machines systematically laid down roads, encroaching upon the territory of the magical beasts. Deep within the forest, an immense iron behemoth advanced inexorably, resembling a small mountain forged from steel driven by a pair of treads. It bore a massive bulldozer blade at the front and was flanked by enormous circular saws on either side. This creation, the brainchild of Long AO, serves as a mobile base, affectionately dubbed the base vehicle by players. Players piloted this behemoth, leaving deep impressions in the earth as the treads rolled over the terrain. While the bulldozer blade mercilessly cleared the path ahead, the colossal saws whirled with ferocity, akin to the hungry fangs of ravenous beasts. Players loaded the toppled trees onto conveyor belts designed on either side of the vehicle, slicing the timber into manageable pieces that could easily fit within their backpacks, thereby exchanging them for contribution points. All units, report your status, echoed the voice from the driver's cabin, that of the convoy's commander. The player's communication channel buzzed with activity. Observation team reporting, all is normal. Power room reporting, I'm right here. Firepower team reporting, bored to death. Gathering team reporting, when have we ever been idle? Atop the vehicle's turret, an observation team player, armed with a sniper rifle, surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, a lightning leopard came into view. Without hesitation, the player unleashed magic and squeezed the trigger, obliterating the beast's skull. Observation team reporting, one prey down. I have marked its location on the game map for retrieval. This is the gathering team. We will dispatch 2 Grey Wolf cavalry squads for collection. Continue observations. We welcome an abundance of prey. This is still the observation team. I've spotted a large one, but my firepower is insufficient. I've marked its location. It's your turn to fire. A firepower team received. The player in charge of the cannon maneuvered the electromagnetic artillery, calculating the marked location on the map. Can we hit a moving target of this difficulty? We don't want to attract more monsters. Rest assured, I've had hands-on experience in the military. This is child's play compared to that. With that, he aimed at the target, pressed the switch, and the magic array inscribed on the cannon glimmered, unleashing a powerful current to rapidly charge the rails. The projectile within was launched at an astonishing speed, striking the massive beast's head several kilometers away. Almost instantaneously, the projectile penetrated its skull, and the explosive contents detonated, violently shattering its head into fragments. The colossal body collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the sun. Firepower team reporting, target hit. The target is deceased. Gathering team received. Brothers, we have significant work ahead. After reporting the situation, the player responsible for firing the cannon placed his hand on the magic array, continuously channeling power into it in preparation for the next shot. Hey, I say, cannon operator, did you really serve in the military? Why would I lie to you? I have heard whispers that the nation has commenced the deployment of unmanned combat operations, those wherein one sits in a control room, orchestrating drones or tactical humanoids in battle, akin to playing a video game, achieving a state of zero casualties. While there is indeed some truth to what you say, it is not as extraordinary as you might imagine. We, the living beings on the battlefield, serve primarily as command nodes. To put it plainly, my mind directs a legion of mechanized entities, the command center issues orders to us, and we maneuver these automata to launch assaults. However, this necessitates our presence on the battlefield alongside these ion sentinels. Should artillery rain down upon us, we, the flesh and blood, would still be at risk of meeting our fate. Yet, the advantage lies in the fact that a single shell striking the command center does not render the entire contingent of automatons floundering like headless chickens. Surely, your routine training must be somewhat alleviated, given that you are learning to command these mechanized beings. You jest, my sedentary friend. The training regimen has not diminished but rather intensified, as we are all being honed into elite soldiers. If, perchance, the enemy were to develop some insidious device that incapacitated our mechanized forces, would we simply surrender? It is likely we would have to resort to the same desperate measures as our forebears in the snowy fields, using our own bodies to confront those metallic monstrosities. You have likely heard tales of the paranoia that afflicts the military brass. This is not the first time, I presume. Not a jest, indeed, but I must inquire. How formidable are these mechanized warriors? They would easily overpower 100 of you, effortlessly pinning you to the ground. Even within this game, they are akin to major bosses, after a spell of continued advancement. The power chamber spoke up. This is the commander. We require energy replenishment. Understood, came the response. While you all frolic outside, I am left in this dull chamber, serving as your power bank. Cease your complaints. You merely lie there, doing nothing but casting spells to receive rewards, while we, the gatherers, cannot afford a moment's respite. Indeed, you have it the hardest. With that, I seized 2 chains from the floor of the power chamber and unleashed magic upon them. A vigorous current surged through the chains towards the immense battery ahead, and shortly thereafter, the power gauge indicated a full charge. Speaking of which, the evolution of this game is astonishing. It has only been a short while since we transitioned from cold weapons to firearms. Without even an open beta, perhaps the developers never anticipated we would transform a perfectly good Western fantasy game into a modern warfare scenario. Why not a cyberpunk theme? Just look at yourself, what part of you is metallic? By the way, which company developed this game? I recall it having a name like Longyou. Yes, a game produced by the Dragon Kingdom. I chuckled. What a delightful name. In reality, the Longyou company was founded with the considerable wealth amassed by the system through Ailey's formidable computational prowess in the stock market. Under the system's guidance, all legal formalities were duly observed. The reason for establishing the company was Ailey's belief that while the player base remains small, it is manageable. However, should it grow, it would become challenging to deceive. Rather than maintaining an air of mystery and allowing players to speculate wildly, it was more prudent to clarify certain aspects to avoid unnecessary complications. In the external realm, Ailey adopted a pay-per-play model, charging players based on the duration of their gameplay, thus ensuring the company's sustainability. As for those without funds, Ailey remarked that if they wished to play but lacked money, they should focus on their studies and earn a living. After all, how impoverished must their households be if they constantly yearn to play? Due to the game's operational model resembling that of a certain game from decades past, it has been dubbed the second great gaming era following the Age of Warcraft. With a sigh, the commander reminisced, recalling a time when we were mere primitives wielding farming tools against the beasts, exchanging blows and shooting arrows at our teammates' posteriors. Now, observe the long rifles and artillery. Each of us is practically a mobile arsenal. It must be said that Long's craftsmanship is exceptional. Even this magnificent creation is a testament to his prowess, and it is likely he has profited handsomely from it. By the way, was that arrow that struck your posterior back then shot by you? At that moment, a nearby ladybug seemed to tremble inexplicably. Just as everyone was basking in a jovial atmosphere, a voice rang out over the channel. What have I discovered? A photograph was promptly dispatched to each player's inbox, revealing an imposing cityscape. The system's voice then resonated in the ears of all players, detecting relevant narrative elements. New quest objectives triggered. Chapter 16, The Siege, 1. At this moment, Ailey gazed intently at the information displayed on the system interface. System mission issued, capture the Dark City. Reward, 100,000 energy points to IT. Was not the sudden influx of energy points that surprised her. In light of the player's ruthless slaughter, this amount was merely a drop in the bucket. Just recently, the previous battle had netted her over 1 million energy points. What truly concerned her was the nature of this mission, distinct from the usual tasks Ailey assigned to players. This was a quest issued directly by the system. A rarity that had not even occurred during confrontations with wood elves or troll-like creatures, yet presented itself upon encountering a human settlement. This human city belonged to the nation of St. Delris, the very realm that had cast Ailey into the forest of beasts to fend for herself. Such a coincidence felt too uncanny. Was this system targeting humans specifically, or was it retaliating against those who had wronged her? If it was the former, then the implications were dire. After all, humans exist beyond this world, and players are humans too, with their homeland and kin equally human. Yet, there was little choice. Her survival depended on this system. And currently, it bore no ill will towards her. Even its commands were devoid of restrictions, exuding an air of casual indifference, though prudence warranted a watchful eye. Subsequently, Ailey dispatched an assault mission to the players, detailing the following objectives. 1. Primary objective: capture the city. 2. Secondary objective: preserve as many inhabitants as possible, for claiming a city solely populated by players would be absurd. 3. Secondary objective: ensure the city remains intact. If it were reduced to ruins, where would Ailey reside? After outlining these tasks, Ailey traced a boundary around the target city and established that a certain number of players must gather at the perimeter before it could be breached. Ailey was not a mindless brute, charging in without understanding the enemy's capabilities. Such reckless behavior would be tantamount to suicide, thus she resolved to assemble a substantial contingent of players before deciding on an assault. Her gaze shifted to the system's screen, where the expansive map displayed blue dots representing players hastening towards the Dark City, all of whom found themselves halted outside the boundary, contrary to expectations of a grand offensive. The players remained stationary, with only a handful advancing, clearly the doing of Long AO. Evidently Long AO shared the sentiment that a mindless charge would be unwise, given the game's escalating difficulty. He called a halt to the players' advance and dispatched stealthy players to scout for intelligence. It must be said that the players' obedience was largely thanks to the system's filtering, otherwise chaos would surely ensue. Meanwhile, a 5-member team emerged from the city, resembling the adventurer parties often depicted in otherworldly tales. Captain Chris, do you think we'll reap rich rewards this time? Fear not, at the very least, you won't starve. Chris, the team leader, donned exquisite armor, wielding a large shield and sword, a third-tier warrior in the game's hierarchy. And you, Wager, can your spells be relied upon? Jaeger, the team's mage clad in standard robes, was a second-tier sorcerer. Of course, the new spell I learned will surely astonish you. At that point, Miss Alicia, you shall assist me in replenishing my mana and vitality. Certainly, I shall do my utmost. Alicia, the team's priestess, garbed in nun's attire, was a first-tier mage. When danger arises, just hide behind me. I shall dispatch any beasts that come our way. 8. You archer, be sure to cause as much distraction as possible. Aim for their weak points, and I shall create openings for you. Thank you, Captain Chris. 8 was the team's archer, a second-tier warrior. Hey newcomer, I believe your name is Ima, right? Join us diligently, and the reward shall be plentiful. Yes, I shall strive to do well. Captain Chris Ima's exact role was hard to define, but with the enormous backpack he carried, he could be deemed the team's mobile storage, a novice adventurer, and a first-tier warrior. By the way, Captain Chris, is this commission you accepted reliable? Rest assured, this is merely a reconnaissance mission regarding the monster disturbances on the outskirts of the forest. It's a scouting task with generous rewards. I surmise it is yet another instance of some mid-level figure tormenting the underlings from a position of power. When the time comes, do remember to utilize the magical recording stone to document the event, so we may fulfill our obligations. Speaking of which, the state of the world is indeed chaotic. It is rumored that the foremost formidable empires of the human realm have once again commenced hostilities, while various smaller nations are also beginning to stir restlessly. Not to mention, our own kingdom of St. Delis is far from peaceful. The disputes among the noble lords have even ensnared our little princess as a casualty. Ike remarked casually, kicking a stone by his feet. Are you referring to Princess Alice? Was she not tasked with addressing the issue of beast incursions? Alicia inquired, addressing it, my foot, with the border guards in place. As long as it's not akin to the legendary incident from a millennium ago, which beast could possibly breach our borders? Moreover, does anyone even deploy personnel to confront beasts within our territory? It merely offers others a more dignified demise. Enough. I'd refrain from prying into the affairs of those in higher positions. we are but a band of ordinary adventurers, lest we attract the ire of those who might silence us." At that moment, a group of infiltrators led by shadows surrounded the adventurer party, concealed under the same magical shroud as the wood elves, encircling them from both flanks. This concealment spell was also acquired by Alice from the wood elves. Dark Master, 5 targets detected. Shall we spill blood? Just incapacitate them. Be gentle, do not harm their heads. Understood, just watch and learn. With that, the 5 players stealthily approached the 5 adventurers from behind, raising iron rods to simultaneously strike at the back of their heads. Bang! 5 dull thuds echoed in unison as the 5 individuals collapsed in identical postures, subsequently dragged away deftly by the players. "Hey, wake up! Why aren't they waking? You didn't kill them, did you? Impossible, if they were dead." There would be a system notification. "I haven't heard a single peep." Chris groggily stirred back to consciousness, his helmet dented from the earlier blow, while the others began to awaken from their stupor as well. "Awake? Ha! I told you my methods were flawless. Who are you?" Chris questioned in terror, glancing at the surrounding players. The others were equally frightened. At that moment, one player brandished a knife against Chris's neck and declared, "I offer you 2 choices, either divulge information about that so-called Dark City, or we shall castrate your males and strip your females for humiliation." Enough with the brigands' threats. Long Ao stepped forth from the crowd of players. The instant Long Ao appeared, Chris was engulfed in overwhelming dread, for he sensed an immensely powerful aura emanating from this individual. In his understanding, this presence was akin to a 9th-tier fighter, comparable to the most formidable warrior of the legendary kingdom of Asay. Delis, yet Age felt even more apprehensive, for he could not only perceive Long Ao's formidable fighting spirit but also his extraordinary magical prowess. A dual practitioner of martial and magical arts, Age mused, however, as he surveyed his surroundings. He found the scene unbelievable, for he realized that everyone around him possessed both fighting spirit and magic, each at a commendable level. Dual practitioners, aside from their tier suppression, often surpass those who specialize in a single discipline, as the combination can compensate for each other's deficiencies. In gaming terms, warriors are not adept at ranged combat, while mages struggle with close combat, yet this requires an exceptionally prodigious talent. Typically, an individual gifted in one aspect is already considered a genius, let alone possessing talent in both. Though I am uncertain whether you NPCs comprehend my words, I shall nonetheless speak. For the sake of this mission, I wish to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, thus even if not for the sake of your kingdom, at least consider your own interests and promptly inform us of the situation in the city," Long Ao asserted. Under the weight of Long Ao's formidable aura, the 5 finally found their voices. Subsequently, Long Ao learned that, as the name suggests, Dark City is a place where illicit activities are frequently conducted in secrecy, originally a site for the exile of criminals from the kingdom of Asay. Delis, it later became a forward base for the kingdom's incursions into the forest. As the number of inhabitants increased, this city emerged. The garrison within the city consists of at least 5,000 soldiers, with an average strength of tiers 1 to 3, and 4 magic crystal cannons stationed at the corners of the city walls for fire support. The strongest individual within the city is the Lord, a 5th-tier fighter who also possesses knowledge of low-tier magic. Furthermore, the adventurers within the city typically refrain from engaging in warfare. Their capabilities are regarded as negligible by the players. Even the Lord would be considered a rather embarrassing opponent for the current players. After acquiring no further useful information, Long Ao found himself in a dilemma, not due to the formidable strength of the adversary, but rather due to their weakness and insufficient numbers for effective division of spoils. "Brother Long, as per your directive, we have completed the reconnaissance. We have located the information regarding the magic crystal cannons you sent us, and the coordinates have been marked on the map. Shortly, we shall direct our brothers to target them." All set. The infiltrating players transmitted a message: "Forget about the distribution of spoils. Let us seize the city first." With that, all players present sprang into action. Chapter 17, The Siege, 2, as the players initiated their assault on the city. Massive iron behemoths began to move, advancing towards their designated locations without alarming the enemy. Upon reaching their target areas, hundreds of self-manufactured electromagnetic cannons were aimed at the 3 towers and 4 city gates. Simultaneously, a contingent of players approached the city walls, drawing electromagnetic sniper rifles to target every patrolling guard and sentry at the gates. Meanwhile, the remaining players operated vehicles akin to motorcycles or jeeps, lying in wait behind them, prepared to charge in and wreak havoc the moment the gates were breached. This strategy was evidently devised by Long Ao, with other players contributing tactical enhancements. Kate was a soldier patrolling the city walls. His parents resided not in Dark City but in an ordinary yet obscure village somewhere within the kingdom of St. Delis. They often sent him money after receiving their wages, though it was Dark City. The soldiers within were still dispatched by the kingdom, and the Lord was appointed by the kingdom as well. Although it had once been a site for exiled convicts, it remained a city. And neglecting it would be tantamount to willingly surrendering territory, while issues of theft and murder would still draw some attention. The distance from the central authority, especially in a border military zone, led to a higher incidence of unsavory activities than in cities within the kingdom. In essence, while order existed, its quality varied by individual, hence the city's moniker, Dark City. This also explained why the beast forest does not belong to any nation's territory. Primarily, it is due to the inability to contend with the beasts within that certain nations bordering the forest engage in such absurd territorial expansion. However, one must tread carefully. The number of nations that have been annihilated after provoking the beasts is not insignificant. Hey, newcomer, I believe your name is Kate, correct? Good morning, Officer Claire. No need for such excitement. Relax. By the way, how is your family faring? Thanks to your concern, my family is doing quite well. They even write to me frequently to assure me of their safety. That's good to hear. By the way, Officer Claire, I am somewhat puzzled as to why you are treating me so kindly. Isn't it obvious? You are one of my soldiers, and we are destined to fight alongside each other, if our relationship is strained. Can I trust you to guard my back? Besides, you need not worry. I treat all my subordinates the same. Feel free to ask anyone. Is that so? Truly, the state of affairs is chaotic. Are you referring to the situation with the four great empires? Kate, heed my advice. If the opportunity arises, you should leave St. Delis post-haste. I too plan to relocate to one of the four great empires after my service ends. Why is that? Do you not recall the king's announcement a few years ago regarding the kingdom of St. Delis merging into the four great empires to become the fifth? What relevance does that have? What relevance? It is akin to encroaching upon another's territory. That is inconceivable, even if they were to target us. The most powerful among the four great empires, the Holy Light Empire, would they not intervene? After all, the Eastern demon race has always harbored malicious intent towards us. Kate, you must understand, we are merely about to become an empire. While they are already empires, though the terms kingdom and empire differ by a single character, they represent two entirely different concepts. Unless it is a conflict between empires, everything else is regarded as insignificant ants in their eyes. Do not be deceived by the seeming unity of humanity against the Eastern demon race. Those who wear crowns pursue only their own interests. Even the Holy Light Empire, renowned for its guardianship of humanity, would not hesitate to annihilate their foes if it served their purpose. They merely capture more prisoners than other empires. Moreover, when trouble arises, do not be fooled by the calm demeanor of neighboring nations. Once the kingdom falls, they will be the first to seize what they can now, hurry and flee. Otherwise, when chaos truly ensues, none will escape. After reflecting on Claire's words and recalling the events of the past few years, Kate began to see the logic in his statement. Very well, Officer Claire, I shall do my best. What about the others? I have spoken with others as well. After all, we do not hold any significant positions. To put it plainly, we are merely laborers, and fulfilling our duties is sufficient. There is truly no need to exert ourselves excessively. This leads me to wonder, Claire, why can you not simply run away yourself? The more friends one has, the more pathways open up. When any of you become prosperous in the future, do not forget your benefactor. By the way, Claire, do you have any suggestions? I am not well versed in matters concerning other nations. First and foremost, avoid the Blonder Empire, for those without noble blood are treated worse than dogs. The Celtic Empire, though perpetually blanketed in snow, offers a comfortable life once citizenship is obtained. If you are adventurous, the Empire of England may allow you to save enough to purchase a ship, as captains wield considerable power there. As for the formidable Holy Light Empire, it is best to keep your mouth shut. If you cannot contain yourself, then embrace the faith of the Holy Light. It may at least provide solace. Very well, I understand now. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two returned to their respective posts. By the way, let us visit the tavern for a drink after work. I recall a place where the servants possess charming physiques. If you pay generously, special services are also available. Rest assured, I have enjoyed our conversation today, and I shall treat you. I remember you are still a novice, so make sure to learn a thing or two for when you have a wife in the future. Claire, what on earth are you saying? What followed was a tedious stretch of work, nearly putting on a facade of standing idle. At that moment, Kate produced some silver and copper coins, one hand rubbing the shaft of his spear while the other meticulously counted the coins. Pondering how to make it through the month, a patrol of guards passed by. Suddenly, a copper coin slipped from his grasp, and as he bent down to retrieve it, a loud crash accompanied by a howling wind erupted behind him. When he turned, he beheld his comrades with their skulls shattered, brain matter and blood splattered across the vicinity, some even splashing onto his own legs. Ah! Kate screamed, instinctively dropping to a crouch behind the barricade. Ah! Another scream rang out as he turned to see a guard lying on the ground, the entire left side of his face obliterated by some unseen force. Blood gushed forth, and Kate could clearly see the bone and layers of skin beneath. "Help me, please," he cried in agony, yet Kate found himself paralyzed with fear. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds continued, and Kate saw something enormous hurtling toward them at breakneck speed, crashing into the 3 artillery towers and 4 city gates. In an instant, the gates and towers were reduced to rubble. Damn it, why is that person crouched down? A player complained. "I'm worse off. I hit them, but didn't he kill them?" Suddenly, a roaring noise erupted from behind, and a group of players riding motorcycles and their homemade war vehicles sped toward the collapsed city gates. The leader, Long Ao, shouted, "Brothers, follow me to the siege." Chapter 18, The Siege. 3. The tremendous noise from the collapsing gates and towers clearly alerted the guards and higher-ups within the city. At that moment, a wizard anxiously used detection magic to survey the situation outside the walls. "Lord Mikes, what on earth has happened?" a soldier exclaimed. Mikes was the most powerful wizard in the Dark City. A third-tier magician and one of the left hands of the city lord. "You must hurry to report to Cole. I have already informed Lord Umi and Cole about the situation." With that, the soldier dashed out of the room. Meanwhile, within a fortress in the city, a knight clad in armor stared incredulously at the distant collapsed gates. "What is happening?" a booming voice echoed from behind them. A tall figure, towering over everyone present, approached, causing the knights at the window to step aside. "Lord Cole, we are under attack," one of the knights reported. Cole was one of the right hands of the city lord and the commander of a knightly order stationed in the Dark City, possessing 4th-tier combat abilities. "I am aware. What I wish to know is what is attacking us." "Look, something is charging in from outside the city," said the knight, pointing. Cole turned to see a throng of players riding their home-crafted steel vehicles pouring through the shattered gates, swiftly traversing the city like wolves on the hunt. Some guards attempted to obstruct them, but before they could even react, one was cleaved in half by the massive blades extending from a motorcycle. The screams of the fallen echoed through the air. Others tried to stop a war vehicle, but their fate was even grimmer. If a motorcycle had a chance of being halted, a vehicle of such weight was like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The player at the helm of the war vehicle spotted prey and accelerated, crushing the guards beneath its wheels, turning them into pulp without their screams even being heard. "Not just here," another knight shouted. Players emerged from the other 3 collapsed gates, clearly intent on preventing anyone from escaping. Upon witnessing this, Cole immediately commanded, "Gather everyone, follow me to confront the enemy." With that, he left the fortress and headed toward the stables. Meanwhile, a homemade war vehicle rampaged through the city as a player wielding a heavy machine gun mounted on the turret indiscriminately sprayed bullets, mercilessly claiming the lives of soldiers attempting to intervene. Additionally, some players extended their guns out of the windows, targeting the resisting guards. The bullets ruthlessly harvested the lives of their enemies while avoiding civilians. They adhered to the principle that as long as the fleeing civilians did not obstruct their path, they could survive. However, some unfortunate souls who inadvertently crossed their path met a gruesome fate. Inside the vehicle, the player at the wheel leisurely observed the chaos unfold. "You lot are having a grand time slaughtering, while I am left to serve as your battery." A voice called from behind. This was a player seated comfortably in the vehicle, grasping 2 iron chains connected to a massive battery before him. All right, once this is over, you'll have your share of the spoils, and if the battery runs low, hurry up and recharge it." With that, magical lightning surged through the chains, indicating the battery was fully charged. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers arranged themselves in formation, charging toward another collapsed gate, hoping to use this tactic to thwart the player's advance. However, they had scarcely approached the gate when a towering figure suddenly blocked their path. Zing! Just as the frontline soldiers were processing this, a player wielding a chainsaw sword, its width nearly matching that of the gate, swung it with unimaginable speed, cleaving the front row soldiers in half. In an instant, the upper halves of their bodies lay on the ground, heads screaming in terror and pain as blood gushed forth from their severed limbs. The agony drove them into a frenzy, flailing their remaining limbs wildly, causing blood to spatter everywhere. The horrific scene left the remaining soldiers frozen in shock. Boom! With a resounding crash, the chainsaw sword struck the ground, creating a massive fissure and sending up a cloud of dust. The weight of the weapon was immense, yet in the wielder's hands it was as effortless as wielding a dagger. This individual SID read, Tian Xia Kuan Rien. In reality, he was a martial artist like Long Ao. But unlike him, he was a true martial fanatic. In the game, his combat abilities matched Long Ao's at the 9th tier, while his magic was at the 3rd tier. This severe imbalance stemmed from his preference for using self-created techniques in close combat, with his magical prowess merely serving to power some powerful weapons and vehicles. However, to consider him merely a brutish brawler would be a grave mistake. In fact, he relished melee combat but was also highly adaptable, evidenced by his military service and experience in command. I do not wish to add to the slaughter. You have witnessed my strength. That was merely a warning, a casual strike. Surrender and lay down your arms, and I shall spare your lives. Under the overwhelming presence of Tian Shi, the remaining soldiers promptly dropped their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. Elsewhere, 2 knights from the order were pursuing a player on a motorcycle. Both possessing 3rd-tier combat abilities, they were not without horses, but the steeds could not match the speed of the player's vehicles. Even if they caught up, the slowest vehicle, the base truck, would be a struggle. While the physical prowess of a 3rd-tier combatant surpassed that of ordinary horses, it was barely enough to keep pace. As they finally closed in, the player swung their sword down. However, a mocking smile appeared on the player's lips. With a flick of his right hand, he released his grip on the handle, pressing a button to the left that signaled an upward motion. The wheel spun faster, and in an instant, he was propelled several dozen meters ahead. The 2 knights, witnessing this, immediately sheathed their swords, but as they looked up, 2 massive blades appeared before them. Those were the very blades flanking the motorcycle the player rode. Swoosh, as the harsh sounds of metal clashing with flesh reverberated. The 2 knights were reduced to mere halves. This was merely a routine maneuver for the players. Under the substantial enhancement of their physical prowess through battle energy, they could perceive their surroundings with crystal clarity. Even at such high velocities, the effect was akin to everything around them slowing down when they focused their attention. The sudden acceleration of one player's motorcycle was quite simple. Long Ao had ingeniously crafted a frequency converter. This device was affixed to the right side of the motorcycle's handlebars, featuring 2 buttons that regulated the electrical frequency, allowing the wheels to spin faster. To accomplish this feat, Long Ao had constructed a factory and a private laboratory within the game. The equipment within was so precisely engineered, thanks to the system's formidable customization features, that Long Ao could even fabricate chips. Remarkably, he was also studying this domain, a dedication to learning for the sake of gaming that left other players astounded. While the players were wreaking havoc in the city, the remaining turrets were not idle. The soldiers atop the towers busied themselves with loading magic crystals into the cannons and compressing them before inserting the shells, a painstakingly slow process. However, they faced the awkward predicament of not being able to discern where the enemy was firing from, as the electromagnetic cannon boasted a range surpassing that of conventional artillery, coupled with a GPS-like system map that rendered visual observation unnecessary. They merely needed to aim in the direction indicated on the map. As for the players outside the city, they had long since entered. Damn it, from where are the enemies launching their attacks? Without orders, we cannot fire into the city. With a swift slice, a blade, slick with blood, severed his head. The last sight he beheld before his demise was a figure clad in a black cloak, identical to his own, mercilessly eliminating his comrades at an astonishing speed, so rapid that no cries of anguish escaped their lips. Report: we have successfully infiltrated. There are no survivors among the enemy. By the way, brother, I have a question. Why are we keeping this cannon? Wouldn't it be simpler to blow it up? Brother Long said to leave 1 cannon for research purposes. Besides, the reward has already been credited. Why ask so many questions? About at that moment, the Lord of the Dark City, Ymir, had just donned her armor and was about to set forth. Bang! The castle room's wall shattered with a resounding crash. Accompanied by thick fog. The mist dissipated. Long Ao appeared before her. Who are you? Ymir demanded loudly. Are you the strongest here? Long Ao scoffed. Clearly Ymir had already deemed him an enemy. She took a fighting stance, intending to strike first, yet, as she stepped forward, Long Ao's long-sleeved sword extended from his wrist, appearing instantaneously before Ymir, then vanishing behind her. By the time she regained her senses, a long crack had formed on her armor, from which blood oozed, not much indicating a superficial wound. 3, 2, 1. Long Ao counted down, and as his fist clenched to Ymir's consciousness began to wane, and she collapsed to the ground. Aside, what is the development team thinking? Why are the monsters here so feeble? Especially this one, the supposed strongest. Could it really be the boss? It's even weaker than the minions from the last battle. Brother Long, I dealt with this. The strongest mage in the city you mentioned is now unconscious. Alright, how does it feel? Just a 3rd-tier waste of a mage. His incantation time was excessively long. I was curious to see what he could do, but I lost patience and administered the sedative the moment he opened his mouth. By the way, this sedative is remarkably effective. did you concoct it, Brother Long? No, it was Wang Yijuan. I don't know how he managed it. He even collaborated with the shadows on this. Apparently, he is still secretly brewing poisons. I knew it. Wang Yijuan must have a side business in this game, otherwise why would he be so close to that assassin from the shadows? Alright, I've also wrapped things up here. I noticed in the system introduction that this fellow I've subdued seems to be a city lord. Remember to tell the brothers not to kill too excessively. After all, the mission is still at hand, understood, Brother Long. Subsequently, as the players continued their slaughter, the Dark City soon capitulated, from the onset of the assault to the present. Not even an hour had passed, and this was merely the result of the players holding back their full might. Chapter 19, City Management. 1. After the Dark City was seized, Ailey moved in. The accommodations were not luxurious, but they were far sturdier than the wooden houses constructed by the players. This was not due to the players' inability but rather Ailey's belief that it was unnecessary. The damaged areas of the city were promptly repaired under Ailey's directives. Thanks to the previous tasks, the players' destructive impact on the city was largely confined to the walls, and there were minimal casualties among the population and the guards. However, there were significant losses among the Knights of the Howling Wolves stationed in the Dark City. These individuals were almost absolutely loyal to the Kingdom of St. Delis, even after players invaded their stronghold. They stubbornly refused to surrender. It was only when Tianxia Quangren showcased their unconscious Captain Cole that they resigned themselves to capitulation. This demonstrated how well Cole had treated them in the past. As for how Tianxia Quangren identified him as their captain, that was entirely due to the system's assistance. Cole was indeed unfortunate. He emerged into a situation where the disparity in strength was already vast, only to immediately confront one of the strongest players among them. A highly skilled one at that. This oblivious individual charged recklessly at Tianxia Quangren, only to be knocked out with a single punch. His helmet shattered in the process. Upon completing the system's assigned tasks, Ailey received nearly 100,000 energy points as a reward, and the system even unlocked a function called Territory. As the name implies, the territory is an area under Ailey's control, wherein any living being, upon death, would contribute to her energy points regardless of the manner of their demise. Ailey could visibly see her energy points increasing. Although the increment was modest, this was merely because her territory was still small. Once her territory expanded to a considerable size, the gains would be astonishing. Moreover, the players gained the ability to teleport within the territory. The principle was that players' bodies were composed of energy, and it is widely known that energy cannot be diminished, only transformed. When enemies defeated players, they merely dispersed that energy. With the system's nearly 100 conversion rate for energy, it could swiftly reassemble that energy with virtually no loss, explaining the player's immortality. Teleportation involved breaking down players' bodies into energy and reconstituting them at a designated location at superluminal speed. This process also included their equipment, as these items became part of the system's energy the moment they were placed into a player's inventory. This elucidates why players retain their gear even after death. With the city conquered, management was necessary, yet Ailey had little experience, having been a mere cog in the corporate machine in her previous life. Adhering to the principle of delegating tasks she was unable to handle, Ailey decided to confer management authority to the players. Owing to the system's absolute control, Ailey could oversee the players entirely, effectively preventing any abuse of power. After all, she could see everything the players were doing, akin to a live broadcast. In addition, Ailey instituted a new regulation within the system. From now on, every player in the game would receive a stipend, or contribution points, at set intervals, akin to daily sign-ins in conventional games. Available only when players were present. Beyond their inherent contribution points, players could augment their earnings by engaging in activities within the game. For instance, defeating more enemies would increase their stipend, or inventing useful items for the benefit of the collective players. Moreover, through the system's powerful scanning capabilities, Ailey could assess the emotions of every citizen within the territory, known as favorability. Higher favorability among citizens would yield greater contribution points. Favorability was categorized into two types: personal favorability and collective favorability. Personal favorability referred to individual citizens' sentiments towards players, each totaling 100. The higher the favorability a player garnered, the more individuals would hold them in esteem, resulting in increased contributions during subsequent distributions. Collective favorability denoted the citizens' overall impression of the player group. Any increase in individual favorability would enhance collective favorability. Since collective favorability was also related to the number of citizens, theoretically, there was no upper limit to this metric when a player's reputation among the citizens is notably low. Their daily login rewards may even be curtailed. However, it is essential to recognize that group reputation is intrinsically linked to individual reputation. Should a player deliberately engage in actions that diminish the collective goodwill towards their group, they will face expulsion from the game, with the duration of their ban determined by the severity of their transgression. Each player is granted 3 opportunities to amend their behavior. Failure to do so will result in the inevitable announcement by Ali that their account has been permanently suspended, leading to their character being disassembled into energy points. After all, if one is given opportunities yet fails to appreciate them, they cannot blame Ali for her ruthlessness. Yet, as previously mentioned, this applies only to intentional misdeeds. Conversely, local troublemakers who provoke Ali not only escape punishment but may even receive rewards. The cherished players are at your service, and yet you still choose to flaunt your arrogance. It is worth noting that in reality, maliciously insulting revolutionary martyrs can lead to imprisonment. Do you truly believe that becoming a citizen grants you the license to act without consequence? This design is intended to foster a wholesome gaming environment and, more importantly, to encourage players to unite, thereby forming a more formidable force. After laying out the rules, Ali departed the room. Meanwhile, in the castle's dungeon, the former Lord Dumir was bound to a chair by players. Long Ao sat before him, personally overseeing his ideological reformation. After all, since he had captured Umir, he felt responsible for him. However, gazing at the glaring, unyielding zero above Umir's head, it was evident that the results were far from satisfactory. Brother, we've been at this for hours. Although we have our differences, I must urge you to join us. 5 insurances in one fund, with meals and lodging provided. If you perform well, you might even become the chairman. Marrying a wealthy beauty and reaching the pinnacle of life, cruising in a Ferrari and feasting on sumptuous delicacies, Long Ao proposed. Shouldn't it be grilled steak and Western cuisine? Tian Buffon interjected. Westerners eat raw meat. It's unhealthy. Those savages are not worth sullying our mouths, Long Ao retorted, employing every trick in his book to persuade Umir to join, fully aware that sparing his life still held the potential for gaining citizen status, which was a source of contribution points. He understood well the principle of ample rewards for consistent effort. Yet, after several hours of gentle persuasion and flattery, Umir remained resolute, declaring, "I will not yield, no matter what you say. You rebels think you can evade consequences. I have already dispatched someone through a secret passage. Once the news reaches the capital, prepare to be trampled by the iron hooves of our holy Delhi's kingdom." Hearing this, Long Ao snapped his fingers in exasperation. Moments later, 2 players entered, carrying an unconscious soldier. Is this the one you're referring to? Honestly, couldn't you have dug your escape tunnel a bit further? He emerged right under the artillery unit. If it weren't for the vigilance of the brothers over there, he would have been shot on the spot. Mistaken for a burrowing monster, Umir remarked coldly. Ha, did you truly think I sent only one person? Long Ao retorted, snapping his fingers once more. This time, a multitude of individuals was brought forth, nearly filling the room to capacity. A total of 20 individuals. You certainly know how to dig tunnels, but could you not make them all the same length? I was alarmed when I heard that the rear was under attack, thinking the traps in the city were the only threat, while the real elite lay outside. Instead, the dozen fools popped up like whack-a-moles from the ground, with a few being mistaken for wild monsters and eliminated by startled comrades. The grass on their graves must be 2 yards high by now. Umir's head fell in despair, for these individuals represented his last glimmer of hope. Now all captured by the enemy. Even so, do not expect me to betray my country. Just kill me, Long Ao sighed, acknowledging that while it would be easy to end Umir's life with a single blow, the real challenge lay in persuading him. This obstinate individual refused to heed any advice. Long Ao contemplated simply imprisoning him, waiting for a future update that might introduce brainwashing spells to manage the situation directly. At that moment, Tian Buffon spoke up. Long brother, I've been meaning to ask, is it possible that the benefits you've mentioned are beyond his comprehension? Don't forget, the game's setting is a Western fantasy medieval world. Modern terms might be completely foreign to this medieval native. Long Ao's mind sparked with realization, feeling as though he had been playing the fool for the past few hours. Damn it, why haven't you checked what benefits a medieval person might understand? Do you think it amusing to see me babble nonsense before this NPC? With that, Tian Buffon promptly accessed the system interface, connecting to the real-world network to conduct research. Although I initially had no idea what those benefits you mentioned were, I assure you I will never yield. In this remote place, where survival is the only concern, once I organize my thoughts, let's see how much of your composure remains. I will employ the linguistic skills I honed with Officer Wang next door. At that point, you may find yourself begging me to let you join at that moment Ailey entered, making her way through the crowd to stand before everyone, and upon seeing Ailey, Wumir exclaimed with excitement, "Princess Ailey! What brings you here?" "And you are?" "I am Wumir, one of your father's closest aides." "Speaking of which, Princess Ailey, how did you come to be here?" "It's a long story. I was the one who sent these individuals to besiege the city." "What, are they your people?" Upon hearing this, Wumir's reputation jumped from 0 to 10. Long Ao watched the unfolding scene with a heavy heart. Chapter 20, Town Management, 2. After Ailey provided her explanation, Wumir grasped the current situation. Once the players released him from his bindings, he engaged Ailey in conversation. "So, Princess Ailey, the order you and your subordinates received was to protect the populace from the threats posed by the beasts in the forest. A command that seems almost absurd indeed." I was puzzled, as the directive clearly stated we were to safeguard a village troubled by incursions from magical beasts, yet upon arrival, there was no sign of a village, let alone any people. How could this be? Wait, could it be? Oh my, something has happened. "I knew it," Wumir exclaimed with fervor. "Calm down, what exactly transpired?" Ailey inquired, bewildered. "Princess Ailey, do you recall several years ago when King Saint Delcane, your father, announced that the Holy Delhi's kingdom would evolve into one of the 4 great empires, becoming the 5th great empire? This proclamation was reportedly sanctioned by the most powerful empire, the Empire of Holy Light." Ailey recalled this aspect of her past life and confirmed, "Yes, this did indeed happen. This is the reason. Our Holy Delhi's kingdom has meddled with a cake that should not be disturbed. We are perilously close to destruction." "Why is that?" Ailey asked, intrigued. In truth, 3 of the current 4 great empires were appointed by the mighty Empire of Holy Light, designed to share the burden and better protect humanity. However, this balance of power is not eternal. To provide smaller nations with the impetus to develop, the Empire of Holy Light periodically allocates a title to become an empire. Only the strongest nations may seize this opportunity. The powers granted upon becoming an empire are unimaginable for ordinary states, as they are guaranteed by the Empire of Holy Light. Thus, while humanity appears to be a collection of nations, they are fundamentally subservient to the Empire of Holy Light's leadership, which is why it has become the mightiest empire. Yes, akin to the distinction between permanent and non-permanent members of the United Nations, Long Ao interjected. Alas, while this opportunity exists, the other 3 empires are reluctant to dilute their own power and will undoubtedly obstruct any attempts to do so, resulting in weakened national strength and, at worst, total annihilation, reducing a nation to mere dust of history. This is precisely why no new empire has emerged in thousands of years. Wait, something seems amiss. Wouldn't the Empire of Holy Light intervene?" Ailey questioned. Omir's fists clenched tightly. Those fixated on the Holy Light believe this is merely our failure to withstand hardship, viewing us as incapable losers, oblivious to the fact that excessive suffering is akin to murder. Long Ao then pondered aloud. "If your assertion holds true, it indicates that the 4 great empires do not desire a division of power. The absence of a new empire over the course of centuries highlights a significant issue. Clearly there is a demand for that title, yet those in power seem unconcerned, while those vying for selection consistently fail. Could it be that having 4 great empires is sufficient, and that the so-called 5th empire is merely bait? A trap designed to eliminate any potential threats to their status, just as you say," Wumir conceded. "Then I am perplexed. Don't others see this?" Ailey asked. "It's explaining this is quite troublesome. In short, Princess Ailey, to ascend within someone else's framework, one must adhere to their rules, unless we possess the strength to defeat them," Ailey stated resolutely. "Indeed. Well, let me pose another inquiry. If you truly are my father's right-hand man, why are you here? It stands to reason that given my father's immense trust in you, he would not have dispatched you to this remote, desolate place. It is quite unfortunate. In my youth, I was one of the most formidable warriors in the kingdom, alongside the esteemed Commander Harmo, serving as a trusted advisor to your father. I have always leaned towards strategy, acting as a close counselor to the king. A few years ago, the king proclaimed that the kingdom of Delhi's would ascend to imperial status. I found this rather hasty, especially since the old king had never consulted me about such a significant decision and seemed to take it upon himself. Consequently, I expressed my concerns to the king, only for him to respond with a smile, assuring me that there was no need for such worry. I was skeptical, and mere days later, I received orders to be dispatched here. I was utterly incredulous and sought to verify the authenticity of this command with the old king. As I entered the conference hall to question him, I immediately sensed something amiss with the king himself. At this juncture, Wumi paused, turning to Ailey, hesitating to articulate her thoughts. So what exactly transpired? Ailey inquired. Ahem, interjected Long Ao. who was munching on sunflower seeds, thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding narrative. Tian Bufan was also gnawing on a watermelon. While the players behind them were snacking to varying degrees, meanwhile, unbeknownst to Ailey, Wang Yijuan was holding freshly popped popcorn, intently watching Long Ao's livestream as other players outside were similarly distracted from their tasks. Engrossed in the unfolding drama, those eyes, I recognized that gaze. I often witnessed it during battles alongside the old king. It is the gaze of the deceased. I am convinced that what sat upon the throne was a mere corpse. Wumi exclaimed passionately. Calm down, relax, Ailey urged. Sigh, Princess Ailey, I regret to inform you that your father may have. I understand, please continue. Ahem, Long Ao said, discarding a sunflower seed onto the ground. I was momentarily taken aback until a shout from a previously unremarkable minister, known as Air Woozy, snapped me back to reality. Air Woozy, the traitorous scoundrel. Ha, what amusing names this game produces, Tian Bufan remarked, taking a bite of watermelon and spitting out seeds. The key point is that the individual cloaked in black behind him exudes a powerful aura, far surpassing that of the commander. The kingdom has no one of such caliber. The only possibility is, the empire has intervened, Ailey stated calmly, leisurely enjoying her watermelon. Indeed, no matter how one frames it, we remain the strongest nation outside the empire. I can scarcely conceive of anyone else possessing the capacity to cultivate such an individual. It has only been a matter of days. Nope, it is likely that we have already been under the Empire's scrutiny for some time. It appears we have stumbled into a grave pitfall. Crisp, this candy seems to have been underwhelming, Wang Yijuan remarked while watching the stream and popping a piece of popcorn into his mouth. Subsequently, the old king openly acknowledged the absurdity of this order, citing my doubts regarding his decision-making as the laughable reason behind it, as if reciting a script predetermined for a puppet. At this moment, the shadow observing the livestream amidst the aroma of barbecue wore a solemn expression. Master Dark, the meat is ready. Come quickly. Oh, did you burn it? How could that be? Oh no, one side is charred. The scene returned to the livestream. Have you ever considered a rescue? I have, but the disparity in strength between our sides is insurmountable. It is simply not feasible. At this time, a character clad in heavy armor, engaged in a challenge, was watching the stream. Tch, cowardly creature, quick to flee when capable, only to profess loyalty when escape is impossible. A desperate attempt at gilding oneself for posterity. Just then, a comment appeared from the character known as Bug, who was linked to the real-world network. Speaking of courage, dare you remove your heavy armor? Humph, I shall. Of the instant he shed his trousers, a bullet found its mark on his rear, causing blood to flow, the culprit arriving promptly. No, ugh, I should not have set my pain sensitivity to maximum, he exclaimed, trembling as he adjusted the control panel to nullify the pain. Oh dear, my shot missed the deer but struck you instead. Your appearance suggests you saw death by amplifying your sensitivity. Wait a moment, are you not that misfire guy? Bug. Oh no, your friendly fire buff has not yet dissipated. How astonishing. Well, let us turn our attention to the current situation in the royal capital. Ailey suggested. Very well, I have some knowledge regarding the capital. The power struggles among the nobility remain fierce. However, the most lamentable news is that the most talented and charismatic candidate for the throne, Prince Saint de Caesar, has been imprisoned on charges of conspiring with foreign enemies. If I am not mistaken, he has been framed. The other princes and nobles are either inept or incapable of making significant waves. Yet among them, the youngest prince, Saint de Quin, has gained notoriety, even being designated by the old king as the next heir to the throne. The reason he ranks last among the princes is due to his lack of talent and ability. It is inconceivable that the king would personally appoint him otherwise, indicating that the old king must have been coerced. The prime suspect is undoubtedly Air Woozy, as he currently wields power over the court. A minor minister suddenly elevated to a position of overwhelming authority. There is no way he accomplished this without assistance. Moreover, loyal ministers to the king have either been replaced or exiled, while those of ill repute have seized control of the royal council, plunging the entire kingdom of St. Delis into chaos. Alas, those capable are imprisoned or exiled, while the incompetent occupy key positions. This is a clear strategy to either control or lead you to ruin. Ahem, Long Ao remarked, discarding a sunflower seed onto the ground. Indeed, this is the case. By the way, Princess, your keen interest in the capital's situation suggests you might be contemplating. I simply find this watermelon intriguing. So please, do continue, Ailey replied, cradling the fruit. The players behind her nodded in agreement. What? Wumi expressed her confusion. Thus, Wumi transitioned from discussing national affairs to recounting her melodramatic love story with her first love, then shifted to a philosophical discussion on the meaning of life, and finally to speculations about the future of their children, after which the conversation abruptly ceased. Meanwhile, Wang Yijuan gazed at the now closed livestream and remarked, Is that all? Echoed the sentiments of the surrounding players. They then resumed their respective tasks, the sounds of sawing, chatting, blacksmithing, and cooking filling the air. Chapter 21, Management of the Town. 3. Having grasped the overall situation of the Kingdom of Asay, Delhi's, Ailey began to take charge of the governance of the towns. Initially, she adhered to the principle of allowing experienced individuals to manage, as she had not forgotten her own status as a mere cog in the machine. As such, authority was delegated to Umi, and Long Ao. Umi was given this responsibility due to his previous role as the town's lord. Possessing an intimate understanding of the local circumstances, Long Ao was entrusted with authority because of his managerial experience. After all, this was a town established by the players, and lacking even a modicum of power would be utterly absurd. Moreover, despite the engaging discussions, it would be rather naive to place complete trust in Umi without precautions. Thus, Ailey decided to act as a hands-off manager, while she learned governance strategies from Umi. Once she accumulated sufficient foundational knowledge, she would consider assuming direct control. Concurrently, Ailey summoned an additional 100,000 players, personally funding the distribution of a substantial number of contribution points, essentially starter packs, to bolster the combat capabilities of these players. The rationale behind this was simple: no secret can be kept forever, and there are no impenetrable walls. Given that this was an organized town, if a person vanished, there might still be a chance to conceal it. However, a town with some history, clearly marked on the map, would raise alarms if there were prolonged silence. Unless the central government had lost its wits, even a fool would recognize that something was amiss. For this reason, Ailey resolved to prepare early, enhancing combat power as much as possible. The 100,000 players represented her utmost limit. Anything beyond that would depend on the players' own fortunes. Simultaneously, Ailey delineated a boundary wall around the town on the large map, preventing any player from inadvertently running off to inform the enemy. After all, the strength of both sides remained uncertain, and Ailey had an inkling that what she had encountered thus far was merely the tip of the iceberg in this world, despite the current smooth progress. If she became complacent, she might soon find herself in a predicament akin to the last encounter with the Wood Elves. As expected, the allocated spots were swiftly claimed, a magnificent spectacle of 100,000 beams of white light illuminating the earth. After a collective gasp, the multitude of players began to utilize their contribution points, following personal preferences or guidance from experienced players to enhance their magical and combat skills. Following a period of exploration, they gradually fell into a routine. Once the new players acclimatized, Long Ao commenced utilizing his reputation to organize the players in extensive infrastructure projects. Meanwhile, the townsfolk, under Umi's reassurance, continued their routines, leaving the shadowy town while tending to their usual tasks. As for the infrastructure that the players are engaged in, it essentially boils down to the construction of factories. Indeed, these are the same types of factories found in the real world. The specific process involves first utilizing the advanced equipment produced by Long Ao to manufacture machine tools, while simultaneously ensuring that the players clear the designated terrain and construct the planned facilities upon it. Finally, placing the machine tools within completes the endeavor. The chosen locations are based on the mineral vein maps purchased from the system's marketplace, allowing materials to be sourced locally and linked to the machine tools for a continuous production of the machines that Long Ao desires. The rationale behind Long Ao's decision to build factories stems from the fact that purchasing items from the marketplace is often more expensive than producing them independently. This is quite reasonable. After all, if items bought from the marketplace were cheaper than those sold by players, the entire system would descend into chaos. Thus, adhering to the principle that every bit saved counts, Long Ao resolved to standardize self-production, essentially embracing industrialization. The quality of manually crafted items can vary significantly, whereas factory machines will ensure large-scale, standardized production that maintains both quality and quantity. The player's willingness to work diligently can largely be attributed to the efforts of Ailey. Through the system, Ailey established a concept known as building value, categorizing constructions into three main types: official buildings, player buildings, and citizen buildings. Official buildings refer to those recognized by Ailey as national constructions, typically benefiting both the citizens and players upon completion. Generally, if players undertake reasonable development in a region and Ailey endorses the development, the resulting constructions are deemed official. If players are willing to assist or even finance the construction of such buildings, their building value will increase, leading to a greater accumulation of contribution points from daily sign-ins. Moreover, performing well will also enhance Ailey's favorability, yielding rewards that scale with the level of favor. Player buildings, as the name suggests, are those constructed at players' own expense and do not contribute to building value. they are prioritized below official buildings and may be dismantled if they conflict with official constructions. With appropriate compensation provided naturally for an official building to be established, the desires of players and citizens are taken into account. If a player's building is recognized, it can become an official structure, thus increasing daily contribution points. As the player who designs such an official building will also receive rewards, which are nearly permanent in nature. Citizen buildings are those constructed by the citizens of this world with their own funds. Akin to building houses or factories in reality, and are nearly indistinguishable from player buildings, save for the fact that they are constructed by the inhabitants of this realm. Under this framework, the factory designed by Long AO, recognized as an official building by ALI, is naturally sought after by the players for construction. With the system's powerful capabilities, Long AO's factory can be completed in less than a day. The process begins with Long AO placing a virtual model designed within the system at the chosen location. This model represents the completed structure, displayed transparently, with every wall, window, door, and even each piece of equipment inside capable of interaction. Players need only arrange materials according to the model's hologram or directly complete portions of the construction using contribution points. After all, player-created items will be listed in the marketplace, including buildings, and players can even use contribution points to repair placed constructions. If materials are partially placed before switching to contribution points, only the completed portion will be counted against the required contribution points. Once the factory is established, it naturally begins production. Standardized war vehicles, artillery, tanks, and even shells, along with derived grenades and traditional bullets, are continuously manufactured within the factory, all at prices lower than those in the marketplace, thereby enhancing the combat prowess of the players. Among these, the newly introduced tanks and advanced ammunition are Long AO's proud creations. The tank, designed after real-world models, is named White Tiger, possessing all the features typical of a standard tank. Measuring 10 meters in length, 5 meters in width, and 4 meters in height, with armor thickness of 800 millimeters, a main cannon caliber of 130 millimeters, variable speed depending on power output, and weighing over 100 tons. It is an unadulterated steel behemoth. The only difference from reality is its electric propulsion, powered by 4 large batteries housed in the cockpit, capable of automatic loading of shells. Additionally, a heavy machine gun is mounted atop the tank, and 2 cannons are also available for the gunner to operate. Typically, it accommodates 5 crew members, 1 for command, 1 for firing, 1 for driving, 1 for operating the heavy machine gun, and the last member serves as a power source, ready to recharge the tank. If possible, an additional 3 crew members can be added, 1 for each battery, allowing for prolonged operation. The main cannon, differing from conventional rifled guns, is an electromagnetic cannon that utilizes magic for energy. A magic circle is inscribed on the cannon, which releases lightning to instantaneously charge the rails, generating a powerful magnetic field that propels the shell for firing. When necessary, the gunner can also channel magical energy into the magic circle. The shells themselves are also unique. Through studying the remaining turret-mounted cannons, Long AO discovered a special magic that causes the magical energy within the magic crystal to erupt, resulting in explosions that achieve effects comparable to real gunpowder. Consequently, Long AO incorporated a magic circle that releases this magic into the shells, enabling the magic crystals to detonate upon impact, causing greater destruction. Long AO also learned that the explosive power of the magic crystal correlates with its grade. The higher the grade, the more potent the explosion. The size of the magic crystal also influences the magnitude of the explosion. Larger crystals yield more significant detonations. Notably, even the lowest grade magic crystals possess explosive power far exceeding that of ordinary gunpowder, leading to the replacement of traditional gunpowder altogether. Grenades are similarly adapted from reality, with preliminary results stemming from Einstein's research on miniaturizing magic circles. The grenade launcher is a product of Long AO's innovations, involving the installation of a miniaturized magic circle on firearms, allowing for controllable lightning power and adjustable range via specific instruments that regulate the intensity of magic released from the circle. Likewise, the magic circle can be recharged by users with magical abilities. Bullets are produced on distinct assembly lines tailored to various firearms to meet players' demands. Since players acquired these innovations, the outer layers of the monster forest have scarcely known peace. Filled with the cacophony of clashing steel explosions, and the laughter of players. If it were not for the terrifying diversity and abundance of creatures within the monster forest, it is likely that the players would have already decimated it entirely. As the production of standardized war machines proliferates, Ailey keenly understands the unstoppable force of the steel tide and the principle that under the barrage of artillery, all beings are equal. With the introduction of tanks, players now gather to unleash a relentless barrage upon distant monster hordes or charge in solo undeterred. The tank's armored exterior is impervious to the fangs of the beasts, and even mid-tier monsters struggle to leave a mark. Unless facing specialized units, the tank can withstand any assault. The tank's speed also easily exceeds that of most monsters. Its main cannon is a formidable weapon, able to dispatch any carbon-based lifeform with a single shot. If not, another shot will suffice, and if that fails, it's undoubtedly due to insufficient caliber or shell potency. Consequently, the number of solo players has dwindled, as the current version no longer favors lone adventurers. Slaying monsters individually is no longer viable. A single cannon shot can take out a group, and the current technology does not allow for a single operator to pilot a tank, leaving players scrambling to form parties lest the monsters be snatched away. At that moment, a group of creatures resembling horses, adorned with glowing horns, charges forward with fervor. These creatures, known as spirit-horned horses, are high-tier monsters inhabiting the mid-layers of the monster forest. Their primary traits are their incredible speed and the powerful magical blow of their horns, which grow forward and are remarkably resilient. They can impale their foes with these horns, and when combined with their swiftness, their attacks instill fear even in high-tier human adventurers. However, their true terror lies in their ability to unleash potent magical assaults through their horns, with the strength of their attacks increasing as they mature. Adult spirit-horned horses can single-handedly confront a team of high-tier adventurers averaging levels 6 to 7. Comprising at least 5 members. Due to their trainability, they are regarded by humans as high-tier mounts, becoming exceedingly loyal upon taming. Coupled with their formidable strength and striking appearance, they are viewed as symbols of nobility. Yet, despite their trainability, they are notoriously temperamental, making them exceedingly rare and highly coveted. Their appearance would be a momentous event, shocking the entire human realm. In pursuit of them is a white tiger tank, currently racing at breakneck speed, effortlessly flattening any trees in its path, akin to a truck toppling blocks without losing momentum. The spirit-horned horses, in a state of despair, realize that the distance between them and this iron beast is diminishing with each passing moment. It will not be long before this steel giant catches up to them. In a frantic bid for survival, they gallop forward with even greater fervor, attempting to shake off this harbinger of death. Yet, as if to mock them, the white tiger tank accelerated, and the distance between the two parties remained unaltered. Though it possessed the means to close the gap more swiftly, it deliberately maintained the same rate of distance reduction, merely to allow its quarry to struggle more fervently, thus providing its master with greater amusement. Meanwhile, the players atop the tank observed the spectacle with casual mockery, wagering on the moment they would finally catch up. This marked the 10th beast horde they had slaughtered that day. The previous encounters had been dispatched with effortless gunfire, leading to a palpable sense of boredom among the players. They opted instead for a more direct approach. Relishing the thrill of pursuit, initially, the spirit-horned steeds had indeed put up a fight. When the players piloted the white tiger tank into their midst, a few of the steeds were crushed under its weight. The players expected them to flee like the previous beasts, yet the enraged steeds launched a counterattack. Powerful spells were unleashed, striking the tank's hull, but causing not a scratch, some even charged with their horns. Yet the tank remained unfazed, with a few steeds shattering their own horns upon impact. Observing that their adversaries did not flee, the players maneuvered the tank to crush a few that dared to engage in close combat. Witnessing the demise of their companions, the spirit-horned steeds abandoned melee tactics, retreating to unleash more potent spells from a distance, which merely caused a slight tremor to the vehicle. As the steeds not only refrained from fleeing but continued to retaliate, the players grew incensed. They resorted to artillery, swiftly decimating the enemy ranks. Only when they saw their numbers dwindling did the spirit-horned steeds recognize the necessity to escape. The players pursued with renewed vigor. As they gained sufficient distance, the players accelerated the tank once more, overtaking a lone spirit-horned steed in a mere instant, crushing it beneath the treads. Its death seemed to trigger a cataclysmic response. The tank opened fire. Shells and bullets obliterated everything in their vicinity, leaving only a lattice of bullet holes and immense craters in their wake. At this juncture, the tank commander scanned the surroundings through the periscope, searching for any remaining survivors. Upon confirming the absence of live witnesses, he joyously departed with the accrued contribution points. Subsequently, Ailey, noticing that the new players had become familiar with the game mechanics, issued a fresh directive. Players could now hire citizens according to their needs. Although Ailey had previously instructed the players to treat citizens kindly, it was unreasonable to expect them to act solely as caretakers. After all, the citizens were required to contribute in return once this directive was announced. A fervor erupted among the players. After all, in the realm of gaming, commanding NPCs was far more exhilarating than laboring for them. To ensure that the citizens worked while maintaining their goodwill, nearly all players adopted a realistic 9-to-5 work schedule, 9 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon. 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, with 2 days off. Furthermore, those who exceeded their quotas would receive overtime pay, establishing a system where the more one worked, the more one earned, thus increasing the citizens' motivation and, by extension, their goodwill, while also augmenting the player's daily income. Even in the event of issues arising, this system, rooted in reality, could find solutions in the real world. Though citizens were limited in their capabilities, as players were invulnerable while citizens could perish. Players primarily assigned them resource-gathering tasks, particularly logging in the vicinity of the city. Even if they needed to venture out to collect the corpses of slain beasts, players ensured that citizens were well protected. Acting as security, for should any citizen perish, the players would incur insurance liabilities. The wages earned by citizens came in 3 forms, unified as Holy Light coins, attributed to the efforts of the Holy Light Empire, copper coins, silver coins, and the esteemed gold coins, in a ratio of 1:100. Under the player's contribution points system, 1 contribution point could be exchanged for 100 copper coins, 10 silver coins, or 1 gold coin. This exchange was not dictated by the world's currency but rather by the energy required to form the materials, with those further down the periodic table necessitating greater energy. To prevent inflation within the city, the currency acquired by players in the marketplace was directly transmitted from the castle's reserves, becoming an integral part of the system, with minimal energy expenditure for the transfer. Moreover, thanks to the knowledge Ailey gleaned from Omierd, these funds would circulate back, supplemented by tasks assigned to players to bolster the city's resources, thereby stabilizing its economy. In essence, Ailey met the needs of both citizens and players without expending any resources, while simultaneously reaping substantial profits. In this world, the monetary values were straightforward. A few silver coins sufficed for a commoner's monthly necessities. Excluding other expenses and focusing solely on sustenance, 1 silver coin was more than adequate. A single gold coin could purchase a modest house in a large city. In a royal capital, it would require at least 10 or more, an amount that represented the entirety of a lifetime's savings without food or drink. Even a private estate, particularly in medium-sized cities, was an unattainable dream for generations. To avoid complications, players opted to pay citizens in silver coins for their labor, often resorting to gold coins if the payment fell short. This generosity prompted citizens to eagerly accept the tasks players offered, as the remuneration was remarkably generous. For instance, in logging, a proficient laborer could earn only a handful of copper coins, barely enough after daily sustenance. Yet working for players, meeting the required quotas would yield a silver coin, an increase of more than tenfold. Consequently, players could amass considerable wealth with minimal expenditure of contribution points. For example, if a player hired 10 citizens for logging, paying each one a silver coin, the player would only need to spend a small amount of contribution points to cover the wages, while the contribution points gained from a single mature tree would exceed that amount. Thus, even if the workers only felled 1 tree, the player would still profit should the task involve higher energy ores. Both citizens and players would reap even greater rewards. Furthermore, players designed specific tools for the citizens, significantly enhancing their efficiency. These tools were generally powered by electricity, with charging stations established by surrounding players, linked to hydropower plants constructed along the rivers near the Dark City, an endeavor orchestrated by Long AO. From the establishment of vast factories to the creation of a comprehensive electric grid, as well as the numerous expansions around the city, these advancements were astonishing to the inhabitants of this world. All achieved in a matter of mere days. Some might question whether this was not somewhat exaggerated. In reality, given sufficient numbers and the system's formidable capabilities, players could construct a large city in an instant. The current pace was already considered slow. Chapter 22, Town Management. For, having discussed the citizens, let us now turn our attention to the town's military forces. Influenced by real-world standards, the military's was typically superior to that of ordinary citizens, evident in the various preferential policies they enjoyed during peacetime and special occasions. Along with the benefits afforded to veterans, their salaries were commendable as well. Long AO even took it upon himself to reorganize their structure, providing them with firearms and various modern weaponry, along with training to enhance their combat abilities. However, unlike the players, the military's armaments were solely reliant on traditional gunpowder technology. This decision stemmed from the fact that most soldiers lacked magical abilities. rendering them incapable of energizing such weapons. Rather than burdening them with the task of locating charging stations throughout the battlefield, it was far more pragmatic to employ conventional firearms. Long Ao's rationale was that the soldiers' combat effectiveness was alarmingly low. Should the players depart one day, the town would not withstand a siege for long. Moreover, Long Ao instilled in them the following lesson: "You are soldiers, I do not care to whom you previously pledged your allegiance. Henceforth, I demand your loyalty to Princess Ailey, and your duty to protect our citizens with your lives." After their training concluded, they returned to their posts. I and the barracks, two soldiers who had just completed their shift engaged in lively conversation about recent events. "Ah, that has certainly improved since our new master took charge. Previously, we had no holidays and served year-round without a break during our service period, earning a pittance. Now, we have a break every 5 days. You should be grateful. With a high salary and time off, a little extra effort is a small price to pay. Besides, the public's attitude towards us has improved significantly. Gone are the days when they avoided us like the plague. Now, even children look up to our profession with admiration. He even asked me if, when he grew up, he could be like me. At that moment, burdened with tasks, I was unable to engage in conversation with him. And it was the passing divine warrior who came to my rescue. Alas, in my days as a soldier, I merely sought sustenance, yet now I find it difficult to part with this vocation. This is largely thanks to the commendable promotion by Lord Long, who is also a divine warrior. Of course, we have exerted considerable effort in this regard, otherwise his promotions would have gone unheeded. One must say, the weapons and equipment bestowed upon us by these divine warriors are indeed formidable. After enduring rigorous training, I now regard even 5 or 6-tiered magical beasts with disdain. Speaking of which, I recall Lord Long's admonition. I am certain I remember it clearly: once you acquire this firearm, you become the gun, and the gun becomes you. Unity of man and weapon, right? Indeed, that is the very phrase. By the way, isn't it almost mealtime? I am feeling quite hungry. Speaking of which, I am no longer drowsy. You know. For our sake, Lord Long even dispatched a divine warrior to the kitchen to personally enhance our meals. Truly, one cannot underestimate the culinary delights from the heavens. The braised pork still lingers on my palate. There is likely nothing in this world that rivals its exquisite taste. That I must assert, I refuse to concede when it comes to Peking duck. Following that, a spirited contest of dish names ensued between the two, exemplifying the adage that food is the essence of the people. I find myself recalling dish names more readily than I do the various knowledge acquired during training. When the two of them announced the commencement of meals in the kitchen, they rushed out with more enthusiasm than when receiving their wages. Cole, the leader of the Wolf Riders, upon learning the truth of the matter, pledged his loyalty to Aerie, and his knights followed suit. Aerie understood that this loyalty was directed solely towards her and, not wishing to burden them, allowed them to collaborate with the already allied guards within the city, simultaneously granting them a degree of autonomy. Initially, Cole and his knights were somewhat resistant to the use of firearms, for once such weapons proliferated, even a child capable of firing would possess the potential to slay a seasoned high-ranking knight. Much like the advent of firearms in reality, which obliterated the knightly class, this could lead to the collapse of the knightly order in this realm. However, Cole realized that this was the power of the divine warriors, the might of the gods. He could not halt the advance of the gods, and his newly pledged master stood firmly alongside them. If he and his knights did not progress, no matter how loyal they remained, Aerie would likely find them of little use. Loyalty devoid of power is of no value to anyone. Thus, Cole commenced a humble quest for knowledge from Long Ao. Long Ao was pleased to see their awakening and generously imparted all the skills necessary for soldiers in reality. Consequently, Cole and his knights began their transformation. During a break, Cole, clad in his new military uniform, walked through the streets of Starfire City, formerly known as Dark City. Starfire City, as the name suggests, symbolizes the spark that ignites the prairie. The dawn of all new beginnings. This name change was initiated by Long Ao, for the name Dark City was simply too ominous. A city shrouded in darkness, was it not a curse upon others? Thus, at the behest of numerous players, the name was altered. As Cole strolled through the streets, he listened to the joyous laughter of the entire city, witnessing a bustling crowd with vibrant smiles, all eagerly anticipating the promise of a brighter tomorrow. Even some former beggars, once destitute, had transformed, donned in respectable attire, engaging in tasks within their capabilities. Cole smiled. It was the first genuine smile he had displayed since his assignment here. Previously, arriving with Lord Umir had not been a cause for celebration, as this place was merely a remote borderland, plagued by a history of lawlessness. Assassinations, theft, drug trafficking, and human trafficking were rampant. The darkness here was overwhelming. He and Lord Umir had exerted great effort to make this place less akin to a den of bandits. Yet, the reality of its dilapidated state remained unchanged. However, since Princess Airy and the divine warriors arrived, all obstacles melted away, and the city blossomed with vitality, ready for revival. At that moment, a small hand tugged at Cole's pant leg. "Uncle, are you a soldier?" inquired a little boy. Cole smiled and nodded in response. "Really? Wow, soldiers are indeed very cool. My father told me that when he worked alongside the divine warriors, aside from them, it was a group of uncles like you who protected us. You all defeated many magical beasts that the divine warriors overlooked. Truly remarkable. When I grow up, I want to enlist and protect my father." Hearing these words stirred something deep within Cole, as if something he had long buried was being unearthed. He recalled Long Ao's words, "This military uniform is meticulously designed to reflect our world. I hope you understand the responsibilities and significance this uniform embodies." He then knelt before the child and declared, "In the name of the night, I have truly been foolish." Rising abruptly, he performed the gesture Long Ao had taught him, his right hand with fingers together, palm flat, raised to the vicinity of his right eyebrow. "As a soldier of the people, I assure you, I will protect you and safeguard the safety and interests of every citizen." At that moment, Cole suddenly realized what he had just done, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Those around him cast admiring glances, soon erupting in laughter, not mockery, but acknowledgement. Cole joined in, laughing heartily, as it was indeed a joyous day. Chapter 23, The Management of the Town. 5. In a room filled with towering stacks of books, all dedicated to the study of magic, a group of players eagerly sifted through these tomes, hoping to apply this knowledge to their future inventions. This room belonged to Mikisi, the one who had been incapacitated by Tian Buffon after an extended magical prelude. His role was relatively minor. He primarily assisted players in testing magic and elucidating the often abstract descriptions found within the pages. Truly, these magical texts were not intended for the average person. Even players with 9 years of compulsory education found themselves perplexed, wondering, what does this even mean? It remains uncertain whether the authors had ulterior motives or if their linguistic abilities were simply inadequate. Without a modicum of talent, one would struggle to comprehend the content of these magical books. Consequently, later players resorted to creating their own translation versions. Otherwise, those aspiring to innovate would find themselves thwarted. After repeated confirmations that Mikisi's texts posed no issues, they resigned themselves to the tedious task of translation. Some even fervently expressed their gratitude to the development team, despite their misdirected ire. Outside the city, in a factory constructed by another group of players, wheat flour and similar products were being processed, with raw materials sourced from the fields nearby. The wheat fields employed a new contraption. Within a designated area stood a tall iron pillar, at the top of which were 2 iron discs inclined to face the adjacent fields. These discs bore intricate magical runes, seemingly capable of unleashing some form of magic. At that moment, an individual approached, ascending the stairs connected to the iron pillar, and at the summit, placed a magic crystal into a square device cradled by the 2 discs. The magic within the crystal flowed forth, energizing the runes. Subsequently, the runes shimmered with arcane light, causing the wheat in the adjacent fields to grow rapidly until maturity, at which point the illumination ceased. This was the result of Einstein's extensive research on the magic of wood spirits, leading to the invention of a magical array known as the plant illumination lamp. Other players affectionately referred to it as the growth lamp. By inserting a magic crystal, it could operate, even a first-tier crystal, allowing for multiple uses. With reasonable scaling, it could yield profits. Due to its simplicity of operation, citizens were often recruited to assist. Once the wheat was harvested, a machine, crafted by players in imitation of reality, arrived to collect it. As the harvester advanced, its serrated blades whirred rapidly, severing the wheat stalks, while a conveyor system extended to deposit the raw materials into a waiting transport vehicle. Throughout this process, both those within the harvester and those on the transport truck wore expressions of ease. Before long, the wheat was entirely harvested, and the transport truck set off towards the factory. Soon after, a sowing machine, also modeled after reality, arrived, swiftly completing the seeding of the entire field. A new transport vehicle had already arrived. Initiating a fresh cycle, the transport truck would deliver the harvested wheat into processing machines, where trained citizens would transform it from wheat to rice. A portion would be exchanged for contribution points, while the remainder would be personally managed. Typically, players would convert the processed waste into contribution points. To further facilitate players, Airy personally designed a contraption called the conversion box, a simple ion container, customizable by the system, allowing items placed within to be transformed into contribution points over time, with adjustable durations and allocation of points. As for how to utilize it, that entirely depends on the player's creativity. It can be said that this is To date, the only item in the marketplace not conceived by players. Some players even jest that the development team wishes to create something just like the players do. At this moment, in a discreet corner of the factory, two individuals are engaged in conversation. Officer Claire, are we to remain in this state indefinitely? I have already told you, do not address me as officer anymore. Kate, what is so undesirable about this place? One can earn a respectable reward without strenuous effort, and the conditions here are far superior to those of a mere soldier. Then why not return to military service? I have heard that the military's conditions in the city surpass our current situation. Why, you must understand, those so-called divine soldiers have merely seized an inconspicuous small town. The true elite of the kingdom has yet to mobilize. Once the kingdom responds, the outcome is uncertain. Here in the city, there is not only freedom but also a good income. We can seize the opportunity to make a fortune and escape if the situation turns dire. Once enlisted, there will be no escape. Should we not flee now then, while the battle has yet to commence? And besides, we are already earning quite a lot. Do you not grasp why I said that once you enlist, escape is impossible? Have you not heard that those divine soldiers possess the ability to detect anyone encroaching on the borders and the power of instantaneous movement? It is safe to say that attempting to flee now is but a fanciful dream. We will only have a chance amidst the chaos when the fighting begins. At that time, do not run amok, stay close to me. Do not forget that I once saved your life. You ought to trust in my abilities. Then I shall rely on you at that time. Officer Claire, sigh, you. Now let us hasten to our work. Yes. At this moment, Kate recalls a time when those divine soldiers effortlessly invaded the city. She and Officer Claire keenly observed that these divine soldiers seemed indifferent to the civilians. Upon witnessing the disparity in strength between the two sides, Kate and Claire decided to remove their armor and disguise themselves as commoners. Kate was unsure if that was the right decision, but as long as she was alive, it sufficed. She then resumed her tasks to prepare for the future. Chapter 24. The dawn of war. In a chamber within the castle, Ellie had just completed her lessons with Umir and lay on her bed. Lost in thought, suddenly a warning sounded from the system. Ellie immediately sat up and accessed the panel. She discovered that the system had detected a release of unusual magical energy, but the target was not her. It was outside, evidently a form of magical communication. This type of magical communication is instantaneous and swift, and the system was currently unable to intercept it. From the direction of the communication, it could be inferred that it was intended for those within the city who remained loyal to the kingdom of Este. Delis meant to report their situation to higher-ups. Given the strong intruders who had crossed the border and refused to heed warnings, it was clear that they were originally surveillance agents assigned to monitor Umir. Ellie quickly operated the system to identify the sender of the message, but before she could issue any commands, Long Ao had already dispatched personnel to the scene. There was no choice. The distance of the magical communication had been over 1,000 miles. And such powerful magic, if not concealed, could be sensed by anyone in the city with even a modicum of magical ability, let alone Long Ao, the strongest among players. It was as glaring as a flare in his presence. As though daring him not to notice, with a loud crash, the wooden door was kicked open, and Long Ao rushed in, followed closely by his vigilant players, weapons drawn, scanning the surroundings. Outside the small house, warriors led by Cole swiftly cordoned off the area. Long Ao surveyed the room and soon noticed the engraved magical array on the ground along with the charred remains of a body. Clearly the caster had realized their inadequacy and, in a frenzied act, had used their life force to activate this powerful magic. Looks like a suicide mission, Long Ao remarked calmly. Search this place thoroughly. If you find anything suspicious, report it to me. But Brother Long, this is a crime scene. Isn't it inappropriate to tamper with it? Tamper with what? This is merely a long-distance communication spell. Their purpose has been fulfilled. The big battle is imminent. Why bother with this place? Sighed Brother Long. I sensed the origin of the magic. It seemed to have directly crossed the southern border. Could this not be a trap set by the planners? Who knows? Perhaps it is indeed part of their scheme. However, those planners are considerate. The magical array is still intact, and Einstein might find it useful for research in the future. But Brother Long, I don't understand. We already have player groups in world channels. What use is there in studying this NPC communication magic for advancing the plot? I also do not know, but good things are never too many. Are they? From that moment, the citizens in the city were oblivious to the unfolding events, only aware that a significant influx of orders was pouring forth from the war factories constructed by the players. Meanwhile, they noticed that those players who had often assisted them were inexplicably caught in a frenzy of excitement, as if a pack of brutal, bloodthirsty hunters were about to commence a slaughterfest. At this time, Ellie sat in a chair near the window, gazing thoughtfully at the thriving world outside. To be honest, even though her power was growing stronger, a sense of unease lingered within her. After all, everything in this world remained shrouded in uncertainty for Ellie. Even with the memories of her past life, she still had no clear understanding of the military strength of the Kingdom of Asay. Delis.as the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. Yet currently Ellie lacked a clear comprehension of the capabilities of her own players, despite their effortless conquest of the city. She understood that the garrison left behind was at best third-rate. To take pride in such a meager achievement would be exceedingly arrogant. As the ancients wisely noted, arrogant soldiers are bound to fail. Ellie's gaze then shifted to her own body. Thanks to the substantial contribution points amassed by the players, her current physical prowess had reached the 10th level of combat energy and magic power. This surpassed even Long Ao, the strongest among the players, but Ellie remained uncertain about the true extent of her abilities. She then raised her right hand, clenched her fist, and extended her index finger toward the wall. Intending to test her magical prowess, in her mind a trickle of magic gathered at her fingertip, and soon a blaze coalesced into a sphere before her. As she released her focus, the flame erupted into a towering pillar of fire that pierced through the wall. Leveling the distant hilltop, Ellie stared in astonishment at the destruction she had wrought, her mouth agape. Bang! The door to the room was violently slammed open, and Umir rushed in, panic etched on her face. Princess Ellie, are you all right? What on earth happened? Upon seeing the scene before her, Umir quickly regained her composure. I'm fine, I merely used a bit of magic, Ellie replied awkwardly. At that moment, Long Ao, observing from afar, was equally astonished. The sudden eruption of the fire pillar from the castle had initially led him to believe they were under attack. Only after the system confirmed that everything was normal did he breathe a sigh of relief. Grateful that the attack had not originated from an enemy, Long Ao knew that such an assault, if it had struck him, would have instantly depleted his health. Should anything happen to Ellie, the game would be rendered unplayable. After this brief interlude in the castle of St. Delis, the architect of all this chaos, Erwuzi, paced anxiously. He had originally believed that with the Empire's assistance, he could effortlessly seize control of the entire Kingdom of Asay. Delis, however, since he had manipulated the deceased puppet king to place the most incompetent prince, Saint Dequin, upon the throne, the scheming ministers below soon realized that the child sitting on the throne was utterly clueless. As they sensed his inability to maintain control, they began to set their own schemes in motion. Now that the kingdom's experimental city had fallen to an unknown enemy, those treacherous ministers sought to leverage this failure as a pretext to oust Erwuzi. Were it not for the Empire's covert interventions, Erwuzi would likely have met the same fate as the exiled Umir. With the remote city now lost, if not addressed, it would undoubtedly become a ticking time bomb threatening Erwuzi himself. Yet, under Erwuzi's poor political acumen, mobilizing the troops to quell the unrest proved to be fraught with obstacles. At a loss for solutions, he turned to the figure draped in a black cloak. Standing on the balcony gazing out at the scenery. Hey, aren't you going to intervene? My goodness, your territory has been seized. I helped you take St. Delis, and now we are under threat. Are you really going to stand idly by? Erwuzi shouted in desperation, yet, as soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming pressure emanated from beneath the black cloak, causing Erwuzi to break into a cold sweat. Mind your tone, you lowly swine seem to have forgotten your place. The illustrious Brandy Empire regards this insignificant territory with disdain. The mere fact that you, an inept waste, have ascended to a position of power and even been permitted to join our ranks is solely due to your utility. Our motives are merely to impart to your kind, as lowly as swine, the grim lesson that those who dare to covet what is beyond their grasp shall meet with annihilation. You would do well to banish such thoughts entirely. As for your immigration matters, we shall discuss them only after you have resolved this trivial issue, and let me be clear, the mere fact that you, in your lowly state, are afforded the privilege of beholding my exalted presence is the greatest reward our Brandy Empire can bestow upon you. Do not entertain notions of aspiring beyond your station. With that, the individual vanished from your sight with a speed imperceptible to the untrained eye. Upon hearing these words, you seethed with indignation, exclaiming, "A bunch of sanctimonious hypocrites! How could I have ever believed your lies?" At that moment, you found yourself besieged on all sides. Should the promise of immigration fail to materialize, the ministers of St. Deris would surely rend you to shreds. The only recourse was to swiftly devise a solution to the troubles besetting the besieged dark city, thereby cleansing yourself of this stain upon your honor, after an interminable period of wrangling and power struggles. The official government of the Kingdom of St. Deris finally took action regarding the dark city. However, due to the prevailing turbulence within the entire kingdom, it was a full month before they began to muster troops for the campaign. Yet, due to the machinations of certain ministers, a further month was squandered before you could gather a competent force for the expedition. After a week's arduous march, the troops finally reached their destination. Inside the castle, Ailey, upon sighting the troops of the Kingdom of St. Darius crossing the border, promptly dispatched a system alert to the players. Utilizing the system's formidable capabilities, she swiftly conveyed the enemy's numbers, overall strength, and their armaments to the players. Upon receiving this notification, the players erupted with excitement, preparing for action. At last, this wretched game has finally been updated. Good heavens, 2 months and a week have passed. Even a game of this nature shouldn't take so long to refresh developers. It seems you finally remembered that you have a game to tend to. 2 months and a week. Do you have any idea how I've spent these days? I've nearly grown moss on my head. For these endless weeks I've either been slaying monsters or slaying monsters. I've become so bored that I've started counting how many I've dispatched. I now dream of the anguished cries of those beasts I've slain. Finally, new foes to vanquish. Let us annihilate them all. My cannons and artillery are positively ravenous for action. Brother, could you refrain from that morbid enthusiasm, and stop with the repetitive phrases? It's quite distasteful. Alright, enough of this nonsense. As always, follow my lead, and you shall reap the rewards. Long AO declared in the World Channel, employing his signature framing to capture the players' attention. Under his command, the players swiftly gathered, piloting their custom-designed war machines towards the front lines. Meanwhile, the invading troops advanced towards the looming dark city, their formation barely resembling a cohesive military arrangement. Some staggered weary, with their chests pressed against their backs. In truth, you had hastily prepared to reclaim the dark city, resulting in a lack of proper supplies and quality personnel. Even the equipment was subpar. Leewayer, the commander of this ill-fated army, realized that his misfortune had begun the moment he transitioned from cavalry captain to commander. Not only were the troops' abilities and morale low, but their equipment was also outdated, gathering dust in the armory, and they were scantily provisioned. Ironically, the situation of Leewayer's contingent mirrored that of Ailey's exiled forces. To compound matters, the urgent demands from above forced the expedition to compress a journey that should have taken a month into a mere week, resulting in widespread discontent and low morale among the ranks. Commander Leewayer, we need to talk. A mounted figure approached him. Turning to the rider, Leewayer replied, What is it, Deputy Meyer? Commander, I believe we should pause for rest. The soldiers are exhausted after 7 days of forced marches, compounded by insufficient supplies. Their morale is dangerously low. If conflict arises, it could spell disaster for us. Deputy Meyer, I understand your concerns, but the time constraints imposed by higher-ups leave us no choice. If we fail to complete our mission swiftly, we all face dire consequences. However, Meyer's protest was cut short by the ominous whistling overhead. Incoming artillery. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted among the scattered troops, cries of anguish rising in a cacophony. Leewayer witnessed the obliteration of those caught at the epicenter of the blasts. While those within the flames were consumed, reduced to charred remains, their lifeless forms hurled away by the shockwaves. Those outside the inferno fared no better, cleaved in half by the explosive shockwaves, their upper bodies tumbling to the ground as they writhed in agony. Even the survivors suffered grievous internal wounds, collapsing in pain. Some were outright slaughtered by shrapnel. The sudden barrage left the majority of the invading army incapacitated. Before Leewayer could fully comprehend the calamity, waves of massive steel beasts surged forth, obliterating the forest in their path. This battle, it seemed, was over before it had even begun. Chapter 25, The War of Annihilation. 1. After effortlessly decimating the so-called invading army, the players were not filled with elation but rather a sense of bewilderment. There was no satisfaction in such a swift slaughter. It hardly qualified as a battle. The only loss incurred by the players was when Long AO, upon realizing the anomaly, commanded the rear troops to halt, leading to a chaotic collision among those unable to react in time. They had assumed the enemy posed a formidable threat and unleashed a barrage of artillery, only to discover that those affected were mostly civilians or weaklings, with not a single opponent of significant strength among them. Hence, the artillery fire proved futile. From a genuine warfare perspective, this scenario resembled a farcical overreaction. It marked the players' singular major failure since their arrival in this realm. Leewayer survived, now a prisoner, bound alongside other captives. His face bore an expression of incredulity as he surveyed the aftermath, clearly unable to comprehend what had transpired. He had witnessed his men decimated by fire raining from the heavens, followed by the chaotic appearance of these monstrous machines from the forest. Then, as if abandoned, he found himself alone amidst the fleeing crowd. Soon after, a steel beast halted before him, and a figure emerged, weapon in hand, demanding he raise his arms and surrender. Complying, he was bound and turned to see those who had fled either crushed or enduring a fate akin to his own. Now, he found himself herded together with the other captives, everything transpiring with unnerving fluidity. The only peculiarity was that despite their victory, the players wore expressions of discontent. At that moment, Li Weier, bound and bewildered, inquired of a nearby player. "Brother, may I ask what exactly just happened?" The player replied, "You were defeated and are now our prisoners. Do not worry. We shan't harm you. You may live freely in the city as long as you abide by the law and find joy in your existence." Oh, Li Weier responded, his tone a mix of calmness and confusion. By the way, could you enlighten me on how you became so weak? Your utter ineptitude has rendered our contribution points insufficient. A single cannonball worth hundreds of points only netted us a meager 10. I was bewildered, thinking my system had malfunctioned, until I heard the cries of despair from my comrades. Realizing we were all in the same boat, upon closer inspection, I discovered you are merely a bunch of garbage. I could capture a mere animal in the monster forest that would dwarf you in strength. I now lament the loss of those cannonballs I fired. I feel as though I've lost my very undergarments. Li Weier struggled to comprehend the taunts of the player before him, catching only the gist of their disdain and the mention of artillery. He recognized one type of artillery, the prized magic crystal cannon from the armory of the Kingdom of St. Deriz. That entity is akin to a treasured gem. Each shell comes with a hefty price, and deploying even a single one can cause considerable distress to the Kingdom of St. Delis. It is said that the origin of such weaponry lies in the northern snow-laden Celtic Empire. The overwhelming bombardment we just witnessed clearly signifies their disdain for using such munitions on us mere ants. This, in turn, offered a moment of solace to Levi. Subsequently, under the gentle guidance of the players, these foes swiftly reformed their ways, leading to a modest but welcome increase in the contribution points accrued by the players each day. Following this self-righteous campaign, Umir fell into a contemplative state. At this moment, Umir found himself in a quandary. On one hand, he felt a sense of relief at the sluggish response of St. Delis, which spared Ailey from any distress, yet on the other hand, he lamented the inefficiency displayed by the kingdom. However, Ailey remained indifferent to his conflicting thoughts, as she was acutely aware that failing to reciprocate the greetings extended to them would be rather impolite. Thus, after dismantling the southern border wall, Ailey directly enhanced the players' compendium and map through the system to provide them with vital information. The intelligence Ailey offered was merely the details of the essay. Delhi's army gleaned from Umir. Structurally, the elite units of the St. Delis kingdom primarily consist of knights, while other than mages, the remaining forces pose little threat to the current players. Among the numerous knights, the most emblematic are the Dragon Knights and Griffin Knights. These two represent the pinnacle of strength within the entire St. Delis kingdom, with an average prowess that must be at least level 7 or 8 to be deemed competent. To begin with, the Griffin Knights, as their name implies, ride the majestic griffins often found in Western fantasy lore. These creatures originate from the depths of the Beastmaster Forest and are classified as high-tier magical beasts. Due to their habitation in the forest's innermost regions, the St. Delis kingdom can only capture them during the beast hunting season, convened every few years by the Holy Light Empire, which gathers all existing nations. As formidable high-tier magical beasts, griffins boast remarkable speed both in flight and on land, with their formidable and razor-sharp claws capable of effortlessly tearing apart their prey. Once captured and tamed, they are adorned with specially crafted high-tier enchanted armor to grant them exceptional defensive capabilities. While the magic inscribed upon the armor further enhances their strength, the knights that mount them are not only powerful but also clad in the finest armor of St. Delis, wielding an array of high-tier enchanted weapons. The synergy between the two is akin to a tiger gaining wings. It is noteworthy that players have encountered griffins in the Beastmaster Forest. However, their ability to soar at high speeds renders the cannons mounted on tanks nearly ineffective. This predicament has caused considerable frustration among the players. Nevertheless, the losses have been minimal, as the griffins' attacks merely scraped the paint off the tanks, resulting in a stalemate. Some, in their folly, attempted to hoist the tanks into the air, only to find themselves futilely tugging before players seized the opportunity to open the hatches and unleash a barrage upon their heads. This marks one of the 2 recorded instances of player-initiated kills prior to their invention of new weaponry. The first instance occurred when the opposing forces, unfamiliar with tanks, charged recklessly, only to be obliterated by the player's main cannon. Subsequently, the foes learned from their mistakes, which rendered encounters increasingly challenging for the players. However, this situation did not persist for long, as players quickly emulated real-world anti-aircraft artillery, inventing 2 anti-air weapons known as Fire Rain and Aerial Burst. The former can be visually described as a large Gatling gun, while the latter utilizes a magical array capable of triggering timed explosions, allowing projectiles to detonate at high altitudes, inflicting widespread damage on fast-moving targets within that vicinity. Both weapons are based on modifications of the White Tiger tank, merely repurposed for anti-air functions. In truth, should the players desire, these anti-air designs can still be effectively employed against ground targets. As for the Dragon Knights, they are quite similar to their Griffin counterparts, save for their mounts being dragons. In line with other Western fantasy depictions, these dragons are fire-breathing, winged lizards. Their rather straightforward name is fire-breathing dragon, owing to their fiery breath. In some respects, they exceed griffins in strength. It is said that the current mightiest warrior of the kingdom, the Commander Harmo, rides a fire-breathing dragon. Like griffins, they too reside within the depths of the Beastmaster Forest, and can only be captured during the beast hunting season. Players have encountered them as well, with their fates largely mirroring those of the griffins. Ultimately, whether one is a dragon or a griffin, as long as they remain carbon-based lifeforms, they are equal under the onslaught of thermal weaponry. If they are ineffective, it is undoubtedly a matter of insufficient power. Lastly, regarding the Kingdom of St. Delis itself, the intelligence gathered by Umir indicates that its total population is approximately 20 million, with an active military force of around 1 million. The kingdom boasts a single capital, dozens of large towns, hundreds of small towns, and thousands of villages. Additionally, apart from small towns and villages, both large towns and the capital each possess at least one expansive magical shield capable of enveloping the entire city. Among these magical shields, the one surrounding the capital is the most formidable, with the highest number of stationed mages. Indeed, the strongest mage in the entire kingdom of St. Delis, Merlin, serves as the cornerstone of the capital's defensive magical array. Embodying a powerful presence at the 9th tier of magic, despite the 1 million active soldiers, the kingdom can mobilize over 5 million reservists in times of war. This is due to the fact that, despite existing in a world reminiscent of a Western medieval era, the St. Delis kingdom mandates compulsory education. Furthermore, it is stipulated that all males are obligated to serve in the military upon reaching the age of 18. Thus becoming conscripts. However, given that technology remains entrenched in the medieval period, and while magic exists, productivity is still limited, the quality of training these conscripts receive is questionable. The kingdom also possesses a weapon akin to that of the players, known as the magic crystal cannon. This device is not of St. Delis' own making, rather, it is imported from the northern Celtic Empire. Its power is well known, as long as the magic crystal loaded within is of the same tier in size. The explosive force remains consistent, yet, in terms of firing efficiency, it pales in comparison to the fearsome steel behemoths crafted by the players. Of this information encapsulates nearly all that is known regarding the kingdom of St. Delis. Ailey, fully aware of the significance of intelligence in warfare, promptly disseminated this information along with a comprehensive map of the entire kingdom to the players. She simultaneously issued a command: "Ding, a new main quest has been triggered. Conquer the entirety of the kingdom of St. Delis. Main quest: capture the entire territory of the St. Delis kingdom, with contribution point rewards calculated based on the size and scale of the captured cities. Secondary quest: strive to preserve the kingdom's populace, with greater rewards for the more individuals who are recruited. Secondary quest: aim to maintain the overall integrity of the towns. The system will reassess contribution point rewards based on the extent of damage inflicted upon the captured cities." Ailey's issuance of such commands stemmed from another reason. Her main system had also issued a directive to her, namely to seize the entirety of the kingdom of St. Delis, with the system promising rewards in the form of energy points, amounting to nearly 100 million. Consequently, Ailey felt an unsettling sense that these so-called rewards appeared preordained, only to be dispensed upon reaching certain milestones. This eerie sense of being orchestrated left her with a feeling of discomfort. Nevertheless, Ailey resolved to adhere to the system's path for the time being, opting to devise further strategies after navigating this juncture. Upon the issuance of the command, the players were initially taken aback. But as they began to receive live updates from those who went to investigate, they confirmed that the southern border wall had vanished. An uproar erupted among the players. Enormous steel behemoths roared to life, racing southward at breakneck speed, their massive treads and wheels crushing through the forest, carving a wide path. Like beasts unleashed from their cages, they surged forth, eager to tear into the prey that awaited them. At that moment, on a wall bordering the Beastmaster Forest, thousands of soldiers stood vigilant at their posts. After all, this was the frontier with the Beastmaster Forest, and to prevent incursions from magical beasts. The upper echelons placed considerable emphasis on this location, dispatching their finest warriors to protect it. Aside from safeguarding critical cities, suddenly, the soldiers froze, as they all heard a deafening commotion approaching from afar. It sounded as if some colossal entity was racing toward them at great speed. A few soldiers on the wall grabbed their binoculars to survey the distance, joined by the mages present. What they beheld was astonishing. Enormous creatures, beyond their comprehension, were barreling toward them at an alarming pace. The armor of these beasts glinted brilliantly in the sunlight, and they soon realized that it was steel. They found it hard to fathom how such massive constructs, seemingly made entirely of steel, could move with such swiftness. In a state of urgency, the mages promptly relayed their observations to the capital. While the soldiers prepared their defenses, however, just as they were poised to act, boom, 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 as a shell was launched, it soared through the vast sky, crashing directly into the immense city wall, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. In an instant, the wall vanished, leaving behind a desolate wasteland shrouded in smoke. Chapter 26, The War of Annihilation. 2. The mages stationed on the border walls swiftly transmitted their magical communications to the capital of the Kingdom of Essay. Delis. Upon learning of the unfolding events, the reigning king Saint Quinn immediately summoned his ministers for an emergency meeting. Subsequently, within the grand hall of the capital, the ministers sat in stunned silence, grappling with the sudden crisis. Until specialists projected images from the front lines using magic for all present to witness. At that moment, terror etched itself upon the faces of the ministers and King Quinn alike. The images displayed a legion of Baihu tanks racing toward the city wall with astonishing speed. There were hundreds of these formidable tanks within the single frame, connecting all the images sent by the mages stationed along the border. It became evident that these iron beasts were densely scattered across the entirety of the frontier, which separated the kingdom from the monster forest. Nearly 10,000 tanks surged toward the kingdom of St. Delis. Even more horrifying were the larger entities moving slightly slower than the tanks, among which massive cannons, far exceeding the caliber of the main guns of the surrounding tanks, slowly ascended, targeting the distant wall. Boom, boom, boom. All the colossal beasts simultaneously unleashed their firepower, and the rain of destruction wrought by the shells swiftly obliterated the entire defensive wall spanning the monster forest. The nearly 10,000-strong garrison was erased from existence before they could even react. The collapsed, ravaged wall, the shattered remnants of humanity, the trees around them engulfed in flames from the explosions, and the scorched earth combined to present a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Those merciless iron beasts advanced through this frail line of defense, accompanied by the harbingers of doom. The final image captured was that of a surviving mage amidst the devastation, as the thunderous roar of tracks echoed in the distance. He understood they were coming, yet, the first to greet him was not the iron monstrosities racing along the path. Suddenly, a more thunderous roar erupted, a sound not from the ground but from above. In that moment, the mage, along with everyone in the assembly hall, bore witness to an unforgettable spectacle. Enormous steel raptors flew overhead at an unimaginable speed, 1, 2, 3, and soon dozens of the mage vaguely perceived wisps of smoke swirling around these high-flying raptors, the origin of which remained a mystery to him. Then came peculiar whooshing sounds emanating from the sky. A group of colossal, bizarre objects soared overhead once more. The mage observed that atop these strange entities, elongated rectangular metal plates spun rapidly around a central point. The hurricane generated by their passage was so fierce it seemed capable of sweeping him away. Finally, the familiar rumble of tracks drew near, and with the image of those iron beasts trampling across, the vision faded. Those objects soaring above were crafted by a group of military enthusiasts well versed in aviation. Of course, Long AO had contributed significantly to their endeavor. Mimicking real-world fighter jets and helicopters, substantial financial investments led to the creation of these formidable weapons. The former, modeled after contemporary jet fighters, was named Tianlong. Its principle of operation hinged upon two known methods of flight utilized by mages. The first method allowed mages to directly manipulate objects with their magical energy, enabling them to ascend from the ground and maneuver through the skies. Essentially, this involved mages attaching their magical power to an object, thereby controlling its movement as if it were an extension of themselves. However, this method proved to be quite taxing on one's magical reserves. The second method involved wind magic, wherein mages generated a wind field around themselves, granting them the ability to float and navigate through the air by controlling the currents. While this method consumed less magical energy than the first, it demanded greater precision, as movement depended entirely on the whims of the winds. Legends spoke of a third method of magical flight employed by the witches residing deep within the monster forest. These witches wielded a unique form of magic that bestowed sentience upon objects. granting them the ability to levitate and move. This capability allowed them to soar through the skies upon various creatures, akin to depictions in other narratives, the term which was ascribed to them due to their innate mastery over this exceptional magic. However, the absence of male witches remains a topic shrouded in ambiguity within the prevailing ideologies of this world, which often espouses patriarchal notions. Consequently, their extraordinary abilities rendered them targets of rejection, particularly by the Holy Light Empire, which deemed them heretical. The mere emergence of a witch would prompt a fervent response from the Holy Light Empire, inciting a widespread witch-hunting campaign across all existing nations. This led to the persecution of countless innocent women, an endeavor the Holy Light Empire regarded as a necessary evil. Thus, the witches congregated in the depths of the monster forest, seeking refuge, yet tranquility remained elusive. According to legend, the leader of the witches, the Great Witch, possessed the ability to concoct elixirs of immortality. This sparked the covetous gaze of numerous kings upon the witch's domain, yet for centuries, no one had succeeded in breaching their defenses. The witches were far from defenseless. Adeptly wielding their unique magic, they repelled every invading force. Moreover, the treacherous terrain of the monster forest rendered large-scale military expeditions impractical, often leading to encounters with scouts who, being few in number and outmatched in their own territory, were swiftly overwhelmed and eliminated. Even if news of their existence reached the outside world, the witches possessed the uncanny ability to relocate, vanishing before larger forces could arrive. The immense resource expenditure required for such search and destroy operations, coupled with the ever-watchful eyes of rival nations, dissuaded all but the most tyrannical or foolish kings from pursuing the witches in hopes of acquiring the fabled elixir of life. History had borne witness to several nations whose reckless pursuits of witches led to empty coffers, diminished power, and eventual ruin. With such cautionary tales at hand, alongside the prevailing belief that the elixir was largely a myth, few dared to pin their hopes on the elusive promise of immortality. Intriguingly, from a pragmatic standpoint, unless one sought to eliminate a witch posing a threat to others, such endeavors would yield no tangible benefit for any nation. Even the Holy Light Empire itself. Nonetheless, the Holy Light Empire continued to invest considerable resources in the hunt for witches, raising suspicions regarding their motivations. Returning to the core matter, Tianlong was founded upon the second method of flight. Its original engine was replaced with a magical array, which expelled powerful gusts of air to propel the fighter. The device allowed for the redirection of airflow, altering the aircraft's trajectory, while also enabling adjustments to the magical array's power to modify its speed. Pilots could even recharge the craft with their own magical energy. Under the guidance of military enthusiasts, all necessary features were incorporated, including weaponry that utilized magical crystals instead of gunpowder. Furthermore, actual pilots who had flown fighter jets in reality joined the ranks, becoming the first wave of aviators. Some had even served as captains and were now rallying retired comrades to engage in this virtual combat. They had already achieved commendable success in the ongoing war against the Kingdom of Asay. Delhi's, the latter's Raptors were modeled after real-world attack helicopters, also crafted by these players, with the guidance of experienced pilots. Naturally, the first test flights were conducted by this group. However, compared to Tianlong, the Raptors appeared rather unremarkable, as their engines were almost entirely derived from real-world counterparts and powered by electricity. They boasted an array of weaponry, all utilizing magical crystals. Notably, this helicopter had a transport variant named Fania, larger than the attack helicopter, equipped with a cargo hold capable of transporting personnel and supplies, including those imposing tanks and massive command vehicles. Consequently, a business model emerged within the game, allowing players to expend contribution points for the transportation of their tanks. After all, tanks, in a certain sense, were not classified as items but rather vehicles, making them unsuitable for player backpacks. Even if purchased from the marketplace. Once placed, they could not be stored in a player's inventory. Therefore, to expedite their arrival at the front lines and prevent other players from seizing their prey, while conserving their magical energy for unforeseen circumstances or a hasty retreat from unfavorable situations, players sought the assistance of these transport services. For instance, there were several players who drove a tank into a certain marshy area, inadvertently causing it to become ensnared within. Extracting it by themselves was out of the question, given its weight of at least 100 tons. Disregarding it was equally implausible, as its value was quite substantial. Thus, the only recourse was to call for air transport, resulting in the dispatch of at least 5 aircraft, while the opposing side profited immensely. The player operating the tank was left bereft, losing even his undergarments. Consequently, unless faced with high-value targets or in dire circumstances, players typically refrain from requesting aerial transport. Nevertheless, due to the commendable quality of service provided, Players felt it was worth the expenditure. This led to the players affectionately dubbing them with a moniker reminiscent of a character from a certain game, Air Lord, and the professional lingo became Air Lord. Do a transport. In contrast, there were those piloting fighter jets who were given the derogatory title of Doomstars, indicative of their unpopularity. The rationale behind this animosity stemmed from the fact that when a group of players piloting a tank spotted prey, if another player in a fighter jet also took notice, the latter would invariably snatch the target, given the jet's superior speed, even more egregiously if a tank driver was engaged in combat when discovered. The fighter pilot would often obliterate both the enemy and the tank with missiles. Such occurrences were not infrequent. It is fortunate that the number of players adept at flying was limited. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Returning to the front lines, with the destruction of the border walls, the entire kingdom of St. Delis was left wide open to the players. Consequently, all players surged towards the designated targets marked on the map. Meanwhile, in the skies above, a Dragon fighter jet's pilot exclaimed, "Clear the way, make way for the Dragon Lord." The co-pilot retorted, "Enough of the shouting. The sky is quite spacious. As long as one isn't blind. They keep their distance. What can I say? After being confined in the military for so long, one cannot fly without orders, can they? Now, in this game, I can soar wherever I please, and no one can stop me. Alright, it's just a game, but do be cautious. Even though it's a game, we pooled our contributions to buy this fighter jet. Don't damage it. Understood. By the way, we're running low on energy. Recharge it quickly. Alright, but when will you let me take the controls? Once I spot enemies over there, I'll fly ahead. Fine. When will I get to control the weapons? Next time, I promise. Come on, you said that last time. Don T. Think I don't know. Your magic has long run out, and soon we'll have to return. Are you just going to treat me like a spare fuel tank? More like a power bank. Damn it, you really think that way, don't you? Alright, just hurry and recharge, otherwise, we'll end up crashing. Sigh, you. As the co-pilot unleashed magic, replenishing the aircraft's energy, another fighter jet's pilots were anxiously observing their surroundings. The co-pilot shouted, "Brother, our altitude is perilous, pull up, you fool." The pilot replied helplessly, "Stop yelling. Can't you see I'm trying to figure this out? I think it's this button. What the hell? Why did the engine stop?" Subsequently, that fighter jet plummeted violently to the ground, crashing directly onto a tank. The tank commander, who had just opened the hatch to gaze into the distance, was suddenly engulfed in darkness, only to look up and see a fighter jet descending upon him. Realizing the imminent danger, the commander leaped from the vehicle to save himself, leaving the remaining players inside the tank in a state of confusion, ultimately consumed by flames. The commander's parting words echoed, "If you can't fly, Don T. take to the skies." In the wake of the fighter jet's pass, a fleet of armed helicopters followed suit, all flying steadily except for one that was perilously wobbling. "Hang on. Brother, steady, let me try again. Don't rush me." Then, that helicopter plummeted to the ground, crashing into another tank. The players who had just respawned from the tank shouted at the bewildered helicopter pilot beside them. "Next time you Air Force guys have a mishap, can you avoid dragging us ground dwellers down with you?" This clearly illustrates why there are so few players adept at piloting aerial vehicles. Most players simply lack the necessary skills. Indeed, when these aerial vehicles were first introduced, players were collectively exhilarated, but reality swiftly tempered their enthusiasm. Most players discovered that piloting these vehicles was exceedingly challenging, not to mention the myriad buttons. Even the control stick proved incomprehensible to those without specialized training, often resulting in numerous crashes before they could grasp the mechanics. After all, while this world may appear as a game to the players, the laws of physics remain steadfastly intact. The military enthusiasts who designed these aerial vehicles were acutely aware of this and endeavored to replicate real-life mechanics as closely as possible. Moreover, these vehicles were prohibitively expensive, making them unattainable for the average player. Thus, those still soaring in the skies are either exceptionally skilled or wealthy individuals possessing the means to pilot such machines. Chapter 27, The War of Annihilation. 3. As the magical barrier ceased to display, a profound silence enveloped the conference hall. Everyone present was taken aback by the preceding spectacle. Finally, someone broke the silence. Proposing a course of action, gradually, discussions began to echo within the hall, yet after much deliberation, no viable solutions were presented. Ultimately, it was Erwuzi who spoke up. "Everyone, please quiet down, since no one seems to have a strong plan. Might I suggest we first send our military to impede the advance of those creatures? This will allow us to accurately assess their combat capabilities, after which we can devise a strategy to counter them. I recognize this is risky, but it is surely better than remaining idle while we watch those creatures approach. You've all seen their speed. if we do not act promptly, we may soon find ourselves losing a significant portion of our territory. Should that occur, the resulting scarcity of resources would make victory impossible, and though those monsters may appear formidable, considering their numbers displayed earlier, they total a mere 10,000. We, on the other hand, possess 100,000 active soldiers. A 1-to-100 advantage in numbers is in our favor. Furthermore, once they breach the borders, they will undoubtedly disperse their forces, allowing us to concentrate our might and eliminate them one by one. Ultimately, victory shall be ours. After Erwuzi's impassioned speech, the attendees were momentarily taken aback before erupting in applause for his proposal. Indeed, apart from Erwuzi's suggestion, no one else had presented a viable alternative. As for the young King Quinn, he was hardly a figure of authority, merely a puppet monarch, and at that, merely a 7 or 8-year-old child who had just begun to learn how to read. Any practical idea from him would have been nothing short of genius. It was evident that Erwuzi was determined, for if this situation remained unresolved, the prospect of immigration would be futile, with the situation reaching a critical juncture. They could not allow the already doomed kingdom of St. Delis to drag them down. Following this, a call for mobilization was issued from the royal capital, amassing nearly 500,000 troops beneath the royal city. They marched forth in a grand procession towards the distant players. To bolster the soldiers' morale, they even dispatched one of the strongest legions of the St. Delis kingdom, the Griffin Knights, to provide support. However, despite these efforts, they were still too slow. By the time they mobilized and set out, the players had already seized dozens of towns and hundreds of villages, while ordinary walls might withstand low-tier magical bombardments. They were no match for the players' artillery, let alone those without any fortifications. It was safe to say that by the time they arrived, the players would have already captured half of the St. Delis kingdom's territory. The first major town captured by the players was named Deiji. Upon the players' incursion, the defending forces immediately activated the town-level magical barrier. A massive influx of magical energy coalesced above the town, forming a colossal shield that enveloped the entire area. Remarkably, this barrier could indeed withstand the main cannon fire from the players' tanks for a time. However, with the arrival of base vehicles, larger caliber artillery joined the fray. Additionally, some fighter jets, having caught wind of the situation, unleashed missiles that rivaled the power of tank shells under similar magical conditions. As the more potent shells and missiles bombarded the magical barrier, it soon became untenable, shattering under the assault. Ultimately, as the fighter jets unleashed a barrage from their cannons, swiftly eradicating the last remnants of resistance within the town, the players successfully captured Deiji. The entire operation was accomplished in less than a day, and the fall of Deiji became a microcosm of the subsequent town captures, heralding the impending doom of the entire St. Delis kingdom. As for the management of the town post-capture, they simply replicated the operational model employed in managing Starfire City, making adjustments as necessary based on local conditions. After all, adapting to local conditions is a principle that, barring the most incompetent of individuals, is universally understood. Subsequently, the troops dispatched by the Kingdom of St. Delis arrived. In fact, aside from the Griffin Knights and Dragon Knights, along with those tasked with defending the towns and border fortifications, the Kingdom of St. Delis still had at least 10 additional legions at its disposal. Among these, the first 5 were the most elite forces, categorized into 5 legions. Leading the charge was the Griffin Knights, closely followed by the formidable First Legion. Among the multitude of griffins obscuring the sky, a knight guided his mount towards the leader of the Griffin Knights. "Commander, I have just employed magic to scout ahead. There is a group of enemies lying in wait. Good, everyone, stay alert. The enemy approaches with great ferocity. Those worthless fools on the ground cannot be relied upon. We are different. As the most elite warriors of the Kingdom of St. Delis, we must show them the consequences of invading our great realm." Before the commander of the Griffin Knights could finish his words, he was interrupted by a blinding light soaring from the ground, enveloping the sky above. Suddenly, a beam struck the head of a griffin, causing it to explode in an instant. With his enhanced vision, he discerned the source of the light. It appeared to be a piece of iron. Boom! A shell simultaneously pierced through both targets, followed closely by a relentless barrage of artillery fire that transformed the 2 corpses into a mass of shredded remains. The bodies hovered momentarily before plummeting to the ground. The other Griffin Knights met a similar fate. No matter how swiftly they flew, they could not outpace the speed of the shells, let alone have the opportunity to react. Hundreds of colossal corpses fell from the heavens, creating vast splashes of blood, staining the area. In truth, those Griffin Knights remained blissfully unaware until their last breath that their movements had long been revealed to the players, even as they exited the capital. Their positions had already appeared on the players' maps. It could be said that the players had maintained a clear view of their movements from the very beginning, especially since the griffins they rode had already been encountered by the players in the Beast Forest, leading to the creation of countermeasures against them. The more formidable players had already dispatched stronger foes, let alone these pampered ones. If furthermore, at that time Ailey had placed significant emphasis on the kingdom of St. Delis's foremost combat strength. Upon the Griffin Knight's appearance, Ailey promptly issued a directive to the players to eliminate them and even offered participation rewards, ensuring that players would receive substantial rewards for merely firing a shot, let alone for killing them outright. Even Long Ao shifted his focus to them, personally commanding the entire extermination operation, determined not to let a single one escape. Long Ao was not motivated by the contribution points they might yield but was simply intrigued by their elite status. His aim was to target the elite. After determining their direction via the players' maps, the players quickly positioned themselves along the route they were to traverse. As a result, the Griffin Knights encountered nearly 1,000 units of fire rain and aerial bombardment the moment they made contact. Each Griffin Knight faced several anti-aircraft weapons aimed squarely at them. Once the battle commenced, they fell before they could even relay a message to their rear. This left the troops behind utterly unaware of the unfolding chaos, continuing their advance. Moreover, their tightly knit formation on the map was glaringly obvious, akin to blood-drawing sharks, attracting tens of thousands of players in the vicinity. Under Long Ao's command, they set their plan into motion. It was not long after the battle began that they annihilated the enemy forces entirely. Initially, the 1st Legion, comprised of nearly tens of thousands of the kingdom's finest troops, continued to advance towards the front lines, oblivious to the turmoil ahead. Soon after, dozens of Sky Dragon fighters soared overhead, raining fire upon their rear's mage battalion. Under the mage's unique magical influence, the players easily identified them within the crowd. The hail of bullets combined with the explosive fire from missiles engulfed them in a fiery inferno, simultaneously obliterating their magical crystal cannons. With the immediate threat neutralized, thousands of tanks advanced, utilizing the players' maps to deliver concentrated fire upon the enemy formations from a distance. The deadly rain of shells ignited the battlefield, transforming the area into a veritable death zone, where survival was nearly impossible amidst the devastation. As the 1st Legion faced near annihilation, the 2nd and 3rd Legions, witnessing the assault on their comrades, rushed to assist. However, they were met with the same fate as the players executed a similar strategy against them. This resulted in the remnants of the 4th and 5th Legions being severed from one another. Clearly visible on the players' maps, some players utilized their tank's speed advantage to breach the opening created, splitting their forces into two to encircle the remaining legions. Realizing the tide of battle had turned against them, Long Ao lost interest in this particular battlefield, allowing the players to maintain their momentum as they wreaked havoc, while he turned his attention to other more advantageous fronts. Naturally, some questioned Long Ao's approach. He responded, "The battlefield is ever-changing. As someone with military experience, I understand this well, especially when the disparity between the two sides is not significant. Take a look at those enemies clad in primitive garb. I even disdain the use of tactics. If it weren't for their sheer numbers posing a potential risk of escape, I wouldn't bother. You could simply trample over them. Let us not forget, we are here to seize this so-called kingdom of St. Delis, not to clean up their mess." The remaining players were then left to their own devices. At this moment, an armored division consisting of hundreds of tanks was approaching the advancing 4th Legion, which was similarly flanked by an equal number of tanks from behind. The players prepared to encircle this legion. Just as the 4th Legion neared the designated fire coverage zone, boom, dozens of Sky Dragon fighters, accompanied by hundreds of armed Falcon helicopters, flew over their heads, preemptively bombarding the 4th Legion. Caught completely off guard, the 4th Legion suffered significant casualties and, realizing the dire situation, began to flee. It seemed the recent bombardment had also claimed the life of their commander, resulting in a disorganized retreat. "No need for thanks," said one of the fighter pilots to the tank operators below. "I thank your grandmother. The rear forces were not yet encircled, and you've already driven them away. If too many escape and turn to banditry, we'll be the ones cleaning up the mess." At that moment, the airborne players suddenly realized the magnitude of the blunder they had committed. Some among them were even professionals, yet their perception of the situation as merely a game led to a lack of seriousness. It seemed as if to rectify this, hundreds of armed helicopters swiftly flew past to intervene. Simultaneously, they shouted through loudspeakers, "You are surrounded, surrender and lay down your arms at once." Yet the panicked crowd continued to flee. Observing this, the players opened fire with their machine guns, mowing down a swath of unfortunate souls before finally halting. "I'll say it again, lay down your weapons and surrender." or I will shoot you all to pieces." This time, everyone complied. On the other hand, the encirclement of the final Fifth Legion proceeded without major complications. As the players clearly communicated and coordinated their efforts seamlessly with the destruction of the 500,000-strong expeditionary force, the demise of the Kingdom of St. Delis officially commenced. Chapter 28, The War of Annihilation. 4. Following the obliteration of the 500,000-strong expeditionary army, the atmosphere within the royal capital became as frenzied as ants on a hot pan. Originally, he had believed that even if the empire failed to fulfill its promises, his high position would afford him a comfortable existence. However, he now regretted his ascent to power, since proposing his plan, and coupled with his elevated status, the task of exterminating the enemy had inevitably fallen upon his shoulders, with the continuous defeats at the front. The lines had retreated repeatedly, sapping the soldiers' morale. Now, the mere sound of an explosion would send them scrambling in terror. The enemy approached with relentless force, their swords aimed directly at the royal capital. Erwuzi understood that if the enemy breached the capital, he and the Puppet King would undoubtedly be the first to be publicly executed. The only silver lining was that, on the surface, the entire Kingdom of St. Delis seemed to be uniting under his command. Yet, Erwuzi knew they were merely searching for a scapegoat. While he pondered these matters, an urgent magical communication arrived, informing him that the players had captured over a dozen cities. What shocked him further was that these besieged regions lay directly behind the advancing expeditionary force. Given that communication had abruptly ceased, it was not difficult to deduce that the 500,000 troops had likely met their demise. However, what renders Air's abode even more despairing is that the players' achievements are likely far more extensive than this. This is due to the fact that the communication was inexplicably interrupted midway. With a hint of magic, Yair's dwelling could sense an immensely powerful magical interference suddenly enveloping the entire kingdom. Yair was unaware of its nature, yet he recognized that it was beyond the capabilities of the St. Delis kingdom to contend with. The stark truth is that upon discovering that magic could also facilitate communication, Einstein immediately surmised that the enemy would inevitably employ such means to transmit information. Consequently, he embarked on the study of a large device capable of disrupting it, aptly named the Mist. This machine's base was repurposed from a White Tiger tank. Its original main cannon replaced with an apparatus resembling a satellite dish. The specific effect of this device is to convert the magic input into disruptive magic, subsequently covering a vast area centered around itself. It effectively interferes with the enemy's magical communications, requiring remarkably little magical energy. At the current stage, players who are not complete novices can operate a Mist at full capacity for an entire week with their modest reserves of magic. However, countermeasures do exist, namely the use of higher-tier magical communication. As long as the strength of the magical communication surpasses the interference, the disruption becomes nullified. Regarding the scope, the territory of the St. Delis kingdom is equivalent in size to an entire dragon kingdom in reality. The players have deployed merely 4 mists, which suffice to encompass the entirety of St. Delis. It can be stated that not only does St. Delis find itself unable to confront the adversary head-on, but it has also been rendered blind, metaphorically speaking. To the players, St. Delis now appears as a frail and diminutive blind entity, mercilessly subjected to the whims of the towering and robust invaders in the darkness. Faced with the futility of communication, Yair was left with no choice but to diligently process the information at hand. Currently, it is known that dozens of cities have fallen to the players, including 2 major towns. If one considers prior events, the players have nearly seized over half of the territory of the St. Delis kingdom. This outcome is still a result of the interference in magical communications, which prevents a complete tally. The actual situation is likely far graver. Remarkably, this is merely the result of the players' endeavors over the span of 2 weeks. Yair understood that if there were no constraints on travel, it would be entirely plausible for that group to conquer all of St. Delis in a single day. The 2 major towns subsequently besieged were Dilzi and Anini, both of which fell under the leadership of the Tyrant of the World in Shadow. Respectively, the former's approach to capturing Dilzi was rather conventional. First, they breached the shield, then engaged the defending troops, followed by the reinforcements, and continued to press on until they subdued all in their path. However, the method employed by Shadow to capture Anini was somewhat unconventional. At the time, Andini's magical shield was not activated, which was unavoidable, while the shield capable of enveloping the entire city was formidable. It also consumed a significant amount of magical energy. In fact, even if the players did nothing, merely surrounding the city for a month would result in the shield dissipating on its own. Of course, players generally do not have the patience to wait a month and often force their way through. In summary, the defensive mechanism of the magical shield would not be activated unless absolutely necessary. Shadow Siege tactics inherently circumvented this defensive mechanism. They employed their expertise in stealth and assassination. The process involved Shadow leading a large number of individuals disguised as civilians into the city. Due to the existence of player backpacks, the defending soldiers were unable to detect anything amiss, and given that neither side recognized the other, they were simply allowed entry. Once night fell, they donned their full armor and stealthily infiltrated the city from the walls. Assassinating thousands of the defending soldiers, after achieving a certain degree of progress, they brazenly made their way into the Lord's castle, where amidst the pungent odor of urine, they announced the surrender of Anini. Even more absurd was Long Ao, who performed a feat of flattening a mountain on the spot, compelling the enemy to open their gates and surrender. Upon realizing the dire situation, Air immediately commanded, "Guards, relay my orders, release the lowest level individual in the dark prison." In a dark and damp place, lined with cells and surrounded by thick stone walls, the iron bars before him offered no semblance of privacy to those imprisoned within. Despair and oppression were the prevailing norms in this place, specifically designed to confine the most dangerous entities of St. Delhi's, the dark prison. At that moment, a team was descending the stairs. Reaching the very depths of the prison. In that lowest level, there was but a single cell housing one individual, yet every member of the team was unconsciously drenched in cold sweat, clearly fearful of the entity held within. They subsequently lit torches on either side, and in the flickering light, a row of ordinary iron bars came into view, the only difference being that they were densely inscribed with unknown magical runes. Evidently designed to suppress whatever lay within, the leader of the team then produced the key to the cell door. As the iron door creaked open, the leader called out, "Hey, inmate, your chance for redemption has arrived." The sound of dragging chains echoed. Illuminated by the torchlight, a white-haired young girl emerged before the onlookers. The girl possessed heterochromia, her skin an eerie pallor, yet the coarse burlap garment she wore could not conceal her curvaceous form. However, the stark whiteness of her skin and the aura of desolation about her would lead one to mistake her for a mere animated doll were it not for the faint sign of breath. At that moment, the girl's eyes flickered, her lifeless gaze locking onto the crowd before her. "Redemption? What have I done wrong? I merely acted according to your demands. Aren't those precisely what you wished for?" With rage in her voice, a surge of immense magical energy erupted from her, the handcuffs glowing as her magic diminished, yet the remaining energy was still formidable. Almost tangible magic surged outward, causing all members of the team to tremble in fear. Suddenly, as if some presence had sensed something, an even more powerful wave of magic erupted from the castle in the royal capital, seemingly a warning to the girl, and it did not end there. A massive and dense aura of combat surged forth from the castle's walls, serving the same purpose as the former. Upon sensing these forces, the girl gradually retracted her magic. "Lord Lemire, you know that was unavoidable. If we had not done so, the Holy Light Empire would have noticed. At that point, enough. What is it that you want me to do?" The leader's words had yet to finish when Lemire disdainfully interrupted. "Here's the situation. The kingdom is facing a crisis, the enemy approaches with great fervor, and we seek your assistance. Fine, I understand you simply can't handle the enemy and need me to intervene. But let me make one thing clear, you are aware of the methods I will employ to defeat the enemy, and I will not take responsibility for anything else that transpires afterward." The leader, recognizing her intent, promptly unlocked Lemire's handcuffs and led her out of the dark prison. In a graveyard within the royal capital, clad in armor, Lemire gazed reverently at the neatly arranged graves, the resting place of the kingdom's most valiant warriors. She extended her right hand into the air, an eerie blue magic coalescing in her palm. The magic then flowed into the earth beneath her feet, gradually spreading to every grave, with a resounding thud. A skeletal arm, long since reduced to bone, emerged from the soil before a grave pressing against the ground. Soon after, the rest of the body clawed its way out of the earth. As it stood, its armor was in a state of decay, yet one hand still clutched a long sword, seemingly its weapon from a past life. The same scene unfolded at other graves, and thus a multitude of complete skeletons filled the entire graveyard. Among the standing skeletons, some donned armor while others wore tattered robes of mages, holding weapons ranging from longswords to wands and crossbows. Lemire then intensified her release of magic. As if time were reversing, the once ragged weapons and armor became remarkably pristine, and the skeletal frames regained flesh and skin. Eyeballs formed within the hollow sockets. Were it not for their soulless gaze, one might genuinely believe the dead had returned to life. Once valiant heroes, the kingdom now faces a crisis. We shall once more become the sword of the kingdom and vanquish its enemies. following her impassioned speech, Lemire marched forth with her army of the dead toward the front lines. Though a woman, she was second only to the most powerful sorcerer Merlin in the entirety of the Saint Deli's kingdom, and she was also Merlin's apprentice and 8th-tier sorceress skilled in necromancy. Chapter 29, The War of Annihilation. 5. A few days after Lemire led the army of the undead to the front lines, she found herself once again confined within a cage, gazing at the identical yet distinct handcuffs. Lost in contemplation, she remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. Everything had unfolded too rapidly. Initially, she had confidently led the army of the undead toward the front lines, prepared to deliver a resounding defeat to the enemy. It is important to note that the undead fear not death, for they are already deceased. In a sense, they are merely puppets animated by magic. Imagine a battlefield in ancient times where an army appeared that feared not death, required no supplies, and could not perish, coupled with the formidable strength of this army, equipped with the finest gear. The situation was indeed dire. In the throes of battle, even if one were to sever an opponent's head or cleave their body in two, they would still persist in their relentless struggle against you. After a while, they might even regenerate, leaving an indelible psychological scar on their adversaries. However, this scenario is confined to the ancient times when combatants wielded cold weapons and clashed. There is a saying that humanity's greatest misunderstanding regarding firearms is the zombie crisis. Not to mention, this pertains to the Gulf War. Lemire, regrettably, would remain oblivious until her last breath, for the moment she appeared, her presence was already marked on the player's map, even in the absence of a player's map. Her foolish display of overwhelming magical power on the battlefield would have betrayed her location. After all, she is an 8th-tier mage, second only to the mightiest sorcerer of the kingdom of Saint Driss. Merlin, her immense magical aura could easily be sensed by any player with even a modicum of magical ability, provided they were not blind. Furthermore, her straightforward march across the map seemed to challenge players to come and confront her. Consequently, players would gather in unison, unleashing a barrage of artillery upon her. Even if one were to decapitate her and leave her half alive, a single shot from me would obliterate her entirely, melting her weapons and scattering her ashes to the wind. I would leave nothing behind. Let us see how she could possibly recover from that. Even if a morsel of flesh remained, it would be prudent to halt any advance and simply incinerate the battlefield using fire magic, ensuring not even ashes remained, leaving her with no recourse. As for how Lemire was captured, it was indeed fortunate that Long Ao could discern the unique necromantic magic emanating from her. With a single leap, he traversed the distance to the battlefield. At that moment, Lemire stood there alone, a solitary figure, had it not been for her formidable magical power, which prompted her to quickly erect a protective barrier around herself. The carpet bombing that ensued would have undoubtedly claimed her life. After the onslaught subsided, she found herself within the barrier, dazed and gazing at the surrounding inferno, utterly at a loss. It was only when the searing heat washed over her that she began to comprehend the need for a counterattack. However, just as she contemplated using magic to animate any corpses that might still linger, a shadow suddenly descended before her. Before she could react, this shadow effortlessly shattered her protective barrier. In her final moments, all Lemire felt was a sharp pain in her head before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself bound and transported in a military truck reminiscent of reality. The vehicle, painted in military green, had been repurposed from transporting goods to housing a cage, within which Lemire was confined. Beside the cage sat a player, languidly perched on a foldable chair purchased from the marketplace. Observing the handcuffs binding her wrists, Lemire attempted to summon her magical power to break free, yet, as the light of her magic flickered to life, the handcuffs responded in kind, suppressing her magic with a vice-like grip. "Save your efforts," the player remarked. "These handcuffs are the brainchild of the science enthusiasts among the players. Their inventions are increasingly perverse. Take those cuffs, for instance. Even the mightiest among us, Longu, finds his magic stifled to the point of impotence. By the way, we do possess even more formidable devices, but they are deemed unnecessary due to their exorbitant cost." After hearing the player's words, and recognizing the truth in them as she struggled in vain to wield even the slightest hint of magic, Lemire sensed the overwhelming power radiating from this player. It was evident that not only did he possess comparable magical prowess, but he also wielded formidable combat energy. Faced with this realization, Lemire reluctantly acquiesced. "Hey, since we have nothing else to do, why not engage in a conversation? I'll tell you, I was a police officer in reality. I can see the marks of handcuffs on you. It seems you were only recently released, yet, with that finely crafted armor you wear, you hardly seem like a prisoner. Is it that your upbringing was excessively peculiar, or does your nation uphold human rights to the extent that even prisoners on the battlefield are equipped with such quality gear?" The player reclined lazily in his chair as he spoke. After a moment's pause, Lemire resolutely replied, "I shall speak not a word. If you think to extract information from me, you shall find it impossible." The player, hearing her defiance, sighed. "Very well, what a suspicious little girl you are." Thus silence reigned as the two awaited their vehicle's arrival at its destination. Meanwhile, from a distance, atop a tank turret, Long AO observed the player's livestream through the system. Noting that no useful information had surfaced, he decided to terminate the broadcast and shifted his attention to the nearest large town marked on the player's map. Subsequently, he gestured for the players awaiting orders below to advance. Soon an army composed of over 10,000 players surged forth towards the target designated on Long AO's map, including thousands of White Tiger tanks and numerous space vehicles. Above, dozens of Heavenly Dragon fighter jets and Raptor-armed helicopters soared through the skies. Meanwhile, those players without tanks, space vehicles, or aircraft traversed the terrain in military-style jeeps or on armed motorcycles, leading the main force while shouting enthusiastically. In Spark City, Lemire's staunch refusal to yield rendered the players attempting to persuade her utterly powerless. Ultimately, it was only Alia's personal interest in the white-haired girl that prompted her to approach. Upon seeing Ali, Lemire greeted her as if they were old acquaintances, following Alia's explanations. Lemire conjured an elaborate narrative of a fallen princess exiled due to royal strife, who, upon discovering an external conspiracy, implored the gods for assistance, ultimately moving divine forces to descend and rescue her realm. In essence, it was a tale of internal conflict within a kingdom. Recalling her own persecution at the hands of the current kingdom of Saint Driss, she felt compelled to initiate reform and decided to embrace a more virtuous path. One day, while strolling through the streets, she encountered Ailey, who had also emerged for some fresh air. Although Ailey was indeed a princess of the kingdom of Saint Driss, and the surrounding populace were its citizens, the common folk seldom had the opportunity to see a princess despite having heard of her renown. While Ailey had donned a different outfit to blend in, this was the reason no uproar ensued. Lemire, having seen Ailey before, was able to recognize her amidst the throngs. Upon their meeting, Lemire was momentarily taken aback. After all, a princess strolling unaccompanied through the streets without guards seemed rather reckless. Aware that such matters should be kept discreet, she approached Ailey with the demeanor of a friendly older sister. Ailey likewise engaged in pleasant conversation. However, the sight of two beautiful women engaging in conversation drew unwarranted attention. Sensing this, Ailey suggested they visit a delightful establishment. This was a player-operated shop, offering an array of milk teas and desserts. In truth, players were permitted to interact with the populace as long as they adhered to the rules. Indeed, if mutual interest blossomed, marriage and family were entirely feasible. Though players were composed of energy, they retained fundamental physical functions. Ailey herself preferred to minimize the chasm between players and citizens, for the principle of military-civilian unity was paramount. This establishment epitomized that ideal. Despite being player-owned, it attracted not only citizens but also many players who came to socialize and savor the delicacies. Players had even independently ranked such shops, amusingly noting that the top-ranked establishment belonged to Long AO. It could be said that Long AO's competitive spirit was quite pronounced. Moreover, as sweets were rare among the common folk and the prices were exceedingly reasonable, coupled with the improved quality of life brought about by players, this shop often boasted long queues. Fortunately for Ailey and Lemire, luck was on their side, as they found a table, after each spent a few copper coins on desserts and milk tea. They began to share their stories. Ailey had little to recount, merely discussing the tedium of Lemire's lessons on governance, her mounting pressure for the future, and amusing anecdotes from recent days. For instance, there was the incident with the ladybug, which was mistakenly injured while pursuing a wild boar monster in the monster forest alongside a novice player. Although the novice had decent skills, mistakes were inevitable. At the time, they were both engrossed in the chase. The ladybug had taken the lead, directly engaging the monster, while the novice, despite being new, hailed from a wealthy background, had spent money to acquire contribution points, thus equipping him to rival the seasoned ladybug. Unfortunately, he miscalculated the force of his shot, resulting in the monster's head being pierced straight through along with the ladybug. The silver lining was that the ladybug had learned from a previous incident and had switched off her pain receptors, so the injury was likely just a minor inconvenience. Thankfully, their camaraderie remained intact, and since then, the ladybug had refrained from repeating such mistakes. After Ailey finished her tale, Lemire chimed in, expressing astonishment at the high quality of the dessert's sugar and confounding as to why it was priced so affordably. Ailey responded with a smile, "The reason lies in the fact that players have established factories specifically dedicated to the production of these items, boasting remarkably high output. Now sugar and salt have become staples consumed by every household in this Spark City." Furthermore, the ambitions of the players extend beyond mere production. They aspire to expand and strengthen their enterprises, ensuring that every individual inhabiting the territories they have conquered, rather, liberated, can partake in the sweetness of sugar and the essentiality of salt. Upon hearing this, Lemire was utterly astounded. She was aware of the existence of such factories, but those were situated in the northern Celtic Empire, exclusively designed for the manufacture of war weaponry, essentially military facilities. The notion of repurposing military installations to produce everyday goods for civilians was utterly unprecedented. ASU Ailey continued their conversation. It seemed that Lemire had opened the doors to her soul. Subsequently divulging tales from her past. In her youth, due to her exceptional talent, Lemire was admitted into a prestigious magic academy reserved solely for nobles. Of her journey thereafter mirrored the classic tales of underdogs in Western fantasy worlds. Lacking noble blood and connections, and being a girl at that, it was inevitable that she faced discrimination and prejudice. Yet, despite these adversities, Lemire remained steadfast in her belief that the kingdom of St. Delis should rise to greatness. There was no lofty rationale behind this conviction. She simply understood that, in comparison to the treacherous intrigues within the kingdom, the invasion of external foes posed a more immediate threat to her family. Strengthening the nation and subsequently enjoying its protection was, in essence, a straightforward endeavor. In contrast to Lemire, those who fancied themselves of noble lineage, powerful backgrounds, and male gender often languished in idleness, occasionally lamenting the future of their own nation. Lemire resolutely refused to associate with such individuals. Tragically, these attitudes had seemingly become the norm within the academy, resulting in Lemire finding it difficult to forge friendships during her studies. It was only later that she encountered her most revered mentor, Merlin. Their ideologies aligned, yet unlike Lemire, Merlin was genuinely willing to fight on the front lines for the kingdom of St. Delis. Under Merlin's tutelage, Lemire's abilities flourished, particularly excelling in magical theory. Eventually, Merlin urged Lemire to delve into the forbidden necromancy spells, claiming it was all for the sake of the kingdom. Subsequently, the Holy Light Empire intervened, and in a bid to protect himself, Merlin imprisoned Lemire. This became an indelible scar on her heart, and so we arrive at the present, after listening to Lemire's narrative. Ailey felt a sense of unease at drawing from her previous experiences in reading novels. She sensed that this situation was far from simple. After all, if Merlin had genuinely intended to safeguard himself, it would have been far easier to eliminate Lemire rather than confine her. After all, the dead do not speak. Contemplating this, Ailey refrained from voicing her thoughts, opting instead to change the subject in order to lighten the atmosphere. After a pleasant exchange, the two departed the shop, each engrossed in their own affairs. Chapter 30, The War of Annihilation. 6. Krull. This is the name of the largest town closest to the royal capital. Here lies the St. Delis Kingdom's finest institution, the Royal Academy of St. Delis, located in the Krull College. At this moment, within the principal's office of Krull Academy, a middle-aged man glared furiously at the notice before him. "What do you mean by this?" he bellowed at an official standing before him. "My lord, please remain calm. As you may have heard, the kingdom of St. Delis is under siege by formidable foes. And the current situation is dire. We require the students of your esteemed institution to enlist in the military. I ask again, why has the headquarters not summoned their own students? Why must it be solely us who have received the call? If, as you say, the kingdom of St. Delis is at a critical juncture, then individuals of all ranks, noble or common, should unite to resist the enemy, rather than sending my impoverished students to the front lines while the wealthy elite cower behind them, preserving their own lives. Moreover, what do you mean by the enemy's situation being unclear? My students cannot be sent into battle under such ambiguous circumstances," he exclaimed. "With all due respect, you must understand that there exists a distinction between ranks. The students at headquarters hold a different status compared to those in your academy. Furthermore, allowing you to establish this academy and educate commoners in our noble knowledge was already our greatest concession. These lowly children must now express their gratitude, and it is time for them to repay that debt. After all, this is a legal obligation. The law stipulates that everyone, regardless of status, should respond to the call of duty in times of national crisis. If the headquarters were to act as we do, I would have nothing further to say. My students ought to serve as the kingdom's shield, not as mere pawns to protect the privileged. You have no say in this matter. If it comes to that, I would rather see all the students of this academy expelled, for at least they could return home, rather than sacrificing their lives to protect a bunch of ingrates like you. You are making this exceedingly difficult for me." Just as tensions escalated between the two, a series of deafening explosions erupted throughout the town. The middle-aged man rushed to the window, gazing at the billowing smoke rising from the blasts. Initially bewildered, he soon realized the direction of the smoke and was struck with terror. A report, Long GE.as per your instructions, we have successfully disabled their shield generator. By studying the magical shield generators in the large towns we have already conquered and sending in some players to locate the corresponding facilities. We can easily obliterate these bothersome shields by targeting the marked points on the map. Let us see what you can do now. Alright, everyone, as usual, before Long AO could finish his sentence. A colossal beam of light shot up from the center of Krull Academy. An immense surge of magical energy gathered in the sky, subsequently descending to form a massive magical shield. My goodness. There's a second one, wasn't there only one before? Why the sudden exception? Do the developers think we've advanced too quickly and decided to impose this on us, observing the newly formed magical shield in the distance? Long AO's expression turned grave as he sensed that this newly activated shield was significantly more robust than those he had previously breached with ease. At that moment, a dragon fighter soared overhead. Aiming to gain a clearer perspective on the current situation in Krull, the player in the co-pilot seat glanced downward and asked the pilot, "So, can we begin?" "Of course, start the live stream and commence the shield strength test." With that, the pilot maneuvered the fighter closer to the shield and, upon reaching a certain distance, fired missiles at the shield below. Boom. The missiles struck the shield, resulting in a violent explosion, yet as the smoke dissipated, the shield remained unscathed, not even displaying the slightest ripple. It truly is far stronger than the previous shield, the co-pilot remarked. It has been confirmed that the current armaments of the fighter cannot affect it. We will now shift to high-altitude reconnaissance. After circling above the city for a while, the co-pilot impatiently inquired, "So how much longer must we observe the scenery below? We've seen all that needs to be seen." The live stream connects our vision. As long as one isn't blind, anyone can see that this magical shield emanates from that building at the center of the city, while everything else is as it should be. Besides, we've already used missiles. What more can the machine guns do? Let us wait a bit longer. I estimate it 1 TB long now. After all, we can't disrupt Long G's plans, or he won't spare us. Fine, wait, do you see that second beam of light below? Where? Hey, whoosh, a beam of light the width of a finger shot up from the ground, appearing before the right wing of the fighter. As the aircraft soared past at high speed, it left a gaping, crimson wound along the entire length of the wing. Seeing this, both players exclaimed in shock, "What the?" In an instant, the wing fractured along the crimson line, causing the fighter to plummet. As the aircraft descended, Long AO immediately activated the system's recording function, meticulously observing the captured footage. He then rewound to the moment just before the plane was struck, touching the screen. He zoomed in on the ground below, and within moments, he discerned the source of the attack. Enlarging the image, he could faintly make out that the assailant was a humanoid metal figure. A robot, utilizing the system's powerful capabilities to magnify further. Long AO noticed that the joints of the robot were adorned with intricate, glowing runes, with some luminous tubes seemingly pulsating with a mysterious substance within. At that moment, Long AO recalled certain conversations he had with the NPC Umir. When Long AO discovered Umir possessed extensive knowledge about the unaccessed quests of the Kingdom of St. Delis, he had taken the opportunity to engage in discussions with her regarding potential future developments. As a result, he gleaned valuable intelligence concerning the Kingdom of St. Delis. At that time, Long AO was overseeing the construction of a tank factory, and upon witnessing the machinery he created, Umir remembered certain matters and shared them with him during their exchanges. This pertains to the arcane automaton technology mastered by the Kingdom of St. Delis. The so-called automatons, to put it vividly, are robots driven by magic. This ancient technology was unearthed by the Kingdom of St. Delis several centuries ago through the defeat of the Guardian Sentinels that protected the ancient ruins. These automatons possess formidable strength, requiring at least a 6th-tier mastery of either combat energy or magic to hope to vanquish them. Presently, the kingdom has constructed hundreds of automatons of varying models, most of which are stored in the royal capital as concealed guardians. The remainder is housed in the 2 locations that possess automatons, one of which is also a production site outside the royal capital, Krull. As these thoughts crossed Long AO's mind, he found himself engulfed in excitement. Robots, mechas, the romance of man. A flurry of ideas surged through Long AO's mind. He then issued a command, "Everyone, the plan has changed. I will send you images, ensure the integrity of the targets depicted, spare no resemblance. Those who perform well will receive generous rewards." After sending this notification, Long AO eagerly gazed towards the direction of the town. "Brother Long, how should we proceed? Should we dig in?" Tian Bufan inquired. "Although we do have someone who has constructed a shield tunneling machine, ensuring the tunnel's safety would undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time. Rest assured, I have assessed the strength of this shield. It is at least 9th tier, just watch my technique. With that, Long AO vanished from his original position in an instant, reappearing 100 miles away in the blink of an eye. Moments later, he stood before the city walls, enveloped in a magical shield. Clenching his right fist, he concentrated both 9th tier magic and combat energy into it, before the guards atop the wall could react. He struck fiercely at a single point on the magical shield's bang. While a 9th tier magical shield could withstand a force of the same tier, it would falter against 2, especially when struck at a singular point. Amplifying the power beyond that of 9th tier, cracks spread from the point of impact, and nearly half of the shield shattered instantly. Moreover, the residual force from his punch shattered the wall, continuing unabated towards the heart of the academy. Obliterating the magical array that maintained the entire magical shield, the magical barrier surrounding Krull dissipated. Players outside the city surged excitedly towards the interior. Wow, Brother Long is incredible, a single punch hero, thank you for your assistance. Brother Long, brothers, follow me to battle. Tanks breached the city walls, while fighter jets soared overhead, swiftly targeting what they deemed high-value objectives. Armed helicopters hovered above, scanning for any remaining resistance. At that moment, a white tiger tank traversed the streets of the city. Confronted by a humanoid automaton attempting to block its path, without hesitation, the automaton unleashed a magical array at its eye-like feature, firing a beam the width of a finger directly at the tank's hull. Scorching its surface, however, the tank's armor was too robust, necessitating time to penetrate. Yet, the players would not remain idle. They swiftly adjusted their cannons and fired. The shell shot forth at high velocity. The automaton, sensing the impending danger, swiftly dodged to the side, the shell narrowly missing its chest. However, just as the flames ignited in the distance, the automaton turned back, only to be met by another incoming shell. Although it noticed the attack, it did not aim at the automaton but instead struck the ground ahead. Boom, accompanied by a violent explosion. The automaton was caught in the blast. The shockwave from the explosion hammered into the humanoid automaton, causing its iron armor to crumple, while high-velocity shrapnel pierced it like a porcupine, sending it flying. Its massive form crashed heavily to the ground, collapsing a nearby building. Amidst the rubble, the twisted humanoid automaton attempted to rise, but its mangled body rendered it immobile. Ha, you still wish to retaliate? The tropes of cartoons won't work on us. You wouldn't truly believe the primary lethality of shells relies on the entire shell striking. Would you? Ha, this one is still relatively intact. The rewards will surely be abundant. Meanwhile, another white tiger tank encountered a massive serpent-like automaton. Upon their first meeting, the enormous serpent's head opened its gaping maw, revealing a cannon within. With a mechanical whirring, the cannon was loaded. Just as the serpent automaton prepared to fire, the players opposite immediately targeted its head. In response, the serpent swiftly lowered its upper body, twisting to evade the shell, while simultaneously firing its cannon at an awkward angle, catching the players off guard. Fortunately, the tank's armor was sufficiently thick, causing the shell to ricochet harmlessly off its surface. As the serpent automaton contemplated another attack, a hawk from above took notice of the ground-bound prey. The falcon swooped down, launching missiles that obliterated the automaton without leaving a trace. This is a dire situation. It seems the rewards are out of reach, remarked a player aboard the fighter jet. Despite the formidable combat capabilities of the automatons, the Kingdom of St. Delis, while capable of manufacturing them, lacked a complete production line, resulting in a dwindling number of automatons on the battlefield. In contrast, the players' tanks and aircraft, not to mention the high-tech marvels available in the system's shop, far surpassed what could be produced over years. Under the relentless offensive of the players, the scant few dozen automatons in Krull were swiftly overrun. Subsequently, the Academy's principal, Leeming, was captured. Long AO sought him out, drawn to him simply because he was the strongest in the city. At that time, he had been protecting hundreds of students behind him, pleading with Long AO to spare their lives. Long AO, wishing to avoid further bloodshed, persuaded him to surrender. After conversing with Ailey, Leeming joined her faction. Given his experience as an educator and his care for his students, Ailey appointed him to oversee the educational development in the liberated zones. What was even more fortuitous was that Leeming was an expert in automaton technology, much to Long AO's delight, as it meant he would not have to fumble through the process alone. After all, wasn't there an official novice tutorial? Chapter 31, The War of Annihilation, 7, The Siege of the Royal Capital, 1. Following the fall of Krull, tens of thousands of players led by Long AO surged towards the Royal Capital, the largest city on the map. Concurrently, Tianxia-Quangren and Yining also captured two adjacent large towns near the Royal Capital. Tianxia-Quangren led over 10,000 players to rendezvous with Long AO. While Li Ning brought along a cadre of players specializing in assassination to partake in the spoils, the remaining players, upon witnessing the overwhelming force heading towards the royal capital, deemed the rewards insufficient and opted to assault the remaining cities instead. In a village on the outskirts of the royal capital, a villager stepped out of his home, intending to tend to the fields outside. Although the war raged on, the villagers remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil beyond their borders due to their isolated existence. Thus, even as battles erupted like a furnace outside, they continued their daily routines, rising with the sun and retiring with its setting. Now, during the time for agricultural labor, nearly everyone in the village was occupied in the fields, rendering the entire village eerily quiet. While it seemed to be just another ordinary day, the weather inexplicably grew dim. Is it going to rain? The villager wondered, but as he looked up, he realized something was amiss. The sky was supposed to be clear. Turning his gaze around, he was suddenly seized by terror upon noticing a colossal object moving forward like a mountain. The weather was not gloomy, rather, the sunlight over the entire village was being obscured. Overcome with fear at the sight before him, the villager's heart raced. Just as he opened his mouth to scream, a large hand landed heavily on his shoulder. A player clad in armor behind him immediately gestured for silence. Shoot! They then proceeded directly towards the mountain-like figure. Meanwhile, outside the royal capital of St. Delhi's, Long Ao, and the players awaited news from those infiltrating the city. Long Ao understood that being the capital of the kingdom of St. Delhi's, the royal capital was undoubtedly formidable. To that end, he dispatched a team of players disguised as commoners to blend in and observe the situation within through the system's live broadcast. However, the results were less than ideal. The infiltration team was halted by guards as they attempted to delve deeper, the reason being their lack of noble status. The royal capital of St. Delhi's was divided into 4 tiers, with the central castle at its heart, each tier rising like steps, with a height difference of approximately 100 meters. From a distance, the royal capital resembled a vast, multi-layered cake, with the castle perched atop the highest 4th tier. Legend has it that centuries ago, the royal capital was originally a great mountain, which the ancestors of the kingdom painstakingly carved into its current form. Each tier of the royal capital was surrounded by a 20-meter-high wall, and each tier featured 4 grand gates built facing the cardinal directions. Unlike other large towns, which had magical shields, the royal capital boasted a formidable 4-layered barrier, with each tier's wall housing its own shield. Furthermore, every wall and gate was densely equipped with magical crystal cannons. All this information had been relayed to Long Ao during his conversation with Umair. Otherwise, how could one refer to it as the royal capital? The impressive fortifications alone are beyond comparison with other towns. The walls of the 1st tier are on par with those of other cities, while the subsequent walls from the 2nd to the 4th tiers, relying on an artificial chasm, are indeed formidable and difficult to breach. The 1st tier is primarily inhabited by commoners who lack significant backgrounds, yet, despite their common status, those residing within the royal capital enjoy a far superior quality of life compared to the common folk outside its walls. The 2nd tier is reserved for wealthy merchants and various elites, where the inhabitants are either exceedingly affluent or possess remarkable talents. The 3rd tier is home to the nobility and influential political figures, where powerful politicians and aristocrats of noble lineage reside. As for the 4th tier, it goes without saying that it is the abode of the royal family. Here dwells the bloodline of Ali, symbolized by grand and opulent castles, with numerous servants maintaining everything, and a formidable guard steadfastly protecting their posts day and night. Within these strata, those without status are forbidden from entering the upper tiers, effectively confining the infiltrating players to the 1st tier of the royal capital. Consequently, the players are left with no choice but to explore the 1st tier in search of information. What is there to be so smug about? Once we launch our assault, just wait and see how a cannon and a cup of wine will make the royal capital my home tonight, muttered one player under his breath, clearly dissatisfied. During their exploration, the infiltrating players reported the suspected location of the 1st tier magical shield generator to those outside the city. In truth, these magical shield generators are relatively easy to locate, for such crucial objects are undoubtedly guarded by numerous soldiers. The infiltrating players merely need to seek out areas within the city where soldiers congregate, and they are likely to find their target. This strategy had been employed during the assault on Kaluar. Had anyone anticipated the existence of a 2nd-tier magical shield, Kaluar would have been devoid of protection at that time. After carefully reviewing the information sent by the players within the city, Long Ao realized that obtaining further intelligence was futile and promptly issued the order to attack. Subsequently, nearly 10,000 tanks were arrayed, targeting the 1st-tier objective on the map, intending to dismantle the shield. Although Long Ao had learned from Omir that the royal capital's shield consisted of 4 layers, the specific locations remained a state secret, inaccessible even to one of Kumir's stature, faced with the unknown. It was more prudent to eliminate the shield they were aware of, thereby alleviating pressure on their side. With Long Ao's command, all tanks fired upon their designated targets. Boom! The thunderous explosions ignited the entire first tier of the royal capital. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Shouted the soldiers atop the walls of the first tier. Immediately, all soldiers on the wall sprang into action, assuming battle formations in preparation for the impending confrontation. However, just as the players outside focused their artillery on the enemies on the walls, a colossal beam of magical light erupted from the castle atop the mountain. A tremendous surge of magical energy coalesced in the air, enveloping the entire 4th tier of the royal capital in a vast magical shield. Soon after, the other tiers activated their shields in succession, layering protection over the royal capital. Even the first tier, which was not supposed to have a shield, was suddenly shrouded in one. Upon witnessing this, Long Ao immediately realized that the enemy had anticipated this development. There must be a backup magical shield generator hidden somewhere within the city. Clang! At that moment, the 4 city gates of the first tier slowly opened. An army exceeding several 100,000 marched in perfect unison towards the players besieging the royal capital. This force represented the last remnants of the Stedris kingdom's elite. The players, undeterred, redirected their artillery to fire upon them. The fierce bombardment quickly inflicted heavy casualties upon the elite troops. Nevertheless, the elite proved their worth. Despite the devastating losses, they did not show signs of collapse. Instead, they adjusted their tactics, dispersing their forces to allow as many soldiers as possible to approach the artillery-firing steel monstrosities. While the battle raged outside, the infiltrating players within the city were not idle. Utilizing magical detection, they swiftly pinpointed the location of the first-tier magical shield generator. A consensus was reached among them. They would divide into several groups and stealthily advance toward their respective objectives. Intending to dismantle the first-tier magical shield from within. At this moment, beside one of the magical shield generators, 2 soldiers were engaged in conversation. Despite the fierce battle raging outside and the massive magical energy emanating from the shield generator, the 2 soldiers remained unperturbed, exhibiting a strong confidence in the machinery before them and the kingdom's power. Hey brother, are we really safe here? You can rest easy. The kingdom's elite are all deployed, and Lord Merlin himself is the backbone of the magical shield. Even if everyone outside were to perish, they still couldn't break in. But what if they surround us? Wouldn't we starve? You're worrying unnecessarily. I'll tell you, beneath the royal capital lies a vast magical farmland that can accelerate growth through magic. Not to mention, there's even a hidden mine down there, so we are far from lacking materials for tools. With these resources, we could outlast them. But what if someone infiltrates? Rest assured, even if they send someone in, they would first need to get past the large group of soldiers surrounding us. Alright then. After saying this, the 2 resumed their watchful posts. The days of waiting were indeed tedious. One soldier lifted his head, gazing at the magical shield above. At that moment, explosions erupted frequently upon the shield, the result of the players outside bombarding it with their siege cannons. Yet, despite such intense bombardment, the magical shield remained utterly unaffected, not even rippling in the slightest. Meanwhile, in the castle on the 4th tier of the royal capital, within a massive magical array, Merlin stood at the center, diligently casting his magic, flanked by hundreds of mages, each possessing an average magical rank of 7 or 8, performing similar tasks. Although Merlin's magical rank was only 9, the array and the support of the surrounding mages allowed him to barely unleash magic of the 10th rank. Though merely a single rank apart, even this marginal enhancement rendered the efficacy of his magic incomparable to that of the 9th rank. This is why the players were unable to breach the magical shield of the royal capital. And the shields grew increasingly robust as one ascended through the tiers. Returning to the magical shield generator, due to the lengthy and monotonous wait, one soldier, feeling bored, began counting the number of explosions on the shield. Curious to see how many cannonballs the enemy had expended. 123, but when he reached the 4th bang, amidst the cacophony of explosions, 2 bullets simultaneously pierced the heads of the 2 soldiers. As the headless corpses fell, players cloaked in wood elf magic began to approach the magical shield generator. It's such a pity that we can't kill those people outside. Stop complaining and hurry up and destroy this thing. The folks outside are waiting to get in. He got it. With that, the player began to gather energy, intending to replicate Long Ao's technique of intertwining magic and fighting spirit around his right hand. A terrifying aura emanated from his right hand. However, just as he prepared to strike, whoosh, a gust of fierce wind swept in, effortlessly severing his arm. Blood gushed forth. What the hell? The player exclaimed in astonishment. Staring at his severed limb, almost immediately another gust of wind struck, taking his head clean off of the player, transformed into a wisp of white light. Returning to the city, the remaining players stood in stunned silence. Suddenly dozens of gusts of wind surged forth, and after a flurry of white light, only one player, now half of his body, remained, gazing in disbelief at the scene before him, his lower half oozing blood. Boom! At that moment, a towering figure landed before the half-bodied player, casting a shadow over him. Clad in exquisite yet heavy armor, he resembled a silent iron tower, adorned with a magnificent cloak emblazoned with an emblem. A powerful sword hung at his waist, radiating immense magical energy, a remarkably potent enchanted weapon. This man was the strongest warrior of the kingdom, the commander of warriors, Hamo, a 9th-rank fighter. Hamo looked at the fallen half-bodied player and couldn't help but exclaim, "Remarkable, even in such a state, you remain silent. You have the makings of a true warrior, but alas, you are about to die." The half-bodied player gazed up at Hamo and replied, "While I appreciate your compliment, I must fulfill my task. The others outside are still fighting, and I cannot lag behind, can I?" With that, he forced his internal magic and fighting spirit to surge in a desperate attempt to boom, accompanied by a violent explosion. Thick clouds of dust billowed up. As the smoke cleared, Commander Hamo stood in front of the magical shield generator, blocking the incoming attack. A brave man, but what a pity, he sighed. Just then, a massive shadow loomed over the area as a colossal creature descended before Hamo. At that moment, Long Ao was observing the livestream sent by the players inside the city. They had reached the vicinity of the magical shield generator just as they were poised to dismantle the magical shield generator. The sky suddenly darkened. The players in the livestream looked up in disbelief. My goodness, a dragon, it's a dragon, a colossal dragon. They beheld a magnificent creature soaring through the air, adorned with emerald scales, crowned with 2 majestic horns, and equipped with formidable wings, its entire body clad in armor, its blood-red eyes fixated hungrily on the players below. Was this not the fire-breathing dragon from the depths of the Warcraft forest? While the players had initially believed they could easily vanquish these 4-legged lizards with their war machines, those without such machines found themselves in dire straits against these formidable beasts. At that moment, one player hastily opened the shop intending to take action, only to be engulfed by a torrent of searing flames, transforming most of the players present into beams of white light as they returned to the city. The remaining players, unwilling to yield, grasped their weapons and retaliated, but ultimately fell to the onslaught of the enemy, all perishing and returning to the city, following the abrupt end of the livestream. Long Ao turned his gaze towards the royal capital. Moments later, hundreds of massive figures ascended from the capital, charging fiercely towards the city outskirts. Chapter 32, The War of Annihilation. 8, Siege of the Royal Capital. 2, as hundreds of fire-breathing dragons burst forth from the shield. Their immense shadows loomed ominously over the beleaguered elite of the kingdom below. In the Warcraft forest or on the battlefield, such colossal shadows would evoke sheer terror, however, for the soldiers who had already succumbed to despair amidst the players' relentless bombardment. That terrifying silhouette, adorned with beautifully fluttering banners, symbolized hope. The Dragon Knights had arrived. Witnessing this, the remaining soldiers on the ground could not suppress their cheers. They believed that with the kingdom's mightiest forces in action, the enemy would soon be vanquished. Meanwhile, Long Ao regarded the approaching lizards with disdain. "Oh, how cute! You think you can swagger about in the city, but outside, we shall show no mercy." With that, he activated the system channel. "Attention everyone, our esteemed guests have arrived. Let us attend to them properly." Subsequently, amidst the barrage of cannon fire from the players, the artillery raised their barrels, unleashing a furious torrent of fire upon the massive airborne targets. The sound of projectiles whistling through the air filled the scene as 30mm shells tore through the dragon's wings. Despite the formidable armor and thick scales protecting the dragons, they were rendered insignificant against such monstrous calibers and ferocious firepower. The armor crumbled, the scales pierced, and a storm of metal surged into their bodies, wreaking havoc within, obliterating both the beasts and their riders into mere pulp. In no time, hundreds of fire-breathing dragons plummeted to the ground like kites torn asunder by a tempest. Crushing a group of hopeful comrades below, the splattering blood transformed those nearby into grotesque figures, drenched in crimson. Everything happened in an instant. True despair is not merely the constant presence of hopelessness but the fleeting glimpse of hope in an otherwise desolate world, only to be swiftly consumed by despair once more. As the soldiers witnessed their flickering hope extinguished effortlessly by the enemy, a deeper sense of despair spread among them. Furthermore, having never even glimpsed their foes, many at the forefront began to waver in their resolve. Chaos ensued, and all the soldiers on the battlefield began to flee in disarray. Some even pounded on the gates of the royal capital. Pleading for admission, seeing such disorder among the enemy, Long Ao felt a sense of boredom. He then noticed the artillery continuing its relentless bombardment and shifted his gaze to the sky. There, he spotted a lone fire-breathing dragon still aloft. It was the only dragon remaining in this battlefield, ridden by Hamo, the kingdom's most formidable warrior. Clearly, as the kingdom's strongest fighter, his mount was equipped with the finest gear, but that merely prolonged its flight. Long Ao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was not fixated on the dragon, but rather on its rider. Just as the dragon approached the player's formation, it succumbed to exhaustion and descended. Hamo, sensing the imminent fall, leaped from the sky, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Despite his internal fortitude, he shed silent tears for his fallen comrades before charging towards the player's position without hesitation. However, before he could advance far, a figure hurtled towards him. Hamo swiftly dodged, only to be met with a resounding crash as Long Ao emerged from the billowing smoke, clad in heavy armor. Upon seeing Long Ao, Hamo immediately drew his gleaming sword, its ornate pattern shimmering with radiant light, exuding immense magical energy. It was an enchanted weapon. "Hey brother, how about a one-on-one duel?" he proposed. No sooner had he spoken than Hamo lunged forward. Swinging his sword down, Long Ao, recognizing the lack of desire for banter, deftly wielded his chainsaw sword. The clash of their weapons produced a thunderous noise, and the rapid rotation of the chainsaw sword sent sparks flying. Though both Long Ao and Hamo were at the 9th tier of fighting spirit, Long Ao's magical enhancements granted him superior strength, easily overpowering Hamo with a single hand. He swiftly drew his electromagnetic pistol with his left hand. Aiming directly at Hamo's chest, with a decisive shot, the bullet sped toward Hamo, but the seasoned warrior instinctively sensed the danger. He adeptly evaded the chainsaw sword's arc while leaping to avoid the bullet. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed for Long Ao's left-handed weapon. He could have targeted Long Ao's head but chose instead to disable the weapon, realizing that Long Ao's heavy armor was also a potent enchanted shield, likely capable of withstanding his strikes. The chainsaw sword had already tested its mettle, and only Long Ao's left-hand weapon lacked enchantment, though it remained perilous. Hamo's blade sliced through the gun with ease. However, to his astonishment, the severed half of the gun and its fragments emitted a brilliant glow, reassembling into a pristine firearm once more in Long Ao's grasp. He had simply retrieved another electromagnetic pistol from his inventory. Without delay, Long Ao aimed at Hamo above and fired twice. The bullets struck Hamo's chest armor, igniting a pair of sparks, yet he appeared unfazed, landing behind Long Ao with a bewildered expression. "Seems like the caliber isn't sufficient." Long Ao mused. As he contemplated, Hamo had already readied himself and charged. Long Ao remained perfectly still until the sword tip was nearly upon him, at which point he sidestepped, allowing Hamo to sail past. With remarkable speed, he swung his chainsaw sword towards Hamo's back. The whirring teeth of the chainsaw struck Hamo's armor, sending sparks flying, and the force propelled Hamo into the surrounding forest near the capital. As Hamo landed, Long Ao leaped after him. Upon reaching Hamo's side, Long Ao clearly observed that the armor, which he had struck with such force, bore no marks whatsoever. It seems my power still falls short. Yet my other attacks are too slow. Perhaps I should resort to blunt instruments, but none are sufficiently sturdy. Contemplating this, Long Ao sheathed both weapons and assumed a stance for unarmed combat. As Hamo, just rising to his feet, beheld Long Ao preparing to confront him barehanded, his rage erupted. Veins bulged on his forehead as he bellowed, "You scoundrel, do you look down upon me?" Long Ao, with a hint of resignation, replied, "What can I say, brother? Your armor is simply too tough. Do you think that just because you are unarmed, you can breach my defenses? Bring forth your weapons, I seek no pity from you." Long Ao smirked derisively at this. Gathering both 9th tier fighting spirit and magic in his fists, he suddenly lunged at an unimaginable speed, arriving beside Hamo in an instant. With a swift twist of his waist, he delivered a powerful punch to Hamo's forehead. "I never hold back. I am a weapon myself." The force of that blow left Hamo disoriented, and before he could regain his bearings, Long Ao was upon him again, striking downwards with another fist, slamming Hamo into the ground and creating a massive crater, the shockwave uprooting nearby trees. Seizing the momentum, Long Ao followed up with yet another punch to Hamo's head, further fracturing the earth beneath them. After enduring this barrage, Hamo's head was reduced to a mere pulp. Long Ao pressed his advantage, raining down a flurry of punches onto Hamo's torso. One strike to the head knocked him unconscious, while another to the abdomen caused him to cough up blood. Each blow drove Hamo deeper into despair. "If I cannot pierce through your defenses, then I shall simply pummel you to death," Long Ao exclaimed, exhilarated. Just as he relished the moment of overpowering Hamo, the battle continued. The valiant warrior Hamo managed to maintain his consciousness through sheer willpower, gripping tightly to the sword that he refused to relinquish even in his state of unconsciousness. As Long Ao swung his fist, Harmo aimed a lethal strike at Long Ao's head. Observing the imminent danger, Long Ao swiftly evaded the attack. Seizing the opportunity as Long Ao leaped away, Harmo sprang to his feet and dashed towards a distance. Not in retreat, but rather to allow his still dizzy mind to regain clarity. As expected, Long Ao pursued him. In the midst of their relentless chase, a voice, aged and resonant, suddenly echoed in Harmo's ears. "Harmo, can you hear me?" It was Merlin. "You old fool, why are you distracted from maintaining the shield and focusing your attention on me? If the shield falters and the townsfolk suffer, I swear upon my life I shall hold you accountable. Enough of your complaints, listen closely. I have cast a magical detection spell. The one you just fought is undoubtedly the strongest among them. I suspect he is the leader of the group currently assaulting the royal capital. If we can eliminate him, the enemy will surely retreat." Easier said than done. "Did you not see that I am the one being hunted?" Then Merlin revealed his strategy, and a wry smile crept across Harmo's face. It seemed this was their only option. Just as he finished speaking, Long Ao accelerated, closing the distance and delivering a powerful punch that sent Harmo crashing into the forest below, creating yet another crater. Meanwhile, the royal capital was still under bombardment by the players. Long Ao, seizing the moment before Harmo could rise again, charged at him. Upon noticing that Harmo's helmet remained unscathed, Long Ao's fury ignited. He forcefully removed the helmet. But as he prepared to strike, he froze. Cascading purple hair framed a delicate visage, glistening with sweat from the earlier exertion, steam escaping her lips, lending her an alluring presence. "A woman?" Long Ao questioned, bewildered, the moment Harmo heard the word woman. Her violet eyes, reminiscent of gemstones, narrowed sharply. In an explosive motion, she swung her sword at Long Ao's head with a speed that surpassed her usual prowess. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as Long Ao's left hand intercepted Harmo's blade. With a swift yank, he caused her to stagger while redirecting the sword towards himself. He then gathered his fighting spirit and magical energy, striking fiercely at the blade's surface. Crash! The immense force created fissures on the sword, causing Harmo to topple to the ground, yet she still clutched her weapon with unwavering determination. Bang! Another punch from Long Ao further widened the cracks. Bang! Thud! On his third strike, Long Ao intensified his force, shattering the sword into two pieces. "This is my return gift for you, severing my handgun," he declared, clenching his fist once more, and as Harmo looked on in astonishment, he continued, "I apologize for hesitating earlier simply because you are a woman. A warrior on the battlefield should never be judged by gender." With that, he swung his fist towards her head again, but just as it was about to connect, Long Ao's gaze shifted skyward. Whoosh, 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 a barrage of projectiles rained down. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions filled the air with thick smoke. Though the projectiles posed no threat to Long Ao, the billowing dust obscured his vision. Suddenly, a glint of cold light pierced through the haze. Harmo, shielded by the smoke, lunged at Long Ao's chest with her broken sword. Her speed was swift, and the proximity left Long Ao with little time to react. He raised his arms defensively, enveloping his body in fighting spirit and magic for protection. Under normal circumstances, even a single force, if timely executed, could thwart an opponent's attack, let alone two forces combined. However, the reality was starkly different. Harmo's fractured sword effortlessly pierced through Long Ao's arms and protective gear, driving straight into his breastplate and embedding itself in his chest. Blood gushed from Long Ao's mouth as he gazed incredulously at the weapon in Harmo's hand, realizing that the remaining blade was not only suffused with fighting spirit but also imbued with a magical force greater than his own. Tracing the magical energy back, Long Ao's eyes turned towards the royal capital, which continued to be bombarded by the players. Clearly, the enemy had taken advantage of his distraction, using the explosive sounds as cover to strike both him and Harmo. Simultaneously, some entity within the capital had infused magical energy into Harmo's blade, granting her the power to potentially end his life. What a clever scheme, Long Ao marveled, yet scarcely had he finished his thought when the next volley of projectiles rained down on the royal capital. Boom! Bang! This time, the first layer of the capital's shield shattered en masse. Seeing this, Long Ao burst into laughter. Ha ha! It seems the price you pay for attempting to slay me is substantial. Upon hearing Long Ao's taunting remarks, Harmo's expression did not twist into anger. Instead, a mocking smile graced her lips. The already damaged shield began to repair itself at an astonishing speed. As the shield mended, Harmo plunged the broken sword deeper into Long Ao, and in the castle atop the capital, several dozen mages among the hundreds surrounding Merlin collapsed lifelessly, evidently sacrificing their lives to mend the shield's fractures. These fallen mages were swiftly carried away by a group entering from outside, only to be replaced by another set of mages who continued the arduous task of safeguarding the capital. Alas, it seems a new strategy is required to breach the city. Long AO mused. As for you, since you have broken the rules of single combat, I shall not hold back. With blood spilling from his lips, he opened the system channel and, in a voice only audible to players within the channel, shouted attack. Bang! A 20mm sniper bullet whizzed through the air, striking Harmo squarely in the forehead, the immense kinetic energy sending her sprawling to the ground. It was the vigilant eyewitness who had fired the shot, now lying on the ground. Harmo's eyes reddened as she glanced up at the opulent castle atop the royal capital, muttering, "Forgive me," before closing her eyes and succumbing to unconsciousness. Long AO's health bar depleted, transforming into a beam of white light that vanished from the scene, while the broken sword embedded in his chest fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 33, War of Annihilation. 9. Siege of the Royal Capital. 3. Conclusion. Upon reviving, Long AO immediately rushed back to the front lines from the nearest occupied area. The players continued their relentless bombardment of the capital's shield. While the Sky Dragon and Raptors soared above, launching assaults on the shield from above, the remaining defense consisted solely of the magical automatons capable of countering aerial assaults, entangled in skirmishes with the airborne players. The magical crystal cannons atop the city walls had become mere decorations, as the players' long-range artillery could not reach them. Long AO observed the unfolding chaos in silence. Just then, Tian Buffon approached him, asking, "Brother Long, what should we do now? Our current weapons are ineffective against their defenses. Should we use a shield machine to tunnel through?" "Do I appear to be a patient man?" Long AO retorted. "Then what do you propose, Brother Long? Are we to replicate the last attack on Krull with a single punch? That's impossible. Those layers of shields are at least level 10, and each is sturdier than the last." "Then what now? It would take at least a level 10 magical crystal explosion to breach them, but the strongest monsters we can explore within the forest of monsters are only level 9. Their power utterly insufficient. I have already prepared for this." With that, Long AO opened the system channel and inquired, "Have you all arrived?" "We're here, Brother Long. Look behind you." At that, Long AO turned to see 10 players standing shoulder to shoulder, placing something on the ground at intervals of 5 meters. Upon closer inspection, it was railway tracks, each approximately 4 meters wide. As the sound of a train approached, a circular hole with a diameter of 8 meters slowly emerged from the horizon. It was the cannon's mouth. This super cannon, modeled after the infamous Gustav railway gun, was dubbed Dragon's Roar. Originally, Long AO intended to create a mere replica, but upon receiving intelligence from Lumiere, he deemed its power insufficient. So he utilized the system's customization feature to increase its original 800mm caliber tenfold. To accommodate this super cannon with a caliber exceeding 1000 mm, Long AO designed a train base measuring 50 meters wide and 100 meters long, occupying 10 railway tracks, each approximately 4 meters wide. It consisted of 2 equally large carriages. One housed the super cannon, while the other contained 2 massive batteries resembling skyscrapers. The batteries do not contain mere electricity. Instead, they house a special energy storage system invented by Einstein, known as the magic energy batteries. These colossal batteries are specifically designed to energize the immense magical array affixed to the formidable super cannon. The conduits for transmitting this magical energy are crafted from research on the magic conduits found on the magical puppets, aptly named magic energy tubes. In order to fully charge these 2 batteries, Long AO summoned over 10,000 players, each possessing magical prowess of the 7th or 8th tier, to tirelessly channel energy into them day and night. It was only when the moment to assault the royal capital arrived that the batteries reached a barely sufficient state for firing. The cannonballs boast a caliber of 8,000 mm and a staggering length of 20 meters, containing the most potent 9th tier magic crystals currently accessible to players, each crystal being as large as a house. The entire cannon towers at 50 meters high, resembling a mountain forged from steel from a distance. To construct this audacious weapon, Long AO spared no expense, investing millions, with just a single cannonball costing him over 100,000. As Long Ming reached the designated position, he slowly elevated the cannon's muzzle. Following the loading of the cannonball, a thunderous roar erupted, as the magic energy tubes, as thick as tree trunks, delivered a torrent of magical energy, causing the massive magical array to emit a dazzling brilliance, akin to the sun rising above the horizon. If we cannot match quality, then let us achieve transformation through quantity, Long AO proclaimed calmly. Meanwhile, the soldiers atop the walls of the royal capital, witnessing this spectacle, were already trembling in fear. As the steel mountain prepared to fire, their terror overpowered their sense of duty, causing them to flee chaotically from the walls. Some even frozen in place by fear. Bang! the earth-shattering sound reverberated, and at that moment, time seemed to freeze and in the blink of an eye, the massive cannonball pierced through the 3 layers of the Capitol's protective shield, leaving 3 gaping holes of 8 meters in diameter in its wake. It was not until the cannonball violently struck the 4th and most robust layer that the explosion was finally triggered. Boom! The violent explosion instantly shattered the shield, and upon witnessing this, Merlin in the upper castle of the royal capital promptly unleashed a large-scale defensive magic to counter the blast. After the shockwave passed, Merlin and the surrounding mages were grievously affected by the backlash from their disrupted magical array, collapsing and spitting blood onto the ground. Meanwhile, the shockwave from the explosion burst forth from the breaches in the capital's protective barrier, sending players flying into the air. Who unleashed the nuclear bomb? Cried a tank commander as he was swept away. Once the smoke from the explosion cleared, the shield vanished, and a quarter of the royal capital was laid to waste. Had it not been for Merlin's defensive magic, the entirety of the capital would have likely been reduced to rubble in the aftermath of the explosion. With the capital's shield now gone, players surged forward in excitement. Inside the city, the explosion had left the royal guards in a state of despair, nearly all of them abandoning their posts, save for the magical puppets still futilely adhering to their programmed defenses. Most had become mere targets for the Tianlong, Mengqin, and Baihu, each collapsing into heaps of scrap metal. Among them, it was Tianxia Quinren who achieved the highest number of kills. Ailey also arrived at the outskirts of the capital, issuing a mission for players to escort her to the upper castle. She then boarded a flying bird transport helicopter, soaring towards the royal castle alongside Long Ao and Tian Bufan. Inside the castle, the puppet king Qin sat on his throne, trembling alongside his ministers. Upon learning of the capital's fall, every face in the room turned ashen. Some even disregarded the king's presence and bolted through the doors in panic. Just as everyone, including Qin on the throne, prepared to flee, footsteps echoed from outside. Moments later, Ailey, Long Ao, Tian Bufan, and other players entered. It seems we haven't arrived too late. Ailey surveyed the hall. Sister Huan, Qin, seated on the throne, exclaimed in terror. Ailey's gaze then turned serious as she scanned the surroundings, and with a flick of her magic, she yanked an individual from the crowd. Suspended in mid-air, Woozi looked on in sheer horror at Ailey before she spoke with palpable displeasure. So it was you who sent me to the Beast Forest, wasn't it? Just as Woozi attempted to respond, an immense force suddenly constricted around him. Bang! Before anyone could react, Woozi exploded into a splatter of blood in mid-air. The sanguine remnants rained down, splattering the surrounding onlookers. This first kill feels rather extraordinary, Ailey remarked calmly. At that moment, Qin, still seated on the throne, was utterly petrified upon witnessing the scene. As the unpleasant odor of urine wafted from the throne, Ailey turned her gaze toward the small king. What are you still doing up there? Hurry down, unless you wish to meet the same fate as other fallen kings. Oh, I understand now, Qin stammered in fright, quickly rising from the throne and stumbling down, only to fall clumsily and begin weeping like a child. Ailey looked down at the sobbing figure on the ground, exasperated. Truly, Woozi chose correctly in selecting you. After the farce concluded, Ailey and the players commenced the restoration of the capital and the restructuring of the kingdom. In one of the castle's chambers, Ailey was engaged in a discussion with Long Ao and Umir about the future development plans for the kingdom of Asay. Delhi's Long Ao, without a doubt, advocated for a revolution, reform, production, and industrialization. The nation was in dire need of revival, having emerged from conflict and poverty, necessitating efforts to enhance productivity. Umir, on the other hand, merely offered political insights. Having witnessed the players' factories, the nation, having just endured a civil war, lay in ruins, and it would be a pity to neglect such valuable resources. After contemplating their suggestions, Ailey replied, "All right, you both have valid points. But our immediate priority should be to announce to the nation what has transpired. Let us not forget that while we have conquered the capital, other cities remain steadfast in their resistance. Moreover, the citizens of the capital are still oblivious to the events unfolding, currently consumed by fear and anxiety." Upon hearing this, Umir suddenly had an epiphany and cheerfully declared, "Understood, Princess Ailey, I shall prepare immediately. We can make the announcement following tomorrow's coronation ceremony." "Very well, and speaking of reforms, a new name for the nation is in order. After all, a new name signifies a new beginning," Ailey remarked. "All right, Princess Ailey. What shall the new name of the nation be?" "I have a plan for that," Umir replied before departing the room to attend to his tasks. Shortly thereafter, a notification rang out from the players' systems. Ding! The game testing phase has concluded, and a nationwide public test will commence tomorrow. Upon hearing this news, the players were momentarily stunned. Wait, does this mean the game is about to launch? No, please, there are hardly any monsters here as it is. With so many players arriving, there will be chaos, huh? Finally, I can play the game with my girlfriend. Ailey's decision to initiate the public test stemmed from her belief that the kingdom would soon require significant development. And what was currently lacking was manpower. Furthermore, the system's rewards had been distributed, and Ailey now possessed sufficient energy points to commence the public test. When asked why Ailey didn't use these contributions for herself, the answer was rather straightforward. Ailey was simply lazy. Rather than exhaust herself enhancing her own abilities and shouldering all the burdens, she preferred to gather capable and obedient subordinates to assist her in her endeavors. Following the announcement of the public test, excitement erupted in the real world as everyone eagerly awaited the morrow. Meanwhile, Long Ao began preparing plans for future development. Prior to this, Ailey had conferred titles upon the players. Long Ao was named the Regency of the Kingdom, holding authority second only to Ailey. However, players preferred to refer to Long Ao as the Chancellor. Tianxia Quangren, having achieved the highest kill count, was appointed as the Grand General. Shadow, due to his characteristics and those of his team, was named the leader of the Dark Division, colloquially known as the Eastern Factory or the Genui. The inventive Einstein became the chief scientist of the kingdom. Additionally, all significant governance positions were filled with players, leaving only minor or inconsequential roles for individuals from the other world. As for the remaining players, they were assigned territories based on their respective achievements. To put it plainly, all former Lords of St. Delis were replaced by players. However, these positions were not permanent. If a player failed to log in for an extended period or proved incapable, the position would be reassigned to another player deemed capable by the system. Even if that player was the Regent Long Ao, this system was designed to encourage players to compete and excel in their roles. Thanks to the system's teleportation feature, coupled with the convenience of magical communication and the weaponry in players' possession, the transfer of power across various territories occurred swiftly. Thus, nearly all power within the kingdom was firmly held in Ailey's grasp. But the rationale behind this was rather simple. To articulate it plainly, the Emperor favors loyal dogs. Yet he prefers those bound by chains, for such dogs are under his control. Rather than allowing a capable but disobedient individual to ascend to power who could potentially threaten his reign, it is far more prudent to appoint an incapable yet utterly compliant person, thereby ensuring that the authority remains firmly in his grasp. Subsequently, a period of peaceful coexistence ensues, with each party attending to their own affairs, all while awaiting the commencement of the coronation ceremony. A moment that also marks the official launch of reality within the game. On that day, millions of players entered the game, and across the vast lands of the kingdom, countless beams of white light erupted into existence. The players, brimming with excitement, gazed in awe at their surroundings. Just as they were about to embark on their adventures, enormous magical screens materialized in every corner of the kingdom. Within these displays, the regal figure of Ailey, clad in golden robes, ascended the steps. After Rumir personally placed the crown upon her head, Ailey stepped forward. Beside her, Long Ao stood tall, eagerly awaiting the moment. I am Ailey, the newly appointed queen of the Sacred Delis Kingdom. Several weeks ago, our nation endured a devastating civil strife, yet that turmoil has now subsided. A new nation has been reborn from the ashes and flames, and it deserves a new name. The old name, Sacred Delis, has become a relic of the past. Henceforth, in my capacity as queen, I officially declare the name of our new nation to be Shenzhou Huaxia. Following Ailey's proclamation, a brief silence enveloped the gathering until Long Ao exuberantly shouted, "Long life Shenzhou, long life Queen Ailey." With Long Ao leading the charge, the players in the audience erupted into jubilant cries. "Long life Shenzhou, long life Queen Ailey." The clamor escalated, the fervor permeating beyond the magical screens, resonating in the minds of the players and citizens alike. Long live Shenzhou, long live Queen Ailey. Accompanied by the fervent shouts of the crowd, millions of players and citizens in the kingdom joined in unison, their voices echoing throughout the land. Long life Shenzhou, long life Queen Ailey, long life Shenzhou, long life Queen Ailey. Chapter 34. The world following the fall of the capital. In the northern reaches of the Beast Forest lies the Blonder Empire, the second nation adjacent to the Beast Forest after the Sacred Delis Kingdom. In the heart of the empire, the prosperous town of Jiexin City showcases the empire's might. The bustling streets, adorned with opulent houses, and the anachronistic street lamps lining the roads, create a magnificent tableau. At this moment, a man and a woman walked in tandem along the path. The man, handsome and elegantly dressed, strode with an air of arrogance, occasionally flashing lewd smiles at those adorned with glimmering rings. He carelessly spat towards the right sidewalk, showing no concern for whom it might land upon. The woman trailing behind, though not unattractive, appeared somewhat diminished in comparison. Her attire, while not extravagant, was at least appropriate. She walked with small, measured steps, her hands clasped over her abdomen, exuding an air of decorum. Ignoring the iron collar around her neck, she resembled a housewife diligently attending to her chores. She maintained a cautious distance from the man ahead, seemingly afraid of inadvertently offending him, while also striving to avoid those passing by without collars, as though fearing she would tarnish them. Her gaze was vacant. As if she had grown numb to certain realities, clop clop clop, a procession of luxurious carriages rushed past on the adjacent road. The woman turned her head for a fleeting moment, her eyes betraying a glimmer of longing. Only to quickly avert her gaze once more, as if fearing collision, the pair meandered through the street until the man halted beside a bakery window. Ding-a-ling, the tinkling of a bell by the window signaled the arrival of customers. Soon, a young man, also adorned with an iron collar, emerged from within. His attire mirrored that of the woman, neat yet unremarkable. His expression bore the same dullness, upon the man's gesturing at the glass counter. The young man swiftly retrieved a loaf of bread, packaged it, and presented it to him. The woman, standing beside the man, promptly stepped forward to accept the offering, only to return to her previous position. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of the bread, the man remarked, "Your bread is truly exceptional indeed. I acquired this at a high price from the slave market. Anything less skilled would not justify such a cost," replied a rotund man who had emerged from within. Upon hearing this, the young man clenched his fists tightly. He was not enraged by being treated as an object, but rather by the indignation of having his labor seized. Yet, he soon resigned himself, releasing his grip and refraining from even a sigh. The two continued their conversation, their existence seemingly tranquil, though not including the young man. He expertly prepared the bread while the woman quietly awaited her master's next command. Once the man concluded his discussion, she followed closely behind, clutching the bag that lacked her portion of bread. At the heart of Jiaxin City stood a grand and magnificent palace. White stone bricks adorned its entirety. Embellished with jewels and ornate golden carvings, the path leading to the palace was strewn with gems, their radiance illuminating the way as if one were strolling through a celestial expanse. In the palace gardens, blossoms flourished, and magical arrays continuously released spells to regulate the temperature, allowing out-of-season flowers to bloom. Statues forged from gold stood majestically amidst the flora. This was the residence of the nation's ruler. Vista, known as the James Tower. At this moment, in the deepest recess of the palace, a man seated upon a golden throne, crowned in splendor, listened with amusement to the reports from his subordinates. Those lowly bloodlines who fancied themselves our equals have ultimately perished due to their own folly. Meanwhile, in the northern mountains lay the territory of the Celtic Empire. This land, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, is inhospitable to agriculture and teems with few living beings. Yet, within this frigid realm, the fiercest warrior race has emerged. Columns of smoke billowed skyward from the factories that sprawled across the land. The rhythmic clanging of massive machinery echoed like the empire's thunderous heartbeat, while intricate piping formed its veins, carrying scalding, furious steam as its lifeblood. The assembly line was lined with indomitable steel drill bits serving as its teeth, while mountains of burning coal beneath the enormous furnaces constituted its sustenance, with the flames fluctuating as proof of its breaths. Despite the relentless blizzards outside, the factory's ironclad exterior withstood all, and within, the heat was stifling. Occasionally, workers would emerge from the factory, seeking solace in the frigid air, only to shiver and scurry back inside from the biting cold. Winter City, as this capital was named, radiated an air of civilization amidst the snow-blanketed streets. The lampposts lined along the sidewalks, pedestrians bundled in heavy coats, and the occasional shouts of vendors selling newspapers punctuated the bustling crowd. The streets were alive with activity, though no horses pulled the carriages. Only the roar of engines revealed their source of power. From every chimney of the city's homes, plumes of thick smoke ascended. The sole means of warmth for its inhabitants. Even in the depths of winter, the interiors remained reminiscent of spring. The lively banter of husbands and wives, the playful antics of children, and the elderly either sitting idly or conversing with peers depicted the myriad facets of everyday life. All seemingly tranquil. At this moment, a man clad in a heavy coat huddled within his garments, his hands firmly thrust into his pockets, exhaling visible puffs of breath that quickly turned to mist. Hinting at the onset of frost. He paused beneath a bakery, calling out, "One bag of bread, please." As his words faded, a middle-aged man with a beard approached the counter, the proprietor of the bakery. Upon seeing yet another customer seeking bread, the baker sighed, "I apologize, dear patron, due to a shortage of raw materials, our bread is currently sold out. Sigh, why does the bread seem to vanish so quickly these days?" The man lamented. It's unavoidable. The greenhouse capable of cultivation is limited in size, and recently, due to the expansion of the military, more factories are being built, necessitating the demolition of several greenhouses for space. At this rate, we may even struggle to secure our meals. The baker replied. Both men fell silent, acutely aware that they could effect no change. The baker continued to devise ways to procure more raw materials in preparation for the next day, while the man trudged onward through the snow-laden world, hoping for the favor of fortune in acquiring his needs at the next establishment. At the center of Winter City stood a colossal castle, the epicenter of all authority within the Celtic Empire, Winter Fortress. In contrast to the opulence of the James Tower, Winter Fortress conveyed an air of solemnity and weight. Constructed from massive thick concrete blocks, it was enveloped in a thick layer of cement and reinforced with steel bars. Upon the walls and towers of the castle, numerous formidable cannons, each boasting a caliber exceeding several hundred millimeters, have been strategically positioned alongside contraptions reminiscent of Gatling guns. Within this formidable bastion, wizards clad in thick cotton robes and finely crafted armor, wielding staffs, stand vigilantly atop specially designed towers, employing magic to ceaselessly survey the periphery of the castle. Behind them, two heavily armored soldiers stand guard. Their arsenal includes not only longswords meant for close combat but also a weapon akin to a World War II rifle. Clearly indicating that firearms are their primary means of engagement, the soldiers grip the rear of their rifles with their right hands, their index fingers poised above the triggers, while their left hands steady the front. Below the rifles, rectangular magazines are inserted. On the castle walls, these weapons are most abundantly held, with soldiers stationed several meters apart, and a patrol of soldiers traverses the corridor behind them. A significantly larger number of soldiers congregate beside the colossal cannons, serving both as guards and gunners. This citadel resembles a fortress more than a mere castle, and it is here that the supreme ruler of this realm resides, the celestial Empress Catherine, inside her resplendent chamber. Bright white porcelain tiles cover the floor, while the walls are constructed from reinforced concrete adorned with a layer of white wallpaper that harmonizes with the floor's hue. Upon closer inspection, the wallpaper appears slightly grayer than the tiled surface. A window, framed in wood and gilded on the outer layer, is fitted with ordinary glass, revealing the biting cold and tumultuous snowstorm outside. Above, an opulent crystal chandelier serves as the sole source of illumination. Powered by electricity, the soft rustling of pen on paper fills the air. At the center of the room, a desk is piled high with white sheets of documents, beside which sits a beautiful woman. Her long ice blue hair cascades down her back, and her sapphire-like eyes, paired with her luminous pale skin, contribute to her enchanting beauty. However, a keen observer might detect a sharpness in her gaze. At this moment, she dips a quill into an inkpot beside her and diligently inscribes the documents before her. To her left, a fireplace crackles with a warm blaze, enveloping the room in a comforting glow. In front of the hearth, an elegant table and chairs are arranged, adorned with a tea set. A series of knocks resound on the wooden door to the right of the room. Enter, the blue-haired woman commands. As the door creaks open, a butler steps into the room. Your Majesty, there is a new document for your perusal. Understood, just place it there, she replies. The butler deposits the document and promptly exits. Once the Empress has attended to the papers at hand, she picks up the newly arrived document. Its contents pertain to the conclusion of the unrest in the Kingdom of St. Delis and its subsequent renaming. The Empress glances at it dismissively, hastily jotting a few notes before setting it aside, clearly indicating her lack of concern. She then turns her attention to the next document regarding the construction of domestic armories. Examining it with earnest focus. To the southeast of the world lies an expanse of endless ocean, the territory of the Empire of England. A young man awakens from his slumber, surveying his surroundings, a room entirely constructed of wooden planks. With a slight swaying sensation coursing through his body, roused from his stupor, he rises and opens the wooden door to the adjacent room, which is filled with baking tools, unmistakably indicating a bakery. The man quickly immerses himself in work, and before long, he presents a freshly baked batch of bread. He meticulously arranges the loaves in a transparent counter and opens the wooden window in front of it. A refreshing sea breeze caresses his face, revealing a stunning azure vista of a ship anchored on the water. The man stands at the counter, waiting. After an indeterminate period, a small fishing boat approaches. Laden with nets and harpoons, clearly a fishing vessel of the boat's owner, an elderly man with a face adorned in a thick beard draws near. Same as always, the man inquires. Without much ado, he skillfully retrieves bread from the counter, places it into a bag, and pushes it forward, evidently recognizing a regular customer. The elderly man, in silence, places money on the counter and takes the bread. After collecting the payment, the young man poses another question to the elder. Sir, may I inquire why there seem to be fewer individuals traversing this route lately? I have waited quite a while for you, the elder momentarily taken aback responds. Have you not heard? A new, superior route has recently been established by the expeditionary forces. They say countless treasures have been discovered on distant shores, and the newly opened trade route is swifter and safer than this old one. Consequently, most have flocked to the new passage, and the nation has profited immensely. Bolstering its strength nowadays, only fishermen like us, confined to fixed areas, still utilize this route. Is that so? This new route owes much to our Queen Elizabeth's initiation of the seventh age of exploration, which has brought endless wealth to our nation. It is also due to the series of beneficial decrees issued by Her Majesty that our lives have improved significantly indeed, yet despite this, we cannot compete with those nobles who indulge in lavish lifestyles. Ah, you young folks simply do not know how to appreciate what you have. Meanwhile, at the bustling port of Rotterdam, the capital of the Empire of England, grand ships fill the harbour, with countless smaller vessels weaving through the throngs of people bustling about. In spite of the crowd's density, a designated area remains clear, brimming with fully armed soldiers. Unlike the throng, they stand in perfect formation, methodically boarding a warship of this vessel, constructed of steel rather than wood, measures over 200 meters in length and more than 30 meters in width. With a draft that reaches upwards of 40 meters, outfitted with artillery that rivals that of World War II. Such warships abound in the harbor, with hundreds more lined up outside. Among these steel giants stands a flagship, twice the size of the others, an emblem of the Empire of England, the Queen's ship. I in the command chamber of the Queen's ship, a stunning woman with golden hair and azure eyes. Clad in standard naval attire overseas operations, she is Queen Elizabeth, the sovereign of the Empire of England, orchestrating the fleet's maneuvers in preparation for the forthcoming expedition. A report concerning intelligence from the Kingdom of Assay Delhi's rests before her. However, upon a cursory glance revealing its irrelevance to current matters, she sets it aside to focus on the tasks at hand. To the Far East lies the most powerful empire of humanity. The Empire of Holy Light, governed by divine right. The authority of the Pope and the Saint surpasses even that of the Emperor of this realm. As the mightiest empire, they have established churches in every known human territory, fervently adhering to their faith to the extent that they have renamed their own nation in its honor. Towering, magnificent cathedrals and fervent devotees are the norm throughout the land. Saint City, the capital of the Empire of Holy Light, embodies the epicenter of all that is sacred. Much like other thriving metropolises, opulent architecture and bustling crowds epitomize the empire's prosperity. However, a distinguishing feature is the star-patterned engravings adorning every building, symbolizing their faith, holy light. Amidst the throngs on the bustling streets, an elderly woman, hunched and slow, shuffles forward, murmuring praises. After a considerable time, she arrives at a bakery, greeted by a young man. The baker, "Praise the holy light," she exclaims upon seeing him. "Praise the holy light," he replies courteously. The elderly woman begins selecting bread from the counter, and after receiving her bag, she departs. Not long after her exit, a tiny rosy hand tugs at the baker's pant leg. A curious girl, not yet 10, intrigued by the peculiarities around her. "What is it, my dear daughter?" he inquires warmly. "Daddy, why do you always say praise the holy light first?" The baker pauses, pondering her question before responding. "Because the holy light gives us hope." "Daddy, is that hope about when the shop is doing well? You seem happiest then." "Our teacher said hope is about joyful things, but since the bakery across the street opened, our business has not been great. Aside from our regulars, not many come anymore, and even you often look troubled. We say praise the holy light, but our business remains the same. We still need to keep saying it." Upon hearing his daughter's inquiries, the baker quickly kneels, placing a hand over her mouth in a flustered manner. Such words should not be spoken, my little darling." Immediately, he hurriedly glanced around as if fearing the onset of some calamity. Once he confirmed that nothing was amiss, he turned to his daughter and said, "My dear daughter, you must remember that such treasonous words cannot be uttered here, otherwise disaster will surely ensue." After reiterating his admonition, the girl retreated to her room. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper stood at the counter, murmuring to himself, "Should I continue speaking? What more can we do?" At the heart of the holy city stands a magnificent cathedral, the headquarters of the Church of the Holy Light, a bastion of faith. Here, throngs of worshippers ceaselessly recite hymns of praise. Clad in gleaming white armor, the knights of the temple vigilantly guard their posts. In the center of the cathedral, the pure-robed Saint Mary earnestly prays. Her silvery hair and snowy eyes, coupled with her exquisite features and curvaceous form, render her a divine masterpiece, meticulously sculpted by the hands of the gods. Yet, upon hearing news of the turmoil within the kingdom of Saint Delhi's, the beautiful saint coldly declared, "Those who cannot withstand the trials are unworthy to join our ranks." To the common folk, national strife is a matter of life and death. Yet to the rulers of the world, it is a trivial concern. Chapter 35, The 5 Years of Development. Year 1, Agriculture following the establishment of the newly formed nation of Shenzhou Huaxia. Abbreviated as Shenzhou, a sweeping reform movement spearheaded by Regent Long Ao commenced. The initial step, adhering to the principles of governance by law, was to draft and implement relevant legal reforms. After all, it is imperative to regulate the conduct of the populace. A sound legal framework can prevent corruption and malfeasance. Should corruption arise during the reform process, the endeavor would be rendered futile, since reform relies on the integrity of individuals. If the leaders are corrupt, the entire structure will inevitably crumble. Long Ao meticulously referenced existing laws and dedicated a day to consult with Wumir and NPC well-versed in the nation's overall condition before promptly enacting new decrees communicated nationwide through the appropriate channels. This set the stage for the typical tale of land redistribution from obstinate landlords. In this process, Long Ao undertook the segmentation of land in preparation for subsequent actions. Concurrently, he mobilized a substantial number of individuals engaged in geological exploration and climate observation for a nationwide survey of soil quality and geological features. Laying the groundwork for future agricultural cultivation and industrial development. To enhance crop yields, Long Ao issued an announcement within the game calling upon players with knowledge or experience in crossbreeding crops to participate in experimental hybridization to fundamentally increase agricultural output. Establishing experimental bases for this purpose, understanding the significance of agriculture and food security, Long Ao reported this initiative to Ailey, allowing her to issue corresponding contribution point rewards through the system, thereby facilitating his progress without incurring any personal expense. In a sense, Long Ao effectively assumed the role of an administrator, directly assigning tasks to players through the game system. Moreover, the scale of these rewards was also under Long Ao's control, a testament to his authority as regent. Second only to Ailey, such privileges are characteristic of the positions of power within the nation and serve as motivation for players to compete. With sufficient capability, one could even become an intrinsic part of the game system itself. Naturally, this was not a free-for-all. If the proposed projects were deemed unreasonable, Ailey would promptly reject them should they result in significant losses or widespread discontent. Long Ao's position as regent could be jeopardized, even leading to the deletion of his account due to detrimental impacts on the game environment. However, if the cause were insurmountable natural disasters or disruptions instigated by deranged individuals, Long Ao would bear no responsibility. Even if public grievances arose, notably, the category of deranged individuals includes well-meaning players. If furthermore, Ailey might even increase her investment, such as directly issuing contribution points to participants in the project or enhancing the rewards to ensure players have sufficient resources to accelerate construction efforts. Aside from the contribution points rewarded by the system, those issued by Ailey due to losses could only be utilized for project development, strictly monitored by the system to ensure proper allocation of this additional investment. To maintain player enthusiasm, these two forms of support were often combined. With the accumulation of relevant knowledge and experience in the real world, coupled with the magical conveniences of the game, results were achieved remarkably swiftly. For instance, in the case of rice, the specific process involved crossbreeding on designated experimental plots. The pollination itself required little effort. However, the growth process necessitated considerable time, which is why it took the venerable Yuan Longping over 60 years to cultivate hybrid rice. The players participating in the experiment were acutely aware of this significance. Thus, even though they could easily claim credit for the hybrid rice within the game, they chose to explicitly credit this achievement to academician Yuan Longping in future educational materials. Vowing to realize his dream of cultivating rice in the shade of the trees within the game, under the illumination of player-developed equipment, such as growth lamps, the time required for experiments was significantly reduced. After conducting hundreds of cultivations, the first batch of cultivated seeds would be allocated for planting in areas identified by players as suitable for the relevant crops. Concurrently, agricultural tools underwent upgrades, with Long Ao taking a keen interest in the technology of magical automatons. Vigorously researching and transforming it can be said that the moment magical automatons appeared before the players, they captured everyone's attention, resembling high-tech robots straight out of a science fiction novel, proving to be irresistibly alluring. Moreover, the technology to create them was genuinely attainable, and players could learn and develop it independently. After players conquered cure upon discovering that magical automatons could be manufactured, and when they scanned the wreckage of damaged automatons to restore them to a usable state for sale in the marketplace. The doors of the professors and educators at Lure Academy, which offered relevant technical education, were nearly battered down. In an instant, players transformed from besieged enemies into eager apprentices, sharing knowledge through notes and live streams while earning contribution points. Some even impatiently showcased their learning by immediately demonstrating their creations after recording their live streams. Among them, Long AO exhibited the most fervent dedication, nearly wishing to live and eat alongside the instructors. This laid the groundwork for the emergence of future technical overlords. Despite the immense difficulty of creating magical automatons, the players' enthusiasm remained unquenched. In fact, many players who joined post-open beta were drawn to this gameplay mechanic, making it nearly a standard feature of the game. The principles of magical automatons are akin to those of real-world robots, with the key to their mobility lying in magical runes, akin to programming codes. The specific mechanism involves verbal commands being transmitted to specially designed magical devices, which then convert these into magical signals. When the magical signals reach the receiving apparatus within the automaton's brain, they activate the inscribed magical runes. These runes subsequently release magical signals to manipulate the magical circles inscribed within the automaton's body, enabling movement and grasping actions. Moreover, by installing newly developed magical sensors in conjunction with the runes, the automatons can consume the magical energy contained within their internal crystals to release spells targeting specific objectives using the same inscribed magical circles, all under the influence of the sensors. Upon grasping the technology behind magical automatons, players eagerly immerse themselves in their invention and creation. However, the nature of players is well known. They often begin earnestly only to devolve into frivolity, or they might remain irreverent throughout. The earnest ones sought to replicate automated cleaning devices akin to those in reality, ensuring that they wouldn't get stuck under tables. Others aspired to develop humanoid robots, only to create malfunctioning versions due to insufficient understanding of sensor technology. The more radical among them produced erratic machines that attacked indiscriminately, with some warlike creators intending to use these creations for combat, resulting in fully armed automatons. If not for Alias foresight in prohibiting the use of weapons around civilians, the casualties would have extended beyond just the players. It is worth noting that these erratic automatons were typically tested in the monster forest, as weapons need targets, and players generally did not qualify. The irreverent ones were even more ludicrous. They began assigning genders to the robots right from the outset, leaving one to wonder what their intentions truly were. Among the various advancements, the most conventional and pragmatic innovation is the agricultural robot developed by Long AO. Unlike other players who are merely engaged in frivolous pursuits, Long AO, due to his identity as a regent and the instinctive reflexes formed from his experiences as a company owner, immediately considers the development of the nation. Consequently, he promptly began the research and development of the agricultural robot, which is now essential for enhancing the efficiency of crop harvesting and processing, thereby expediting the resolution of the food crisis caused by the nation's growing population. After all, it is the Middle Ages, and those who have diligently studied history understand that, even with the existence of magic, the lack of foundational science still leaves many people struggling to secure adequate nourishment. Hence, ensuring that individuals are well fed is paramount. Only then can they focus on learning, which in turn cultivates the talent necessary for national advancement. The agricultural tools essentially apply the technology of magical constructs to large-scale agricultural machinery, enabling them to autonomously perform harvesting and sowing tasks. Following this, fully automated transport vehicles are employed to convey the produce along newly constructed roads to specialized factories for food processing, thus facilitating nationwide distribution. The roads are developed in tandem with the farmlands, as the maxim states. To achieve wealth, one must first build roads. After all, once the crops are harvested, they must be transported away. Moreover, the increased yield from crop hybridization and the extraordinary capabilities of growth lights lead to an oversupply of produce. Coupled with the comprehensive laws instituted by Long AO and the stringent oversight from the players, food prices consequently become exceedingly affordable. This ensures that people not only have enough to eat but can also indulge without concern. Of course, the journey toward full automation is gradual. Initially, diverse seeds cultivated for various regions are distributed to farmers, who are instructed on specific agricultural methods. Simultaneously, the factories within the monster forest are transformed using magical construct technology to achieve complete automation, continuously producing magical constructs related to agricultural operations. The automation technology for constructing these magical constructs owes its advancement to the magical lithography machine developed by Einstein. In fact, during the era of the Kingdom of St. Delis, Magical constructs were quite precious, as crafting one requires not only an array of rare materials for its physical form but also exceptional skills to inscribe the magical arrays and runes. The true value lies in the intricacy of the inscribing process, which often demands considerable time to depict elaborate magical patterns in arrays. To illustrate, it is akin to inscribing densely packed lines of code onto a metal plate to execute a program. Thus, when a magical construct is destroyed, it may take a significant period before another is available. The function of these machines is to rapidly inscribe magical arrays and runes, substantially reducing construction time. Once integrated with magical construct technology, they can operate autonomously, making mass production of magical constructs feasible. As these constructs roll off the production line, they are immediately dispatched to relevant locations for operations. Since farmers are mandated to cultivate using specific techniques before being replaced, the magical constructs can seamlessly continue the remaining tasks without necessitating the complete reworking of freshly sown fields. Additionally, a steady supply of magical crystals is ensured for the region, allowing the magical constructs to automatically replace depleted crystals within themselves, thereby maintaining their operational energy for continuous work, achieving a state of complete automation in that area. This process will subsequently be replicated across the entire nation. At this juncture, one might ponder whether farmers might face unemployment due to this automation. Long AO has already contemplated this aspect. Those farmers replaced by automation will be sent to newly established schools to learn about magical constructs and agriculture, concurrently undergoing ideological enlightenment and transformation reflective of the unique characteristics of Longwa, to better maintain their lands in the future. As Lu Kai once stated, learning is a lifelong journey, the farmers are merely lacking in exposure. This does not imply they are foolish. Moreover, they need not grasp the complex manufacturing techniques of magical constructs, they only require the ability to perform basic repairs and maintenance. In simpler terms, they should be able to tighten screws, replace parts, and install magical crystals. This equips them to manage their lands effectively. Even if all the magical constructs were to malfunction, there would be specialized magical constructs dedicated to complex repairs. Nonetheless, even the most comprehensive and reliable machines still necessitate human oversight, as satisfaction is an essential requirement, otherwise it results in wastage. Furthermore, when farmers are enrolled in schools, their tuition fees are fully waived, and their families receive relevant subsidies from the state, ensuring they can focus entirely on their studies. The schools they attend will subsequently become pioneers in the implementation of compulsory education across the nation. This welfare initiative is regarded as the foundation of the state. Any incidents of corruption or embezzlement, whether intentional or inadvertent, will be viewed as a severe threat to societal integrity. Perpetrators will be promptly reported nationwide as a cautionary measure upon completing their education. Land allocations will be made based on individual circumstances, such as distributing land close to their homes, akin to living adjacent to the workplace. One additional precaution worth mentioning is that, despite the convenience offered by magical constructs, Long AO has ensured that all designated farmland is stocked with manual tools for human use. Both electric and manual tools are comprehensively available as a safeguard against the unforeseen failure of automated equipment. This precautionary measure prevents a drastic decline in food production due to a lack of usable tools, thereby averting a potential nationwide famine. Furthermore, to prevent farmers from becoming overly reliant on the conveniences of automation and losing their skills, periodic training and assessments will be conducted. Those who excel will receive rewards, with opportunities for promotions and salary increases, potentially even ascending to leadership roles. Chapter 36, 5 Years of Development. Year 1, 2, Animal Husbandry. With the issue of staple foods resolved, the remaining concern regarding sustenance pertains to meat. A balanced diet necessitates a combination of both plant and animal sources. The magical beasts previously confined by players in zoos now find their purpose given the advancement of agriculture in Shenzhou. The initial focus will naturally be on raising herbivorous magical beasts. Concurrently, research will be conducted on the selected magical beasts to better understand their physiology and dietary requirements, thereby optimizing their husbandry. Additionally, efforts will be made to enhance the quality of magical crystals within these beasts to meet the demands of automated machinery. After several dissections and comparative experiments, the scientifically inclined players reached a conclusion. The quality of meat and magical crystals within magical beasts is not intrinsically linked to their ferocity or strength. The true determinants lie in their surrounding environment and the quality of their diet. In fact, research has revealed that the quality of the magical crystals within a magical beast is influenced by the concentration of magical energy in their environment. A higher concentration of magical energy allows the magical beast to absorb significant amounts of magic with each breath, accumulating it internally to form magical crystals. These crystals are not only a vital essence but are also key to the magical capabilities of higher-tier magical beasts. This phenomenon is evident in the crystal's ability to store and release energy. As for dietary intake, this can be simply defined as their consumption habits. For instance, when a carnivorous magical beast consumes another magical beast, it absorbs both the magical crystals and the residual magical energy within the prey's body. This intake of energy enhances the physical attributes and intelligence of the magical beast, facilitating its ascension in rank. Thus, the more a magical beast consumes, the greater the magical energy it absorbs, resulting in a stronger creature capable of hunting for more food and magical energy, thereby improving the quality of its internal magical crystals. This elucidates why the strongest magical beasts possess higher quality magical crystals. At this point, players naturally became intrigued by the formation of magical crystals within herbivorous magical beasts. The rationale for carnivorous beasts is relatively straightforward. They can obtain magical crystals and energy from consuming other beasts. However, how do herbivorous magical beasts acquire their magical crystals, given that they do not consume meat? Players investigating this question promptly turned their attention to the plants consumed by these magical beasts. As their diet consists solely of vegetation, unsurprisingly, it was discovered that these plants inherently possess magical energy. What astonished the players was not only the presence of plants that could be readily identified through magical perception but also the revelation that nearly all plants in this world contain magical energy. Those that appear devoid of magical energy merely possess it in such dilute concentrations that it goes unnoticed. Even more astonishing is the realization that the source of magic in this world is intertwined with its flora. Just as plants in reality produce oxygen through photosynthesis, essential for all carbon-based life, the flora in this world not only generates oxygen but also contains a substance akin to chlorophyll. This substance can absorb sunlight, producing not oxygen but the wondrous energy known as magical energy. Moreover, this substance is nearly ubiquitous across all plant species in this world. Thus, it can be asserted that, whether in reality or in another realm, plants are unequivocally the primary producers. The sun, in both worlds, emerges as the origin of all life. As for the process of biological evolution, it can be reasonably surmised that Darwin's theories, supplemented with a touch of magic, would encapsulate the essence of it, as this world merely introduces the concept of magic into the existing framework. Simultaneously, upon conducting further research, players discovered that what is referred to as the world's second power, fighting spirit, is actually related to magical energy. In fact, one could argue that fighting spirit is merely an extension of the method of utilizing magical energy. The distinction lies in the fact that pure magic enhances mental fortitude, while fighting spirit augments physical strength, including cognitive faculties. The utilization of fighting spirit can substantially enhance the speed of brain reactions and memory retention. Returning to the main topic, since plants are the source of magic, it follows that areas with more abundant vegetation possess a higher concentration of magical energy. This phenomenon is particularly evident in the monster forest. Through aerial observations via aircraft, it becomes apparent that as one ventures deeper into the forest, the density of trees and vegetation increases, correlating with a heightened concentration of magical energy. Additionally, players have noted that the developmental pace of monsters can also be influenced by the concentration of magical energy. In simpler terms, the higher the magical concentration, the quicker the monsters mature into adulthood. Some monsters can transition from youth to adulthood in a mere day. This is akin to a human infant in swaddling in the morning, becoming a middle schooler by noon, and reaching adulthood by afternoon. In reality, such rapid maturation might be deemed extraordinary, yet to players, it is merely a standard game mechanic. At most, it is simply the addition of magical energy to their feed. Further investigations revealed that magical energy not only impacts the development of monsters but also accelerates the growth of fetuses within pregnant monsters. Similar to the previous findings, if a pregnant monster resides in an area with a high concentration of magical energy, the fetus absorbs the surrounding magic, promoting rapid development in birthing. This explains why monster populations become increasingly formidable as one approaches the depths of the monster forest. In environments rich in magical energy, not only does the overall strength of monsters increase, but their numbers also multiply. Armed with this information, players devised a strategy to achieve freedom in meat and energy production. Initially, a hybridization group dedicated to agricultural experimentation aimed to cultivate 3 types of plants: edible plants, Material plants and energy plants. Edible plants, as the name suggests, are cultivated for high-yield flavor and nutrition to satisfy the dietary needs of the populace. Material plants specifically yield raw materials for garments and bedding, focusing on high yield and quality to meet the household needs of citizens. Most crucial among these is the energy plant, designed to enhance the magical output of foreign flora, effectively transforming them into natural power generators while simultaneously increasing the local concentration of magical energy in preparation for future energy experiments. Despite a well-defined plan, this did not deter players from investing substantial resources into experimenting with omnipotent plants. The mastermind behind this initiative, Long AO, wholeheartedly supported the endeavor, even dedicating time to it himself. As it appeared quite enjoyable, the subsequent phase involved meat cultivation. A specific area was selected, and appropriate breeding facilities were constructed. Energy plants were then densely planted to produce magical energy through photosynthesis, increasing the area's magical concentration. The monsters intended for breeding were then confined within, facilitating concentrated cultivation. In essence, this meant enclosing the monsters within cages, which were specially designed magical puppets capable of automatically providing food and water while regulating temperature and humidity. The monsters raised in such high magical concentration environments would rapidly mature. The designated magical puppets would ensure their nutritional needs were met during this time. Male monsters, after undergoing a specific amount of extraction processes, would be promptly sent to the slaughterhouse. The processed meat would be packaged and delivered to the market, becoming a delectable addition to the citizens' tables. The extracted magic crystals would be utilized to maintain the breeding farm's operations, with any surplus packaged and distributed nationwide to secure energy supplies, thereby achieving an industrial closed loop. Of females, upon reaching maturity, would undergo artificial insemination, wherein sperm extracted from male monsters would be injected into the females to facilitate conception. The implanted fetuses would develop rapidly in the environment of high magical concentration, and once professionally cared for to ensure their health, they would be placed on a production line for classification. With males housed together and females likewise, they would then experience rapid maturation in the same high magical environment, continuing the cycle established by their parents. Once the mothers reach their reproductive limits, they would be sent to the slaughterhouse to undergo the same process as the males. Upon witnessing these procedures, some might question their inherent cruelty, regrettably, whether in reality or in a fantasy realm. Livestock raised for consumption lack rights. A swift and painless death is the greatest mercy afforded. This epitomizes the principle of survival of the fittest. Following numerous experiments on the development and reproduction of monsters, a player posed an intriguing question: if magical energy can influence the development and reproduction of monsters, could it similarly affect humans? This question ignited fervent discussions within the research team, but without conducting human trials, an answer would remain elusive. This dilemma posed a challenge for players, while other experimental modifications might be less concerning. After all, one could simply respawn in the game. This particular research required actual human pregnancies. Seeking volunteers raised ethical concerns, and the mere idea of it carried a stigma. Should a female player be coerced into participating? The player who voiced this suggestion was immediately met with the wrath of a nearby female player, who unleashed all her fighting spirit and magical energy upon him. Consequently, this research was promptly classified as taboo. Perhaps future unforeseen circumstances might yield answers. Returning to the primary topic, once the feasible processes were established, the next step involved educating the indigenous population on relevant knowledge and dispatching supervisors for operational oversight. In the near future, the people of Shenzhou would be astonished to find that not only had food prices plummeted, but the quality had also significantly improved. This was merely the first step in Long AO's grand plan. Chapter 37, 5 Years of Development. Year 1, 3, Establishing diplomatic relations with the issue of food security resolved. The next logical step was to address the problem of surplus food production resulting from heightened agricultural productivity. After all, it would be unwise to waste resources so soon after ensuring sustenance. Thus, upon confirming that sufficient reserves were in place to counter potential crises, the next course of action was to export the surplus food overseas for profit. This was the subsequent phase of Long AO's plan to enrich the nation. Initially, Long AO sought counsel from Ailey regarding diplomatic relations and the overseas travel of Shenzhou citizens. Following her endorsement, he began preparations. Once relevant institutions and facilities were established, new legislation was enacted concerning the overseas travel of Shenzhou citizens. necessitating passports. Although the civilization in this world was still in a medieval state, crossing borders still required proper documentation. Despite Shenzhou having recently experienced internal turmoil and transformation, such regime changes were hardly novel in this land. What was surprising, however, was the rapidity of these developments. Typically, a newly established regime would be preoccupied with internal consolidation before engaging in foreign affairs, yet, within mere months, Shenzhou had already initiated diplomatic relations with other nations, prompting mild astonishment among global leaders. Nevertheless, they soon dismissed the matter, as they had their own affairs to tend to. With the decree permitting overseas travel issued, players began to apply for passports en masse, eager to venture forth into untamed lands. Among them were players specifically dispatched by Long Ao, members of the Long Yen Club, and others affiliated with the Long Yen Corps, a guild he founded. These players were covertly sent to establish stores in foreign lands to sell food and generate revenue. The profits would subsequently be transferred to another group of players via the system S-Mail, who would then procure metals and raw materials abroad to prepare for future industrialization. Simultaneously, within Shenzhou, extensive construction of factories commenced based on geological surveys conducted by players and mining area maps acquired from the system store. Specialized magical puppets were employed to excavate underground minerals. These factories, functioning as magical puppets, would tirelessly process the minerals they received, converting them into usable metals or necessary materials, provided their energy levels were sufficient. Considering the technological context of this world, all procured materials would undergo reprocessing within the factories to ensure compliance with quality standards. All these efforts would serve as the material foundation for the nation's future industrialization. Long Ao, too, was preoccupied during this period, frequently utilizing the system's teleportation function to conduct on-site inspections, gathering data for the planning of nationwide infrastructure, road construction, railway routes, and the development of both old and new cities. As numerous players embarked on overseas explorations, the development and exploration of national maritime territories proceeded apace. To the south of Shenzhou's territory lay an expansive, boundless sea, the former capital of the Holy Estate. Delhi's, a city nestled by the coast, has undergone a name change following the establishment of the new nation of Shenzhou. It is now known as the capital city, with its full title being the Second Beijing. This name was fervently insisted upon by Long Ao, and Ali, feeling indifferent to the city's designation, acquiesced to his wishes. However, players were far from calm, as those with even a modicum of experience in the anime realm understood the implications of this name. Moreover, according to insider revelations, Long Ao has indeed taken some actions regarding this matter. To return to the main topic, Crit Port is the closest port city to the capital city, easily visible in its entirety when viewed from the highest echelons of the capital. Gazing southward, it stands as the largest port in all of Shenzhou. During the Civil War, upon learning of Shenzhou's establishment, the local lord of this region promptly pledged allegiance to Ali, although he ultimately could not escape the fate of replacement. At least under Ali's assurances, he maintained a semblance of dignity. Consequently, Crit Port remained intact, and as the nation's largest and finest port, it was the first to undergo renovation. It also became the starting point for players embarking on maritime explorations. With its comprehensive port facilities, many players flocked here to test the performance of their newly designed vessels or to select a wooden ship available at the port from the marketplace in preparation for their voyages. The oceans of this world are particularly intriguing. In fact, the territorial expanse of a nation's maritime domain is not fixed. To put it plainly, the mightier one is, the larger their territory. However, this does not entail warfare between nations. The crux of the matter lies in the marine beasts that inhabit the oceans. Regardless of whether in reality or in alternate realms, the expanse of oceans is invariably greater than that of land. This results in a far greater variety of marine life compared to terrestrial species, and relative to land, the marine beasts are significantly more formidable, both in strength and sheer numbers, given the current level of human civilization. Merely contending with terrestrial beasts proves to be a daunting task, let alone the sea monsters lurking in the depths of the ocean. Consequently, despite the vast territories depicted on Shenzhou's maritime charts, most are essentially uninhabited zones dominated by these sea creatures. Furthermore, this maritime chart was crafted during the zenith of the Holy Saint Delhi's kingdom, when its fleet was remarkably powerful, boasting thousands of massive warships and countless brave crew members led by seasoned captains. In that glorious era, the fleet was unstoppable and brought immense wealth to the Holy Saint Delhi's kingdom, yet, even such a formidable golden fleet gradually declined under the relentless onslaught of the sea beasts. Ferocious monsters devoured ships, while their colossal forms stirred titanic waves that easily capsized grand warships. Ultimately, through successive and brutal defeats, the fleet lost its former glory, leaving behind only a small expanse of ocean, and this chart is a testament to its illustrious past. As a result, an unwritten rule emerged regarding the maritime divisions between nations in this world. Any sea territory vacated by sea beasts becomes the domain of whoever drives them away. Moreover, due to the migratory patterns of these sea creatures, they consistently assault human territories. This implies that should a sea beast conquer a human area and render it uninhabited, the territory will belong to whichever nation successfully expels the beasts, regardless of its previous ownership. To stimulate players' enthusiasm for exploration, Long AO adopted this regulation, allowing players to freely operate islands they conquer, meaning that once a player captures an island, it instantly becomes their territory. However, it is important to note that, akin to the management of land in the real-world Dragon Kingdom, both players and citizens possess only usage rights over the land, not ownership rights. In simpler terms, the state retains the authority to demolish structures when necessary to make way for important national projects, albeit with compensation for those affected. This prospect has stirred the interest of many players who cannot afford to purchase land, leading to a bustling atmosphere in the port as they prepare for their future adventures. On either side of the port lie expansive construction sites, where massive machinery tirelessly operates, transporting soil and stones, laying foundations in anticipation of future infrastructure. Among them stands Long AO, meticulously planning the proceedings. Meanwhile, the world channel buzzes with fervent discussions of brothers. Can you believe the people of the Blonder Empire are insane? I just arrived here hoping to book a high-end inn to experience the local culture, and the innkeeper refused me entry, claiming that unblooded pigs are unworthy of admission. Damn it, who is the real pig here? The fool who won't earn money. Upstairs, you're lucky. I intended to visit the slave market, but after dismissing the low-end options, I tried to check out the high-end ones only to be barred at the entrance. They said it was a nobles exclusive area. I thought, fine, if they don't want to sell, so be it. Then a lavishly dressed NPC approached, and they not only refused payment but even offered me money. To the one who went to the slave market, take note, this is the Public Security Bureau. Our nation has abolished slavery, and to prevent significant repercussions, purchasing slaves from other countries is prohibited. Otherwise, it will be treated as malicious human trafficking. For those seeking to bring a wife back to the country, remember to restore her identity as a normal person, and then proceed to the Public Security Bureau to obtain an ID card, ensuring her consent before heading to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register the marriage. A reminder, our country practices monogamy, so you can only marry one, otherwise it constitutes bigamy. However, if the other party is willing to be a mistress, that is not our concern, and any children born will be your family matters. Nonetheless, I wouldn't recommend this, as you may find yourself in a precarious position during asset division in court in the event of a separation. Wow, brothers, look, the Celtic Empire is covered in snow. What did you say? Don't shout so loudly, an avalanche. Wait, why is the ground shaking so much? Oh no, it's snow. The live stream has been cut off. I can't believe it. Brothers, this Celtic Empire is filled with factories. Aren't they concerned about environmental pollution with all that smoke? Upstairs, there is nothing to be done. Given their level of technology, they're likely still in the early stages of the Industrial Revolution, necessitating vast amounts of resources to sustain themselves. By the way, has anyone informed me why they have so many factories yet so few goods available in stores? The ocean is nothing but water. Upstairs, where are you now? At the port of the England City Empire. Their ships are truly enormous, and shockingly they are all made of iron. I've scanned some for future voyages, but most of their cannons are still manually operated, which is quite frustrating. I fear I'll need to find some companions upstairs. Send me the address. I'll join you. Same here. I want to be a gunner. I can't take it anymore. Do the people of the Holy Light Empire all have issues? Why do they greet each other with praises of the Holy Light? I've already told them I'm not religious, and guess what? I'm experiencing the discomfort of being bombarded with flyers. Blessings for a beautiful world. Upstairs, I concur. My place is equally absurd, surrounded by churches as far as the eye can see. What's the deal? Are they raising livestock in a concentration camp? Amidst the lively chatter in the World Channel, Long AO remains focused on his planning. We still need about a year of preparation. Chapter 38, The 5 Years of Development. Year 1, 4, History 1. Shenzhou. Year 1. Following a week of brutal civil war, the new nation of Shenzhou was established on the ruins of the Holy Saint Deli's kingdom. The new ruler, elite daughter of the late King Saint Lane of the Holy Assay, Delhi's ascended to the throne. After a grand burial ceremony for the deceased Saint, Queen Aili commenced her reign. Among the divine warriors who aided Aili in reclaiming her throne was Long Ao, who was appointed as the regent of the nation. Wielding power only second to Queen Aili. He assisted her in managing state affairs and issued decrees on her behalf. Following this, a series of new laws were enacted, the most notable being the abolition of slavery. Henceforth, there would be no more slaves in Shenzhou. Simultaneously, all nobles were stripped of their rights, with positions being assumed entirely by divine warriors. However, in consideration of their past contributions to the nation, certain preferential policies were permitted. This directly incited discontent among the majority of nobles, leading to armed rebellions erupting across various regions, all of which were swiftly suppressed by the divine warriors within a matter of days. The remaining rebels were left to conceal themselves or flee Shenzhou immediately, while those willing to comply were properly accommodated. Those whose ancestors had once rendered great service received enhanced benefits. On January 6 of Shenzhou Year 1. The last rebel, Mengtuatuka, was slain, marking the end of the nobility in Shenzhou. The pacification took a mere 6 days. On January 10 of Shenzhou Year 1, the land divisions were completed, and an agricultural research group, abbreviated as the Agricultural Group, was established to begin cultivating and improving existing crop seeds to enhance yield and resolve the national food crisis. Their motto became to fulfill Grandpa Yuan's dream of enjoying shade beneath the grains. While repeatedly emphasizing that the achievements of agricultural hybridization were all credited to the efforts of academician Yuan Longping, they also developed new agricultural tools to improve farming efficiency. On January 13 of Shenzhou Year 1. A new academy for agricultural cultivation techniques was established. On the 17th day of the first month in the Year 1 of the Shenzhou calendar, propelled by new magic and cutting-edge technologies introduced by the divine warriors, newly cultivated plant seeds were nurtured at an astonishing pace, resulting in yields that exceeded those of traditional crops by a staggering tenfold. Concurrently, a groundbreaking series of automated agricultural golems, referred to as Agricultural Model 1, was developed, constructed in large factories established by the divine warriors within the beast forest. Batch after batch of these agricultural Model 1 golems rolled off the assembly line, dispatched unconditionally to designated farmlands for automated operation. Farmers originally tending to these fields were temporarily sent to the Agricultural Cultivation Technology Academy for further education, while designated personnel were assigned to manage the remaining farmlands, returning upon completion of their studies. On the 24th of January, Year 1 of the Shenzhou calendar, all allocated plots of farmland underwent complete transformation. By the 31st of January, the end of the month, Shenzhou produced a massive surplus of crops in an incredibly short time frame, distributing them according to demand to every household. Despite this, a substantial quantity of crops remained in storage, effectively resolving the issue of food scarcity in Shenzhou. On the 1st of February, Year 1 of the Shenzhou calendar, under the motto of Regent Long Ao, which emphasized not only the necessity of sufficient food but also the importance of healthy eating, Shenzhou began to vigorously develop its livestock industry to enhance meat production. This led to the establishment of the Livestock Research Group, aimed at studying livestock breeding techniques to address the national demand for meat. On the 31st of May, Year 1 research revealed that the size, quality, and yield of magical beasts were all inherently linked to magical power, prompting further investigation into the origins of such magic. By the 10th of June, the source of global magical energy had been traced, leading to the development of supporting facilities for livestock farming. Concurrently, related golem machinery was also being designed, and designated areas for installation were outlined. By the 17th of June, the supporting facilities for livestock farming were completed, and the associated golem machinery was nearing maturity. Construction of these facilities commenced in selected regions, with a steady influx of designated magical beasts being transported for breeding. On the 24th of June, the new Livestock Cultivation Technology Academy was established, and personnel involved in the livestock industry were sent in batches for further training. By the end of June, on the 30th, the breeding zones were fully established and underwent complete automation, resulting in a significant output of meat products. By the 20th of July, the national demand for meat had been met, transforming what was once a luxury reserved for the wealthy and nobility into a staple for every household. Consequently, the issue of food scarcity was thoroughly resolved. By the 31st of July, food reserves were nearing saturation, yet a considerable amount still required preservation. To address the surplus of food production, the Shenzhou government decided to re-establish diplomatic relations with foreign nations to engage in grain export trade. simultaneously generating foreign exchange to bolster the national economy and complete the industrialization process. On the 1st of August, institutions responsible for processing export permits were established, having already formed grain export relationships with several countries. By the 1st of September, geological surveys of the land were completed, revealing various mineral vein distributions, prompting the initiation of large factory clusters to prepare for future significant infrastructure projects. On the 1st of October, the factory clusters were completed, commencing mass production of metals and raw materials. Simultaneously, large-scale infrastructure development plans were initiated across the nation. By the 1st of November, the site selection for Airport Zero and Port Zero was finalized. On the 31st of December, at the end of Year 1, a new festival, the Spring Festival, colloquially known as the New Year, was established. Chapter 39, the 5 years of development. Year 2, 1, industry. Following the substantial export of food abroad, Shenzhou found itself with sufficient funds to embark on a grand construction of factories. A new series of automated construction golems was developed, continuously rolling off the assembly line and dispatched to various construction sites. These golems could efficiently undertake facility construction in relevant areas, requiring only the guidance of on-site supervisors to complete the entire facility construction. At this juncture, one might question why players, equipped with systems, would not simply utilize these systems to construct factories and similar facilities instead of investing effort into developing such golems. The answer is quite straightforward: cost efficiency. For instance, if a player intends to build a wall, utilizing the system directly would require a contribution point cost of 10 points. However, due to the intermediary presence of a character named Ailey, the effective cost perceived by players for constructing that wall would exceed 10 points. This illustrates that constructing directly through the system incurs exorbitant costs, yet players have another option: the in-game currency. For example, the purchasing power of a single gold coin in this other world is immense. With it, one could potentially construct multiple walls, including the costs for professional tools and skilled labor. Moreover, with rapid technological advancements, the speed of wall construction has significantly increased, along with reduced costs and improved quality. Even with Ailey profiting from the process, players would ultimately only expend a minimal amount of contribution points. This method proves far more practical than relying solely on the system. Furthermore, acquiring gold coins is not limited to the system alone. After a year of exploration within the game, players began to realize the potential of establishing their own factories and developing their industries, driven by necessity. Ultimately, the exorbitant costs of weaponry in the game mirrored those of real life, where warfare can be financially burdensome without firearms and artillery. While combat remains possible, the enjoyment is considerably diminished. Fortunately, Long AO had promulgated relevant laws and even provided accompanying tutorials based on his real-world experience in running a company. With diligent study, players could not only ensure that their companies were not the most lucrative but could also lead a carefree existence within the game, at least guaranteeing fundamental freedom regarding weaponry. Thus, players began fervently establishing their own industries within the game. As players could swiftly accumulate resources through monster hunting, coupled with an array of automated machinery descending from the assembly line, the formation of a comprehensive industrial chain became substantially easier. Even without knowledge of factory management or innovative ideas for new products, all one needed was to purchase a plot of land and construct a factory. The state would then send personnel to assess the site, subsequently guiding the owner in selecting relevant automated equipment based on their preferences and talents, providing product templates in the process. The automated golems would then construct products according to these templates without requiring further thought. Additionally, specialized personnel would connect the owner with relevant raw material industries and state-established commercial entities for product procurement, facilitating transportation to markets for sale. These product templates were developed by state-sanctioned research institutions, ensuring both quality and cost-effectiveness, with real-time updates and guidance for industrial improvements. To prevent unscrupulous individuals from exploiting this system for personal gain, the state enacted strict penalties against any bribery or coercion directed at citizens, with masterminds facing hefty fines and imprisonment alongside the forfeiture of benefits and public announcements. Should a mastermind possess their own factory and industry, all would be confiscated. Co-conspirators among government officials would face substantial fines and a lifetime ban from holding such positions again. However, if it was determined that they acted under duress, penalties would be waived, while the mastermind would face aggravated charges for coercion, with severe penalties for causing casualties. In essence, players could produce without reservation. confident that there would always be buyers in the market, with the state guaranteeing their investments and compensating any losses incurred. This, however, was not absolute, should players possess innovative ideas for entirely new products. They would need to independently source raw materials, factory equipment, and market connections. Profits from successful sales would need to be shared with the state, which would transform them into product templates for major manufacturers to produce. However, players need not worry, as their patents would be recognized by the state. Consequently, any industry producing related products would be required to pay patent fees, meaning the more they produced and sold, the more profit players would earn. With the state assisting in managing finances, in a sense, industries producing these products would effectively become extensions of the players, who would not need to exert additional effort. This right would persist even if a player found themselves financially destitute. Under strict state oversight, the government also established laws to combat greed, ensuring that any impersonators or coercive individuals would face bans on production, hefty fines, and restrictions on innovation. To clarify, perpetrators could retain their rights to innovate products. But any new innovations must be submitted to the state to avoid penalties. Failure to comply would result in the loss of patent protections, with all associated losses borne by the individual. Thus, players' creative enthusiasm surged, allowing others to enjoy the game with confidence and abandon. Since then, factories of various sizes and industries have sprung up across the land of Shenzhou like mushrooms after a rain. They have not only significantly enhanced Shenzhou's industrial capacity but have also provided a plethora of job opportunities for its citizens. This leads us to Long Ao's next step in education. Chapter 40, The 5 Years of Development. Year 2, Education. As an increasing number of players begin to construct factories to establish their own industries, a substantial influx of Shenzhou citizens has started to pour into these factories seeking employment and financial gain. The players are quite pleased, for as long as they ensure the operation of the automated equipment, they are not burdened with much responsibility. Even if a malfunction occurs, they merely need to report it to the relevant government agencies, who will promptly dispatch professionals to conduct repairs. They simply await the end of their shifts to leave, while the rest is left to the monitoring systems, which are directly linked to state institutions. Should an incident arise, an alarm will be triggered to notify the authorities to send assistance immediately. At this point, one might wonder if the employees are merely idling away their time. In fact, this arrangement can indeed yield revenue for the players, specifically in the form of goodwill. As previously mentioned, players receive a contribution point each day upon logging in. The amount of these contribution points is influenced by the citizens' level of goodwill towards the players. For instance, if a player recruits 10 citizens and pays them a daily wage of nearly 10 silver coins, equivalent to 1 contribution point, due to the goodwill factor, the player can earn at least 1 contribution point from each citizen, totaling 10 points. Thus, as long as they maintain a basic level of goodwill, after a month of salary payments, players can not only avoid expenses but even generate profit. This has nearly become the second largest source of revenue for the players' factories, prompting them to enthusiastically recruit workers and provide as many benefits as possible within acceptable limits. With a favorable working environment, abundant benefits, and generous compensation, the goodwill of the citizens has soared. This feedback brings players not only a substantial number of contribution points but also the joy of being hands-off managers. After all, the state has arranged everything for them, and they need not even sign any documents. They can earn money almost effortlessly. The citizens, having received generous remuneration, will use their earnings to purchase goods, thereby directly enhancing their consumption capacity. Although the wealth gained from citizens purchasing their products is not as effective as contribution points, players can utilize this wealth to buy raw materials in bulk to supply their automated weapon factories, continuously providing themselves with weaponry to better engage with monsters and earn contribution points. The weapons produced by these factories are free for the owners. They can take whatever they desire. Naturally, they retain the right to sell to other players, but this is strictly limited to fellow players, otherwise it would be deemed illegal. It is worth noting that while Shenzhou permits the existence of military-industrial enterprises, it forbids ordinary citizens from possessing weapons. Any discovered weapons would be confiscated immediately, and the perpetrators would face conviction. As citizens accumulate wealth through their employment with players, their desire to earn even more will drive them to establish their own factories and industries, further enhancing the nation's industrial capacity. The processes involved are nearly identical to those followed by the players. However, this leads to a new issue: the quality of the employees recruited by the players. Initially, the mass recruitment of employees proceeded smoothly, but problems arose afterward. While compulsory education does exist in the former Kingdom of Saint Therese, the world remains entrenched in a medieval state, resulting in insufficient productivity. Consequently, the implementation of compulsory education is limited primarily to the major cities. In contrast, rural areas are largely isolated from the outside world, with only annual tax revenues to show for their existence. Economically viable areas may display some semblance of civilization, while completely backward regions resemble primitive tribes rather than villages. Even among the educated populace in the major cities, the numbers are not significant. Those who have received education can quickly be placed in jobs, demonstrating a high level of competence. However, their limited numbers are swiftly depleted. As a result, the remaining players have no choice but to hire individuals from rural backgrounds. However, due to their lack of education, these individuals often exhibit either complete illiteracy or superstitious beliefs, with the worst cases demonstrating a lack of moral character, frequently causing trouble. While the first two issues are manageable, since the positions do not require much from them, they are essentially hired to do nothing. The last issue is intolerable. Such individuals are adept at violence and profanity, indulging in gambling, drinking, and other vices, not to mention their involvement in illicit activities. The presence of such individuals directly tarnishes the company's image, causing the goodwill of surrounding citizens towards the players to plummet. This situation not only results in financial losses but also leads to a decline in goodwill, further impacting the players negatively. If not for legal repercussions, many players would have resorted to drastic measures against such employees. This predicament has left players extremely dissatisfied. They brought these individuals on board to work and generate income, not to incur losses. Consequently, the affected players have strongly advocated for the widespread implementation of education to significantly improve the populace's quality. Long AO, seizing the opportunity, proposed and executed a nationwide literacy campaign and a comprehensive initiative for compulsory education. From that point on, Shenzhou began constructing schools, striving to ensure that every child has access to education. Additionally, personnel were dispatched across the nation to conduct literacy programs, teaching the uneducated how to read and imparting essential life skills to prevent the naive populace from being deceived by malicious individuals and cults. The literacy campaign needs no further elaboration. The process of compulsory education essentially involves 9 years of mandatory schooling. Once the children mature, they can seek employment in their desired fields, even if they encounter difficulties in finding work. There is no cause for concern as the state guarantees job placement. Moreover, during this process, individuals can continue to enhance their skills to better pursue their dream career. This job placement guarantee was proposed by Long AO to systematically uplift the players as well as themselves. After all, in factories that have achieved automation, those assigned jobs without talent are essentially just taking up space. Consequently, citizens who have established factories naturally do not wish to support them. This has affectionately come to be known as the national systematization by the players. However, this initiative has sparked dissent from Ali. Those aware of the inner workings understand that this arrangement essentially allows for the exploitation of Ali, the owner. Nonetheless, this does not imply that Ali opposes the policy. Indeed, the issue of employment for the populace must be addressed, as historical records and reality affirm this need. However, the approach requires refinement. Thus, a bill personally drafted by Ali was issued. The full name of the bill is the Automation Area Safety Act. The primary purpose of this legislation is to ensure the safety of automated factories, mandating the presence of human oversight within designated areas. Failure to comply with this regulation will result in a prohibition of operations due to safety concerns. Violations will lead to the confiscation of the relevant industry, and offenders will incur substantial fines for breaching product safety laws. Importantly, the number of individuals overseeing these areas must not exceed specified limits. Otherwise, regardless of whether the recruited individuals consent, they will be deemed as victims of malicious coercion, leading to charges of unlawful deprivation of freedom, with imprisonment being inevitable. Subsequent penalties will align with those previously mentioned. This means that players can only recruit a number of employees proportional to the size of their industry. In clearer terms, players can no longer exploit the loophole of infinite recruitment to accumulate contribution points. Upon the enactment of this legislation, discontent among citizens who operate factories is inevitable. However, Ali asserts that the land upon which these factories are built belongs to the state. What they possess is merely usage rights, not ownership. Since the state has enacted policies that have allowed them to amass wealth and enjoy a life of ease, they should share the burden of national pressure. Of course, they have the option to relocate their companies overseas. as is their right, but the state will not bear any losses incurred thereafter. Yet, this policy, which seemingly alleviates the pressure on the benevolent divine soldiers, is not favored by the players themselves. The reason is simple: it eliminates the opportunity to exploit the system openly. Chapter 41, The 5 Years of Development. Year 2, 3, Action. On a certain asphalt-paved highway in Shenzhou, a convoy is in motion. The convoy consists of a total of 8 vehicles. At the forefront are 4 armored personnel carriers constructed by the players. Modeled after real-life designs, each vehicle measures 10 meters in length and 4 meters in width, with a height of 5 meters when including the turret mounted atop. Each of the 8 wheels stands 1 meter high. The interior of the vehicle offers a height of 2.5 meters, with armor plating measuring 100 millimeters in thickness. These vehicles are also magical automatons, capable of autonomously identifying and attacking targets via voice command. Powered by magic crystals, the main turret atop the vehicle can be equipped with either a 30mm autocannon or a 57mm automatic cannon, with both manual and automatic modes available, allowing for seamless switching via voice command. Manual mode is controlled by crew members, while automatic mode is managed by the automaton. 2 missile launchers are mounted on either side of the main turret, capable of targeting using a laser or the vehicle's integrated visual scanning system. Among the equipment is a newly invented missile by the players, known as the Magic Puppet Missile, codename Tracker. It measures 1.4 meters in length and has a diameter of 0.13 meters. The missile is equipped with a magic puppet that can scan the target's location and adjust its rear thrusters to automatically pursue the enemy. Upon striking the target, it releases magic to detonate the magic crystal within. Above the turret, there is also a 15mm caliber machine gun entirely controlled by the vehicle-mounted magic puppet, capable of autonomously attacking enemy targets. Following the convoy are 4 military trucks. At this moment, in the driver's cabin of the armored personnel carrier at the front of the convoy, sit 2 players, both clad in heavy armor, unlike ancient armor. These suits are genuine sci-fi exoskeleton power armors, part of the Dragon Armor series personally designed by Long AO. Powered by magic crystals, they can also be manually charged by mages transferring magical energy. These power armors not only provide substantial protection but also significantly enhance the wearer's strength and speed. The armor is airtight and features its own oxygen circulation system, enabling the wearer to operate in extremely harsh environments. Additionally, the armor is equipped with a recording function, which, although can be replaced by the system's live broadcast feature among players, Long AO opted to install it on every piece of relevant equipment and weaponry for emergencies. The overall design of the armor draws heavily from various ancient armors of the Dragon Kingdom, yet the most striking feature is the red 5-clawed dragon emblem etched onto the right shoulder, which represents the current national flag of Shenzhou. Naturally, specific conditions require the wearing of designated models. The donning process is quite simple. One merely needs to lie down inside, and the armor will automatically equip itself. To remove it, a button in the palm suffices, and both hands are equipped with this functionality. Should both hands become incapacitated, assistance can be sought to press the button located on the back of the armor. The principle behind the armor involves initially replicating real-world brain-machine interface technology within the game, then integrating it with the Magic Puppet technology. Subsequently, the Magic Puppet can receive the operator's brainwaves, allowing the operator to control it as effortlessly as their own body. The actual procedure involves specialists implanting a chip under the player's scalp, which then receives brainwaves to send signals that control the power armor. Furthermore, the brain chip can act as a lock, transmitting identity codes to unlock equipment or related devices, ensuring that only the player can use their own gear. The rationale for the implantation beneath the scalp is to prevent potential accidents that could result in the instant death of the implant recipient. Of course, these chips are manufactured using specialized techniques, thus avoiding scenarios depicted in films where an explosion obliterates the entire head of the implant recipient. Nevertheless, both in reality and in alternate realms, laws permanently prohibit direct implantation of chips within the brain. Moreover, chips implanted under the scalp must be encased in a protective layer, providing a second layer of security beyond the skull to ensure utmost safety. Despite this, players have devised universal keys for emergencies to avoid being left defenseless should the system be compromised. This invention has yet to be made publicly available, as it is still in the testing phase among players who are not subject to the same risks as civilians. At this moment, in the driver's seat of the cabin, one player is intently steering the wheel, while the other in the passenger seat indulges in snacks while simultaneously browsing videos through the system's connection to the Dragon Kingdom's network. The driver feels exasperated, as the passenger has been incessantly munching since they boarded, occasionally bursting into laughter at the screen. Why doesn't he just choke already? This reflects the driver's inner monologue and his grievances regarding the tedious driving game that has persisted for over an hour. Ah, how much longer must we drive? I have been staring at this monotonous scenery for nearly an hour. Given that we possess magic puppets akin to high-tech robots from sci-fi, why does this wretched vehicle lack autonomous driving technology? Relax, brother. I believe both our destination and the technology you mentioned will arrive soon. Long AO has already demonstrated that there exist other worlds beyond this one. Preparations are underway to construct rockets for satellite launches, establishing nationwide connectivity to create the internet. Once the roads are laid, the satellites in place, and the routes mapped, we can simply tap on our tablets for autonomous driving. The passenger replied casually to, I am aware of that. The crux lies in Long AO's curiosity about the true extent of this gamespace. To satiate this curiosity, he randomly selected an unfortunate soul with a high fighting rank and stuffed him into a rocket. As he had never anticipated that the game could encompass the cosmos, the rocket was equipped solely with propulsion capabilities, lacking any safety measures. It simply needed to stay intact. Essentially, the player had to endure with their physical resilience. With the pain response disabled, the result was that the unfortunate soul propelled beyond the atmosphere and perished due to asphyxiation from the rocket's poor sealing. What began as a trivial experiment among players unexpectedly devolved into a spaceflight incident. It is said that the rocket was even deleted by the system after it fell beyond the border wall. The driver spoke slowly. The key point is that although the player perished, he was live streaming at the time. Do you know what happened? When the vast expanse of the universe and the closest moon came into view, the players watching the stream, including Long AO, were almost ecstatic. A new project for cosmic exploration and colonization was promptly initiated, and more advanced rockets are currently being designed. Others are also preparing to construct their own spacecraft to traverse the cosmos. The universe, this is the universe. Do you realize what this signifies? It means we have merely scratched the surface of this game, with grander realms yet to explore. The passenger exclaimed excitedly, that sounds wonderful. But could this game be evolving too rapidly? After all, it has only recently launched. The driver inquired. Oh, you simply lack experience. Such expansive games have existed for decades. I recall titles like My Block World and No Man's Sky. While the graphics and technology may not compare, they are fundamentally similar. Moreover, with the recent rapid advancements in technology, from AI-generated art to AI animations, culminating in AI 3D, the efficiency of game production has significantly improved. And production costs have decreased. Now, essentially anyone with a computer and some app knowledge can create a game with the aid of a computer. Given this technological backing, rapid content expansion is hardly surprising. Furthermore, I have heard that the Dragon Kingdom's officials are preparing for large-scale expansions, so I believe updates will only accelerate in the future. The passenger articulated thoughtfully. The two players in the driver's cabin continued their conversation, while behind them, the interior of the vehicle was bustling with activity. 11 players occupied the cabin, all adorned in the same power armor as those in the driver's cabin. This was not due to any restrictions on wearing different gear. After all, this is merely a game, and Long AO permits his subordinates to don whatever they deem best. Their choice to wear this specific armor stems solely from their belief that it represents the pinnacle of their current capabilities within the game. Among the 11 players, 10 are arranged in 2 rows of 5 on either side of the cabin. The remaining player occupies the central seat at the back, adjacent to the driver's cabin. As the convoy progresses, the players on either side of the cabin engage in conversation, munching snacks while watching videos on their system screens. The more fervent among them draw out their weapons, polishing them in evident anticipation of disembarking to engage in battle. Meanwhile, the player seated in the middle, while also browsing the screen, is engrossed not in videos but in various informational reports, just as he is deeply focused. A player seated closest to him on the left inquires, Captain, what exactly are we doing this time? Why can't we use teleportation before reaching our destination? To facilitate education, the captain player replies calmly. I understand that, but it's something the Ministry of Education can handle. Why must we be fully armed? One might think we are heading into combat. The crux of the matter is that this educational endeavor is not merely about imparting knowledge and etiquette. It also aims to combat feudal customs and superstitions. Basic knowledge and etiquette can be addressed with adequate incentives, and people will naturally be inclined to learn. However, the challenge lies in dismantling feudal customs and superstitions. The former can be tackled by pairing law enforcement with educational guidance, while the latter requires the establishment of a stable environment through economic development, ensuring that as people prosper, their outdated beliefs will inevitably wither away. However, the most challenging aspect lies in eradicating feudal superstitions. After all, we all comprehend that those monstrous phantoms are mere fabrications in reality, yet, here, true forces of malevolence are at work. Initially, Longo believed that the diminutive Kalami, which are scarcely more formidable than the outermost beasts of the Warcraft forest, could be dealt with without involving us local villagers. However, considering that the military is still undergoing transformation and training, deploying only the garrison forces may result in significant casualties. Thus, we have no choice but to handle the situation ourselves. I see. Nonetheless, I have another query. I just looked up the name of the road we are traversing and discovered it is called Yugong Road. I wonder why it bears such a name. There is no profound reason behind it. It is simply because, during its construction, the road had to traverse two great mountains, after the shield tunneling machine broke through. Longo found it quite fitting to name it after the figure of Yugong from the legend of Yugong moves the mountains. I understand. Alas, speaking of which, in his quest to expedite national literacy and educational dissemination, Longo has truly invested significant resources, especially in this literacy campaign. Nearly the entire Longyan Legion has been mobilized, dividing into thousands of small teams. Indeed, each team not only bears the responsibility of safeguarding the educator's personal safety but also of eliminating local monstrous threats, thereby providing the people with a clear and tranquil environment. This also explains why we cannot utilize teleportation. After all, the educators cannot teleport. I see. Yet, on another note, it is said that the issue of feudal superstitions and literacy stems from the mess left behind by the old kingdom of St. Delis. At that time, the border wall of the Warcraft forest had yet to be constructed, resulting in frequent incursions by beasts from the forest that ravaged the villages. Despite the considerable efforts expended by the kingdom of St. Delis to eradicate these beasts, the outcomes were dismally minimal due to external threats and the inaction of local nobles. Consequently, to simplify matters, the border wall was erected, while the beasts from the forest could no longer emerge. The domestic menace persisted unabated. However, due to other pressing matters, the eradication of the domestic beasts was relegated to the back burner. Meanwhile, the beasts continued to wreak havoc upon the villages. Over time, the impoverished villagers, unable to afford adventurers, devised a rather Stockholm Syndrome-like solution. They began to worship and sacrifice to these beasts, giving rise to the very superstitions we now face. It is said that when Queen Ailey was exiled, it was for this very reason. However, unlike Ailey's case, we possess genuinely advanced weaponry. Upon finishing his words, the captain player extended his right hand before him and tightened his fist. Chapter 42, 5 Years of Development. Year 2, 4, Destination. After a period of travel, the convoy arrived at a fork in the road. At this juncture, the road ahead remained the same asphalt surface as before, while to the left lay a bumpy dirt road. The convoy promptly turned left onto the dirt path, though the uneven surface caused the vehicles to jolt incessantly. At the forefront of the convoy, within the armored personnel carrier, a player in the innermost right row exclaimed, "Goodness, this road is truly treacherous." Yet, returning to the topic at hand, how many people has Longo actually dispatched this time? The captain player, seated in the middle of the compartment, replied, disregarding one of our 4 armored personnel carriers that is transporting the educators, and factoring in the 8 individuals driving the 4 military trucks carrying new weaponry behind us, along with the personnel and the 3 armored personnel carriers that match our number, you can do the math yourself. After pondering for a moment, the player on the captain's left exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, adding in the 8 from the military trucks are 11 in this compartment, and 2 in the driver's cabin multiplied by 3. That totals to a staggering 47 people." Bang, bang, bang. A series of knocking sounds resonated from above the vehicle's roof, emanating from the turret atop the armored personnel carrier. "Hey, I hear you down there. How could you consider the guy stuffed into the turret as dead in your eyes?" "Alright, it should be 50 people. By the way, what exactly are those military trucks carrying?" the player on the left inquired. "You'll find out when we arrive," the captain player responded. As the convoy continued along the dirt road for a while longer, an ancient village came into view. The occupants of the vehicles, realizing they had reached their destination, began to disembark in an orderly fashion. First, the rear main hatch of the foremost armored personnel carrier lowered like a drawbridge, allowing all players inside to exit. The outermost players stepped out first, followed by the captain player, who emerged last, weapons in hand. Once the captain player retrieved the newly developed electromagnetic assault rifle Model 2 from his backpack, Unlike its predecessor, while the overall design of Model 2 remained unchanged, it utilized bullets enhanced by Einstein's miniaturization technology for magic circles. The effect of this technology involved inscribing a small magic circle at the base of the bullet, which, although diminutive, could store a considerable amount of magical energy. When triggered by a firing pin, the magic circle would release a pre-designed lightning spell, propelling the bullet at high velocity, surpassing the concealment, precision, and stability of Model 1. With this new technology, once the bullets are loaded, they are ready for use, allowing players to continue fighting even when their own energy and magic are depleted, as the magic within the miniaturized circles is pre-injected. Of course, to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, players frequently carry conventional firearms as well. After the captain player completed his inspection of the other gear in his backpack, he confidently stepped outside, once those aboard the vehicles had ensured the surrounding environment was secure. The remaining occupants began to disembark as well. I and the final armored personnel carrier in the convoy. As the educators disembarked, they brought along the necessary educational materials, which consisted not of teaching rods, but rather books and blackboards. After all, this endeavor differs significantly from educating children. Indeed, it is not suitable for children. You are going to enlighten the villagers' thoughts and impart some practical knowledge. If you were to lose composure and strike someone in their presence, the situation could escalate poorly. If correct ideologies and representations fail to take root in people's minds, this literacy campaign would be a failure. If people's thoughts remain entrenched in feudalism, they cannot utilize any advanced technologies. For instance, automated factories may be perceived as blasphemous by those superstitious individuals, leading them to abandon their use. When that happens, insufficient productivity and unresolved issues will be utterly futile. Of course, this does not include maintaining public order on site. After all, if someone instigates trouble, force must be employed when necessary, although it should always be approached with a spirit of peace. Meanwhile, the 4 military trucks at the rear of the convoy began unloading their cargo as well. The rear hatches of the 2 military trucks in the convoy center also lowered slowly, similar to the armored personnel carrier. Subsequently, within the dark compartments, blue lights flickered to life, representing the sensors of numerous machines, their very eyes. Thud thud thud. A series of silent footsteps echoed. Rows of 2-meter-tall humanoid machines marched down from the compartments in unison, halting in an open space to form a precise square formation, then turning to face the village entrance. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 40 humanoid machines disembarking from the truck, with an equal number emerging from the other truck, summing up to 80 in total. As the 2 precise formations presented themselves before the players, those present could hardly contain their excitement. These were the latest Battlefield Universal Tactical Automatons developed by Long AO, codenamed Iron Soldier, unmanned war machines. Their robust armor is sufficient to withstand most light weapon fire produced by the players themselves. Moreover, the sensors on their heads and the blue light strips covering their bodies serve a purpose beyond aesthetics. They change to red when attacking or under attack, signaling warnings to others. In terms of strength, agility, and reaction speed, they could rival those at the 3rd tier of combat prowess. To illustrate, they could scale walls effortlessly and, in terms of strength, could easily lift hundreds of kilograms as if they were feathers. Furthermore, they possess a degree of protection against attacks such as EMPs and other harsh environments. The visual scanning system, the most advanced of the entire machine, was the first to be developed during Long AO's creation of the Iron Soldier. It is also the most expensive component of the entire machine. It can be said that the cost of manufacturing a single Iron Soldier's visual scanning system could fund the production of 10 Iron Soldiers without that system. The benefit of this is that Iron Soldiers can instantly identify hidden enemies on the battlefield and launch attacks before those enemies even have a chance to react, unless one employs exceptionally high-tier concealment magic. There is no escaping the Iron Soldier's gaze. Interestingly, this design is not exclusive to the Iron Soldier. It can be said that every machine designed by Long AO, whether military or civilian, incorporates the most advanced and costly sensing and scanning systems. Whenever someone inquires about this, Long AO always responds, "Because of some unfortunate encounters in the Warcraft forest, I have come to realize that if you cannot see the enemy, no matter how good your weapons are, they are of no use." The magnitude of the psychological shadow is evident. Speaking of the design of the mech, Long AO indeed devised a specialized system for the Iron Soldier, codenamed the Dual Brain System. The primary function of this system is to prevent potential adversarial entities, akin to hackers, from executing cyber attacks on the automaton, which could result in it turning against allies. Consequently, 2 operational frameworks were integrated within the mech, one derived from the automaton technology existing in a parallel realm. and the other from the mechanical principles and AI theories of the real world. In simpler terms, this means incorporating elements of contemporary technology into the automaton. The specific outcome is that its limbs, which could previously only be forcibly moved through telekinesis, are now transformed into electrically powered mechanical structures. This not only significantly reduces the consumption of magical energy but also adds an extra layer of security in controlling the mech. At this juncture, control is vested not solely in the automaton's main brain but also in the AI of the real world, both of which mutually enhance and restrain one another. Should the main brain fall under external control and fail to obey commands, the AI would promptly sever the main brain's connection to the mech, thereby allowing the entire unit to be controlled by the AI to continue executing commands. The operation of the mech would then closely resemble that of contemporary machinery, enabling the AI to seamlessly take control. The reverse is equally true. Hence, if an enemy attempts to infiltrate an automaton, they must breach the defenses of both systems. Furthermore, if the defense of one system is compromised or breached, the mech would immediately trigger an alarm to alert the command center for protective measures. This greatly diminishes the likelihood of an automaton rebellion. In the event that the enemy employs a means to nullify magical effects on the battlefield, the AI can swiftly replace its weaponry with conventional gunpowder arms to continue the fight. Regarding weaponry, it can be said that the Iron Soldier is capable of wielding any armaments available to players. The Iron Soldier's power is entirely derived from magical crystals and can sustain continuous operation for a week when fully charged. However, unlike the previous scenario that necessitated manual recharging, Einstein's wireless magical charging technology has matured. Their wireless charging energy stations are the military trucks they ride. In fact, the truck's cargo area is divided into two layers. The first layer is the transportation layer, designated for carrying goods, while the second layer is the energy layer, filled with specially cultivated energy plants from the agricultural team, which efficiently absorb sunlight to produce vast amounts of magical energy. This energy not only powers the truck itself but can also be transmitted directly to other automatons through specialized devices for magical recharging. Additionally, to shield the energy plants from adverse environmental conditions, the second layer is entirely sealed, maintained at a constant temperature by machines while utilizing daylight lamps for illumination. The energy for these lamps is supplied by solar panels installed on the truck's roof. Just as the players were immersed in excitement, the rear doors of the last two military trucks began to lower. Suddenly, a light far larger than that of the Iron Soldier illuminated the pitch-black interior, followed by the sounds of large machinery operating. Two massive humanoid machines squatting in position emerged from the truck's cargo area. Upon closer inspection, they stood at least 5 meters tall, accompanied by the sounds of mechanical movements. The large humanoid machines swiftly rose from their squat, reaching a towering height of 10 meters. With a resounding thud, the colossal machines slowly turned, their imposing figures clearly visible to the players even from behind 4 trucks and amidst a formation of 80 Iron Soldiers. This battlefield multipurpose heavy fire support platform is codenamed Tianbing. Tianbing is also a proud creation of Long Ao, standing 5 times taller than the Iron Soldier, with armor thickness far exceeding that of the Iron Soldier, providing a degree of protection against heavy fire. Naturally, it is equipped with sensors and light strip design similar to the Iron Soldier. Despite its gigantic size, its performance surpasses that of the Iron Soldier in every aspect. 2 jet engines are mounted on its back, endowed with magical capabilities, while 2 thrusters are installed on its feet to facilitate jumping and flight in conjunction with the rear engines. Moreover, the soles are fitted with roller modules, allowing the mech to glide rapidly across the ground, significantly enhancing mobility. The rollers can also be folded away, enabling the mech to traverse uneven terrain on foot. Aside from heavy weaponry, other armaments are generally not installed. Notably, the dual shoulders are equipped with 2 rocket launchers. Its enormous hands are capable of lifting an adult as if they were a toy. Aside from this, all other designs are fundamentally similar to those of the Iron Soldier, including systems and energy sources. Witnessing this scene, the players present erupted in cheers. Some took photos, others streamed live, while some browsed the marketplace. Amidst the jubilant shouts of the players, the team leader turned towards the ancient village and shouted, "All right, brothers, we are setting off." Chapter 43, 5 Years of Development. Year 2, 5, Literacy and Debunking Superstition. With the team leader's command, all present, including the war machines, sprang into action. After leaving 10 players, 20 Iron Soldiers, and 1 Tianbing to safeguard the equipment on site, the remainder proceeded towards the village. Meanwhile, the instructors, equipped with educational materials, followed closely behind the players, with the neatly arranged Iron Soldiers and the heavily footed Tianbing trailing behind them. One must admit, walking among them instilled a profound sense of security. On the journey, the leading player captain remarked, "Everyone take note, according to intelligence gathered from the Shadow Division, the inhabitants of this village engage in worship of the magical beasts, periodically offering sacrifices to those vile creatures. Chickens, ducks, fish, and meat are evidently not of much value to them. What remains is unnecessary to elaborate on. Our mission is to correct their ways. Do we have confidence? Alright, this isn't a military operation, why the seriousness? I am merely setting the mood. As everyone entered the village, despite knowing it was ancient, the eerie silence overwhelmed all present. The uneven dirt paths were flanked by dilapidated, diminutive houses, the wooden planks used for construction showing clear signs of decay. Peering through the windows, one could scarcely see anything inside, certainly no people. The interiors contained only wooden chairs and tables, along with what appeared to be makeshift fireplaces, the only place for the family to cook. Incidentally, there were wooden beds inside, but no pillows or blankets were in sight, suggesting they had either been taken for washing or simply did not exist. This illustrated the cramped living conditions, which were nearly the norm across the village. Yet, the pressing question remained, where had all the people gone? Observing this peculiar scene, the leading player captain felt a surge of confusion after accessing the system interface to review the intelligence report from the Shadow Division. The captain's eyes widened in terror as he shouted to those behind him, "Everyone, follow me quickly." He dashed forward, and the others hastily followed. At that moment, on the opposite side of the village lay a forest. At the junction of the village and the forest, a throng of ragged villagers had gathered. Before them stood a massive wooden cross upon which a terrified young girl was bound. The villagers were kneeling, bowing their heads, murmuring prayers. Suddenly, a resounding gunshot echoed from behind them, the thunderous sound of conventional gunpowder startling the villagers, who turned to see a heavily armored figure sprinting towards them, weapon in hand. Shouting, "Stop right there!" Although the previous loud noise had indeed startled the villagers, the unfamiliar weapon in the figure's grasp did little to intimidate them, prompting a defiant retort, "Who are you? Why should we listen to you?" Bang! Another deafening sound erupted, but this time it was not from a gun. The captain player unleashed his energy, enveloping his right foot before forcefully stomping the ground. The earth shattered violently, massive fissures racing toward the crowd, toppling several villagers. Witnessing such tremendous power, the villagers promptly fell silent, allowing the captain player to pass by without uttering a word. The captain paid them no mind. Striding directly toward the cross, he retrieved a modern military knife from his backpack and swiftly cut the ropes binding the girl, cradling her in his arms. "This cannot be," exclaimed an elderly man with snow-white hair. Upon hearing this, the captain immediately set the girl down and swiftly pressed the knife's blade against the elder's throat. "What now, old man? Do you wish to harm her?" The elder fell silent, and others soon arrived at the scene. With the situation under control, the captain's gaze shifted toward a specific area of the forest. There, amidst a thicket, a group of creatures covered in black fur, with wolf-like mouths and bodies resembling gorillas, stared intently at the scene beyond the trees with their blood-red eyes. The creatures were seething with rage, for the spectacle they had anticipated was being thwarted by these intruders. What exacerbated their displeasure was the fact that those who sought to thwart the event were glaring back at them with unwavering intensity. A blatant provocation in their eyes. Just as they prepared to act, an unexpected surge of formidable magical energy and fighting spirit sent them scattering in terror. This overwhelming power emanated from the captain player, yet it simultaneously stifled the breath of the villagers present. The villagers gazed in fear at the captain player, and at that moment, another player stepped forward in a flurry, exclaiming, Hey, brother, what's going on? This mission doesn't permit killing." "Oh, it's nothing significant, just issuing a warning to some dim-witted creatures to tread lightly," the captain player replied calmly, subsequently retracting his imposing aura. All the villagers were then gathered in an open area of the village, and after a thorough explanation from the players, they collectively sighed in relief. At this moment, the elderly man with white hair, who had been at the forefront of the crowd, wept openly, exclaiming, "You have finally arrived. I thought this country had forsaken us." Following the elder's detailed account, the players learned that this village was named Mingshin Village, and the venerable elder was its village chief. More importantly, the villagers' ritual activities were not voluntary at all. They were compelled by circumstances beyond their control. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, the villagers began to bring tables and chairs from their homes, cooperating with the instructors in their literacy efforts. During this time, the players and the Iron Guards also assisted in moving the furniture, while the heavenly soldiers stood aside, their large frames rendering them unsuitable for the task, appearing rather lonely after the tables and chairs were properly arranged. The villagers took their seats and began to attentively listen to the instructor's lessons, while the players remained vigilant around them. However, rather than a state of alertness, it resembled a group of misbehaving students being made to stand outside the classroom. Some were still indulging in snacks or watching videos, while others displayed such poor decorum that they even laughed aloud, resulting in a reprimand from the instructors. Initially, the instructors did not delve into cold, dreary knowledge. Instead, they engaged the villagers in casual conversation to foster a closer bond. They then discussed topics of mutual interest, such as better agricultural practices, postnatal care for sows, and even guidance on intimate matters. Following that, they taught the use and effects of various tools, which would later be distributed for the villagers' use, for after all, the greatest concern in life is sustenance. A wealthy individual may not assist others, but as long as the law is sound and enforceable, he is unlikely to commit a crime. Conversely, a person so impoverished that they have no means of survival may resort to crime, regardless of how robust the law is, for they have been driven into a corner. Finally, they imparted various life skills and ideological education. Unbeknownst to them, night fell, yet the villagers remained engrossed in the instructor's teachings, while the players engaged in conversation on the player channel, with some feeling bored enough to log off, leaving only a puppet to guard the area. The warm glow of the fire illuminated the surroundings, transforming the once desolate village into a vibrant scene filled with warmth and the dawn of civilization. At this moment, the captain player was reviewing the details of the mission through the system interface, when suddenly a voice from another player came through. "Captain, may I ask what happened back there? Why did you unleash such an enormous pressure? I thought you were about to go on a rampage." It was nothing of great consequence, merely a means to open the eyes of some oblivious creatures, to prevent them from causing a ruckus. At that moment, were they beasts? If the intel from Shadow's side is accurate, then that should be the case. The two continued their conversation. Just as everything seemed so relaxed and pleasant, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the forest adjacent to the village. Roar. Upon hearing that terrifying sound, the villagers immediately stumbled to their feet, facing the forest and promptly kneeling down, bowing fervently. Among them, the girl who had been bound to the cross earlier sat trembling in her chair, appearing utterly fragile and helpless in the eyes of others. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the villagers knelt down to pray, a series of gunshots, even louder than the roar, rang out. It was the captain player who fired first. "Everyone, do not kneel, stand up," the captain player bellowed. His booming voice acted like a shot of adrenaline, prompting all the villagers to rise. Once they were all standing, the captain player turned his fierce gaze toward the forest, muttering through clenched teeth, "Damn it, with no tigers in the mountains, the monkeys are declaring themselves kings." He then addressed the players present, split into 3 groups. Group 1, 10 players and 10 iron guards, maintain order and ensure the safety of the site. Group 2, 20 players and 20 iron guards, move outside the village to establish a perimeter. If you encounter any suspicious creatures, eliminate them on the spot. The remaining players will form Group 3 with me and take the remaining magical puppets to deal with the situation. No sooner had he finished speaking than the players sprang into action. During this time, the captain player also opened a system voice link to the players outside the village, instructing, "Hey, you out there, bring those 4 armored personnel carriers inside, and the rest continue to guard the remaining equipment. We're about to engage." After concluding the call, he led the assigned players toward the forest with a grand procession. Meanwhile, within the forest, a horde of wolf-headed, gorilla-bodied beasts fixated their blood-red eyes hungrily upon the village beyond the trees. They were all in a frenzied state, anticipating the impending bloodbath that would soon unfold. Just as one beast was about to charge, it suddenly felt a chill run down its spine, instincts compelling it to look down at the ground beneath it. There, a flash of light appeared. Then, with a loud boom, a missile soared through the air, obliterating the beast along with its companions into a bloody mist, the shockwave rendering several nearby beasts momentarily dazed. Following that, multiple missiles rained down, decimating the line of beasts, igniting the surrounding trees in flames and creating a fierce wall of fire. Just as the remaining beasts were left bewildered, a synchronized sound of marching footsteps echoed from behind the wall of flames. Bang, bang, bang. Small projectiles pierced through the fire barrier, swiftly shattering the skulls of dozens of beasts. As the footfalls grew closer, the beasts finally discerned the nature of their attackers. A group of 2-meter-tall humanoid monstrosities emerged from the raging inferno, their armor impervious to the searing heat, ruthlessly trampling the mangled corpses beneath their powerful feet. Their sensors and lights glowed crimson, resembling demons from hell as they reaped the lives of their foes. They then raised their advanced assault rifle too, employing their sophisticated visual scanning systems to target every enemy in sight. Even in the pitch-black forest, it was as clear as day to them. Bang, 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 each precise shot exploded the brains of wave after wave of beasts, even when the beasts, relying on their formidable physical prowess, swiftly retreated to the trees and concealed their massive bodies with leaves. They could not escape the Iron Guard's keen eyes. With their weapons trained on the treetops, a barrage of fire rained down, causing the beasts to plummet like dumplings, leaving behind a trail of headless corpses. Just as the Iron Guard systematically and efficiently eradicated the beasts, a figure suddenly leaped high into the air and came crashing down upon one of the monsters, thud, with a resounding impact. A thick fog obscured the view, and the beast was reduced to a pulp. As the fog dissipated, a figure clad in heavy armor emerged, chuckling raucously, "Ha, what luck I have, I just jumped and crushed one." When the figure raised its head, the beasts beheld an exquisitely crafted and sturdy helmet, with a pair of glowing eyes embedded in its faceplate. The eyes flickered, signaling the activation of the helmet's visual scanning system. "Ah, so many enemies, this will be a delightful slaughter." No sooner had the words left its mouth than the player vanished from sight, reappearing instantly beneath one of the beasts, with a swift and powerful punch imbued with fighting spirit. The monster's upper body disintegrated, blood gushing forth from the severed remains. Before the blood could splatter onto the player, he vanished again, delivering another punch that sent a different beast flying, which, upon landing, crushed yet another. At that moment, a beast to the player's left finally reacted, but just as it was about to spring into action, an overwhelming force seized its head, slamming it down before dragging it toward a nearby beast. Smash! The two beasts collided with such force that they were rendered incapable of rising again, yet the player showed no intention of sparing them. Leaping into the air, he aimed a punch at the head of the beast above him. Bang! The head of the beast above exploded like a watermelon, while the player's fist, undeterred by the previous impact, came crashing down upon the head of the beast below, though its power had been somewhat diminished. It still managed to deliver a decisive blow. Not yet satiated, the player unleashed a flurry of punches, reducing the two corpses beneath into a mosaic of flesh. The surrounding beasts were left in stunned disbelief. But just as one prepared to flee, a soft gunshot rang out, and the beast's head was instantly reduced to a fine mist. At that moment, the voice of another player echoed in the chat of the one standing atop the corpses. "No need to thank me." No sooner had the words left their lips than the player atop the corpses realized their prey had been snatched away. "Damn, didn't we agree to stick to our own areas? Why did you come here to steal my kill? What, are you just going to ignore what's happening on your end? Hey, it's all sorted now. Don't think I'm just rambling. Those beasts scattered like leaves in a storm when I unleashed my barrage. I figured it was safe to stroll over here. Aren't you going to chase after those that fled? They all represent points of contribution. What is there to worry about, with the Iron Guards and Celestial Warriors around? I'm not even interested in contribution points right now." At that moment, a horde of beasts was desperately fleeing from the hell they had sought to unleash upon the villagers. Initially, they had intended to massacre the villagers, transforming the settlement into their own inferno, but now they found themselves the ones being hunted. As they sprinted for their lives, a deafening roar erupted overhead. Boom! A massive object plummeted from the sky, crushing the two beasts at the front. Accompanied by the grinding sound of machinery, a colossal figure, 10 meters tall, positioned itself directly in their path. It was a celestial warrior. Bang, bang, bang. As heavy footsteps resounded, the celestial warrior slowly turned, its enormous sensors glowing red upon detecting the target, signaling an imminent attack. Perhaps driven by desperation, two beasts, emboldened by their proximity, launched an assault, but as they drew near, they were swiftly captured in the celestial warrior's enormous hand, which moved with astonishing speed, utterly shattering their bones. The moment the celestial warrior released its grip, blood mixed with the mangled flesh splattered heavily onto the ground, staining the earth crimson, just as the remaining beasts were paralyzed with fear. Two 7-barreled 30mm autocannons emerged from the sides of the celestial warrior's forearms. With a swift rotation, a torrential downpour of bullets rained down upon the throng of beasts ahead. In a brief moment, countless creatures were torn apart by the gunfire, yet, driven by an intense will to survive, the beasts pressed on, stepping over the corpses at their feet as they charged towards the celestial warrior. Just as they neared, the celestial warrior spread its arms wide, revealing a gaping hole in its palm. Before the charging beasts could react, a torrent of flames erupted from the celestial warrior's hand, incinerating all in its path. Nevertheless, one beast managed to leap through the wall of fire, aiming for a direct strike against the celestial warrior, but the warrior merely flickered its sensors, and with a swift whoosh, a 3-meter chainsaw shot forth from its right arm, positioning itself between the celestial warrior and the beast with astonishing speed. With a powerful swing, the celestial warrior cleaved the beast in two, its body crashing to the ground and spraying blood from its severed remains. As the celestial warrior's left arm continued to sweep the battlefield with its cannon in flames, its right arm joined the fray, swiftly clearing the remaining beasts. Within mere minutes, the area was devoid of any foes, yet the celestial warrior pressed on, scanning with its sensors and discovering another horde of beasts charging from the distance. Observing this, it extended its forearm, and with a mechanical work, two massive howitzers emerged from its side. Bang, bang, bang. The enormous shells, propelled by electromagnetic force, hurtled towards the distant cluster of beasts. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding explosion, the entire beast horde found itself frozen in fear. The celestial warrior's sensors began to illuminate, and a grand magical array materialized before its face. With a swift whoosh, a beam of light shot forth, traversing thousands of meters to pierce through the leftmost line of beasts. As the celestial warrior turned its head, the beam sliced through all in its path, cleaving them in half. The cacophony of trees crashing down marked the end of the battle. At this moment, the player captain strolled through the forest, his calm demeanor betraying his disinterest in the conflict. Just above him, a beast lurked, its gaze fixed intently upon him. It was the last of its kind. Consumed by fear and anger, fear, for it realized escape was impossible, anger, for it had been cornered by those it once deemed inferior, yet an opportunity presented itself, perhaps it could find a scapegoat. It slowed its breathing, striving for silence, and crouched low, preparing to ambush. It believed it could succeed, for it had done so before, having slain numerous humans in similar circumstances. However, as it prepared to strike, the intended target suddenly turned its head, freezing the beast in place as it realized its doom was sealed. In that brief moment of hesitation, the captain vanished from sight. The immobilized beast then felt an overwhelming force upon its neck. Bang! With a resounding crash, as the smoke cleared, the captain had pinned the beast down, gripping its neck firmly. The beast struggled in terror, its massive, sharp claws flailing desperately, yet its attacks, which could easily shred flesh, barely scratched the captain's armor. "You think you can ambush me? You're sorely mistaken," the captain declared, lifting the beast effortlessly, then switching grips to seize the nape of its neck, hoisting it as one would a mere chick. The immense force caused the beast to writhe in pain, but all its struggles were in vain. The captain dragged it towards the village. After a brutal display of slaughter, the once sacred altar for the villagers had been dismantled, replaced by a mound of beastly limbs and severed appendages, the stench of blood overwhelming the onlooking villagers, who dared not breathe. Yet they were even more astonished to see the monsters that had once instilled fear in them and forced them to sacrifice their children, now effortlessly eradicated by a force from their nation. At that moment, the captain approached the villagers, dragging the last remaining beast before them. The creature continued to struggle, baring its fangs in an attempt to intimidate the villagers, causing them to recoil in fear. However, the captain would not indulge it. With a fierce punch, he disfigured its mouth and shattered its teeth, swiftly crippling its limbs with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, eliciting pitiful howls from the beast as it writhed in agony. "Look, this is the monster that has instilled such fear in you, the one that forced you to sacrifice your children. Now you see its true form. There is nothing to fear. As long as we stand united, they are merely mindless beasts. I assure you, should such a threat arise again, we will be by your side. The nation will protect you."